All right, what is going on, Riftbounders? We are live with the Barcelona Riftbound Regional Qualifier. This is the first Vendetta Regional of the season, and I couldn't be any more excited. With me to start things off, it is none other than my Riftbound brother, Mr. Plus. How are you feeling, Mr. Plus?
I am also excited to start seeing some Vendetta season kick off with a bang with Barcelona. This is going to be super cool to see what the meta ends up shaking out to be after we got little sneak preview of some of the distribution of legends from the pre-RQ yesterday. Be interested to see how much that switches up today.
Yeah, we could get into it here in a little bit while we wait for this round one to start. But everyone at home, whoever's tuning in this early on, a little bit different schedule than we're used to hopping on. Hope you guys are doing good and hope you guys are ready for one of the best. I say best because it is hands down the biggest regional Riftbound has ever had in its short, under a year history. So it's going to be fun. I believe if we tune into the UVS link, Mr. Plus, do you have that link as well? It's in that same channel we talked about. I could pull it up as too.
Yeah, I have it open.
And for anyone to chat, exclamation point bracket, you guys can pull this up as well. It looks like round one pairing has already won up. So it looks like the finalized number was 2,224 players out in Barcelona. Damn. That is 100% the largest regional ever. I don't think we ever crossed 2,000, which is crazy.
Yeah, we've had a few of them that have had over 2,000 registered, but when it is all said and done, not that many players ended up being paired at the start of the round. But with these pairings live, like you said, this should be a solidified number. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I even saw talks online saying, like, is X1 even going to be cutting it to top 8? Because I can't believe out of 2,300, only 8 players are going to be advancing technically to top cut. Of course, day 2, as they're showing here on the screen, I believe you still just have to X2 as has normally been throughout all the previous regionals, which is interesting. I don't know if it's this regional or if it's the championships, I believe, where you can't get a best of if you don't day 2. I think that's only the championship, right, for now?
Yeah, for the regional championship, which is cool to make that a little bit more lucrative at that event, since that will be awarding them to the set 1 legends that are no longer available either.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be fun. I mean, for looking ahead at the championship, you know, we're probably going to see a good amount of Lux loot, but thinking for the moment out in Barcelona, I mean, we talked about and joked about a little bit before we got on, but usually they're used to just going head to head, one opponent at a time. But apparently from the rumors that I've heard online, there's an additional opponent coming to play, and that is the AC. Have you heard about that, Mr. Plus?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of those posts of people at the venue saying that it's miserable in there with the heat. So I do not envy that. I've seen a lot of great photos of the venue outside and the surrounding area and how beautiful Spain looks to be. But inside the venue, it sounds like it is not fun.
Yeah, I can't believe. I wonder if it's just over amount of like body heat because it's the biggest event ever and it was just like packed to capacity. Or is just the venue very poor, have like poor AC units? I would imagine EU doesn't have like the best AC, but for like a nice top tier venue, like it looked like, at least from the outside, I don't know. I feel like they would get it together. I feel like it's a little mix of both, but I'm praying for these players because I saw photos of some players sweating. I could not imagine trying to focus in that heat. So a little extra pressure and a little extra heat literally on these players today, so we'll see how it all shapes out.
I know that's affected me before, where not like maybe a month ago, our locals was having some AC problems and it was getting really hot in there, and I was feeling the heat. Like I don't think I can continue playing a tournament like this, so I do not know how they're dealing with it over there in Barcelona, because it has to be much worse.
Exactly, and let alone 8 rounds today. Like I was saying before, we're looking at a 12 to 13 hour day to finalize day number 1 of Barcelona. So these guys have to stay locked in. There better be a whole lot of water and ice water at that to kind of stay in that mode. But we'll see. I mean, I feel like the best of the best players, nothing could kind of shake their focus. So this is going to be a little testament to their preparation. A bit, of course. They're used to just preparing for their cards and their opponents, but a little extra today. It's going to be a little twist, but I don't think anything too crazy is coming into play, but we'll see. But either way, Mr. Plus, let's go ahead and talk about what we can maybe expect here in today's regional. They're showing us the top 10, or it looks like the top 8 players currently competing. And I'm seeing a whole lot of champions. I think 1 through 6 are previous regional champions. Do we feel like there might be something of a repeat? Two of these champions are repeated champions, but the rest are still
Mhm.
looking for that prize as well.
Oh,
Is
keep going.
Barcelona something like that, in your opinion?
Well, Barcelona has been the thing that I've been really curious about the most to see how the best of pricing will affect the meta for this main event and see whether or not all of these set one legends representation will drop down quite a bit. I think the pre-regional qualifier had the most representation from Master Yi, but given that that event is kind of just trying to be the best placing possible, period, not really the best of. That's an event where I would see people running Master Yi more so than the main event. So I
I think
kind
you're
of
totally right.
that's the most thing I'm curious about to see how big of a difference Master Yi will be from that event to today because we didn't see any of those players running Master Yi right now on the list when they showed it.
Yeah,
At least I
Mastery was
didn't
just like a
notice it.
safe pick to get that first day one medal card, right? So it does make
Yeah,
sense. I think you're totally right. We're not going to see as much Mastery, but keep in mind, a lot of these players, their number one goal is just simply to qualify to the EU Championship,
sure.
and Mastery
Hmm.
might be your sure shot bet of getting there. So I still think Mastery will be within the top three, but I don't think it's going to be as crazy as it was yesterday in the pre-RQ. But real quick, saying hello to chat, Lucas, welcome on in all the way from Brazil. And then Mr. Miguel already saying his top 8 predictions. 3 Kennen, a Nasus, a Norelia, Diana, Azir, and a Rengar. Mr. Miguel, I love what you're saying. I also thought 3 Kennens will make it today. And yeah, Nick,
Nice.
the Mastery Resident Sleeper. But, since someone threw out the top 8 predictions, do you feel that's kind of fair to say what Mr. Miguel was saying? At least 3 Kennen? Do you feel like Kennen is even going to be more popular in top 8?
Yeah, I'm not sure how many of these top players are registering Canon. I mean, I guess just off of the like 16 or so that it just showed us right now, I didn't see that as many Canon as I expected to see. But I do anticipate Canon still being a large market share of the room. So we'll see if at least a couple of them end up breaking into top 8. But I wouldn't be surprised if things didn't go as expected and it's not just a flood of Canons in the top 8 this time around. Because we have quite a few excellent players floating around this room. I mean, they showed Rocklow is playing his trusted Azir deck, so
Mm-hmm.
there's a good chance that he'll be up there. Squirtle's probably playing Azir, and he might be up there. So there's not a lot of room for a ton of cannons if the cream rises to the top in the
Oh,
same way
yeah.
that it has in the past.
I think 3 is like a nice little spot. Anything more than that, we're probably getting to like those band discussion territories. So let's leave those a little bit for another day. I'm happy with the 3, and it looks like these judges are happy with their winner's pick. Joe Curley, from old Lurkana fans might know him as Spessy, but he's going for Jace Aurora, which is an interesting topic we could talk about here soon, because Aurora in general hasn't been too on top of everyone's radar, right? Everyone's saying like Aurora's good, but I don't really want to devote too many sideboard pieces to Aurora. I just don't feel like it's going to be that popular. In my opinion, perhaps the stakes haven't been high enough for players to get kind of degenerate enough to bring out their Aurora. I think Barcelona is the time, and Jace Aurora will be the number 1 pick for those Aurora players. Before we talk a little bit more, we'll go down the line. Nasus for Amy, Azir for Yamato, and then Master Yi from Birds. Do you agree with any of these players, Mr. Plus?
I respect the Nasus pick, that's for sure. That's quite a called shot. But yeah, I obviously agree with Master Yi. We spoke a lot about Master Yi. I wouldn't be surprised to see Master Yi get up there. But outside of that, Azir is a cool pick from Yamato because, like we were just talking about right before that, we have Rocklow, we have Squirtle, so there's a high chance that one of those two, if not both of them, end up getting all the way. So I think none of these picks are too outlandish outside of Nasus.
Mm-hmm. I think a Nasus could squeak into top 16/top 8, but I think just one of them. But we'll see. I feel like Nasus does decently well. I mean, it depends on a skill level of like a cannon, but Nasus could do pretty good against like the aggressive decks with things like Val Malls or thing like the Watcher Bella's breath combos that we see in the past before. So It's going to take a good player to rise with Nasus, but I don't doubt one can do it, of course. To your point of Azir, it has to probably be just this money all in on Squirtle. He's going in for a potential 3-time regional win. If that happens, he might just be undisputed GOAT. You know, Allen, in my opinion, is the undisputed GOAT. There was like a side-by-side comparison. And oh, it looks like it's time, Mr. Plus. I think who axes this? Joe Quinn said, what time does it start? Your answer is right now. So round number 1, usually known for a little bit more of the jankier legends. Respectfully, I don't mean that, you know, disrespectfully, but just round 1, usually not are the ones that secured the regional bye is what I'm getting for. But Mr. Plus, if you're ready, it looks like round 1 of Barcelona is already getting started.
Yeah, let's hop on into the action. I like the double Jinx chairs the players get to sit on in the featured match area. That's pretty neat. So I'm wondering what we're going to see in terms of legends here, because like you said, the first few rounds of any major event are commonly referred to as like the jungle rounds. You never know what you'll run into. It could be a whole smattering of different decks. You might enter against a Garen in round 1. You never know. So definitely, these are the fun rounds that you really get to test yourself before it starts getting a little bit more dicey as you climb higher and higher in the bracket.
Definitely. And you know, if her awesome hair is any indication of a deck she's playing, maybe she's rocking a little bit of the Fury domain in her deck. I like what chat's saying. Something like Zed would be fun to go ahead and cast for round number 1. Other Fury decks, Akali kind of rings a bell as well when I think about Fury this meta. But
she has
I
a
don't
Vi
know.
tattoo.
What was that?
She has a Vi thing under her eye. I just realized.
A Vi? Oh, a Vi tattoo. So maybe it could be Vi. That's another Fury Order legend.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a tattoo or just marker, but that's the same thing Vi has on her face. That's cool.
Yeah, if she's that committed, she has to be working with a Vi legend here in round number 1. You know, I heard Vi is not all that bad right now, especially with a Yi dominated meta. Stun's traditionally been a bit of a pain point for Master Yi, so having access to Vi Peacemaker, the new stun mechanic, not the new stun mechanic, but the new stun units like Kennen, and Mr. Plus, it looks like we were guessing right. It is a Vi to start off round 1, but it looks like the opponent is the infamous Aurora Jace duo. This is going to be tricky for Vi, but let's see how she does.
Yeah, this is unfortunate pair up for Vi, since obviously Vi's legend ability is to win by excessive combat damage in order to trigger, and Jace is not going to be playing any units down to enable that. So it's going to slow down Vi's game plan quite a bit, not being able to activate this hero ability.
Yeah, not able to kind of leverage that legend ability whatsoever. But to start things off, the Plate Worm Egg, one of the better cards in Jays. And I don't know if I've seen this card too often in Aurora builds, but it is just additional rune resources for the mid to late game. So I don't hate it, but sometimes you just only so much cards you can run in those 40 cards. I don't see it too often, but I don't doubt it's a good card. I believe it's just once it's powered, it's an additional energy and a power. No, it's just a power.
It's 2
isn't
energy.
It?
Yeah, so it enters exhausted, and then you have to pay 1 and exhaust it in order to empower it. And then once it's empowered, you can then tap it to add 2 instead of 1. Yeah, by default, it'll give you just 1. But now that it's empowered, that means next turn, once Jace goes up to 7 runes, plus that empowered egg, that would bring him up to 9 and give him the ability to play out the Aurora next turn. But Brittle Steel was already ready to go for Vi, so goodbye to the Plate Worm Egg.
Yeah, goodbye. See you later. Brittle Steel, such a fantastic inclusion, or I should say addition into the Vendetta meta. Now you're like, wait a minute, I used my Gear Hate and didn't save it for Aurora, but now with the new flow mechanic, you can go ahead and directly play that Brittle Steel from the trash. So having another Gear Hate to always be able to use is something that could very well favor this Vi player going forward. And speaking of Vi, she tends to be a little bit more aggressive. If memory serves me right, she has a bit of accelerated units. Of course, Kaiser Survivor tends to be a popular one. There's Executioner we see here and there. So cards like that are able to kind of speed things up for a Vi player. But I'm wondering, what turn is Jace gonna get off this Dazzling Aurora is the question.
Yeah, still hasn't seen it in hand. It looks like as we just drew back-to-back Catalyst off of the Dredge up. Now with two more, it'll be the Mobilize. So just doing a little bit of ramping, a little bit of drawing, trying to dig towards it. But this is exactly what you want on the Vi side, is to have the removal for that gear early on to stop down some effective ramp, essentially getting rid of that plate 4 mag, but also putting that brittle steel in the trash to avoid being sabotaged away is a key factor in its early deployment as well. So all things are pretty nicely lined up for Vi as far as things are starting off in this first round against the Aurora Jace, but it could all be over really quickly once we get the Aurora established if we don't have a firm enough lead. Right now, going up to 3 after conquering the Sigil of the Storm. I'm not sure if we have enough time to really stall here on the Jace side, given that, like you said, this is a more aggressive deck in the Vi's hands.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, the time is taken for Jace. If you don't find it somewhat soon, there's not very much you're able to do. The only units we've known in the Jace Aurora decks are quite literally Elder Dragons, and you're not going to be able to play that card until a while from now. Or actually, taking a look at the runes, 2, 4, 6, 8. So probably 2 more turns to be able to get those Elder Dragons off, if you even have them in hand, though. But up to 3, not feeling too bad. And okay, just directly plays out the Ferris Forerunner to kind of say, even if you are able to get an Aurora / probably future play here, Elder Dragon will still allow me to minimum hold 1 point up to 4, and then you can kind of start playing that even point tempo from there. But let's see, is Jace a little bit too inconsistent for 8-round regional day as we have here today? Because that could be some reason why we haven't seen too many of them in our specific tournaments that we've been running lately.
Yeah, and like you mentioned at the start of the broadcast as well, that could spell doom with the amount of players that are in this event and how brutal the top cut tiebreakers will be with over 2,200 players. Like you said, even X1 might be a little bit sketchy, so you really have to be on your A game, and a deck like this is typically kind of your fate is living up to a chance here. So
Mr. Plus, he didn't hit the Dazzling Aurora. There's 3 DAs in the deck and hasn't seen any in the first 15 or so cards, which is definitely a little bit more on the unfortunate side. Does have Elder Dragon, but will be forced to pay an unprecedented 4 power just to put this card into play. But you know, sometimes you just have to do what you have to do. And Vi's turn to kind of look at the top 3. So all pending, all things on the chain, or all triggers are now pending on the chain. Why hasn't Vi looked through just yet? Okay, she's going now.
yeah, let's see what she could actually find here. Whatever she finds, more than likely is going to have to be played directly to a battlefield in order to make the decision for this Elder Dragon a little bit more difficult on where the pings are going to go. So currently, I think we might see her, or the Jace player rather, target the Ferris Forerunner on one end, and then whatever she puts down here at the Sigil at the other. But could also just elect to throw something at the Forge of the Fluff and just have 3 units there instead. I don't think this Elder Dragon is coming in with active mode, even though he had it represented that way. So no confront or anything being played
No.
beforehand.
Does have access to it in orange, of course, but did not play it beforehand. But decides to go with the Shen Kinku. Shen Kinku. I thought you had another little sub name there. But I would imagine you want to kind of split the difference here, because right now he will be targeting a unit on every single location. So you definitely don't want to play it in the base. I would imagine Sigil of the Storm has to be the ideal target. That way you're able to hold 2 points, since Elder Dragon isn't able to do anything, as you just brought to our attention. So decisions. I like the pick on Ferris Forerunner. He's the bigger minded unit. And then you're probably taking out the Shen, so leaving the Honest Broker and the little Pouty Portal behind, most likely going to be the decision from it. But you know, hitting the Fierce 400 just never feels good, does it? Because you just get those two robots in the back line next turn either way. So I see why he's taking his time here.
Yeah, he is still having 5 runes up as well, so could elect to even throw down a Bellows after this to take those mechs out of the back line, but would be very rune intensive, especially after having to recycle the 4 body runes for this Elder Dragon in the first place, thanks to the promising future. So already back down to 5 runes, meaning that if we do top deck that the Aurora in the following turn, we won't even be able to play it. So might feel kind of priced into ramping with one of these catalysts here to go back onto Aurora curve. But it looks
Wow.
like we're
And we're
tapping
seeing
5.
here the value of having the Mind Domain paired up with your body cards, a Sprite Burst, something we've never seen pre-Vendetta meta, coming down to not allow Vi any more tempo advantage. 1-2 punch, 1 Forge of the Fluff going down, and then very, very shortly the Sigil of the Storm will be following suit. So fantastic play and excellent use of every single rune available to the Jace Aurora player. He started off a little bit cold, but he's running quite hot going forward from here.
Yeah, definitely decided against trying to ramp back up in the event that he does top deck the Aurora. Decided to go for broke with the Sprite Burst, which is nice to get these points back on track a little bit, going up 2 to 3 now. And these sprites obviously blocking the way of the mechs, but this is a rare opportunity for Vi to get one of those combat wins and potentially activate that leader ability. So we'll see if that finally transpires this turn.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case. At least get an additional. Remind me what the Vi Legend ability is. It additional draw when you do excess damage?
It's ready a unit.
That's
The
what it was.
gauntlets, her chosen or her signature gear is the one that draws when you do the excess damage.
Perfect. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and develop out the Jin. Okay, doesn't come in ready at all. So just trying to see if they can go ahead and take down these Sprite tokens. But okay, just wants to keep things as we talked about before, a little bit more on the even threshold. So at minimum wants to get up to 4, has to devote both of these tokens into the Sprite. So 1-for-1 trade. At the minimum, you will get the Conqueror. And you do trigger Forge of the Fluff, right? So I believe that's the one where your gear, the first gear would be 1 less. Or let me go ahead and reread Forge of the Fluff.
I think she may have mistakenly not played into Elder Dragon correctly, since
True.
I think you can just distribute 1-and-1 damage there to take out both of the mechs. So the Sprite ended up going 1 for 1, but this was actually the deploy the whole time, I guess. Just being able to assign the excess 3 combat damage was really the only concern here to activate the Vi in order to ready this Jin. Seems to be the play here, but it looks like we're rewinding, I guess. Not really sure what happened there with the rewind.
I'm wondering if the ruling is that one of you just have to survive, but it simply says if you deal 3 excess damage. Within this situation, it did deal, because originally it looked like a slight misstep. Even myself, I haven't seen Elder or Dazzling Aurora decks in quite a little bit. I completely forgot that you just have to assign 1 damage apiece to consider lethal damage, but could have taken advantage and pushed Jin in, but I think took it a little bit back because he was just kind of throwing Jin away to the wolves, right? He's saying, okay, I could get 4 points, but I have nothing to defend this Jin, so let's go ahead and play a bit more of the patient game. And if I have something like a cold week the next turn, maybe things could kind of go back in my favor. As I say that, did you see what's in hand? That's a double bellows breath waiting to do a lot of damage onto this Vice board.
Yeah, gonna be hard to set up anything wide in the base against the Bellows Elder Dragon Infamy combo, as now we see the Catalyst be deployed. So we're going to be back up on our potential for Aurora next turn, but seeing that we're going to have to recycle through this Deflect, we're going to be off of it once again. Didn't recycle enough there, only recycled the blue to pay for the Bellows. Needs to recycle 1 more for Deflect, but we'll see if the judges catch that.
Yeah, still early on. Judges snoozing a little bit, unless we missed it. I didn't see exactly what he paid, but I'll take your word for it. I think I only saw one power being played, forgetting about the deflect as you mentioned, but things are not looking too good for our Vi player. Gets another murderous artist out on line 300 work with. It doesn't look like she has anything else to establish out, so slow and steady is not gonna cut it here in this round number one. Elder Dragon goes for the fourth hold, and now I think things have completely gotten out of hand, especially taking into account the additional card he just picked up off the top, Fury of Blades and Bellows Breath. That's pretty much all you need to guarantee you're taking game number one.
Yeah, Flurry of Blades already was such a frustrating card to deal with once any Aurora deck got the Elder Dragon out. That's obviously being a body card as well, goes into every Aurora package, but the unique addition that this blue-orange combination has afforded us is, of course, the Bellows Breath as an added bonus. So you have the battlefields taken care of with Flurry of Blades, and you have the base taken care of with Bellows Breath. There's just nowhere safe to hide.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like chat has come in to correct us here, and it looks like he did end up paying it. We might have just missed Saul, so thank you so much, chat. It looks like everything is being played as cleanly as possible, but now the Brilliant Venter coming down. And you know what? We're used to seeing the orange Jace a little bit more often. This blue Jace, I totally forgot what it can do. When you play me, the first time you play a non-token gear, each turn you may ready something besides that. Oh, okay. So when you play a gear, basically a non-token gear, you can ready another one.
Yeah, it's also when you play me. So he could have readied Elder Dragon after conquering the Sigil of the Storm there, I believe, if he sequences that way. But I'm not sure if you can do it when you play me and... Because it does say when you play me or the first time you play it onto. Yeah, so it's a once per turn trigger, essentially.
Essentially. But here we go. Jay's going all the way up to 5. Just 3 more points remaining. And now Vi just trying to solve this big old puzzle, staring in front of her saying, what can I possibly do? I have to get over 10 total. My Jin Murder's Artist is able to get me a good amount of resources, but I just need the cards in hand. So step number 1 is a cleave. Swinging for 7 for now. Doesn't open up a window for actions just yet, so has to be patient with the Bellows Breath, but goes in. Wait a minute, what does she have in mind? Does she have another cleave potentially?
Yeah, it's going to get that 1 energy, 1 power floating. I know there's a long sword in hand. It looks like we're going to use that floating energy and power to deploy the Vi in alongside our Jin, so making it 12 to 10 with a stun on the Elder Dragon, but this, of course, is where this Flurry of Blades is going to make this real sad, getting around even the deflect of the Jin.
Right, normally this would be such a fantastic play. Of course, I completely forgot about the Vi Peacemaker sitting pretty in that champion zone, stunning the dragon so that you're not able to get the lethal damage applied onto yourself, but there is many ways to do so. As you said, Fury of Blades coming down. There's no such thing as counter capabilities, but a bit of a workaround. Tactical retreat gets deployed out. At minimum, I would say you want to say the Vi since she's your stun unit. Oh no, interesting.
Decided to do it onto the Jin. Yeah, I would have agreed with you and thought that you want to keep the stun from the Vi live over the additional resources from the Jin, but looks like that's all it can be, so it's a pass on back. And now after the hold up to 6, threatening on lethal for the next turn for our Jace Aurora players. Not looking too good for the Vi enthusiasts in chat.
Yeah, not good whatsoever. As you just said, a simple conquer onto Forge, bringing up to 7, and now Vi has to go ahead and take away both of these battlefields from our Jace player, and I just don't think she's going to be able to do so. That will be gamer 1, most likely leaning towards the direction of our Jace Aurora player for now, unless there's just some crazy amount of spells. That even's going to take more than like a double falling stars from here. I'm just not seeing it, but of course, Vi just going to play it out. It's still a whole lot of time left as we're approaching a 17-minute game so far, so nothing too crazy out of the ordinary. I feel like Jace could just play it patiently because we still haven't seen the Bellows Breath that he had 2 earlier on get played out, right?
Yeah, and he's looking like he's about to play Promising Future, which is kind of the opposite of what you're saying with playing it safe. That would be a little bit crazy to see him go for that and give Vi some additional help, given that there's only two cards in hand, no board on available now after this Bellows Breath resolved and took out the Jin. So the prospect of double conquering or double clearing even just to get rid of this Jace and Elder next turn seems impossible. So I
Right. They
think
went from like single
play
digit
Promising
percentages to
Future.
big O zero.
Yeah,
You
the
need,
Promising Future would have been a bad call.
ended up getting a little bit of accelerated pressure here from the red Pike, but doesn't have enough might to push either of these battlefields, let alone the other one as well at the same turn. So Jace will be taking game number one. And what seemed like a little bit of a shaky start ended up coming down very cleanly for Jace. As soon as Promising Future came online, it seemed like an expensive thing to do to just kind of raw cast. I say raw cast, but raw power cast the Elder Dragon. But ever since that bad boy came down, everything started going in his favor. And that is it. Round number one does indeed go to Jace. And we'll play it. I mean, nothing too extraordinary from either of these players, but I think Jace Aurora is definitely a big contender. I wouldn't be surprised to see at least one Jace Aurora in top 8 this weekend.
Yeah, it seems like on its surface it's kind of crazy, but if you think about like the power and energy cost of Elder, if you were to hard cast it from hand, if he instead tried to slowly ramp up and get there the natural way up to 12 resources, it's tap 12 and recycle 4. So when you do it off the Promising Future, it's tap 5, recycle 5. So it's really only recycling one more rune, and now you're having to tap 7 less, and obviously getting it online way earlier was a huge help. So I think getting the Elder off the Promising Future may have at first seemed like potentially a low roll and not hitting the Dazzling instead, but ended up being just enough to get the job done, just with how many removal effects this version of the Jace Aurora has to work in tandem with that Elder Dragon, with the bellows and everything.
Right, we'll see exactly how she plays going forward in this game number 2. We are seeing some clean outs. Things like Hidden Blade can just directly kill the Elder Dragon, of course. But other
Yeah.
than that, you're going to have to brute force your way through, which doesn't tend to favor the non-Elder Dragon player. Cleave, Falling Stars, Perfect Executioner, those are all combat-related showdown tricks, right? Which Elder Dragon just kind of eats those kind of decks alive. Now, on the other side of the board, we're seeing a little bit of the norm. I'm seeing a little bit of Spice of the Gutter Palace and a disposable order for the Cannons of the Worlds. I like this list.
Yeah, this is a nice Jace list I've been seeing run around quite a bit. I'm surprised at the only one Temporal Breach. I've seen quite a few players playing a full set of Temporal Breaches for its synergies with Elder Dragon. It's almost like a checkmate scenario. It feels like when you conquer a battlefield and hide the Temporal Breach along with the Elder Dragon. Just anytime your opponent offers you any response window, you get to pull that out whenever you need it. So aside from that, though, pretty strong, pretty standard looking list. I do like the Dragon Roost also as one of the battlefields.
Now, remind me, is that the one that decreases your power cost to play dragons out? Or which one? What does Dragon Roost do?
That's the one that allows you to pay 2 power to play the dragon directly to the battlefield.
Okay. 2 additional power. So let's say if you hit it off the Promising Future like we saw in game 1, it would be 6 power just to play it to the battlefield?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's kind of expensive.
Okay, so more so for hitting it off the top of Dazzling Aurora, it looks to be the game plan. Just to kind of a bit of a pseudo accelerate, pseudo confront, if you will. But things are not looking too good. I believe Vi was even on the play in game number 1, but just wasn't fast enough to do so. I mean, it's going to take a little bit of unluckiness from our Jace player to really not see those Dazzling Aurora / Promising Future, but that's kind of what makes this Jace deck a bit consistent, or at least more so than the previous iterations of Aurora. You have Promising Future, you have Clairvoyance, you have the DA itself. There's so many ways to kind of dig through the deck and find it that you tend to hit it virtually every single game. It's crazy.
Yeah, and really just seeing that that last game was won without ever seeing the Dazzling Aurora as well is kind of indicative of how powerful this Jace tech can be just because of Promising Future. Even when you don't hit the Dazzling Aurora and you just hit the Elder off the Promising, you still can win the game just off of having an Elder Dragon on board. But like you said, we saw some hard spot removal. Didn't get to see the sideboards, so not sure if there's anything additional in the side that Vi might bring in. Something like Call the Weak or another maybe even backline hard removal like a Vengeance or something could be nice to deal with these elders, given that in this list there's only Elder Dragon in the deck. That's the only 3 units that they play.
Right. No other deck has ever been like that. I would, I remember giving a little bit of stuff to things like MF Aurora back in the Bologna regional, where we're like, only 5 units. This man is crazy. But now we're talking about a meta where these Aurora players are only running 3 units. But here we go. It looks like game number 2 of this first round is underway. Nice little Pouty Poro to start the nice little turn 1 curve and keeps the sabotage. We saw at AZB saying, wait a minute, do I want to go ahead and recycle this? Keeps it just in case there are some kind of gear slash spell hate or spells for the gear hates going forward. And you do want to go ahead and snipe the Brittle Steel before they played it, kind of like what we talked about in that game 1.
This is a nice max rarity deck from the Vi player too. All these alt arts are great looking holiday Poro. Get the cannons in the list too, which is a nice addition. I do like having a couple extra forms of stun outside of the ambush from the Vi and the Chosen Champion zone. Having the stuns from these cannons, it's a nice little addition.
Yeah, I think stun is going to be going a long way, especially against those Elder Dragons, as they aren't able to apply any bit of damage onto yourself. But I think Cannon has to be played slash attacked to get the stun off, right? So it's a little bit dicey to just send in a Cannon with only 2 might. Of course, goes up to 4 if you have a stun unit here, but now does empower the Plate Worm Egg. Doesn't have the, potential or capabilities, I should say, of using that energy this turn, as it does enter exhausted or become exhausted to empower it. But we see what he did end up drawing. That is a Dazzling Aurora. We haven't seen it all match, but it looks like it will be coming online the very next turn.
Yeah, looks like here we could even see the Plate Worm Egg come down to enable a Catalyst, which looks like that is what's happening here. So Catalyst coming out, gonna ramp us up to 7 energy, and now with the empowered egg, next turn we'll go to 9, and then as well have the egg to essentially get us 3 extra energy with the Jace ability. So plenty to do with the next turn, but we're gonna sabotage now instead of later. Not a bad idea to just play on curve and maximize use of your resources. And now we see that the Brittle Steel was there and will be being spun to the bottom and getting a little bit of note taken down to see we have the honorable, or what's that?
Unsung hero, tactical,
yeah.
and then Kennen
And his glorious alternate art. So not a bad look at the hand here. Not looking like it's doing a ton for Vi though, so probably a little scary here, given that we know for sure that this elder, or at least we know in the booth, she's not aware, but that Dazzling's coming down next turn.
Oh yeah, she will be made aware very shortly on the very next turn, as you said. But man, things cannot be getting any bit worse for our Vi player. She almost had a little bit of window of opportunity if she was able to hold on to the Brittle Steel. You take care of the Plate Worm Egg, and that's actually the only way he's going to be able to play Aurora. Or let me double check: 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. So you're still 1 shy without the Plate Worm Egg. So that could have been a really great play. You kill the Plate Worm, and then you still have it in the trash for a potential Dazzling Aurora down the line. But now, as you said, the hand not looking too effective versus a Dazzling Aurora deck. But hey, you don't want to give up hope. It's still early enough in this game, but sometimes things are just not looking rather good. But she thinking about what she wants to do. At the minimum, you do have a tactical retreat, which probably going to be going towards something like Kai'Sa. That way you're able to continue some card advantage to dig for potential answers like what we saw on the main board. A Hidden Blade could do a little bit of something once that other dragon tries to go ahead and attack one of these battlefields.
Yeah, Hidden Blade will probably be fairly clutch here to deal with the Elder Dragon on its inevitable assault, as we see Kennen hidden here at the Forbidding Waste, and guess that's the only thing she'll be doing that turn, just hide Kennen and pass. So Kennen can come down in response to the Elder to keep at least one of these units here, but also with that tactical retreat in hand could end up saving 2 units and then forcing our Jace to pay 1 extra power by selecting a Lonely Poro with Deflect is never anything bad either, but
Oh
we are
my goodness.
gonna
Are you
do the
kidding me?
thing.
So much energy generation from this Jace legend ability. Sometimes Jace Aurora players just aren't taking advantage of the legend ability, but he definitely is. That's an additional 4 energy on this turn from that 1 plate worm egg that is empowered.
3.
So spending 5 plus the 4 that's floating to play out the Dazzling Roar, I believe is his play, and still has 2 energy to work with. Actually, yeah, 2 energy to work with following this.
Yeah, it's a 3 energy generated after the because you have to pay the
You
1 for
pay
Jace
1,
to stand
right?
it. Yeah, to stand it back up. But still, if you ever can get the Jace empowered and have a second play where make, then it's 7 free energy every turn,
Mm-hmm.
which is pretty nuts.
Yeah, usually Dazzling Aurora decks are known for let's go gambling, but in this situation, exactly 100% of the time, every unit you're hitting off the top, right? Is it going to be Elder Dragon, as those are the only units available to you. So here it goes, has only 2 targets available, but Kennen is hidden, so can respawn and at minimum go up to 4. But those 2 energy there are kind of sneaky 2 energy. Something like a simple Bellows Breath / Flurry of Blades could be waiting for the Kennen there. And then a 0 board state as she found herself in game 1. Things are looking a little bit rough, but does he have it in hand? Because I don't think I saw it in hand, actually.
Didn't opt to use the tactical retreat in order to save one
True.
of those units either. Just allowed it to resolve and take out the Kaisa and the Lonely Poro. But like you said, there was no Bellows Breath in hand, nothing to follow up with those 2 energies. So it was just a pass back, an immediate hold on the Forbidding Waste. So up to 4 now, 4-0. So we see a look at the hand, another Kaisa drawn off the top. With a perfect execution as well. Not a terrible hand look for our Vi player, but now that Elder Dragon is on the board, that's got to be priority number 1, is trying to get rid of that as quickly as possible. But we know another one will be right behind it with this Dazzling Aurora established.
Yeah, and our Vi player taking a bit of a calculator risk, saying, you know what, not playing anything with those last 2 energy, it kind of telegraphs to me that you don't have the Bellows Breath, so I feel a little bit safe just playing these units in the back line, developing as much as I can to try to push forward on my very next turn. But I like what you said earlier, tactical retreat, not utilize the previous turn. I wonder what's up with that, because you had 5 runes to work with. You don't ever really want to not use your runes on any turn, especially your opponent's turn when you can. But hey, it is what it is. No takebacks at this moment. Now, Clairvoyance, first time we see it in this regional, does come down. Look at the top 5 and draw 2. Actually, is it look at the top 7? No. Look at the top 5.
Yeah, predict 5, then draw 2. One thing that I just realized by using this Chosen Champ in tandem with the empowered Plateworm Egg is that it kind of just makes this Chosen Champ an overstated, cheaper body than the 4 might or 4 energy, 1 power, the body Jace that was introduced in the set that many players are playing in this Chosen Champ slot. But you get to tap the Plateworm Egg and do your normal shenanigans to give it that 3 energy. And then you can spend that 3 energy along with the 3 more in the blue to play out the Jace and then ready the Plateworm Egg and get 2 energy back and essentially make the Jace cost you only 1 energy and a power for a 6 might body that should recur some value over the course of the game once you play some additional gear like the Garbage Grabber and such. So I kind of like this decision to have this blue Jace in the Chosen Champ zone.
Oh man, in the face of defeat, it feels like, from Vi saying, oh, you didn't have it. But of course, the Clairvoyance is going to pretty much guarantee that you're able to draw something like a Bellows Breath. But now, save the tactical retreat. So effectively coming out, and wait a minute. Saves the Kennen? I guess the stun, prioritizing the stun. I can respect it. but card advantage is another thing to consider as well. So interesting decision there. And if we take it back a notch, if he ended up doing tactical retreat on the Kaiser on that previous turn, she would have had 3 units in the back line for those Bellows Breath. So maybe one step ahead of the curve, actually.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I feel like there's almost no way to get out of the inevitable Bellows Breath destruction from the Elder Dragon. You would need a lot more than tactical retreat, but we are going to see just another pass and another Elder Dragon come down from our Dazzling Aurora. So Cannon was saved only for just a moment and now is headed around with everyone else back to the trash.
Yeah, and she's smiling, but she is dying on the inside, as a lot of people in chat are as well. Dazzling Aurora, not a fan favorite, but definitely a powerhouse of a deck and something a lot of players should have prepared for coming into Barcelona. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see this Vibe player bring out something like a punch first, literally across the face of this Jace player, because she is just not feeling too good. But let's see, has potential for some accelerated options like this Rain Guard, but that's just going to be able to get up to something like 5. So not a whole lot of options. An Unsung, a Shen, a perfect execution, and a Rain Guard. Not too much to work with, but hey, you have to do what you have to do. But with the lack of answers for the Dazzling Aurora, we all know what's coming next for the next turn. It's going to be another Elder Dragon. So 2 units in the back line will be diminished down to just single 1 unit, being that Unsung Hero most likely.
Unless we catch one lucky break and have the 3rd Elder Dragon drawn for turn right now. Was it? Nope, it was Promising Future. So the final Elder Dragon is alive for this Dazzling Aurora. I believe we can even time warp here. Looking at the runes, looks like
with
8
the Plate
runes
Worm,
for...
definitely.
Yeah, looks like we have 8 runes, right? Yeah, so we have 11 energy in total available. Would be hefty on the recycle, with only 8 runes currently would drop us all the way back down to 4. But the Plate Worm is doing a lot of heavy lifting here.
Right. I don't know if the Time Warp is too necessary just yet, so it does get a nice little garbage grabber. I completely forgot the name, but you're able to recycle 3 cards from your trash back to the deck. So even if some of these Elder Dragons end up going down, this card is fantastic to just go ahead and put them back in the deck for this Dazzling Aurora to rinse and repeat, get the incredible value that is known to do. So I know we keep saying it and we sound a little bit like a broken record, but this game is effectively over by just seemingly having no outs against a double dragon board. I said early on that Plate Worm Egg wasn't too much of a staple. I completely take that back. Looking at this game and how it shaped out, Plate Worm Egg was instrumental to getting out a Dazzling Aurora out earlier than you should. And turn after turn, you get so much value getting 3 free energy. It's crazy. I love that card now for Jace Aurora players.
Yeah, Plate Worm Egg is a ton of fun with Jace. It's really the main thing that you're getting use with the hero power out of. I've definitely tried it with a couple of the other gears that seem kind of intended for it, but Plate Worm Egg is just the way to go for maximum value off of this Jace leader effect for sure.
Definitely. And since we're not seeing an Elder Dragon in hand, that means the other last final 3rd Elder Dragon is lurking in that deck. So as we mentioned before, it looks like Unsung Hero might be the lonely unit remaining once Vi gets her turn again. And 2 Might is just not gonna cut it against a double dragon board state. And yeah, to make matters worse, he's setting up for that final Time Warp looking turn. You hold up to 5, Time Warp up to 7. I guess it's still a little premature, but I mean, it's all as good as over. And there it is, just 2 from the top, 3rd Elder Dragon to hit the board.
Yeah, I just feel so bad for our Vi player across the way. She's putting on a good face and being a good sport, but this is definitely a miserable gameplay experience to be the victim of this.
Oh, nice little reaction. Shen most likely coming down to keep 2 units online, but without any cleaves, without any hidden blaze, call of the week, anything of that nature. I mean, yes, that's one dragon. There's two other twins to get through as well. So we'll see. We'll see. I mean, she's playing it out, and I respect her for that. 22 minutes remaining in this turn. But Jace has a firm grip on this game, and it looks to be so for the remaining of that at that. So throwing it back over to Vi. Can she top deck a miracle? She basically needs unchecked power from this position.
Yeah, Ruination would
True,
off the
true
top right
ruination
now.
actually playable.
The what would have to happen would be like Ruination into Brittle Steel onto the Garbage Grabber to like completely remove any possibility of Elder Dragons coming back into play, but too expensive at the current juncture and neither of those cards in hand. So it looks like we're kind of just hit a brick wall here. I don't think there's any real way to make this work. Can at least take out one Elder Dragon potentially off the back of a assault from this perfect execution into a ambush from the Vi out of the chosen champ zone will give us enough might to get the job done at the Dragon Roost, but that's only one Elder down, and of course that Elder will then just be spun back to the bottom of the deck with the Garbage Grabber to join the fray at the end of turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there could be one big old caveat. Something like a flurry of blades is in hand, which we're actually seeing here. There's nothing of that. So at least, as you mentioned, Elder Dragon number 1 goes down, but that's temporarily going down and does give Vi finally a little bit of mini success, saying, all right, I got up to my 5th point, only 3 more left, but those 3 additional points almost seem like miles and miles away from this position. So, hey, you take your mini wins as you can, but the job is still very far left and has a whole lot of serious work from here to do. Throws it back over the Jace players as he gets up to 4. Slow and steady will be climbing there. Keep in mind, once he goes up to 6, it's just one time warp away from winning the game.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see Jace go for the Empower on the Legend here. I mean, it's basically all but wrapped up at this point, so not necessary, obviously, but it would be interesting to see if that is something that planned around doing by deploying the second Plateworm egg. Still has to pay to get that one empowered as well. But it looks like our hand is pretty much not doing a whole lot at the current board state.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of saving up to do that time warp like you mentioned. So kind of at a stalemate here. So could be a good off turn to do the setup of the Jace and power if we were going for the crazy 7 mana ramp that the double plate worm egg affords us once we are empowered.
You know, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. You do have the energy to do so. You do have a little bit of an off turn. You're able to go ahead and retreat one of these Elder Dragons in the back to try to push forward the other battlefield. That way you're able to get up to 6 points the next turn. And then, of course, the all-awaiting time warp to go ahead and close things out. But a little extra salt on the wounds, it would feel like, if Jace does become empowered. But as we mentioned, Garbage Grabber puts everything from the trash back in deck. So 2 of these units will be going down. Most likely Peacemaker and, of course, the Unsung in the back, leaving the Shen all by his lonesome. And it has the same position as she's found herself this whole match long, as just single units at a time, not able to do too much like that. So things aren't really going to play out too well, but we discussed this before, but does get additional energy, but foregoes the Empower. What's the Empower cost for Jace, actually thinking about it?
2 energy and 2 power. So it's a little bit cumbersome to pay straight up, but like we said, since this is an off turn and there's not really much else to be doing with it anyway, so I wouldn't see the harm in it necessarily, but looks like instead we're going to be going for the time warp already now. Okay.
Wouldn't you move, or I guess you haven't ended your turn, so you can still move the Elder Dragon back, hit an Elder Dragon from Dazzling Aurora, end your turn, restart your turn, push in an Elder Dragon, conquer up to 7, or conquer up to 6, and then you can't really do anything from that position as you're forced to double conquer you're at 6. So I like this time warp. I think it's pretty much the final nail to solidify this match win for Jace.
Yeah, unfortunately, Vi is just kind of sitting there being polite, being like, yep, that resolves. Yes, yep, do all the things. I am I'm just watching you, you
She's
know.
like, this is my first regional experience. I was so excited to come out to Barcelona. I traveled so far, and this is what I get for my round one feature match game. All jokes aside, it is what it is. This is a highly competitive event, the highest OPL event you could possibly have. So you have to do what you have to do to bring the best deck to the table. There's so much on the line, the best of metal cards, the $6,000 for first place, and I think total is a 25,000 prize pool. More importantly, you're able to lock in your seats to regional championships, which we know how coveted those prizings are going to be. So a lot. I don't blame them. So you can't really be too hateful of an Aurora player. Yes, not a fan favorite, but if you're trying to win, is not a bad deck to do so.
Yeah, definitely not, especially in these game states where you get into this position where it just feels like I can't do anything when you're staring down this kind of triple elder board and being able to just immediately bring an elder back out as soon as it goes down thanks to the garbage grabber. It feels like you have no options.
Right, right. And real quick, and BCO, totally right. Totally right. Chat and you can be hateful. I guess you know what? The only downside of winning with Aurora, if you end up doing a very deep run with Aurora, you're probably not going to be getting too many Meta5/Twitter fans, as most champions tend to do. So upsides and downsides, but hey, take it as you will, as this guy is kind of putting his closing marks on this game number 2. The triple Elder Dragon online one more time, full control, forcing her to have double accelerated units with just a single card in hand. I think she's seen enough, Mr. Plus. She might be able to concede.
Yeah, I think she has too. She's being as polite as you could possibly imagine as this Jace player effectively BMs her by continuing to take actions on a game state that has been over for quite some time. But that is a wrap on round number 1. Dazzling Aurora Jace was able to take it down quite convincingly. Unfortunate, was a little bit hyped to see the Vi, especially from what appears to be quite the big Vi enthusiast. But nevertheless, we have our champion of round 1 as Aurora Jace.
Right, a little bit of a sinister grin, if you will, from our Aurora players saying, I know I kind of did her dirty there. I know it's not the best thing to watch for the feature match, but hey, I'm trying to make it as far as possible, and he's off to a great start. Nice clean 2-0 win. You know, tiebreakers or you know, 2-0s, or how should I put it? Your own personal win percentage is a little bit of the tiebreaker, so trying to make sure you get as much 2-0s as possible. Let's head back to the commentary booth for the meantime. And you know, since this is a Western / non-Chinese stream, we're more than likely going to get an awesome, I say awesome with the prayer that is awesome, backup match coming shortly. But for now, we could go ahead and see what chat had to say. I think someone said, what does the Jace player's gear do? So, Ked, the Plateworm Egg, if you weren't here when we were discussing it, it gives you additional energy. So you play it, it comes in exhausted. You pay 1 energy to empower it, and then from there on out, you're able to pay 1 energy to get 2 energy. So net 1, but with the Jace Legend ability, you're able to net another 1 since Jace readies it, right? So it's a really, really synergistic card, it seems like, for Jace Aurora.
Yeah, really nice card, especially didn't get to see it there. It looked like we could have. Not that it really mattered, but it would have been nice to just get to see it on display with the empowered Jace and double Plateworm Egg to be able to do the same thing, but for 7 additional energy. Once you have that online, it feels like you don't care really how much you recycle because you just have 7 energy for free every turn.
Yeah, it's a little bit ridiculous as we saw so much value getting generated turn after turn. Because, yeah, you could have the gear hate for one of these things, like one of the Plateworm Eggs, but you're running 3, you're running Dazzling Aurora, you just don't simply have enough gear hate. At this point, she needed to be sideboarding Thermo Beam, which I'm actually surprised that she didn't. Are we seeing a little bit of the lack of respect for Aurora? Because at least to me, I feel like Aurora, as we talked about before, it was kind of going a little bit under everyone's radar, saying Aurora is good, but I'm not worried about it. It's a high rolly deck, is inconsistent, so I'm not going to devote a whole lot of sideboard slot. Is that a mistake in your opinion, Mr. Plus?
I'm not sure that Thermo Beam is really going into many sideboards these days as it is. Most red players now have kind of completely made the switch over to Brittle Steel.
Yeah.
Thermo Beam has been more kind of relegated to be very niche and specific to essentially just Zero hate in most people's minds. Obviously, it would have done quite well into the Jace Aurora, so may warrant some further consideration to maybe have some slots in certain sideboards going forward. But it is just so expensive at the end of the day,
It
and it doesn't
is.
have that built-in insurance that brittle steel does against sabotage.
Yeah, it does. It does kind of falter to something like a simple sabotage early game. So it does make sense. I think Brittle Steel is a lot more effective and a little bit more safe of a card to go ahead and play out. But I guess we will listen into the winner's interview. Let's go ahead and turn up the volume and see what this Jace Aurora player and why did he decide to bring this deck out for Barcelona.
The Dazzling Aurora itself, just clawing your way back in, having so much removal with the Flurry of Blades and the Bellows Breath. Do you think that's the biggest strength to why Jace could be one of the best Dazzling Aurora decks in the format?
Oh yeah, definitely. So I think the biggest strength is just being blue, having access to Bellows Breath. It's like the strongest spell you could have in a deck that runs Elder Dragon. And yeah, I just wanted to try out the new color combination. I think it works really nicely.
I think it's one of the most appealing things from Vendetta, for sure. You know, we're talking about, Akali as well. We're talking about people like Kennen. But, Jace to me is the one where the domains themselves can do so much heavy lifting that, even if you don't utilize all the gear that you might want to ready or don't ready, you don't really need it 100% because of just the card combinations. I even think of things like Gangplank plus Stupefy, right? Like these are only things that Jace can do. So
exactly,
you and your team, what's the confidence level that you feel towards Jace as a whole, or is there decks that you're kind of looking to avoid this weekend?
So my team, I'm the only Jace Aurora player. We all kind of pick different decks to stray it out a little bit. I mean, we have a lot of strong players. I would say I'm not the best player on my team, so I kind of pick one of the easier decks. And yeah, I think Kennen,
at least he recognizes it
when talking about the new colors. It's still a bit stronger. It's just a more consistent deck. But as you saw, even without the Aura out, you could still win games. But I also think Vi is kind of favorite matchup. Not so fun against matchups that run Starcross and stuff like that. Yeah.
No, it makes a ton of sense. And like I said, with the removal, you just kind of have to have them in the right time when the Elder Dragons come down, and you did in that game one, and then it just kind of accelerates. Game one usually feels like the best game for most Dazzling decks, and then the games 2 and 3. But that main board, Brittle Steel, was a little scary at first.
Brittle Steel main was a little crazy, yeah. Didn't expect that.
Yeah, absolutely. But speaking of main board one-ofs, you have that Temporal Breach, and I'm a big fan of that one because you can blink the Elder Dragon back onto the board and get another part, or protect it from a sort of removal spell. So what is the kind of choices that it comes down to in the final part of deck building? Why do you pick those kind of intricate one-ofs to kind of supplement a deck like this that really needs to find these consistent pieces to work?
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, in every Aurora deck, there's I think 25 spots that are set in stone that you can change. But I think with access to the new color, you have a lot going on. So obviously you need the flurries, you need the Bellows Breaths. But I think cards like Temporal Breach are really strong because you can fizzle a spell and get the Elder Drake proc again. But other than that, I think my list isn't that crazy. I run a Time Warp obviously on my side. I don't think everybody does that. But yeah, it's a bit of a win more card, so it's just a fun card that I like to use that catches the opponent off guard.
It's pretty good against the slower decks that are willing to give you enough time to do it, and of course, with the Plate Worms allowing you to play it when your opponents don't necessarily think you can. But round one off to a great start here, Ollie. Congratulations on your round one win.
Thank you very much.
You've got a long day ahead of you though, so we're gonna go ahead and send it back.
There we go. GG. Jace Aurora starting off hot, as Barrett said. And it looks like we might be getting into our backup feature match here shortly. As I've said in previous regionals, I think Federo or Constantino said in chat earlier, I don't know what it is, but every regional that we do, or not that we do, but that Riftbound does, they tend to start with an opening Aurora game. And that's where I always come to say that we got the Aurora quota out the way. But this is spicy, Mr.
Here we
Plus. Let's go ahead
go.
and jump things in or jump in. It looks like game one is going over to Renekton, able to take
Terrain.
down and
Yeah,
get the
Renekton.
better of a Nakali. We're getting right in the midst of the game, 4-3 as it stands, but I have yet to see a good Renekton or maybe even a Renekton period play in Vendetta so far.
Yeah, this is kind of exciting. I mean, obviously, we didn't get to see how that first game shook out, but did go in the way of Renekton, which is kind of interesting to see against a Kali, who I think has been considered to be the more competitively viable decks out of these two new Vendetta legends. But there is a seal on board, and I think that is definitely one of the things that can make Renekton feel pretty nuts. Is once you get some seals established, all of a sudden he starts being a lot more oppressive.
Yeah, I'm wondering how that game one went. I mean, sometimes you're just a little bit too fast for a caller to go ahead and get to kind of handle, because she is a little bit of a setup deck. You're able to get the Stellar Corn Herder that we see online now and kind of get in, get out, generate the card advantage. But ooh, the Career Rage saying when you're in combat with a Fury unit, or no, I think it's just kill, do 4 damage to a calm unit. And that's how much Akali had, but Discipline will be increasing up to 4 or 2 more, so 6 with 4 mark damage, which is still enough. But what is hiding under that hidden card is the question. When it's Akali, I always get a little bit worried about things like, I believe the Mischievous Mirai does 2 damage when you go ahead and summon it from a hidden zone. What else can be from hidden? Is it something as simple as a Zonya's Hourglass?
That would be my thought, was the Zanyas, but there could be a couple of other things that potentially might be hidden, like the Mirai. But yeah, it is just the Zanyas. Typical hidden card found in Akali deck. Zanyas just being one of those key pieces at trying to keep this Akali Silent alive as long as possible, getting that repeated value of using it to move in and out and get extra might to clear out boards. As we see here, it was able to use that 6 might off the back of the Discipline to take out the Rengar. Although, I guess we're seeing some deliberation. Something came across with the judges. So I have to wait to see what they are trying to resolve here.
It won't be about the battlefield. Protective Sand says you can go ahead and pay 1 when you have 4 runes or left to draw 1. Similar to second tempo with a little bit of extra steps, but so far it is 8 might versus a 6, so definitely enough might to do so. I'm wondering if they're talking about anything with the Zonya's Hourglass getting revealed, but nothing out of the ordinary from what I can see. So potentially a little bit of discussion from a previous turn or something we might have missed, but we'll go ahead and see if they can resolve this judge call rather soon. But, you know, taking a look at Renekton's current board, I'm seeing very strong reminiscence of Rengar. Of course, they're the same colors, but it almost looks like you just kind of put the same package of Rengar and put it in that more aggressive package of a Renekton Legend ability. Do you feel like that's effective, or what else can Renekton do that kind of gets a little bit more value, if you will, than a Rengar deck?
Yeah, I think it's just being able to kind of do like an Annie, I guess you could say, impersonation, having that
Okay.
2 extra energy to be able to cheat out additional units and have like this overwhelming board presence is mainly the main idea that I see coming out of the Renekton decks, at least the ones that I've seen online that have had some amount of success.
Ooh. Oh, the judges are being strict. They're saying, wait a second. And thank you, chat. Looks like chat caught on. Both players pass priority without anything on the chain. So the showdown finishes. Zonya's Hourglass wasn't revealed before passing the prio back, which means you missed the window to go ahead and reveal Zonya's. Oh, no. What are we talking about? Zonya just dies a Kali back to base. Chat confused me there. There's nothing out of the ordinary, actually.
Yeah, I think that might have been what the judge call was about, but it ended up being not resolved that way, as now the Rampage comes down, paying the extra power off of the seal to get the +2 might in order to challenge down the Stellacorn Hoarder, was then met with the Defy. So nothing dying for Akali this turn, thanks to the Zanyas plus the Defy. Not a bad trade of events. Now just having to deal with 2 3 might units at each battlefield should be pretty simple for our Akali player here. And only one card in hand left for Renekton. The Stellarcorn Herder is going to have to start doing quite a lot of heavy lifting in terms of generating a huge card advantage to get back in this game, as Renekton is on 6 points and threatening lethal now.
Yeah, does indeed find himself at that 6 point, that all important 6 points, of course. But look at the hand size, one card left. Of course, you still have access to the champion zone that does have an accelerated unit, and you are able to easily go ahead and deploy it out with your additional energy resources from the legend as well. So does technically have enough units to double conquer if both of these cards here on both of these battlefields go down, which to me seems to be the likely case, because Akali might not have too much issues getting over it. 2 Astral Herons. Actually, that's a defy. So 1 Heron, a Falling Star. I think Akali might be able to turn the corner. A little bit of a deficit between both these players, but I think she definitely is leading in the hand size, as it looks to be a whole lot of gas to enable her comeback.
Yeah, and this is going to be huge here too. We get to move in, get the draw at the back alley bar now by using the Akali and moving out of here. Get another draw, get readied up thanks to Akali being empowered, and get a +1 might buff from that back alley bar. So now this Stellarcorn Herder can handle the bar, and Akali can handle the protective stance. And then once we throw down the Astral Heron, we'll get a free Falling Star to take out the back line of the Noxus Hopeful, and then we can hide a Zanya's to enable the Astral Heron on the opponent's turn. So this is definitely a turn of the corner for Akali, and I don't think there's anything that one rune available to Renekton here can do to stop it.
Absolutely, and to even close out the line you were mentioning, revealing the Zonya's Hourglass does allow you to have access. Even though you're completely tapped out, you still have the Longsword online available, because that's literally 2 energy to work with. So having all the pieces to go ahead and defend and stop Renekton from closing out this game, and maybe most likely will be bringing us to that game number 3, which we wouldn't have it any other way for this round number 1. A little bit of a spicier mix, and we didn't really get to see the early curve from Renekton, so I'm kind of curious on that. Here we go, though. Does look to go ahead and double conquer. I would imagine Astral Heron has to be the play here, right?
Yeah, that seems to be the best line, I think, given that we have the Falling Star to follow up. We have the Zanyas to hide to follow up for the defensive use of the Astral Heron in the following turn. Just seems like it all lined up so perfectly here. So I'd imagine we see the Astral Heron come down and help reinforce the... I guess in this case you'd want to reinforce the Akali, perhaps. But I don't necessarily know if it matters which way it goes. We do, of course. Oh, wow. So we're not doing Heron at all.
You know, I like the
line.
line.
Go for a charm, maybe.
Yeah, I like a charm, but I like the Heron onto either of these battlefields. Charm, if you put the Heron onto Stellarcorn, you could charm over to the Akali, because Noxus Hopeful wouldn't be sufficient enough to do so unless he's just that worried about that 1 energy being something like a punch first. But doing a little bit of over investment, if you ask me, playing the Falling Star's raw cost, saying I don't need the Heron, I have a Zonya's, I have a Longsword, but you could have done all that and have a 7 might unit. What are we missing, Mr. Plus? Why wouldn't you go ahead and just slam down the bird? It seemed pretty straightforward to me.
Yeah, I don't want to speculate, I guess, on the players' mental and what they decided to go for there. Obviously, I think from our perspective, it seemed like it was kind of cut and dry there. Went ahead and recycled 3 runes instead of only 1, and got a 0/0 onto the board instead of a 7/7. Not sure what would possess that level of play pattern, but nevertheless, we are sitting on an empty board across the way for Renekton, so not a whole lot of room to punish, unfortunately, for Renekton here. Does have the Chosen Champ still at the ready that can be accelerated out, but not sure that that'll do much.
Looks like he wants to go ahead and leverage the legend ability. Tap the seal, recycle energy. So 2 additional energy. Make that 3 because you're floating one from using the energy from your rune pool. So tap in all 7 for an accelerated Renekton coming down when it's empowered. Or actually, this isn't the empowered one, right? It just has a accelerate. And then it does 2 damage to every unit on the battlefield if you control 4 or less runes, which in this situation you don't. So it doesn't get the additional line of text, but it's still a 6/6 body nonetheless. But is it enough? Because you go up to 7, and now you're putting on Kali of having some outs. And with the caster vision that we do have, the outs are endless for Kali, it seems like.
Yeah, and attacking in will kill the Scuttle Crab and immediately force you to reveal your hand so you don't have any surprise what those 2 cards might be. Unless he's using the Zanyas now to protect the... I'm not sure that was done. Oh, wait, we didn't get the 2 damage proc because he has 6 runes, so never mind. We're just using the Zanyas to keep the Stellacorn alive, and we get to see that there was, in fact, a Punch First and a Rampage available. So, ironically enough, Punch First could have been deployed to get us down to 4 runes to turn that ability on, but that ability wasn't doing a whole lot for us in that moment. So, now just sitting on those 2 cards with full information for Akali should be easy enough to play around going forward, but Renekton is at 7, and she does have to find a way to get over this Renekton holding at the back alley bar.
Right, and this is where that Akali silent ability coming in so clutch, untargetable unless you're in combat, and currently you are not in combat, so it doesn't have it to be a target for the Rampage in hand. If you want to go ahead and play it out, you're just forced to take care of the Stellacorn in the back line. At this position where you're entering that late game of the later stage of this game, card draw isn't all that important because pretty much all the cards you need to close out this game are already left in the hand. Kali is a little bit more the powerful force you were likely looking to take down. But here we go. What do you have to do? Because Kali could go back. Actually, you can't really go back because there's no way to ready it. I'm wondering if it's just a charm backed up by something like a longsword, but you know there's a Punch First in hand, so things are actually looking pretty tricky here, interesting enough.
Yeah, I could just try to draw some extra cards off our Stellacorn again, see what we find. So we're going to lead off with that. Move in the Stellacorn over to the back alley bar. Sees a not so fast, not going to be doing much here. For a hot second there,
I thought you could counter the Punch First, but it doesn't target you, so never mind.
Yeah. Now activating the Akali to move it back, get another draw, get that ready. Was a Decree drawn. So we saw the Rage Decree come out earlier. Now we have the Calm Decree here for our Akali player across the way. This is the one that deals or gives +4 to a unit that is in combat with a Fury unit, I believe. So this will be enough to buff this up to 8 to 6. So give us the lead in combat. And after a top deck discipline draw, this is looking potentially a little bit more doable. With the discipline, that's 10 to 6. So still not enough to get over Punch First. Gonna need a little bit more than that. But for now, just going to offer the trade at 6 to 6, and we'll see if that garners a Punch First out of the hand.
I believe so. Phantom Raven saying, well, I know it's in hand, so let's go ahead and just bait it out. Go ahead and deploy this Punch First. Bring his rune economy down a smidge. But honestly, Renekton is a deck that probably wants to play a little bit lower runes. And here it goes, Punch First, bringing it up to 11 total runes. Is the Decree of Focus going to be enough? Because right now, you're all the way up to 6 plus the 4 up to 10. That's 11 to 10. Oh, with the longsword is the difference maker. Longsword will be going up to 12 to 11. And by inches, the Stellacorn Herder will be conquering back alley bar 7 to 7. But with the lack of units here, you're not able to get it done. Renekton is going to be falling a little bit short here in game number 2, as Akali is pretty much closing things out right now.
Yeah, nice play here from Akali to get this Stellacorn up big enough, and pivotally, it was actually off the back of the back alley bar. That one extra might is enough to get the conquer here, as opposed to just what would have normally been a trade without that back alley bar buff. So that battlefield seeing a little bit of relevance here for the first time in Riftbound history, pretty much. I think haven't really seen it ever utilized before until now.
If there's one deck that can utilize it to its greatness, it is going to be Akali. You get in, get out, stop messing around, get your +1 might. And as you said, it was all what made the difference in that showdown. So well done, Akali, finding the line. And a little bit fortuitous because he ended up drawing those cards, one for turn and then one for the Stellarcorn, drew the Decree of Focus, drew the Discipline, which ended up being the 1-2 punch to knock out that final moments of the game. But let's take a look at the whole main board here to see any kind of spice. I'm seeing it, Mr. Plus. 2 Volmons layer. We don't see that too often in Akali lists. Or Volmons.
Especially with the addition of the Heron, it makes cards like this a little bit more feasible to play. It is still kind of awkward because obviously you have to play a card first. So if you don't have something like a hidden Zanya's available to kind of get that free play to make this a 6 mana drop, it is a little bit weird like to get it to work in your favor a lot of the time. At least that's what I found in trying to play the Vial with the Heron, but it is pretty nice when it does come up, and there's a lot of matchups in the format right now where Vial's doing a whole lot of heavy lifting, but more excited to see get a little peek at this Renekton list now. Looking at it, it is pretty similar to a Rengar list. Maybe not as much ambush, but it looks fairly close, all things considered.
Right. Squint your eyes a little bit and you might just see Rengar. The only exception being the Seal Strength, right? You never, ever see a Rengar going to play something like the Seal Strength, but Renekton is probably one legend that you probably get the best use case out of those seals. So I love it. Put a bit of a Rengar template into Renekton, add the seals, and you have a recipe for a potential game number 3 looking pretty good. However, we're getting a little bit of lag on the Riftbound stream. You know, I just upgraded my computer, so I know I'm not the one lagging here. So let's go ahead and see how this game number 3 will be panning out. Akali Renekton, who's going to be claiming victory in this opening round of Barcelona. Who do you got your money on? Are you liking Renekton, or have you been a Akali fan so far in Vendetta?
Ooh, as we step into the gameplay, a turn 1 Fey Folk has me immediately out Renekton's side. I think this is like one of the best turn 1 plays in the whole game. That irresistible Fey Folk on 1 being answered by the Inferna across the way. Of course, Fey Folk will be the attacker if he pulls in the Inferna. Just needs a way to be able to buff it. Unlike Rengar, it doesn't have cheap ways to get this scout to be, or this Fey Folk rather, to be a formidable attacker. So maybe a little less than optimal in Renekton compared to Rengar, but I still have to imagine that this turn
Inferno
1
would be the attacker.
No, the Fey Folk would be. So it will just be a 1 for the Inferno on defense. So we do have actually Nidalee in hand here, so yeah, we can see the Fey Folk come in, pull the Inferna, and then drop down the Nidalee. So not a terrible utilization of our Fey Folk.
Goes the trigger, saying, you know what, I'm just gonna get the simple conquer here. But now it almost feels like you're leaving the Fey Folk a little bit exposed. Develops out a punch first, and forget what I'm saying. Bring it back to safety. Going for the Nidalee play a little bit later down, a couple turns from now, maybe the very next turn. But I like he's saying, I could have got an additional draw, but then my Nidalee comes online. Or not online, but my Nidalee stays on board. And I don't like him having a little bit of, you know, overextension, if you will. So just plays a little bit safer and still gets the conquer point regardless. So I like his position, especially seeing the hand so far for Renekton. Let's see what Akali has to do, though, with her second turn. Because I'm not seeing too many other good cards. Her champion right now, can you see if it's the green one or the red one?
I can't see it from the view we have of the stream here, but I do think that this was actually a pretty heads-up play to go for this line with the first mate on the irresistible Fey Folk after all, especially given that we have Seat of Power as our battlefield. This offers us the capability to go for the double conquer next turn and get that draw off the Seat of Power. Not to mention potential draw off of the Nidalee combat victory means we're going to get a decent amount of draw in this following turn thanks to this setup. So not a bad line, and really disciplined use of, or lack of use of, the Renekton hero power. I feel like a lot of the times that I see Renektons, it's just trying to hero power every game and bomb it as many units on board as possible, but taking a little bit different of a game plan or approach in this final game of round 1.
Right, I like it. You know, a little bit more nuanced than we originally thought to playing Renekton, but again, foregoes the trigger. You don't want to go ahead and bring in the Inferno over, as it's just a simple conquer for the first mate. We did see a Decree in hand, able to do 4 damage, or actually, was it the red one or the green one? I saw a Decree. It was the green one, so it's not a Fury unit. So you're not able to get the additional +4, so it does get the simple conquer, does get the additional draw from the Seat of Power, as you mentioned before. Make sure it doesn't forget that, and does have now 2 ambushable units on top of having a first mate to keep one of these nice and safe in the back line, which I believe he's doing that as we speak.
Yeah, the first mate's just putting in work. First mate gonna save his duplicate, the other first mate, bring him back from the Seat of Power. Give us the capability to go for that draw at the Seat of Power again as well. And now just deploy 1 final unit to base. It'll be an additional Fey Folk. So nice little 2 pair here. Double Fey Folk, double first mate for Renekton. Not a bad board setup. Definitely looks like this Renekton player has found a way to pilot the deck a little bit differently from what I've seen before, and it's working out well for him.
It does look to be the case now. An excellent top deck from the Akali player. A little bit out of reach for now, but I think it will be pretty pivotal in the mid to late game, I should say. Because right now, from what I can see, from what we saw on the main board, Renekton, one of the better decks are going insanely wide, but does probably lack the capabilities of going tall. And with the lack there, you don't have a way of kind of getting around the Volmaw. If it comes down, how are you getting up to 8 total might is a big question that you might be forcing Renekton to answer. So if there's any kind of window that Akali feels pretty safe that he won't be able to fully close things out with double conquer, it might be off the back of that 1 single card. But here we go. Akali does push forward to a little lonely 1 might unit. So that is a simple, straightforward conquer up to 2. I'm wondering what we play out here, because you've been a little reluctant to play out Heron. Is there a time? Actually, you're only at 6 energy, so I got to look at the hand one more time to see what would be ideal here.
I gotta do a discard here too. This is Zon Warren's, so it looks like we're ignoring the Zon Warren's trigger.
You know, it happens so often. I believe that's your own battlefield as well. But Shuriken Flip coming down, trying to go double conquer. Usually you don't see it from 2 to 3, but hey, wants to go ahead and get the advantage from the Seat of Power as well. So it doesn't do any damage as those units are in the base currently, but does get the conquer and the draw, which is very important. Renekton, nothing to say about it. Do you have any interaction for the defensive? I don't think I saw anything. Zonya's Hourglass at the minimum to keep Akali Silence safe is all we saw.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the judges pointed out the Zon or not. It looked like for a second they were kind of gesturing towards Zon Warren's. Yeah, here.
Oh, they're talking about it.
So it might be that we're seeing the Shuriken Flip be the discard for the Zon, and then we'll just have to pay the flow cost for it instead, or...
They're rewinding a couple bits, so they haven't paid. They're doing the Zon Warren's trigger now, which I would imagine...
Should have done... Oh, wow. It should have been done before the Lonely Poro was even played if we were doing a full rewind to that extent. But in whatever the case, the judges have allowed this. So we have the Vilemon discarded for the Zon, and now back to playing the Shuriken Flip as we were before. Going to go over to the Sea of Power for that double conquer and the additional draw. So trying to keep up in pace with Renekton here, as Renekton was moving quite briskly to start us off, but Akali definitely not falling far behind now, getting some extra draws from the Seat of Power as well. Does still have 3 runes up to play defense as we hide or power recycle 1 to hide, I believe it's Zonya's here.
I like it. Go ahead and hide it on the death knell card. That way you're able to go ahead and trigger it off the death knell. You don't have to save the Lonely Portal, saving it for the higher equity card, being the Akali Silent, of course. I was almost leaning towards pitching the Decree of Focus because there isn't currently any Fury cards to use it on. But I think he's saying, you know, taking a picture or taking a look down the road, it's Renekton. He's bound to have something Fury like an Inferna, like I guess the Chosen Champion could be another one as well. So trying to say I'll get more value off a single energy card rather than a big boy like an 8 energy 2 power card like Valmal, despite being a really good card for this matchup in my opinion.
Yeah, the other niche use case for it obviously being that it does say if it's targeted by a Fury spell as well. So if there were to be something like a falling star coming down and using only a single ping onto a Stellacorn herder or something to try to take it out, even if you double ping the Stellacorn herder because it's a 1-for-4 buff, brings it up to 7 and keeps it alive. So has its use cases, but here is going to be used in the same way that it was before, being used to counteract the Renekton coming in from the Chosen Champ zone, being accelerated in. Did get that -2 damage proc this time, being at only 4 runes, but reaction speed from the Decree was able to keep our Poro alive and offer a trade. Now electing to then reveal the Zanyas in response to the death knell in order to still get the draw this time. Asking the judges after we got a little
clarification here.
Yeah, got a little bit mixed up by Zanya's in the past, so want to make sure that we're doing it right this time. And this time we get the go ahead. So Zanya's is on the board, and we did get our death knell from the Lonely Portal. So another draw awarded away, and now back to what Renekton has to offer in order to get over this Akali Silent. I'm not seeing anything in the hand from Akali that can defend the Silent here, unless, there's no defensive combat tricks, so can get over this fairly easily with the First Mate and the Inferna.
A bit of a bluff saying, do you dare attack me when I have something like a potential longsword? And the bluff pays out saying, you know what? I don't trust you. You have disciplines. I just saw the Decree of Focus. And real quick to talk about the Decree of Focus, excellent decision, seeing the fruits from that decision, saying there's no way at 4 energy I'm gonna be able to play this Valmal anytime soon. Let's keep the Decree, and boy did it pay off as he was able to take down the Chosen Champion as early as it just came down. Well done. And was that a little bit too cautious of a decision for Renekton? You had to First Mate, but because Akali was at 4, a simple discipline would be 6-6, just trade evenly. Are we taking that trade all the time?
I mean, he has the Inferna that he played down to base instead, and that just passed. So if all else failed, he could have still just ambushed in that Inferna to ensure the conquer at the seat of power. I think at the end of the day, he just didn't want to waste all that material just to get a Zanya's Hourglass off the board, is what it seemed like, which is fair enough. So now we'll see the Shuriken flip come back out once again to take down the Fey folk over at the Zon Warrens and move in as we now ambush in an Inferna there so that we can back the Akali back out and still get the conquer. So pretty fun use of the Akali ability in tandem with ambush units can create some cool play lines, as now we have to look to see what we're going to discard off of the Zon. It will be our Stellacorn herder this time, and I think we drew back into that second copy of Viomon. No, it was an Aurelia Fervent.
Yeah. Right, and a little bit of a heavier hand. 3 energy to utilize, but nothing to play out. Fervent Heron and to defy the only cards left in hand. So kind of running out of steam. The Akali trying to make a bit of a comeback. Has board control, or I should say battlefield control. But right now, the board presence still kind of leaning in the favor of Renekton. Let's see what they can get done. I think it's something that really highly favors Akali for the moment is the simple fact that Silent is untargetable. So if there was something like a Rampage, you can't even get it done. Even if you could, there's a fine waiting to go ahead and get slammed down. Zonya's Hourglass does get used here to save the Inferno on the other side of the board. but that's Renekton going up to 5, and Renekton most likely will be going up to 6 points plus the additional draw. Can he go ahead and develop as much of a board state as he can to try to make sure he could double conquer on this very next turn, because he's threatening lethal at that next turn.
Yep, and now we're going to get another Seat of Power draw off of this double conquer as well. So here comes the draw from the Seat of Power. We'll see what that was. We definitely want to try to get as big of a board set up into the back as possible, as it looks like now we're going to see a Sabotage come down. It might have been what was picked up there. Obviously, there's only one target in hand, and it is the Defy, so no use in playing out the Defy here, other than to stop him from seeing your other 2 cards, which doesn't seem too useful. So Sabotage is going to take that Defy to the bottom of the deck, show him that he's just working with the Aurelia and the Astral Heron right now. Has to potentially make him feel a little bit more comfortable about his prospects of going in for a lethal in the following turn. All really depends on what Akali is able to draw next turn, because that Heron plus a Falling Star might be a little backbreaking, as we now see Pit Rookie come down. Will we see a use of the Renekton hero ability at long last in order to get a couple more units down?
And I love it. Just trying to do exactly as we said. Develop. Has a Darius Vanquisher left in hand. So plays a unit, plays a Darius, and has a whole lot of punching power to make sure you're closing out this game on the very next turn. Throwing it back over to Akali. Can she top deck something like the Falling Stars to kind of minimize the board state? Draw for turn, and it's a Stellarcorn Herder saying you shouldn't have discarded me earlier. Now I have no outs to drawing additional cards because I don't have a way of kind of readying the Stellarcorn Herder. Even if I did, that's already 4 energy out the door, leaving you with 3 behind. Renekton in a really great spot to close things out. Can Akali find some kind of miracle line? Because I'm currently not seeing it with the cards in hand.
Yeah, right now it doesn't look very good. I'm seeing the go in from the Conquer onto the Zon Warrants to get the discard draw, maybe dig a little bit deeper to try to find us a way out of this predicament. We'll see what it is. Drawn off the top, it is an Emperor's Divide, so not going to be helping us out of this pickle we're in. We can get another draw off the Seat of Power here. Dig 1 card deeper and try to find something. Would hopefully hit maybe something like the Falling Star to use with this Astral Heron, but thanks to the buff from the Pit Rookie, can't even take out 2 units with that.
Oh, interesting. Goes for the... I think he rewind the Conquer real quick. He empowers first, just to make sure. I mean, Renekton's tapped out. I think this is being a little bit overly cautious, but hey, it is what it is. Akali does go up to 6 just to make sure, even greater so, that you're taking down power or Seat of Power, which I wonder what that was about, because maybe slamming down an Astral Heron could have been the best line of defense, because right now 4 energy, that's a Stellarcorn, which he pitched right now, so has the Emperor's Divine, which isn't going to be doing all that much on defense because you're posing, you know, the 8th point the very next turn. You can't play out the Fervent and you can't play out the Heron. Why did he empower Mr. Plus?
I think we're getting stumped a little bit more frequently than I would have expected in terms of trying to figure out what is going through at least our Akali players' mind this match this time around. But you know, I'm not seeing the vision either. I gotta tell you. Plus, I'm a little bit lost with some of these decisions.
Hey, it is what it is. It's just the early rounds of Barcelona. Sooner than later, we're gonna start getting into those undefeated player territories, and I couldn't be more excited. But for now, we're seeing a little bit, as you said earlier, a little bit of the jungle meta, the earlier players that I don't want to. No, not to disrespect anyone, but not making the most ideal lines here. But let's see if Renekton can kind of connect the pieces and close things out. Has a Darius to work with, but that's the only card in hand that I currently know. But does he currently have game on board is the question. I think the 4 runes kind of bluffed him earlier in this game. will he be bluffed out one more time? Because right now, as we know, there is no interaction from Akali.
Yeah, now just going to test the waters with a pit rookie over at the Zon Warrens. Obviously, a little bit afraid of some combat tricks in hand. Knows 2 of the cards thanks to the sabotage earlier, but that one mystery card could be combat trick, so trying to play it safe here. Now going to get that 7th point and offer the discard draw. What will be the discard here? Looks like we're doing a little bit of rune
forgets
math.
about his Zone Warren's trigger, which I believe is not his battlefield, so you can't fault him too much. But think about it, might as well see an additional card. And I see the line. I feel like a Kinku Initiate, or is it Kinku Initiate the draw one? I think it is Kinku Initiate. Kinku into Renekton Legend ability into a Darius is exactly what you need, and just push everything onto the seat of power. I don't see it any other way. Renekton is looking like a GG as these guys are approaching, or actually they're in overtime as we speak. But I think this is the final turn of the game and of the round, actually.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any way out for our Akali player here, so should be fairly simple. Didn't even go for anything flashy with the Darius.
Too.
Wow, had the Decree of Rage as well, so could have done a little bit of a snipe onto that Akali, but not necessary. Kind of had that one pretty handled for a few turns there, it seemed like, but really cool to see Renekton come away with the victory in round number 1 rather of Barcelona. Hopefully Renekton can continue to perform.
Yeah, you could say that again. You know, out of all the online events we've done in these past 20 or so days since Vendetta release, we haven't had a single Renekton player in any of our online events. So I'm ecstatic that we finally got to see a Renekton, and not alone just a Renekton winning against an Akali. So you love to see it. Hopefully they can keep going. I know one other player working with Renekton out in Barcelona, and he's actually one of our Runes and Rift coaches. So I'm rooting for Darasu, which, if you guys know him, familiar with him online, he was the Master Yi player that went undefeated at the Germany showdown. But real quick, Mr. Plus, let's go ahead and see why Renekton player decided to bring out Renekton today, or this weekend.
Yeah.
Here, and I gotta say, I'm not gonna say I didn't think you were gonna win the match, but a lot of people are kind of not saying very positive things about Renekton. But your deck was pretty powerful in the sense of just like the amount of push that you can put in. Units are just very strong right now.
Yes.
And so it's interesting to look at a legend like this, and people are talking about Rengar, same domains. Why Renekton right now, and how confident are you feeling in this deck?
I'm not really comfortable with the deck because the deck is actually not that good.
Okay.
But it has a big surprise factor because all people I'm playing against, they said they never faced Renekton before. So they have no clue what I'm playing, what cards I'm playing, yeah, what they are looking for. And I picked the deck because I didn't have much time to prepare. So I choose to Metal Hunt a card. So I picked Renekton because I thought it was the worst deck. So
It's a good
maybe
strategy.
I got
like
lucky in the
it.
first round to face Akali because Akali is also not that good at the moment, yeah. And I'm looking forward to the next rounds. I think Renekton is good because it's a little bit Rengar, a little bit better than Rengar. Yeah, it was Rengar deck, is it? But I played Aurora before, but I went 0-9 at my locals, so I decided that's not it, so I changed it. Also, I picked it up from a guy from the Showdown series in Germany. He played it and got the metal card, so I did a little bit changes to the deck, and that's what I'm looking forward, and I feel good today.
You should. I mean, that round 1 win, like you said, against Akali, I think the thing about, and I'll say the same thing about Renekton, is like, I think it's just still a little early in the Vendetta season that I just can't imagine these legends that can be so aggressive like this. The Renekton, even the Akali decks right now are pretty aggressively leaning, can actually be that weak. But I think people are valuing a lot of the consistency that a lot of the other decks and legends, like Kennen, right? We didn't talk about that one. But aggressiveness has a real home, and we can see this because of decks like Rengar and how successful they can be.
Yes.
And with the same domains, I think Fury is really making a comeback this season, and Body has one of like the better decrees. You know, Mind I feel like is everywhere out there, and Decree of Strength is very powerful, being able to hit not just spells but units as well. So I don't don't want to talk sideboard. You know, that's for you to keep to yourself, obviously. But you know, a round 1 win here must feel good. You've got 7 more rounds to go. You said you're aiming for that best of for the Renekton, and you're already doing such a great job with it. So I guess my only question left I want to ask you is there a specific deck or an archetype that you're looking to avoid for the entire event?
Oh yes, in the Showdown series I faced Game 1, Game 2 and Game 3 Irelia. And that's a really bad matchup. I won one,
For most
I was
decks.
very surprised, and I
Yeah.
hope to dodge today all Irelias because I really don't like this deck with or neck.
Well, I think it's got a pretty good
Irelia might be the
representation, so
second
I wish you
rotated
luck
deck, second
on that
Aurora.
dream. But regardless, a round 1 win here in
I am
Barcelona.
definitely in
More
the
tournaments to
Aurelia
play. I
hater
wish you
camp.
luck, but we're going to go ahead and send it back.
All right,
was
there
funny.
we
Oh,
go.
very
That
candid.
is a wrap for round number 1. Mr. Plus, feel free to take a quick little refresher break as I go ahead and bring
right.
in our next caster who will be taking my place casting alongside Mr. Plus for round number 2. So let me know, are you down for a quick little refresher break if you want?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay. I'll go ahead and hide your camera for now. Chat, bear with me. I'm going to go ahead and bring in Excelsior.
Oh, wait.
And I could take care of it for the first couple minutes if you want, Mr. Plus, for this round 2.
I mean, I don't have to go. I was just gonna refill my water, but I'm fine for now. If we're gonna head right into the action, I didn't expect them to go right into round 2.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing of having these backup matches. But Excelsior, I believe you are here. Can you hear me, sir?
Hello. Yes, sir. I can hear you definitely. Yeah.
There we go.
How are you? How are
feeling?
you
Are
guys?
you excited for Barcelona today?
Yeah, definitely excited for Barcelona today. I saw some of the matches, especially the Renekton Akali one. Really interesting plays from Akali, but when you're on cam, guys, it's a different story, man. Some people are comfortable on cam, some people are hecka nervous on cam. So it's like it's understandable.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
And we don't want to miss any little bit of the action. So without further ado, let's go ahead and throw Excelsior Mr. Plus over for the round number 2. It looks like an awesome matchup. Mbessa versus Rengar. You guys can take it from here.
Awesome. I'm very excited to see this one. Some Mbessa gameplay. I've been really hoping to see Mbessa find her way in this meta. I just think the legend is pretty cool and want to see it succeed. But across the way, Rengar has been already proven to be a success. So definitely going to see some stellar gameplay here, hopefully, nonetheless. But what about you, Excelsior? How do you feel about this matchup going in?
And looking at this matchup, and you're looking at the colors as well, or rather the domains that they are both representing, it's actually kind of in a sense they are going might versus might, but more on Mbessa maximizing that empower mechanic that has been introduced in Vendetta, right? And I've seen Rengar pop off in the scene, right? You can see Prismat like popularizing it down at Ottawa, getting top 1, and now Empower just comes in. And I am kind of feeling lukewarm about the empower mechanic in the sense that I'm spending energy, but I'm not getting another extra card, but I'm getting a power that's not really too overpowered. So this matchup I'm feeling it's gonna be toe to toe. There's no one between these two that are gonna be overpowering the other, because it's gonna be might versus might.
Yeah, now we saw the Inferna come down alongside the Pit Rookie to give the double Pride Stalker buff over to the Fey Folk, not to mention the buff from the Pit Rookie itself. So able to bring this bad boy up to 4 might in this turn, and able to get the Conquer at the Star Spring as well as the kill onto that turn 1 bird play from our Mbessa players. So really well done from our Rengar across the way. And now we'll have to see how Mbessa bounces back from this. And this is kind of the problem that I think Mbessa players are having in this meta, is just being able to be disrupted so frequently from enacting this game plan of getting your cards empowered to be able to use the Mbessa ability.
Yeah, and what's sabotage this early in the game is actually really important, because he's going to be getting that rampage, so that there will not be kind of a favorable trade, especially when you're paying that extra cost. But looking at the two first mates, Mr. Plus, that's actually crazy, especially with Star Spring, and you're putting down a vanilla Kyle, or rather right there. I don't know how you pronounce it. Kale,
Kale.
right? Scale, yeah, Kale. I say it's Kyle. I really like I syllabalize it, but it's Kale, okay? Right.
Yeah.
So it's Kale. Kale. It's when you put it down and you have to empower it. You have to empower it three times for you to get the maximum value. But now, when he saw the hand of the Titan here, the Rengar player, bro, that combo right there with the Star Spring and with the first mate, you're gonna be getting 2 points each turn if it goes unchecked.
Yeah, unfortunately, not having the battlefield that makes empowering cheaper means that
Yeah.
it's hard to get this KO fully online. And that battlefield has definitely been the one that I've seen put in the most work for
Mm-hmm.
Mbessa players across at least all of the gameplay I've seen of Mbessa here. As we see now,
Mm-hmm.
first mate come down to activate the Star Spring in order to get the Fey Folk back into a moving position into base to pull the Kale in. And now with the Inferna added, we're attacking for 5 into the 3 from Kale. Kale does have the capability here, though, to go for a blowout with the punch first. It looks
Mm-hmm.
like that'll be the play from our Mbessa player. That one rune open will be used on the punch first. So we're going to bring this Kale up to 8 might against the 5 might being presented from our Rengar player. No recourse from Rengar. Just going to have to let that go through. And both
Yeah.
units are headed to the trash. And a nice conquer on his opponent's turn for our Mbessa player too.
Yeah, that was a trap that he set up for himself as a Rengar player. But it is with not without a good turnout in the sense that the energy D ramp with the punch first right there actually matters when you're playing these kinds of decks, right? And also, Kale is gonna be pulling back. Oh wow, there's gonna be an Ambessa Vanilla unempowered right now. And now, for you, those of you guys who don't know, an Ambessa that has been empowered, you will get the +3, and you will get that it will not be dealt damage unless it's in combat, right? So that is actually one of the powers that you will get from Ambessa. But I'm not really a fan of the orange Ambessa. I'm more of a fan of the yellow Ambessa, although it doesn't get used as much because it has like the killing factor, right? When you push it in,
Yeah.
and you see something that's below its might. But man, this is actually kind of interesting because once you get the empower from the one of your units, then you will have a possibility to make sure to get them ready. And look at that rampage. One has been sabotaged, Mr. Plus, but he gets another one and gets that kill for that Ambessa champion unit.
Yeah, and now it gets the double conquer as well. It gets to maintain that even point tempo, scoring tempo, and go 2-4-6-8 as the goal here. But crucially, not leaving the or getting the Kale off the board does potentially enable this Kale to get online eventually. But that is a tall order given how expensive it'll be to empower it the 3 times. Usually, want to try to see something like the Profiteer come down in order to give you that extra empower on top of being a 4/4 body. But for now, we're just seeing, looks like, potential setup of the Legion Marauder to finally get our Mbessa Legend empowered to start being able to move our units around a little bit more freely. But has to find a way to get over the double first mate, which doesn't seem super imposing right now. But of course, Rengar having 5 energy open on defense and that trophy hunter lying in the champion zone waiting to come down always has to give you pause before you make any approaches here.
Yeah, that's gonna be very, very intimidating if and when you get to put that down. And now you can see the empowered Kale giving an extra buff in terms of its might. That's a huge cost as well. That's gonna be 3 in terms of the energy. Now gonna be using or tapping 2 to put down the one of my favorite ones that gives that is very cheap to empower, guys. This is actually a good card, the Legion Marauder. You just need one to get it to empowered. But also, if you go to the battlefield, the Risen Altar, you don't need to spend one to get it empowered. So it's basically free. So right. So
Yeah.
it's actually a good choice to put it in. And also you get the benefit of the Ambessa legend ability.
Yeah, very strong in Mbessa specifically, as now we see the Rengar come out of the Chosen Champ zone just to be deployed to base. It looks like he recycled the wrong rune there. Yep, realized it now. Gonna
Mhm.
throw the right color rune down. And we have quite a huge board here. Double first mate, pit rookie, and the Rengar all set up in base while being on 6 points. Pretty poised to go for the win next turn. Still have an Inferna and a Grim Apothecary available as well. I'm gonna decide not to throw either of those down just yet. Save them for next turn. Has plenty of runes to work with going into that potential final turn, so not feeling super pressured to do anything hasty. So we look at the hand of Mbessa. It's first mate, Guttural Roar, our Noxian Diplomat, or I'm not sure what his name is actually, and then the Vi Peacekeeper.
Emissary.
Right,
Yeah, the
Noxian
emissary. Yeah.
Emissary, thank you. Yeah, so this one being another cheap Empower unit that's pretty nice, doing a little bit of a mini Ferris Forerunner impersonation. Death Nil, spawn you 2 token units into the base, just being 2 recruits rather than 2 3/3 mechs. So not
Mhm.
nearly as powerful, but definitely important when you're trying to take advantage of cards like Call of the Week.
Yeah, yeah. This is actually one of my favorites in yellow, like in the order domain. And now, of course, we're gonna be seeing possible lethal, as you mentioned, Mr. Plus, a while ago, for the Rengar player here, and it's gonna be definitely imposing more. And there's gonna be another empower for that Kale. I think it's gonna be the second one. Not gonna be maximizing its third empower, guys. Gonna be giving a +4 for that Kale. Now, of course, another question is, how will he maintain the battlefield, right? So the Legion Marauder is going to be right there with the Star Spring, only presenting with just 3 might, and he still has 5 runes up. So now, over at the side of Rengar, there's a lot of might that can be pushed around, right, to get it in. And now, there you go. Kale going to maximum empower, like we call it Empower Pro Max. We get it the 3s, and now it's gonna be +6, and it also has deflect, right? A lot of deflect, right? Deflect 3 for those of you who are watching, and ganking. Now let's see how the Rengar player, Mr. Plus, is gonna be pushing out both of these units to get that lethal.
Yeah, leaving the 2 runes up for defense for this Guttural Roar, 2 for 4 buff on either of these empowered units will make us a little bit more resilient against the double conquer here, but I don't think that there's enough defense here still to stop Rengar from getting through the finish line. We'll lead off with the Trophy Hunter going into the Star Spring. Gonna take down that Marauder quite easily, scores up to 7. And now we have 3 units here in the back offering 8 might to our 9 over at the Dragon Roost, but with that extra 4 from the Guttural Roar can bring us up to 13. So we're going to have to get over 13 here with our currently 8. Does have quite a few ambush units left in hand. Of course, that will also offer us quite a few Rengar triggers. So we're going to get 1 off the back of this Inferno so far. So that's essentially a +4. So now 12 to the supposed or potential 13 from our Kale. So only 1 more unit needs to come down, and that should be enough to seal the deal here for Rengar in round number 2.
Yeah, so Guttural Roar, Mr. Plus, gonna give it up to 13, and that's giving it like a kind of a discipline for the Rengar player. He knows he already has it, especially with the cards that he has on hand. 2x Grim Apothecary, And guys, you don't have to trigger the comeback, but he can put it down, and there you go. It's another +1, so that's 4 basically for just 1 unit. And game 1 is already out. Now I kind of take it back, Mr. Plus. I was thinking it was toe to toe. This looks like man, a rundown of by the Rengar player right here. And I'm just looking back at the play at when they used, or when the Ambessa player used the punch first. It was a good trade, but really they got deramped and they weren't able to build more onto the board, and even try to prevent those double conquers from the Rengar. Now let's look at the decks right now, Mr. Plus.
Yeah, this would be nice to get a little peek at the deck. Let's see what we're working with. We do have the triple public execution. Nice to see triple Solari Sonhawk, Rampage, Legion Marauder, only double Irresistible Fey Folk, 2 Hidden Blades in the list, all 3 Guttural Roar, and an interesting as well to see 3 Rampage and 2 Challenge. So really trying to make use of this Ambessa the Wolf, it seems, out of the Chosen Champ Zone, and even having a second copy in the main, it looks like. So no copies of the yellow Ambessa you were talking about before. Perhaps maybe a card like that coming out of the sideboard might be a big help here, because like you mentioned before, that card is very efficient at taking good trades into decks like this with a lot of low to the ground units.
Yes, like it's I think it's basically free kill, right? When you just push
Yeah, like an
in,
Otacon.
like auto, right? Like auto destroy, and then you can also trade in with or rather like go over the might of the other unit right here. And looking at the Rengar, I'm seeing like there's nothing a bit spicy about it. It's the basic run of the mill Rengar that you've seen. And again, my MVP of that deck, Mr. Plus, is Sabotage. Right? It's always Sabotage for orange for me. It's not really Rengar Trophy Hunter, because it's when it comes out, or the possibility of it coming out. But Sabotage, man, with the info that you're gonna be getting, and you can also recycle one of the tricks or the spells or the non-unit cards right there. And look at this, win prediction is 51% towards Rengar. Wow. Okay, I'm guessing the masses actually think it's a 50-50 ish, but only
Yeah.
1% advantage towards Rengar. Yeah.
And if you look at these recent achievements, we see that the Ambessa player actually was the second best of Rengar, or Vancouver second best of Rengar. So fairly familiar with the Rengar deck, you'd have to imagine then. So should have a decent idea of how to play around it and try and best it after we get into these post sideboard matches. It just seemed like in that first game, it was a series of really bad breaks of Rengar just continually having the removal and available to answer Ambessa's board, so she could never really get off the ground.
Yeah, and Mr. Plus, I just saw some insight right there with their stats as well. Best of Victor for our Rengar player as well. Best of Annie as well. So you can see that some of our or most of our Riftbound players or our summoners actually just dabble in a lot of the different domains, different legends, and it's a good thing, right? It's a good thing. Like you don't just stick to one champion that you're going to be playing, or when you're playing Riftbound. You can actually go into different champions, learn the ins and outs of the champion, and maybe just maybe you find something that you like, and then if you don't like the other champion that you played, you have that info, so that when you go in and fight against them, you would know the strategies or the tricks that they will do. And man, okay, looking at the battlefields, Risen Altar is already right here. You mentioned it a while ago, Mr. Plus, and Emperor Days is gonna be it's basically the bounce mechanic that has been utilized over the previous months because of that clarification, man. It's How do you think has that been used in the previous tournaments, Mr. Plus?
Yeah, I think Deus was always the pick for Rengar since even back when Sam Sherman was running it in Vancouver, and just overall a very solid synergistic battlefield, regardless of the update to the ruling. Still more than willing to pay the 1 rune to get the Sand Soldier because it does give you that Pride Stalker buff trigger. So Rengar's always kind of been one of the leading decks that likes to actually utilize Emperor's Deus to its fullest extent. So I don't think the changes really affected him that much. He was going to be playing this battlefield one way or another, regardless. So I'm glad to see that the battlefield layout for Rengar hasn't really changed too much. But across the way, the Risen Altar, like you pointed out, this is going to be a big game to win for Mbessa because, in my opinion, this has to be her best battlefield given for what she wants to do.
Yeah, this is gonna be one thing that we're gonna be seeing a lot more with this Rengar players, and it's amazing to see that the legends passive abilities get to be maximized as well with Rengar, right? You don't see it as much, especially even before it has been more popularized, but it has been there. It has you get the +1s and +1s, and I kind of feel that it's actually toe to toe in being kind of menacing as compared to Master Yi, right? You Master Yi, you get the +2. You only get it from a certain condition. It has to be solo, right? But here with Rengar, you can distribute that buff +1
Yeah.
to wherever you want. So it's very versatile, and it's actually really good strategically.
Yeah, and in tandem with the Pit Rookie that we saw utilized to get that irresistible Fey Folk up to 4 might and be able to charm away the Sunhawk in that first game, we also have now, because of the Deus, the ability to utilize Pit Rookie multiple times to go ahead and exacerbate that buffing strategy, be able to throw down a Sand Soldier to give something a +1, replay the Pit Rookie to give it another +1, plus the buff from the Pit Rookie itself. So really just kind of run away with some big might buffs in a turn, thanks to this Deus. And missed turn 1 play from our Mbessa is definitely a feels bad, especially to then follow it up with on turn 2 by playing a 2-drop rather than our chosen champ, but might be looking to try and go for a cheeky challenge onto this Fey Folk before it gets out of hand. Potentially even the public execution here. It looks like we're thumbing over. It will be that, the public execution coming down onto the Fey Folk.
Yes, indeed. Public execution is definitely a good play right here because he knows how menacing that irresistible Fey Folk is gonna be, and it's gonna be like the slow spell, and you can choose a friendly unit and kill an enemy unit with less might than it, and this is actually the best kind of scenario to put it down. And looking at the hand of the Rengar player right here, he can put down a menacing 7 might total with that Legion proc Grim Apothecary into Noxus Hopeful. And now this is gonna be a kind of a way to turn around, right? If you're gonna be losing at game 1, and game 2 might be the way you can actually get that win. And now here at the Risen Altar, it's basically gonna be a kind of a free empower, but not for these Noxian Emissary, because there's still gonna be a cost of power to put that in. So that's gonna be one for or rather power or energy for the discount on the Risen Altar. And as you mentioned a while ago, this is going to be a 1/1s that are going to be back to the base, and Mbessa is going to be put on the board. So let's see how Rengar is going to develop.
Yeah, I like the visual of trying to envision a public execution of the irresistible Fey Folk. It's a fitting punishment for such a menacing little creature that so often runs the table once he comes down. Now we see that emissary go to the trash as Noxus Hopeful moves into the altar, takes down that conquer there, but we are awarded with the 2 recruits back in base, so able to come swing back in the following turn. And now Apothecary can safely conquer and then be added back to hand for later use in the following turn as well. But instead, actually, we're going to see a Ferris Forerunner deployed to the Risen Altar alongside that Noxus Hopeful, so defending for 10 there. Now we will see that last rune expended to bounce the Grim Apothecary back after all. So Sand Soldier going to cut him down over at the dais and be tapped out for Rengar, but up to 2 points. So effectively trying to maintain that even scoring tempo. 2-4-6-8 is the name of the game for this Rengar deck, and it's been going pretty well for him so far.
Yeah, definitely going well for him. Look at that. That's a menacing 10 might over at the Risen Altar. And guys, this is going to be a difficult climb over for the Mbessa player here, but it's not impossible. Now going to be empowering that Mbessa, going to be a total of 7 as of the moment, and Mbessa ability is also going to be available, making sure that he will be able to ready one of those. And he's going to be pushing in towards that Emperor Days and going to be like destroying that Sand Soldier, going to go back to the desert right there and be destroyed. And now one question is, what will you do as Mbessa? Will you just go in and use the combat tricks to destroy one of those? Oh, one hidden card is going to be right there. Let us guess which one it is, Mr. Plus.
The hidden blade, offering looks like what just to be used as a draw 2 in tandem with their own recruit. Now going to offer up the challenge with the Mbessa onto the Noxus Hopeful. Take away that Noxus Hopeful from the Risen Altar. And I think you can see why you would run so many challenge effects in a deck that plays around this Mbessa the Wolf so much. You can get so much value off of being able to challenge and rampage away the board and not ever lose this Mbessa. So I want to see a little bit more come from that, and whether or not Rengar can stop it before it gets out of hand seems to be the question here. As pass on back, going to get that hold at the Risen Altar, go up to 3, so 3-2 now in favor of Rengar. Will he be able to get over to that dais and take it down with this Ferris Forerunner? Would be a little bit difficult with that Hidden Blade there, since obviously Hidden Blade can also be used just to take out the Ferris instead of offering us the draw 2 onto our own recruit. But Thrill of the Hunt might make that whole deal go a little bit askew. So have to see how he decides to go for it here, because I think he's been pretty adamant about keeping up on that 2 points a turn. So really going to try to push forward on this double conquer here, I think.
Yeah, you see the power of the point tempo right there being utilized. Going to be paying that 5 energy and 1 power with that Rengar. Going to be giving the question, can you answer this 7 might unit right now? It's going to be toe-to-toe with the Mbessa, so probably the Mbessa is going to be the target. But let's see what the Mbessa player, Shumika, is going to be using here. Or is he going to proc that that hidden, or is he gonna use Guttural Roar right now, which will give +4, which will climb it over to 11, right? So 11 + 1 is gonna be 12. So that is the question right now. And you mentioned Thrill of the Hunt a while ago, which may be a good target for that Hidden Blade proc. And it's gonna be a trade. Oh wow, look at that. Look at the development right there, Mr. Plus. That Mbessa, the champion right there, is not going to be protected. And that Ferris Forerunner is going to be readied by the first mate, pushing in towards Emperor Days. And will it be Hidden Bladed? Or with this push and give the +2 draw for the Rengar player?
Yeah, it seems a little bit lackluster here to go ahead and Hidden Blade the Ferris Forerunner, given that you're offering your opponent a free draw 2 and they still get their 2-3 might mechs in the back. So kind of feels bad here to Hidden Blade. Your opponent might be forced to Hidden Blade your own recruit in order to try and draw us into some more relevant threats, as our Best of the Wolf was taken out in that trade, but it looks like our second copy is in hand, so can try and get that re-established. And at the end of the day, we'll choose to use that Hidden Blade on their own recruit. Gets a draw 2, takes in another Guttural Roar and a Kale. Now with the pass on over, has 6 runes to work with this turn, so not enough to get the Mbessa down and empowered, which is a little scary, as Mbessa can then be targeted by the enemy body rampage, of course, or challenge. I'm not. We did take a peek. I wasn't seeing. I don't remember seeing if there's a split of challenge and rampage in this Rengar list, but more than likely it's probably just rampage for Rengar if it's going off of the more recent builds that we've been seeing since Prismat's success. So see now the Kale be dropped onto the Risen Altar alongside our recruit here. Now gets that 2 mana empower, 2 energy empower rather. Gonna go up to 5 and then just pass it on over. So not a super flashy turn for Mbessa, but at least we got our Kale started. Can see it get out of hand rather quickly if it's able to survive till next turn. And this copy of Punch First in hand is poised to help us do just that.
Yeah, Punch First in hand is actually the one that can protect that Kale from being run over from any shenanigans that the Rengar is capable of doing. Now, of course, looking at the hand right now, there's a Grim Apothecary, there's Thrill of the Hunt 2X as well, and the third one I can't see, but it looks like it's gonna be a Pit Rookie. There you go, Pit Rookie that can pump up some of the other units. So I'm guessing he's gonna be targeting that first mate to bring it up to 4, bring it up to 5 with the buff as well. With the Pride Stalker, and he's going to be pushing and asking the question if he can remove that Kale right now. Oh, wow. Okay. Thrill of the Hunt. Okay, there we go. We're going to be putting that Ferris Forerunner on to the Risen Altar, and now it became a 7 plus 5, 12 potential damage, 12 potential might from the Rengar player right now. This basically is going his way, going 2 points per turn.
Yeah, the 12 might here is exactly the number he needed. The Punch First is only going to offer 11 might across the way for Mbessa, so not enough to get the job done, not even going to spend it in order to try and trade with the Ferris Forerunner. Just going to take down the first mate, give away that Conquer onto the Risen Altar, which will, of course, bring Rengar up to 6, crucially putting him on the potential for lethal in the following turn as he passes over with 5 runes up, double Grim, Apothecary Hand, and Thrill of the Hunt. So can do some cheeky shenanigans with the Thrill of Hunt here, but it's looking pretty grim for our Mbessa player across the way. Unfortunate turn of events, as I really wanted to see Mbessa have some success. But it looks like Rengar kind of has her number here.
Yes, indeed. Rengar is definitely going to be kind of still on the advantage right here. If there's going to be a way to pull or destroy that Ferris Forerunner, it's going to come back with 2/3/3 mechs, and it can push in for both turns, or rather, both battlefields for the win for lethal over the next turn. So, as we can see, Mbessa is kind of falling short in terms of the might, going over the might that Rengar already poses right here. And, of course, the pilot here knows already how powerful Rengar is because of how he has played it before. It's actually kind of a fast match when you're looking at a might versus might matchup, right, Mr. Plus, as compared to, like, Ride the Winds, as compared to Starcross stuff coming from the purples. This orange kind of matchup is actually very, very might specific, as you can see. It's might versus might, and can you go over? Does he have a potential to go over? That's the only question. Not like the question like, is it going to go back? Will he bring down my might? Like, this is actually very straightforward in terms of matchups.
Yeah, not a lot of options here. Kind of priced into just forcing the issue. Gonna go for the Solari Sunhawk. Get the Mbessa disempowered in order to ready it. Now paying the 2 to give it the empower, so it'll get the +1 and deflect and be able to move into the Risen Altar. Unfortunately, here this Spell of the Hunt is going to make all of this pretty much null and void, as we're going to move in actually to the Emperor's Dais. In fact, not even going to try and fight over at the Risen Altar. Now Rengar gonna offer, no, I do want to fight. Throw the Fearless Forerunner over to the dais, get that +1, so it'll be 7. But now one of these guttural roars comes down for a +4, so it'll be 8 to 7, and a Grim Apothecary joins the fray to make it 8 on, or 8 plus the additional 3 from the Apothecary. Actually, it'll be 4 plus the 7, so 11 to 8 now. Punch first, but that final rune up will be enough to get there. So after all is said and done, our best player was able to get this Solari Sunhawk big enough to take 2 units off the board. So pretty nice for them, all things considered. Unfortunately, though, the consolation prize of the double mechs in the background makes this somewhat of a hollow victory.
Yeah, it is actually kind of a trap as well. Like, I want you to exhaust all your runes right now, because on the next turn you won't have any reactions that I can do to anything that I will do. And look at the top deck, man. It is a punch first, and look at that. It's gonna be a scoop for Ambessa, straight 2-0 in favor of the Titan. A Titan of a play, a Titan of a player, and you can see Rengar is gonna be the pride stalker for this matchup, getting 2 points each turn and not giving any movement for Ambessa in this matchup.
No leeway at all. You're completely right about that. It just seemed like Rengar had her number at every single turn. It was just all coming up Rengar. At the end of the day, D-Titan had the answers they needed at every interval and just came away with a very convincing 2-0 victory, and a quick one at that. Still, I think over 30 minutes left in the round.
Yeah, it was fast, right? As compared to like other matches. And you can see how, again, as we mentioned a while ago, it's a fairly straightforward. But the Titan actually had that kind of discipline that he wanted to make sure I'm going to be doing this right now. And he had actually a lot of combat tricks. Both of them actually had combat tricks, but the combat tricks of the Rengar player was actually trickier because he can actually move his units on from battlefield to battlefield with Trail of the Hunt, right? And it's actually on reactive speed, and it gives you a lot of it gives you buffs as well, right? So it's not that kind of singular unit or singular type of signature spell that you can see. You also get those buffs. You also get relocation of the units, and it's amazing to see. And there's no way for an orange yellow player to cancel that, right? Unless you're Fiora, but Bessa is not Fiora.
Yeah, just kind of goes to show, and Bessa might just be something like a metal car chase, but hey, credit to him. He said he wanted to get his best EV out in Barcelona. And on the other side of the board, this is why we're saying that Rengar is one of the top dogs in the Vendetta meta. We saw at the hands of Prismaticism, which, quick side note, brand new team in Riftbound, Team Disguised Toaster. What's the official name of that team?
DSG.
DSG, right?
Yeah, DSG Disguised Toast, or
Exactly. Hey, congrats to Prismaticism. I think Awesome Rossum as well. But back to what I was saying, Prismaticism piling a Rengar might just be one of the most formidable players out in Barcelona this weekend. And Rengar itself is just such a strong legend, and on full display here in round number 2, Swift 2-0. It just has so many tools, right? The Thrill, the Hunts, the Infernos, the Grim Apothecaries. Every unit you play is an additional +1. It is like the premier aggro deck, and in the right hands, I definitely see it going at least one Rengar into top 8 this weekend. What do you guys think?
I totally agree. I love the Rengar deck. I think it's very fun to play. It's very flashy. It's just a numbers deck, really. It feels like at the end of the
Yeah.
day, but it's like a fun numbers deck. It's not just like you really come up with some creative lines in order to maximize the use of that trophy hunter or the pride stalker ability from the legend, and it always brings something new to the table every time I see a Rengar game on stream. So always happy to see Rengar continue to succeed, and I hope we will see one make it all the way up to top 8, especially if it will be in the hands of Prismat in his his new vestments with DSG.
Right, start
Yeah.
building up the chain of Rengars. He build it up with the Annies. Can he do the same with Rengar? Because it seems to be his kind of pet deck in a way, like the deck he's going for going forward. But we saw Mbessa, we saw Renekton, and we saw Akali. There's obviously going to be a backup match since that one was a little bit quicker. What do you
Yeah.
guys want to see, Excel? If you had it your way, if you were over there at the Riftbound production team, who are you throwing on the feature table?
So we saw Renekton, we saw Akali, we saw. I don't want to see another canon matchup. I want to see a Nasus matchup, right?
Okay.
We haven't seen that yet. So maybe a Nasus versus anything. I want to see how that works because Nasus has been kind of the underdog, quote unquote. I don't know if you caught that underdog
Uh
in terms of the decks,
huh.
but you've seen it in the top eights in different tournaments, right? And you saw it develop into something, somewhat of a monster that it is already is, right? And you can see that kind of it, even though it's slow in some builds, it can get explosive and it can get uncounterable, so to speak, because you will have a difficulty of getting over any big units. And also, when that Nasus comes out, you might see a double, like extra
Ooh.
points from that
Oh,
conquer.
houses
So
are
here we
I
go.
big.
Shen!
recognize this player. Hauser, big Mr. Liftbound is in the house, and we all know he's been talking about it for months now. Shen
Yes.
is his legend
Yeah.
of choice. He has like 3 million mastery points in League of Legends with the legend, but now Team Secret Sauce's very own is going to be on the feature match table. Shen versus Unknown. I'll go ahead and throw you guys over. This is the backup feature match out in Barcelona, and I'm excited for this because he's been cooking.
Yeah.
You know, a little tough to make Shen work, but if there's anyone that will, it will be him. Let's tune in.
Yeah, we saw actually, if you guys happen to catch it on X, that Houses Are Big had posted about his pre-RQ performance yesterday being less than stellar. I believe he went 1-4 and said that he was humbled very quickly with how bad this Gen Tech is in his
Yeah.
opinion, and he's going to have a rough weekend ahead of him. But started off 1-0 after everything. So I guess the reps yesterday put in were worth it, as now we're going into this round number 2, 1-0, looking like we are set to try and make a run with this less than optimal deck choice in Shen. But have you tried Shen at all, Excelsior? Have you any opinions on Shen as a deck so far?
Yeah, I've actually fought a Shen as Rek'Sai yesterday. So it was kind of interesting in terms of the battlefield that they put. It's usually with the tanks getting extra buff as well. And it's not nearly, it's kind of easy to go against because you know what they're gonna be putting in, right? Especially you're at the back of your mind that Shen, the green Shen, is actually kind of how do you say this, a menace, or is it the yellow Shen, or the yellow Shen that has reaction power, reaction
Yeah.
ability, right? It's always at the back of your mind, so you have to think of that as a way if you're gonna be pushing in. So basically it's kind of predictable that you can see how they're going to be pushing, how they're going to be reacting, how they're going to be using. And also, let's not forget, it has the green domain, right? The calm domain, which is actually has a lot of ways to get that counter, right? And it's always going to be at the back of your mind if they're going to be countering whatever you're going to be doing. So yeah, Mr. Plus, it's not necessarily how this is single how is it? It's not in terms of the lines. It's not single. It's singular. It's not singular. There's a lot of ways for you to get those to that win, and it's actually difficult to get that win as Shen.
Yeah, it looks like I might have missed it earlier, or it might have just got updated as it looks like, yeah, the
Wow.
stream is kind of going a little crazy, but it was actually, oh Jesus, it's really throwing us for a loop here. We have one win on the board for Kha'Zix already, though, so
Oh, wow.
clearly not going perfectly for houses so far in this round number 2, but we
Mhm.
are going to see now the Shadow Dash come down. Nice chosen or signature spell here from Shen. Going to give the +1 might to both of these units, thanks to the fact that there are only 2 here at the battlefield, and then
Mhm.
additional +2 from the shield off of this
Yeah.
fortified position. So plenty of might to deal with this Kha'Zix. We'll just see what Kha'Zix elects to take down. Would be more than likely the Stellacorn Herder, but unfortunately, thanks to a Shen ability, not going to be able to do so. Gives the Sand Soldier tank, and we
Mhm.
finally get to see just what exactly the Shen leader has to offer. The green-yellow color pool gives you some favorable trades from time to time off the back of plays like that, which it's not too bad to see the Shen come away with a victory over that Kha'Zix mutating horror. Might give us a
Mhm.
chance at life in this year game, but with that chosen champ already down, it's looking a little bit grim. But I wouldn't count houses or big out just yet.
Yeah, and already 1-0 with that Kha'Zix. Drake right here is kind of a how do you say, kind of a bit more comfortable, but still, let's not take out, as you mentioned, Mr. Plus, this Shen player right here. So houses are big, is going to be tapped out right now. Moving back that Stellacorn Herder after putting down another one, because, one of the conditions for Shadow Dash, as I've read more closely yesterday, is like it has to be exactly 2 units. Like, why does it have to be exactly 2 units, guys? It's kind of crazy that the conditions that you have with that kind of signature spell, but it can go your way, as we have seen with the Kha'Zix being destroyed, going with that stacked deck. So we are seeing Drake try to dig more into his options right now, as he can see that houses is actually tapped out. So he can push in, but there's a question right there. Is it going to be a this or a hidden card that can actually destroy him, or will it pull back the units that he has right now to go in for another turn? So that is the question right now. When you're looking at the yellow green deck that has that's not actually a lot of hidden cards that you can use.
Yeah, this was a Emperor's Divide potentially hidden here, then
Mhm.
maybe playing that Stellacorn directly to the battlefield would have been part of the reason why he was considering doing so, is because offer an
Mhm.
additional draw from the Emperor's Divide. But it could also just be Zanya's. I don't imagine it would be the Shen 2-drop, the yellow one that gets shield if it's with another unit, as we already have
Mhm.
2 units here. So have to imagine
Mhm.
it's something like Azania's or something other than a unit in any case. But we are seeing Void Rush come down again. This was the card, or Void Assault rather. The signature spell of Kha'Zix coming in. Going to select First Mate and Stellacorn. Move over to the
Mhm.
Forbidding Waste. That'll
Mhm.
give a draw to houses, but of course now the Forbidding Waste proc onto this Stellacorn Herder will give the -2, making this an easy dub for Kha'Zix. Gonna get the Conquer and the XP off the back of the combat victory as well. So it has the ability to move this first mate back, actually just because of the Kha'Zix's chosen, or signature spell rather. First mate's
Mhm.
already in a ready position, so can just move back on his own. Doesn't even need to use the Kha'Zix ability, so can just store that 2 XP for later. Not a bad turn. These signature spells are really doing a whole lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah, we've seen it in the previous match as well. Signature spell after signature spell. Drill of the Hunt. Shadow Dash. Again, man, Void Assault being used. So, yeah, signature spells are there for a reason. And because they have that specific game altering strategy that they can do with that. And now we're going to be seeing the Fizz. What will he play right now as he uses or as he. Oh man, another Void Assault. Let's go. This is good. Another Void Assault actually forces the one of the units to go in again and go trade in. What happened right there, Mr. Plus? I didn't see. Is it the Mr. The Emperor Days, or rather the Sand Soldier that was pulled in to this to get destroyed by the first mate?
Yeah, he had the Emperor's Divide hidden there at the fortified position after all. So it was, in fact, Divide could have offered us the additional draw onto the Stellarcorn Herder potentially had we left the, or had played it directly to the battlefield. But yeah, just a simple pull on over to the Forbidding Waste with the first mate once again. So taking out that Sand Soldier quite easily, or recruit rather, or was it a Sand Soldier? I'm already forgetting.
Yes, it was a Sand Soldier a while ago.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
Oh yeah,
think
from the
he
Desert's
played
Call.
Desert's Call. Yeah, Desert's
Yeah.
Call. Played it and then got the Sand Soldier right there. Gonna be putting in Mr. Plus some discipline. Gonna be drawing more cards as well. So that is a possible push for that Stellarcorn Herder. Lots of cards in hand, and I see a Valmo right there. That's crazy, man. That's a good tech just to protect your units and maybe have a better hold at one of the battlefields. So that traveling merchant is gonna be destroyed, and now 5 floating energy is gonna be at the side of Shen right here, and Charm. Oh man, Charm is actually gonna be good just to get that fist destroyed. He has a lot of tricks as well just to get that clear. He may go for another charm as well, but no. I think he's gonna be going for another Desert's Call to get exactly 2 units on his side of the board. And here we go. More tricks coming in from Mr. Plus. I'm actually happy that we see houses here because he is using his custom scrubs that he has with the TSS logo right there, embroidered in. It's not a sticker. It's not a Velcro. It's embroidered right there, and his name is already on the side as well. He's been practicing, man. So if we see him win, he's probably going to do the emote, right?
Yeah.
He has to. He has been practicing.
The Surgeon Shen, nice skin
Yeah.
too in game. Really cool to see some flavor from League make it into Riftbound, even from not just the game itself, but from our players who are enthused to support their favorite legends, which obviously, like you mentioned earlier on, House has said that he has millions of mastery points on Shen or something crazy like that at this point. So if anybody's going to make this guy work, it will be Houses, who's desperately trying to make it work here in the second game of round number 2 against Kha'Zix, who's quite the formidable opponent in the meta currently. Definitely when you see the Trophy Hunter come down, you see partially why that is, just being a body deck giving you access to this powerful card that has come down and taken everybody down at the fortified position, offering the Conquer over to this first mate will bring us up to 5. Can we get up to 6 this turn and be able to threaten lethal in the following turn? Only a Sand Soldier remaining for Houses. It's looking pretty rough once again.
Yes, definitely. This is pretty rough with that fortified position not being as fortified as he wanted it to be. Gonna be destroyed over at that side. Now gonna be at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 energy on his side. And a lot of cards or a lot of choices from Shen. But we have seen Kha'Zix try to push and push and push and destroy whatever they're trying to build over their side. With 2 floating energy, what can Shen do? He can actually do a lot as a purple orange player right now. And now pushing into for 45 position, we're going to be seeing the 5th point from Shen going toe-to-toe with 5-5. Gonna be gonna be separating that 5 or that 4 energy. Another Desert's Call to bring in 2 Sand Soldiers repeated. and he will be putting that on the base and one on fortified position, because I think there's gonna be some shenanigans that he will be playing down the line from that exact play.
Yeah, and crucially, being stuck at the 5 points on the following or previous turn for Kha'Zix does give houses some much needed breathing room. So, gonna have the ability to potentially stabilize the board state here a little bit. Try and remove a couple of these units off board thanks to this charm coming down. Gonna pull in the first mate, offer tank to whichever one has shield, and take out the first mate with ease. Now pass it on over as the double sand soldier holding down the fortified position with 3 runes up to play defense. Has a couple defies in hand. Actually looks like all 3 defies in hand. So this
Mhm.
time more than prepared to stop any potential void assaults or things of the sort. So not a terrible look for houses, but not is still feeling super confident in this current board position.
Yeah, it's not really a good look as well for Jen right now. But you can see there's a lot of options that they can have. Wait, is that just one card remaining on the Kha'Zix player? Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Like, yeah, oh man, 2 cards. It's crazy, and it's that this is gonna be difficult, right?
yeah,
Because it's this TCGs, Mr. Plus. I don't know. You're gonna be confirming this. TCGs, a lot of the cards, a lot of if you have more options, then you will probably have more things to play, and you will be at the advantage, right? It's a rule. I don't know, man. Do you concur with that?
yeah. Usually having that card advantage and hand advantage is a pretty good indicator of ability to close out the game. Here, though, we do have both players at 6 now. Should be. I don't think the score has been updated quite yet, but
Hmm.
seeing now the Rengar come down on defense to answer this. Oh, but it's met with an ambush of his very own with the Vilemaw coming down. Vilemaw going to be big enough to do it. Only 1 card left in the hand for Kha'Zix was not a buff. Nothing that was able to get over the Vilemaw. So going up to 7 now for houses against the 6 of Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix needs to double conquer here to win,
Yep.
but more importantly needs to double clear in order to stay alive, and obviously is not able to do so off of just 2 cards in
Whoa.
hand. So scoops it up, and that'll be houses are big, taking game number 2 with not a whole lot of time left on the clock. So we'll see how this resolves in our backup game match of round number 2, as we now get to take a peek at the list and see what the
Mhm.
spice he has cooked up to try and get this best of Shen Legend. It is looking not too crazy spicy, very clean deck list. All 3 ofs outside of the
Yeah.
Emperor's Divide and the back off and the Vile Maw. Yeah, so very clean, lean deck list here for houses are big on Shen. And notably using that green chosen champion unit too, the rare from this set from Vendetta, not using
Yeah.
the set 1 Kinku Shen that so many Shen players have been drawn to so far.
Yeah, and now looking at the Kha'Zix player right now, I'm looking at the deck. Woo, yeah, not really anything spicy right here. Everything looks up to speed. So right now, they're
Maybe
but
the Zed? The
yeah, the
Zed's
Z 2X, right? I'm iffy about that kind of that tech right there for Kha'Zix, but if he has seen some kind of success with that kind of tech in, maybe there is a reason for the Z to be put in. Have you had any experience with Kha'Zix with Z, Mr. Plus?
No, this is the first time seeing it, but I do kind of
Yeah.
like the idea behind it. I mean, if you get those shadow clones on board and Kha'Zix uniquely being able to utilize that 2 XP ability on the legend to bring the shadow clones back and kind of keep them
Mhm.
safe in the base to continually assault in for 4, it's not a bad idea. And see how it actually performs in a game if we do get to see that resolve, as look like we're kind of speeding up through the early process of this game. Obviously, this is pre-recorded as they're trying to keep constant gameplay on stream, which we do appreciate from our English-speaking regional qualifier streams, as we see this first game, or rather this game number 3, get off to quite a quick start for Kha'Zix with the deployment of this chosen champ at the Star Spring.
Yeah, that's a very good combo from Drake right there. Pushing in with the Fey Folk. Oh wow, look at that. That decree. Yep, I love that decree. It's 1-1 and you can destroy a chaos unit or gear. It's a good tech. And if you're fighting a chaos deck, then it's gonna be good for you as well. Though this also indicates that there are no units to be put on the base as of now. And now we're gonna seeing the Irresistible Fey Folk going to the amateur recital for free without any reactions coming from houses right now. Going in with that 2 points and now still on tempo for Kha'Zix and still floating that 5 energy on his side. What is that? Is it more on not having any units? And also it's kind of a tell not having any units. Also, I have a lot of runes to play with if you have anything that you want to play to counter my unit on amateur recital.
Yeah, there's not a lot for houses to do here either. Actually, just gonna elect a hidden blade that Irresistible Fey Folk over at the amateur recital, give his opponent a free draw 2 and pass. So just trying to slow down his tempo. Didn't really see any value in deploying down the chosen champ to base, since it would be so susceptible to just being pulled in off of a charm or the first mate, or sorry, the Irresistible Fey Folk effect rather, or even potentially the Void Assault. So just a lot of ways that this poor Shen would have been exposed to being taken out, and it looks like he really wants to try and get this Shen established to a battlefield once he's already conquered, in order to try and force through that hold to start getting some extra draws of his own off of this green chosen champion. So really trying to slow down the pace of play as best as he can, but his hand is not helping him too much here. That hidden blade was more or less a desperation play, but enough to get the job done for now to slow Kha'Zix down from going for an immediate conquer on this turn. And now they're looking like they're discussing whether or not the rune math is working out here.
Yeah, like the rune math is actually, they're thinking of the draw as well, right? Because he wasn't able to draw during that turn, and now putting down one of the banes of existence for a a player like me, because I hate getting this rune runner on the board because it's so hard to remove. The camel, as the community knows, and now the Shen is going to be put down as well. And look at that! Look at the card tricks that Houses is also doing. Throwing that rune on under the rune pile. Now still 2 above, and now we can see that we're going to be seeing some action between the two, as we are seeing the turn of the orange violet player, orange purple player, the body / chaos player, having more things to put down. Maybe he will just pull that the Shen in and get some damage in. Let's see.
A lot of players in chat really fan of that sweet little recycle there as he goes for it again. Just flicking these cards to the bottom of the rune deck, defy onto the Void Assault to keep this from happening, but unfortunately still going through here. We'll have Shen going up to the amateur recital, facing down a 6-6 difference, but now the Grim Resolve coming down, going to make that 9-6, going to offer us 3 XP off the back of the Grim Resolve plus the Kha'Zix Legend ability. So looking pretty grim for houses here. Only a little bit over 5 minutes left on the clock as well. sitting at 3-0 now, is in a tough way at trying to clutch up on this game number 3 of round 2.
Yeah, it's looking really bad. Oh man, is that another back off top deck? Oh man, it's not looking good for our Surgeon Shen right here. Man, okay, this is gonna be difficult as well because you're not gonna be able to stun that camel, right? With that cannon, with that yellow cannon, if you do get to push it in. So now, of course, he can actually pull back that his own units with that amateur recital. Not a lot of players actually capitalize on amateur recital because he can actually pull back and it's still ready and you can push back in on the other side of the field. Now, this is actually really good for our Kha'Zix player right here because there's Star Spring on the other side and there's Amateur Recital on the other side. So you can go in and get those 2 points each turn with both of these battlefields present on the board. So this is actually looking good for Kha'Zix. Not looking so good for Houses right now. So let's see if he has some more units that he can push in over the next turn.
Yeah, it just seems like a pretty bricky draw for Houses this go around, unfortunately. I think this deck definitely seems like it has been meticulously tested to get to the point where Houses is feeling like he has a shot at going for the best of with this Shen list, given how clean and lean that deck list looked. It seemed like it would be a little bit more on the consistent end, at least I would hope so. But right here just seems to be quite the opposite. Been very unfortunate in these draws, just drawing back off into back off. And now having to use the Emperor's Divide to try and keep this cannon alive because he desperately just needs to have a unit on board to be able to attack with. And was able to get the cannon out of dodge for now. But will we be able to do anything on the following turn with it as the Conquer goes through onto the Star Spring? Going to bring the total up to 5. So 5-0, also awarding us an extra XP off of the combat victory. Going to just set up a Fey Folk in base and pass with 3 runes open, it looks like. So decent setup for Kha'Zix and really just gonna take a Herculean effort to make this comeback. And with only 3 minutes left on the clock, I'm not seeing it happen. And now Rampage is seemingly gonna seal that deal. No Defy here for that, and Discipline not gonna be enough either. Gonna just bring us up to 2 or 4. And gone goes the cannon, an empty board once again for our Shen player. And I think that about might wrap it up. No chance at making this comeback in time here, I think, for Shen. But going to play it out just for our benefit as we see Clockwork Keeper come down. Going to pay to get an extra draw, try and dig. Affectionate Poro comes down, gets us 2 units on board. Knowing that our opponent's going to go up to 7 next turn, and a 7-0 comeback seems rather impossible, but we're still gonna tough it out and try to see what we can do. And you got to respect that from Houses Are Big, still putting on a show for us here.
Yeah, putting a show indeed for the viewers right now. We're gonna be pushing in with that Irresistible Fey Folk and that Camel. Gonna be getting that Affectionate Poro, and there is a chance, of course, to get in and destroy one of the units right there, and Fey Folk being one of the units that I'm talking about. But there are still combat tricks present. He may go in and use that Discipline to bring it up to 5. Now he will be pushing in, and of course, two energy is still floating right there. What does he have that can be used right now? Nothing, right? Because he was expecting to get something from that draw. From that Discipline, and it came out a bit short. Now left with just one unit on his side of the board, going to be pushing at 7 love, man. 7 love. If you're going to be playing tennis with this push, and it's really difficult to see our surgeon right here, our Shen surgeon, trying to be surgical with his plays, but coming up with no tools to get that surgery in, and even using double hidden blade for semi-small units, right? The first one with the Fey Folk, the second one with this Fizz, and it's going to be, man, it's gonna be, gonna be a star cross to prevent that from happening. Now, man, this is definitely GG, Mr. Plus.
Yeah, it seems like it might have been GG for quite some time, unfortunately, just given how things have shaken out here for houses. Unfortunately, for our Shen enthusiasts in the chat, our fellow Shen enjoyers, just looks like not going to shake out in Shen's favor this go around, but nevertheless, still been a fun one to watch and see Shen at least make the attempt and see what this deck has at its disposal to some degree. Seen some pretty good plays, and that this deck is not a complete pushover, but definitely not making a case for Shen to make any type of heroic runs anytime soon. The shake of the hand as Drake takes down the game for round number 2. Kha'Zix over our Shen player. Houses are big. Great play from Kha'Zix, and we'll hope to see that things bounce back for houses in the future, and Shen might still have a chance at a day 2 going forward.
Yes, this is just round 2, guys. We have we saw the record of houses right there, getting the win on round 1, and then round 2 is right here. And man, it's still not over. It's still on day 1. It's still a lot of hours and a lot of matches that we're going to be seeing in this day. So it plus you saw that, man. It was crazy. It was hard to see, but we saw a win from Shen. It's not entirely a lost cause, so to speak.
Right. I'm pretty sure even Houses knew he wasn't going to go anywhere near like an undefeated streak. So, you take that loss on the chin and you keep your head high and you keep on chugging along. But real quick, let's go ahead and listen into our Kha'Zix player with his winner interview.
Like Kha'Zix against a player that we know houses are big. So I got to ask you, Shen, not necessarily talked about a lot, but if you know the player houses are big, he's been talking about this deck and been practicing a lot. How confident did you feel when you sat down across from him?
To be honest, I didn't test. I tested zero against Shen, so it was literally the first match for me. So it was a good experience. It was fun, and it was tough. It was tough. In the second game, he won in a way I didn't expect. And yeah, I think it has a chance to do big things here. Maybe it's not the tier 0, but it seems a fun deck to play. At least I had fun playing that Garnish.
Absolutely. Well, and speaking of tier 0, we got to talk about Kha'Zix. Mainly, not because I think people are saying that Kha'Zix is tier 0, but people have been talking about Kha'Zix quite a bit recently with some extra tools that you've gotten in Vendetta, and obviously you've chosen to play it this weekend. How confident are you feeling in your Legend selection? Because I think the big key for that matchup was, and what Kha'Zix does best, is that he pulls your opponents into combat when they don't want to be there.
Yeah.
How do you feel that's shaped for the tournament?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. First of all, I play Kha'Zix because I think it's super fun. It's super fun. And I think there's right now in a spot where you can win against anyone very well stomping them, and you can lose against anyone getting stumped. So I think it's a good, the definition it will say it's a sleeper pick, but it can do a big surprise here, I think. I hope I do a big surprise. And yeah, for example, for Kennen, it's a really good matchup because Kennen normally wants to build the base or the things they build. You can choose when to fight, and it depends on the version of Kha'Zix you play. In my version, you go slow, but you pick the fights, and you eventually try to get the win.
Well, speaking of wins, you got your second one here in Barcelona.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Once again. You've got 6 more rounds, though, so we're going to get you ready for your next round, and we're going to send it back.
There we go. Nice little
Nice.
interview from Kha'Zix. And I totally agree with everything they were saying. I think Kha'Zix is a little bit underrepresented, but we saw, I believe it was in our second or third Vendetta Weekly, Kha'Zix took it all the way and claimed the crown. So I definitely think there's some merit to the legend, and it wouldn't be too surprising to see it go pretty far this weekend. Maybe we just saw the best of winning Kha'Zix player on stream because he played sharp. But before the winner of the interview, I was going to give a last little note for Shen, guys. RIP in the chat. Shen just wasn't looking too good, specifically in that game 3. I don't know. I mean, we all knew he wasn't doing too hot in Barcelona, but I don't know. I was hoping for the best from Houses Are Big, but we'll see. Maybe he does make at least the best of run for Shen.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
I would like to see that run, at least make a day 2 run, you know?
Yeah. Hey, I mean, we might as well call him like a Shen Joyer or a Shen enthusiast or something. So like he's been repping it, and he wants to get that best off at least.
Oh,
And there is going to be a lot of surprises. Again, it's a surprise factor sometimes that gets you the win, because a lot of people haven't had that those matches with that kind of specific champion. So it's gonna be something that maybe will get him some of the wins, but I am not really that optimistic. The best that he can get, I hope that he will definitely get a best of Shen.
Yeah, I do as well. And real quick before we do our little bit of shout outs, before we get our next set of casters in, let's take a look at the bracket because I think they're in overtime as we speak. And what's going on with my page? Guys, we're still live, right?
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
thing froze, which has never happened to me before. Let me see if I can open up anything. Actually, it's my whole Chrome that frozen. Is that a dude?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, JQ, are
Yeah,
we
frozen.
frozen or is the stream frozen? Because I know the stream
It's
is
just the
frozen.
stream. Yeah.
The stream is frozen too?
No, it's just
Oh,
the our Riftbound stream. Sorry, yeah. We're still moving. Our webcams and everything's good.
Okay, guys,
Yeah.
apologies
The
for that. Let me
Riftbound
see if I could go ahead and close things. Okay, I got it going. I don't know what was up with that. Sorry about that, guys. But as I was saying, let's go ahead and tune in. Refresh the bracket. You guys can go. Is that Kanye West? Wait, Baco, who's Kanye West? And round 3 pairings are up, so we will be starting momentarily. Let's take a quick peek. Mel, number 1 seed, Rainguard. There's a Shen, guys. A Shen undefeated. Of course, it's only round 3. There's a Nasus, a Ornn, a Poppy. I think there's a good amount of diversity still, since it's still the early rounds.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to see this get consolidated over time. But it is cool to see a couple of these like lesser known decks starting off hot 2-0. We have a Mel at 2-0, a Shen, a Nasus, a Poppy, an Ornn. So some cool guys coming out of the gate. Even an Akali at 2-0. So hopefully some of these players will continue to make some historic run on some of these lesser known champions.
Definitely. Maybe we'll see one of these undefeated players here in round 3 next. But these rounds tend to creep up on us, so I don't want to cut you guys off short in case you want to talk about any little plugs or where they can find you guys online. Let's do that now. I'll take a quick little minute break while I bring in the next casters. And then we'll get into round number 3 out here in Barcelona. So far, so good. I'm excited with what's to come. But Mr. Plus, where can these guys at home find you?
Yeah, you can follow me over on X at the Mr. Plus. I'm trying to be active on there quite a bit with the Riftbound community, and over on Conquer and Climb on YouTube. Have a podcast, put out weekly episodes every Thursday. Actually gonna have a stream go live in later on today, probably like 8 hours from now, of one of our newest members gonna try to read all of the cards live on stream. So if you guys want to help him through that, go ahead and go over to Conquer and Climb on Twitch as well and give us a follow. That should be fun later on today. But yeah, that's about all I have for shout outs. Thanks, of course, for the continued opportunities to cast these great events.
Yeah, definitely was a lot of fun. and looking forward to any future ones as well. But what about you, Excelsior? I know it was one round, but it was basically 2 rounds, 2 games in one. Hope you had a
Yeah.
good time here. Where can these guys
Yeah.
find you online?
Yeah, again, thank you, Plus and Mr. Plus, for this opportunity to be again casting with you guys. Runes and Rift, community cast, amazing experience as well. And I've been going around with the rounds over at our LGSs, and you can follow me at Excelsior PH over at Facebook, YouTube, X, Twitch, and Instagram. And we're gonna be I'm going to be posting as well Road to RQ Singapore for some of our local players. So keep on and watch out for that as well. And hope to be casting for the next RQs and even maybe Singapore. We'll see.
Yeah,
I
that'd
don't
be a
know.
whole lot of fun. But you're going to be out there in Singapore, right?
Yes, we'll be there.
There we go, guys. So if you guys are yourselves going to be out there in RQ Singapore, make sure you say what's up to Excelsior. He will be indeed out there. But guys, thank you very, very much for these couple rounds. I'll go ahead and let you enjoy the rest of the days, and I'll go and bring in these next casters. Thank you so much, guys.
Have a good one.
All right, chat. Let's go ahead and see if I could go bring in, I believe our next set is going to be Orbital casting, and then Thaddeus coming into play for round number 3 and round number 4. I think it's a little bit earlier on the West Coast. I got up at 4 a.m. I think it's about 4 a.m. for Mr. Orbital. So I'll see if he's up and awake and ready to get things going. If not, I can always step in momentarily, of course. So chat, give me a second. And I don't know what's up, chat. I don't know why my little chat under me, usually it shows all the YouTube comments too, is broken. I spent all this money on a new computer, but I'm getting a little bit of some technical difficulties here and there. So slightly frustrated. So I'll try to fix it, but I don't know why it's not showing. I might as well just close it because it's not showing your guys' messages. Whatever. I'll leave the text there. JQ saying the camera from Barcelona has got so much better. Yeah, JQ, I agree. But give me 1 second, chat. Let me go ahead and bring these guys in. I'll go out for a little second. Be right back in like 1 minute. All right, tag these guys. Maybe refresh on Stream Elements. No idea. Yeah, the Fear Giver. I did refresh on Stream Elements. You know what it was? I think I scheduled a stream and the chat was connected to that, but then I messed up something for the encoder, so I deleted that stream and I started this one. And I think the Stream Element bot is stuck on that one because I saw the YouTube comment pop in on the schedule stream. So something weird went on. I think I literally have to close the stream and reopen it, which I'm not too fond to do. So it is what it is. But guys, I believe Thaddeus coming in with his nice little snazzy Vendetta outfit or Vendetta suit, I should say. Let me go ahead and bring him in here, and then we'll see if Orbital comes in as well. So boom. Thaddeus, I'm adding your camera now. All right, so Thaddeus is here. And Orbital, I see you joining in on the VC. Let me know when you're here. And Thaddeus, they can hear you now, so that means Orbital, they can hear you now too. So join in when you guys can. But how are you doing, Thaddeus?
I'm doing good. It's a little bit early this morning, EST time. Woke up, 6:30. So feeling a little bit sleepy, but I got my coffee. I'm ready to watch some Riftbound, and I'm excited for Barcelona. Yeah.
Yeah, super excited as well. We already seen a little bit of some unconventional picks. Of course, we just saw the Shen. We saw an Ambessa before that. We saw even a Renekton in round number 2. So now I'm wondering, are we going to start getting into the more meta-y picks, the Aurelias, the Kennons, or can we still keep a little bit of spice going on? It's only round 3, so I'm hoping for a little bit more spice. What about you?
Yeah, I also, yeah, Spice is always the nice it's nice to watch. New decks, new things to watch. I've been playing a lot of Akali. I think it's a very, very fun deck to watch. They do a lot of things. They draw a lot of cards. They make a lot of mana, play a lot of big things. Doesn't do a ton, doesn't always win, but oh man, is it fun to watch. And I think there's a lot of other really, really cool Vendetta decks that are out there. I'm surprised at how few of some of the champions there are, though, where we only have like one Misfortune, one Teemo, one Set, and I think that's all those best ofs, right? Not being able to be up for grabs. So maybe we'll see some of those on stream if they come through. But it's yeah, exciting to see lots of champions. The
Would
meta
be
is very
cool.
diverse
The only
right now.
exception being the Master Yi players apparently not having any additional pricing of the best of is not stopping those Master Yi players, but coming in, joining the casting booth is Orbital. How are you doing, good sir?
I'm doing all right. Happy to be here. Like Thaddeus said, it's early, at least on my end, but I'm very excited to be here. Very excited to dive into rounds 3 and 4.
Yeah, should be a grand time, and it looks like we're going to be starting pretty soon. Stream is giving us a nice little recollection of the banned cards currently, so kind of living in the past here. I kind of remember these like it was yesterday, but I can't even imagine what the meta would look like with Arena's Greatest, a Dreaming Tree. Did you guys play any of these cards before?
Oh, Aspirants was my baby. I don't know what anyone's saying. Aspirants was my freaking baby, man. I was running that 9 times out of 10, pretty much 10 out of 10, because I play really slow. I love build up. I love token drop. And if you're doing token drop, like outside of some of the specifics, like you are hardcore pining for that 9-point game, right? So it's like, oh, Aspirants Climb. Arena's Greatest, I don't care. It can go. I had no love for it. So, but Aspirants Climb was mine.
Yeah, makes sense. I think these new battlefields that they're banned it seems like a reasonable way to approach the game where we don't want to speed up or slow down the game too much and try to manipulate that kind of time. So getting rid of these cards makes a lot of sense. The Called Shot and those the earlier Draven bans originally, I think we're seeing a little bit more of a resurgence with Kennen, some of these similar strategies coming through. So we'll see if any kind of bans come through for that up soon. When that first came on stream, I'm like, oh, new bands. I thought they were going to show off something new, and I was like, oh my gosh, look at this new scoop, but not quite.
Okay, and showing us little alternatives, which I guess it makes a little bit of sense. But for those asking in chat, I believe Rafa's saying, where can we see the deck list? Chat, it is closed deck list for all the Swiss, so they won't be revealed till after the event. So after Sunday, keep a lookout. The website that usually publish it is going to be Piltover Archive, and of course Riftx. We'll publish the top 8 on our Discord as well. Yep. And Lucas saying, where can I see the locator link, guys? If you're on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, ! bracket, that'll take you right to it. That way you're able to keep up with the action on your side of things as well. But as we keep saying, I am excited for round number 3. You know, Orbital, I haven't got to ask you too much in the Vendetta meta. What have you kind of been playing, if you've been playing here and there for Vendetta?
Oh, you are terrible for asking me that, Plus. That is a horrible question to someone that has an under 33% win rate on his record. I'm currently playing Hot Potato. There is no rhyme or reason to this. Absolutely none. I am running 3 Hot Potatoes and either Seals or Hextech Formula. Zero reason. I just want to watch my opponent squirm. That is it. I've done it. I have gotten up to 7 passes at this point between me and my opponent. It was very fun. It was against I think it was an Azir player. I caught him at 3 Sand Soldiers, really starting to steamroll, and I tossed a Hot Potato. He could not give it up just yet, and I ended up passing 7 times between us. I lost the round. I lost it 8-2. Zero reason for it, but that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, to be honest, I haven't seen it. It'll be awesome to see something like that on stream. Now, for the legend, was that still your tried and true Victor legend you were doing the Hot Potato shenanigans?
No. Just for a little bit of heads up, I had built the Hot Potato deck online very, very cleanly. I was so happy. I got off work late that day, so I ended up running it with LeBlanc. Horribly inefficient. It's horribly inefficient. I will need to do it with Renata Glask, though. I've heard really good things with Renata Glask and a Hot Potato.
Interesting. Do you know why that like combo works, or why Renata? It's I love these
For
kind of simple.
Renata, I haven't seen the deck list. From my understanding, hot potato still works because blue yellow, right? You can use the
Right.
hex
Yeah.
deck formula and still get away with it. The other thing
Right.
is Renata, I believe, has some easier mechanics to catch up, because the setup for hot potato is ridiculously pricey.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So there are some ways within Renata to actually earn extra points while still
Right.
holding removal and just kind of keeping your opponent down.
Right, you have her
Yeah.
chosen champion, and also you're earning the gold through her legend abilities, so it kind of keeps up. You're able to, if you don't necessarily need to get the seals to keep up with that. So it's good, cool.
Yeah, Thaddeus, I think you nailed it perfectly. I think it comes down to just like rune efficiency, right? With the gold, you don't have to expend so much to kind of transfer the hot potato over and over. But it looks like round number 3 is among us. And oh, I'm seeing a previous top 8 competitor made it with a victor in the past. Let's see what he's bringing to the table in Barcelona. That is Ghoster Driver, feature table number 3. I am excited. Orbital and Thaddeus, I'll go ahead and throw it over to you guys.
Hey, thank you so much,
so
Plus Thaddeus. I'm excited for this. This one's gonna be a little bit of fun. I think another top competitor. We got to see one of my personal faves. Houses are big, but Houses are big still chasing some of the higher positioning. For right now, though, big competitors here on the table.
Yeah, I am also excited to see both of these great players. We'll see what their decks are here. Hyung Sung playing LeBlanc. Looks like a relatively standard list. I am surprised to see the Galio come in. I think LeBlanc's kind of threw that away a little bit in Unleashed, but looks like they're bringing this. Hyung Sung is bringing it back pretty good with baited hook. You're able to play it down pretty early and still hit those huge ruined Rexes or Vi's, etc., to be able to bring them out and deal some damage to your opponent.
It does feel like it is obviously being a one of. This is very, very simplistic of, okay, I just need to get it on the board, and if I do hit it, well, I can use it as a split, right? It can either be super, super aggressive to, as you said, get out and about with the baited hook, and only running one makes sense if you are sideboarding in anything, right? That would be my assumption. On the flip side, we are looking at Ghoster Driver, as mentioned, a top tier performer on the newly fashioned Zed, which Zed obviously having a lot of people really interested in the Legend and Champion, but varying levels of success.
Yeah, I think it's such an iconic League of Legends champion. It's one of the most played clips. I think is the Faker what was that play that we always see. So it's fun to see Zed come in to Vendetta in all different kind of forms. I think this is a cool list. We see a couple of switcheroos, which usually you only see that as like a one of in a lot of these decks. So that's pretty interesting to see come in here. But I'm excited to see what they can do, what Ghoster Driver can do with Zed in such an impressive pilot's hands. I also think that the Zed chosen champions are pretty good. We saw them actually last game, I think played in the Rengar deck, but you can play those chosen champions in a couple of different non-Zed decks as well, as I think they're relatively strong.
And I think I personally am very excited to see how the Zed matches up, because also you talked about, very iconic champions in League of Legends. Well, LeBlanc is another one that a lot of people have equated. So it's an assassin v assassin. It's literally a mid lane battle, and I'm so excited for this right now. The outplay potential is so real. Now, granted, diving into this one, we do have, I believe, Starspring as well as Forge coming out as the two battlefields to start things off. Starspring being very, very popular for LeBlanc, but Forge of the Fluffed coming in, which is a little bit surprising, but especially with some of the small gears, especially the seal that we saw Ghoster Driver have, this will be fun.
Yep, and then Ghoster Driver on the play here, able to put out that Gust Monk, just get out a 2-drop and start things off, as well as our LeBlanc player able to play with the Emissary, just simple 2-3-drop, and we'll see what happens out here when they battle out here on the Rift.
Hyun Sung just sending it in, and this is a fairly quick start. Now, talk to me a little bit. When we look at the Zed, what are we really pining for? Because obviously we saw the switcheroo and things like that, but to get there, it's obviously a lot of combat tricks, movements, trying to move in and out. How well does this play, and how well do you think it's going to play into the LeBlanc itself?
Yeah, I do think that Zed does have a lot of abilities to really overpower battlefields when they need to, and so LeBlanc really needs those holds. And also, when you're ever a LeBlanc is going up into a purple deck, there are bounces, and I think we saw Gus, but we do see this, right? These monks that are able to bounce things back to hand, prevent those holds and those conquers early, and really stall out the LeBlanc. So I think the LeBlanc is going to have a hard time here, and why we've seen a bit of a resurgence is because some of these purple decks are playing a little bit less gusts, a little bit less of these bounce mechanics. So we'll see how the LeBlanc's able to handle this. We do see the Boots of Swiftness coming out onto this Gust Monk, already equipping this unit just to be able to, I think, pump it up so the Emissary can't get over it, and that Hyeongsang is going to have to commit a bit more to this battlefield if they want to go.
And with the hand, you can already see the baited hook set and ready to go if they so wish. For Hyun-Sung, it looks like we might get a drop down. Now, of course, starting off with this very quick snap, and deciding if you really want to send it. The assault does work, and you know it's only 2-1, and then you drop down the ambush as well. Very quick coverage, and for Ghoster Driver, this early start with the Monk, you're kind of wondering, would this be possible? Would this be available? And you are. It is going to be a very nice Evelyn turnover. We expected this to happen, but only so much that you can do with that stun. Well played by Hyun-Sung. Good start here with the LeBlanc.
Yep, being able to bunker with both units up. Looks like they copied the Emissary. It's surprising here that Ghoster Driver committed so much to that battlefield, the Evelyn and everything. Didn't really have any of those combat tricks. We knew that the Vi was a possibility in hand from the LeBlanc player. So that's a huge blow to Ghoster Driver. They're gonna maybe have to play with their chosen champion a bit sooner than they need to. It does seem like they have Tentacles and also Inferna in hand, so at least they'll have something to play. But losing units that early on can be really difficult to come back from, as you're just so far behind on tempo against this LeBlanc player.
Yeah, I mean, you're also running a one of for a lot of these. I think there's only one card that you are technically running 3 of, which is the we saw earlier for Ghoster Driver, the Noxus Hopeful. So the fact that an Evelyn's already out for next game, I think Hyun-Sung might have an inkling that, hey, there's only so many tricks that Ghoster Driver is actually going to have inside of this deck. But as you said, having to bring out the chosen champion, it is going to be Zed without a sound. One of the cooler, I think, titles out there. It's very fun.
For sure.
But the backline for Hyun-Sung, huge right now. Hefty weight on that might value. 5 and 5, and then an assault behind as well. This is going to be tough for Ghoster Driver, as Hyun-Sung just kind of says, battlefield's yours. I'm already up 1 point.
Yeah, and it's really hard for Zed. They do have a lot of ways to get assault with their shadow clones and whatnot, so they want to be attacking in, so leaving up these open battlefields is going to be difficult for the Zed player to actually take over anything. Karox is an interesting card here. I haven't seen it being played too often, but just able to empower and burn as needed. And yeah, that's and also being able to resurrect some of their cards. Maybe losing some things earlier on isn't as scary as they wanted to. They do end up pushing Zed forward, maybe going to play something to that battlefield and pull them back, just to, yeah, being able to, oh, are they going to move the Zed back? Are they going to keep it there? Or are they just going to try to commit? They're committing.
Ooh.
Okay. This is dangerous.
Right.
Dangerous play. If they get blown out again, that could be GG. Really difficult to see here. There's so many things that are so much of a backline for Hyun-Sung. Orbital, do you think this is a good play? How are we feeling?
I actually really like that you pointed that out, because this is now twice Ghoster Driver's done this, right? First turn was earlier with the Gust Monk, and we were just like, oh, that's a heavy investment. It's not the end of the world. Obviously, it's still, we're still in the early game. Oh no, I just saw it. That's so mean, by the way. There's a level of buffoonery that happens when you get a Harness Dragon as well, but that's obviously you can't play it just yet, but you have it. Well, I think you can, but it's in the backline.
Yeah.
For Hyun-Sung, though, can you overcome Karax as well as Zed, which you can only assume is going to be swapped out for a Shadow Clone? can you get over this might value? Because for Hyun Sung, as you said, it's an idea. You have this ability to shut down Ghoster Driver right now, but another hidden card can be so dangerous. Stunning out the Zed, swinging in for the fences. What is the reveal? My brain did not remember what card was on the table. I am so bad. It is yet another. It is going to be the ever so lovely Tornado Warrior. And yeah, that's a nice little force back with the Shadow Clone, but a coverage at least to do some more damage behind it.
Yeah, Tornado Warrior able to empower the Karox and able to play out the Thousand-Tailed Watcher. I was not thinking about this combo. It's huge. That's awesome.
Yeah.
The huge might swing, able to get -3 on both of those units, and this is an absolute going to be an absolute blowout. But still, 8 runes left for LeBlanc. Are they able to play anything out here? If not, then it's going to be really, really difficult to, again, they might get some more units off of this mixologist and able to maybe hold on here, but a great play from Ghoster Driver.
I mean, that turn of the Thousand-Tailed Watchers, by the way, having just being able to draw that in and be such a frustrating talent to deal with, that's a crazy thought in there. I think that's am I crazy?
You might be. They do get the stun on the Watcher. It's 5, so it's 8 here to, I think, 7 plus the Watcher, but that Watcher's stunned. So right now, I think they're just bouncing back, right?
I think they are.
Yeah. Okay. They kill the Karox. It looks like, yeah, and then bounce back.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out here what's happening.
I think a couple deaths as well. Yeah, you can see the hefty amount of talking right now too. It's just like, we gotta figure this out. We really gotta figure this out. So there is the watch though. But as you mentioned, great coverage coming in. Really, really nice pull. So Tornado Warrior doing a lot. That combination sticking hard.
LeBlanc here does seem to take over another battlefield. I wonder if they are going to use this legend ability again. The emissary is great, but I'm not sure if it's worth copying just for the extra like rune and a little bit more defense, because they don't have a ton of cards left in hand for the LeBlanc player. So yeah, it looks like they don't actually end up copying on that. Oh, maybe they are. They're just recording scores here. So we'll see if they end up copying that and bringing it over, or if they want to keep that card advantage in hand.
Could be big for them, as you said, but the point tempo still up in the air. We're tied at 3, and hand over to Ghoster Driver, who is thinking a little bit. There is a lot to think about, of course, and an idea might be forming in the back of their mind as well. Keep in mind for Ghoster Driver, you lost a little bit of tempo earlier, but that play, that immediate, what was that? I think like turn 3 for the two of them. This was chaotically magical. But for Hyun Sung, you didn't actually lose that much. You still have a Vi down on the table. You brought out your LeBlanc, and you also have a Watchful Sentry. So you already have a little bit of card draw left in the bank. For Ghoster Driver, you are worried about what comes next once more. So you want to try and overtake that other side battlefield. You want to try and force Hyun Sung into a position where they're the ones chasing the points.
Yeah, for sure. And someone in chat did ask what was happening there. How did they get a Watcher on board with this blue card in purple and red? There is a card called Karox. When you empower it, it will burn 3. And then what you may do is you may choose a unit in your opponent's trash, and then you can play it ignoring their cost. And they empowered their Karox at reaction speed using the this other, not the monk, Tornado Warrior, thank you. In order to be able to empower that and pull that off at reaction speed. So that's how they got the Watcher out there. It was very, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, for Hyun Sung, you're also like, bruh. Like, I really had to lose that one, of all things.
Yeah.
So it's the magic. I will call the Zed. I do call it a Gamba. Let's be honest. It is a Gamba deck. I love it so much because you can pull off some nutty stuff like this very specifically. We're currently watching as in goes the switcheroo. Okay, I say switcheroo, it's a Zed, right? The shadow clones are some of the most brutal to deal with, especially
Yeah.
with the assault value. And now that, as we mentioned, you have that point tempo and the build up at the back, you can bank on this. What is it? I think it's assault 3 or 4. Brutal shellacking on the attacking power. Ghoster Driver turned this battlefield weight completely in their direction.
I feel like they baited them out at Hyongsong in the first game, right? They overcommitted to a battlefield, let them take it, and then they overcommit to a battlefield again, and Hyongsong is like, "I've got this. I can overpower them, no problem." And then bam, the reaction, and it's is pretty good. We'll see what Hyongsong can. Both of the bases are being really built up here. I don't think I've seen this many units just in general on on 2 battlefields almost ever. Like it's just such a zoo of decks here back and forth.
I would say for a red purple, it is very interesting. The only other red that I've seen like this is a Rek'Sai.
Right.
Rek'Sai generally is just like, it's a swarm, but it's red purple. We expect more combat, tricks up the sleeve. We don't expect to see double shadows plus 1,000-tailed plus a tornado warrior. We don't expect to see a lot of this. For Hyun-Sung, you're also just saying, well, I don't really have a choice. I got to watch that. I'll go down. You make a clone of your LeBlanc, which is going to have Death Knell effect. You're hoping it survives all the way towards the end, but it's also to the point where you do have to drop that Harness Dragon. Dropping down that Harness Dragon now means you can go ahead and kill an enemy unit. You are going to kill, unfortunately, your basically mind-controlled 1,000-tailed Watcher, which goes back to your own trash. Feels bad that you have to do that, but it is a move that was necessary.
Yeah, and we'll see what the Zed player. It looks like they do have battlefields they can conquer, but it almost feels bad to go conquer. They do want to get to 6, but they're going to get their opponent is going to be able to draw so many cards here, right? Every all the effects on battlefields here are able to draw your opponent cards and set them up for a big turn next turn. But getting to that 6 points here is going to be pretty important for Ghoster Driver, just to kind of get ahead on the play and really make sure that make their opponent have to react and defend against whatever they have coming next.
I will say, in terms of hand strength, both players are getting a little bit low on the cards, and noticing that, I think Ghoster Driver recognizes that nothing can be done really this turn. Getting over the heftier weight on the Star Spring is going to be good. However, if you take over the Forge, you are giving card draw back to Hyun-Sung, who hasn't played their big ticket card, right? Which is that Baited Hook. Now, Baited Hook, obviously being a large proponent of a LeBlanc deck currently, not the most pivotal in there. There is still other tricks in the field, which is why Ghoster Driver is deciding how much do I wish to invest into said battlefields. How am I going to conquer and be a nuisance to the opponent? Tugging on the shadow clones, tugging on that warrior. Which one do you decide? You are going to go in with said warrior and feeling a little bit more comfortable with that play. And yep, bye goes a Sentry. Draw that card, and for Hyun-Sung, you get just one more.
Yeah, pushing that Zed in, going to take out a couple more, going up to 6 points here. Huge. Might even be able to play something at Star Spring and bring their Zed back. Another Shadow Clone, this huge army of warriors in the back line. I think this is the true like Zed ideal, right? All these Shadow Warriors
True,
backing you up, and able to use that action right on their chosen champion to swap things as needed. So.
It reminds me of Abraham Mayhem. Abraham Mayhem Zed just having like 14 clones out on the table because he somehow hit, W cooldown reduction or whatever. And it's just like, bro, come on. I don't need to see 17 different shadow clones out on the table. We're not Naruto here. That's a different card game. Looking at this Inferna, waiting for a chance to build up the backline even further. And we are just seeing this Ghoster Driver being such a strong player, a history of performing well. Here in round 3, looking like a menace on one of the newer legends to Vendetta.
Yeah. huge board incoming, and anything the LeBlanc does, they're going to have to really, really load up at least one of these battlefields and hope and pray that nothing can happen. It doesn't look like they have too many combat tricks in hand, so whatever they do here is going to have to just, stick. They're going to have to put as many bodies as they can, but I think it's like at least like 20 might coming in here from the Zed. So getting up to that much power with this much on board is going to be pretty difficult. Unless they are able to bring out some baited hooks, get some key units back out onto the board here through that, they might be able to hold on, but it's looking pretty dire for the LeBlanc player.
Yep, they're going to try their best and pray to God that they can do something here. It is looking extremely dire, as you mentioned. This is going to be the coverage Hyunsung. Decisions. The baited hook has sat in hand for the entirety of this game. By the way, was off the earlier draw, just never found the right time to ever get to play it. Vi going in, stun, kill, as simple as can be. No
Going
challenge
up
whatsoever.
twos.
Yeah, this is... Ghoster Driver, you knew this was coming. You're excited.
Yeah, and we do have a Karthus in hand, so maybe we can play that out and get a few extra death knells somehow, but it's a little bit too late for that. They play with the Glass Mixologist, 2 Star Springs, so they've got, I think that's 17 might at Star Spring, and then just the Vi at the fluffed battlefield with 5 might. Gonna pass the turn back over to Ghoster Driver. 7 points for Yongsung, 6 points for Ghoster Driver. Ghoster Driver does have the opportunity to win this turn if they are able to, and if they can't conquer one of these battlefields, then it's game over. So do or die this turn.
It really, really is. Now, keep in mind that Glass Mixologist, I believe some of the rulings have been, kind of wondering, but I believe having that extra, the extra chance to draw an extra unit, which is why we're seeing Ghoster Driver actually check the discard pile. What can you actually bring in with the Glass Mixologist? And there's nothing really over-empowering with the Glass Mixologist right now. What you're going to draw in is basically an extra maybe 3 might total on the table. Nothing that has a major effect. Problem being, it's another body. And it's just enough might. As you said, it's about 17. I believe each Shadow Clone is an Assault 4 on there. So you have a base 12 with the Assault Clones. And do you have any extra combat tricks? There is an Inferno on the side, a Noxus Hopeful, which is going to add an extra, I want to say close to 7 might on that end as well. So theoretically, if you overwhelm, you can. But it's all about how you want to start with this. You are going to move in with the Zed. Specifically, that is going to be 8 might to start, and you are going to take out the first dragon. Slow start here, but it's a great first showdown.
Yeah, and I really like this, the idea of, I think it's very, very important for new players especially to learn the power of equipment and how much power they can represent on board. As soon as you have multiple units, right, you can run one in, that equipment falls off, you can re-equip it to something else like we're doing here, and they can just keep doing that. So these boots aren't going to be just 4 might. They're going to be 4 might and then 4 might and then 4 might over and over again, running into your opponent's face. So unless you have one giant unit, it's pretty easy when you have equipment to pump up enough to take over some of these battlefields.
And I love, by the way, how carefully Ghoster Driver is doing this. You saw that initial flick in, getting the Zed kill, so you didn't have, so you could re-equip the equipment on there, the Boots of Swiftness. You have now moved into the other battlefield. Sacrifice coming down. Of course, as we saw, it was held in hand. You are going to sacrifice. You're going to be able to draw a couple cards. You're going to channel 1, but now you are freshly tapped out, which I think is what Ghoster Driver was actually aiming for. Aiming for a 0 out, knowing no other cards can come on in. And on the other side battlefield, there is only 11. A quick shroud just being dropped, or not a shroud, I believe. I can read, don't worry. The execution coming through to swing, and that is going to be the scoop. Well done to Ghoster Driver. Game 1, their way.
Yeah, great play. Again, we kind of were a little bit worried for them at first in that first kind of opening battlefield combat where they lost a couple of units early, the Evelyn and the Monk, and then they were able to capture another battlefield and using some really, really incredible plays with Karox, able to bring out that Watcher from your opponent, huge hit and huge swing of might, and just blew out the LeBlanc player there.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. This felt like Hyunsung got the short end of the stick, right? Was
Mhm.
going for the flop and turn, and the river just smacked him out of the water. You burn your 1,000-tail watcher, bro. That is the most unfortunate thing I've ever seen. Like, you can't even... You knew it was going to kind of happen. That's the whole reason that you have a Karx, especially against a deck that has so many high costs in there. It's the gamble, you're more than likely going to succeed. So I do wonder if for Hyun Sung, you're actually going to swing out some of the larger units, even though Beta Took is so good. I wonder if you're going to try and negate that Karx play, or if you're just going to run it back and say, hey, I gotta do what I do. That's just unlucky draw. It ain't going to happen again.
Yeah, I do think that LeBlanc just suffers a little bit from not having as much interaction, right? Like they want to set up their board, they want to build up a really big engine with that baited hook into all their death knell triggers, especially not seeing, I don't think we saw the Rune Rex come out, and that's such a key piece of the LeBlanc able to destroy those backlines. If we had seen a Rune Rex and maybe a sacrifice or a baited hook on a Rune Rex able to come out and kill off some of those backline units, it really, really can make a huge difference for the LeBlanc player. So getting maybe a little bit unlucky on the draw and also with that Watcher. So we'll see what happens here in game 2.
I think the game 2 is going to be a lot of fun. You can see the judges also now double checking as we head back to the stream and to the stage for the players. I appreciate, that the judges have been a lot more present, I feel like, and especially when we take a look at some of the RQs, it is important to have at least 2 judges on the table. We also have some of the review pads, as you can see, on the table, so really trying to help out and alleviate some of the issues that do come down where, hey, someone missed a trigger. I do want to give a big shout out because in the previous round, I believe we saw Houses Are Big also helping out. There's a lot of interactions that can go down, right? And missing a point or two or a certain trigger can be difficult. Shout out to the players that are very, very respectful in that way, but just having extra judges so you don't have to worry about that is very, very nice.
I do find in general, too, with Riftbound, there is a lot of just things going on, a lot of upkeep, right? You have your rune deck, you have your main deck, you have the 2 different battlefields. Things can get very easily kind of shuffled around or accidentally put in different places, and cards come out of different ways. Now we have all these mechanics that let us flow from the graveyard to be able to play cards from there. And so I think a lot of things can happen, and so it's nice to have just an extra pair of eyes from the judges as well, so you're not, as a player, right, especially in this being on stream, you get a bit nervous. Having someone else be able to watch for those mistakes or accidents is super helpful and hopefully calming for the players.
So I do want to ask you about this as well. Normally at, your Nexus night or anything like that, you do have just like the cut from the opponent. What do you think of the opponent shuffling your deck after you shuffle as well? What do you think of that instead of just like a normal cut?
Right, just a half cut. If they want to, I think they're just a little bit paranoid at that point. But as long as they don't hurt my cards, I don't care. That's totally fine. As long as they're gentle,
so real.
It's okay. Sometimes I see the triple cut. That happens too. I don't know what your Orbital, what your
Oh, I do an 8 cut, by the way. I do an 8 cut. I go full nuclear on that.
Oh my god, 8? Oh my god, that takes so much time. Oh my god.
What are you talking about? It only takes 5 minutes. I don't know what you're talking about. That's not that long, right? All right, diving into the match. Game number 2, Hyun Sung and Ghoster Driver. Ghoster Driver up 1 in turn 1. We'll be going Hyun Sung's way, who starts off with a little bit of a Soaring Scout.
Yep, Soaring Scout coming in here to the hillock, they will be able to make their clone here and probably gank over. It's one of the best battlefields for LeBlanc, able to move and conquer multiple battlefields in that first turn or the second turn. Really, really powerful. It gets you ahead on point tempo and just able to activate kind of these battlefields, dig through your deck, whatever you're able to do. And so makes your opponent think, which battlefield do I go to? Is there going to be a combat trick here? Yeah, very, very powerful.
And tossing a baited hook away, though, that is Ghoster Driver getting a lot of good information. Hey, that's 1 of possibly 3 in the deck. We don't know how many baited hooks are being run, but it is usually a big staple. And now, for Ghoster Driver, decisions are to be made. We see a Falling Star in hand. Karx is obviously there, but utilizing Karx without the extra the extra Tornado Warrior just doesn't feel as good. Obviously, that combat trick was so powerful. We do see a Tail Cloak in there if you do wish to lay down some more, but not a whole lot that I think as Ghoster Driver fully enjoy in this hand, at least for the number of runes that you have down on the table.
Yep. Tide Turner able to swing into the hillock there, takes out the non-token bird, and able to conquer that battlefield and just get the point tempo rolling for our Zed player, and then able to play with their chosen champion, passes the turn. Pretty standard here, nothing too crazy in this opening. I wanted to ask you, Orbital, did you see how many runes our Zed player had last game? I thought it was kind of crazy. Like, usually purple is de-ramping so much more.
Yeah. So when I was looking through, I think the card listing, there is a grand total, get this, of like 0 on the power costs.
Oh,
I was
wow.
looking through the entire Zed deck. The only power costs that are derived are coming from Perfect Execution, as well as the attachment costs. So for Ghoster Driver, this position of I'm going to have pretty much all my runes up is massive. For Hyun Sung, it's a little bit different, as we are going to kind of decide and see, depending on what you sideboarded in, it will be interesting. But for this matchup, I mean, Hyun Sung, you got to recognize Ghoster Driver will always have pretty much all the runes available, and the longer you go, it's going to be tough. Oh no, the ploy is there. I just saw something that Ghoster Driver is so happy to see in the trash again.
Oh, yeah, nice. Did we see another watcher pop in there?
Oh, absolutely we did. I don't know what's going on, Thaddeus, but we saw it going down in the Runed Rex.
And the Karox draw. Okay.
Oh, gosh. This is scary. Thaddeus, this is so scary, man.
Yeah. We'll see if they're able to pull off the combo again. I think if they do, Youngsung is just going to be a little bit sad. We do see the Falling Star in hand, another big power cost here, and we which is able to kill off some of those important back units if necessary, especially the things like Karthus. It's able to just destroy some of that back line before you're able to the LeBlanc is able to get off their combos.
We'll see if it can be played a little bit more as a couple decisions being made. A single Shadow Clone is going to be utilized, and a possible draw that Perfect Execution if you want to kind of ready up and get a little bit of movement tech in there. Again, for Ghoster Driver, playing at this faster pace, playing at this pace of we are going to rush, we are going to be in your face as much as possible, and especially since you are behind by 2, you are playing that catch-up game, and recognizing that Runed Rex will be a phenomenal positional annoyance. That is what we are going to see here. Great gank over to the other side. Battlefield Windswept Hillock being utilized very efficiently by both players here. Hyun Sung, board nearly empty, but Ghoster Driver already building up that backline. 2 Shadow Clones available.
Yeah, and using like you said, using the Hillock to be able to gank over kind of against your opponent, it does go both ways. It is very, very good for LeBlanc, but able to letting these clones, letting Zed gank over as necessary is very powerful. Do see a couple of key units. Seeing the Raza go into the trash for Zed is a little bit sad. Usually you're trying to build up that trash for those Razas later.
Yep.
So we'll see what they're able to play out here. Falling Star does come out. Are they just going to kill that Rune Rex? I guess they're just going to get rid of it. The sacrifice comes out. So just burning those runes basically for nothing kills off one of the shadows. Very interesting there.
I mean, that's what you love, though. That's what you love about the LeBlanc deck. There are, I want to say, non-standard combat tricks, which I think you were able to actually draw another baited hook. So for Hyun Sung, that draw was massive. The problem being, obviously, you have the runes up. You don't have too many units on the table, and that's what you're going to try and build up for yourself. An Accelerated Watcher! Yes, Hyun Sung gets to play his own. Dropping it down. There's only 2 runes up for Ghoster Driver, which is still enough to do something, but we can see the push into the Windswept Hillocks. Very, very quick coverage. Hyun Sung moving up to 5 and keeping a near, I want to say, 1 to 1.5 point lead over Ghoster Driver.
Yeah, they just have been really, really keeping up on the point tempo, which I think LeBlanc absolutely wants to do. And then is it going to be able to gank over to this other side, get up to 6 points, and 6 to 3 points here, assuming Ghoster Driver doesn't have anything, but I think they were assuming they could just kind of pull and swap out their Zed to save them. We'll see if they end up swapping and saving their Zed chosen champion.
I mean, it's going to be a hefty investment, though. We were talking about some of that rune count that was available, and at this position, I do apologize. I was looking at it. The Falling Star was one of the other ones that I didn't take a look at that had that power cost. There it is, a quick swap in and identification of another Shadow Clone gone. But this turn, this position that Hyunsung is in is one that we saw, I want to say, in the earlier status in game number 1. Remember, in the earlier part of the game, Hyunsung was up. It was the turn of the Karax as well as extra Tornado Warrior that really gave the benefit over. That set isn't really there anymore unless Ghoster Driver is able to conquer on a heftier battlefield, but a 7-7 position is quite rough, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. And I was just about to mention this just before, but yeah, perfect execution being played for flow out of the graveyard. They are going to try to ready something, or no, sorry, they're just banishing it for the Zed power, I believe. Okay,
Yep.
yeah, that makes more sense. Gotcha.
Well, not just that, and also giving the assault value, that will pump it up to 8, which is able to get over the Watcher, which gives the coverage. So, yeah, this is the other side. I mean, so many people always assume you have to use a card for the full effect, right? No, if you just need a might stack, perfect execution is great. The problem being, it is a heavy investment, right? Playing that from trash, it's gone. You no longer have it. And drawing a Seal of Discord this late into the game,
it's tough.
It does feel like you're setting up for the gear as a clone comes down.
Yep, Clone's going to come down there. I think they're going to load up this battlefield maybe, and just because they do have to prevent the conquer on this side. There's not a ton other than the Watchers that are able to accelerate in the LeBlanc deck. But if we do see a mirror image come out, they are able to play a readied unit and able to conquer possibly from that side. But we'll see if Hyunsung decides to play it fast. They have at least, I think, like 2 turns here of kind of waiting. Switcheroo is huge.
I mean, it is that one draw, and remember, for Ghoster Driver, you haven't played this card yet, so the opponent doesn't really know exactly how many combat tricks you actually have available. Not willing to throw it down just yet, though, unless at the end of the turn you do wish as a double Seal of Discord. Okay, so this is a heavy amount of setup for an assumption that you're going to get another turn. And I will say, I get that there's not many options. You have to actually discard the Karax. For Hyunsung, there's a chance you're coming out of this quite well. Granted, I also understand, that was a clone. You don't really have that much to worry about. There's no units on the table. Oh, a nice little one. But it is another turn. So Seal of Discord will get value. Still, though, heavy setup. Hyunsung, nothing on the board. Let's see what you can do for the finishing 2 points. Can you pull it off?
Yep. And we do see the dragon form, which is one of the ways we can pump up our smaller units in LeBlanc, but there's not a lot of the smaller units to pump up right now. I did like the Seal of Discords. I think they were going to hide a card anyways, so getting that set up and having to recycle a rune isn't too bad. You end up basically just spending that one anyways, because you spend one, and then it just you're using these seals. But is going to, it looks like, pump up the Shadow Clone, which is huge here, right? Because we make a readied clone, we pump it up to 5, and then when it goes in, it gets that assault value still. So we end up with this 9 might swing.
And the worst part, Switcheroo ain't gonna do jack.
Wait, Switcheroo still should.
Oh wait, no, you got it up to 5. You can do this. That's so funny though. I thought it wasn't gonna do anything.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Yes, yeah. If it took like the base might value, it would be very sad. But no, I think it does count the assault value here. So Switcheroo will be able to swap these over and see if they're able to get up to those 7 points. I did forget though that the tokens were not going to get them up to 7 for the hold, and that's my mistake from previous. I was like, oh, they're there, but not quite.
Very nice job, though. That Switcheroo getting a lot of value here. And for Hyunsung, that was actually a pretty hefty investment. Playing a Dragon form plus a mirror image on just a mirror clone. And Baited Hook just being dropped because you don't have much more to play with. Ghoster Driver able to successfully defend on this hill, Windswept and keep their Zed alive for another turn.
Yeah, going into when you're on 6 points, you really, really want to make sure that you can get to 8. And it
Yeah.
didn't look like they had. I guess if they had conquered Windswept Hillock, then they could move over and gank to the other side. Maybe that's what they're. I guess that's what they were hoping for there. But the switcheroo coming in clutch. Ghoster Driver able to take the turn and now able to move Zed over with that ganking ability. Goes up to their own 6 points, and now the game is very, very close. With LeBlanc not having too much, basically nothing on their field except for that baited hook.
Yeah. The other side of this, I don't know if I think it's 2 watchers so far already into the trash.
Yes,
We
right.
saw one already recycled. Or not recycled. It was one that was discarded and then one played and then sent into the grave as well. I don't actually think you have any others. If I remember the graphic from before, you only played 2,000 tail watchers. Those are gone. Those are like your only cards that have accelerate. Everything else has to come out at base rate. So Hyun Sung, I think, is actually out of options here, and Ghoster Driver kind of sees the end here from a 2 to 3 point deficit. Is looking like a 2-0 game.
Yeah, I'm kind of amazed at both these games. It looked pretty good for the LeBlanc player earlier on, and then Ghoster Driver able to kind of slow things down, take their time, figure out what's needed, and really kind of take over the game later on. Still really low on rune counts, but they set up their different battlefields with these tentacles. They've got one shadow clone they've got one shadow clone and a tentacles on the hillock. They've got their Zed chosen champion with another tentacle on the other side. So trying to defend both of these sides at 6 points, see what they can do.
Ugh, and they drew a death mark as well. Nox is hopeful in hand. You are able to play it down 4-2 if you wish, but it's a decision. Are you going to play that or the other? And it is going to be the death mark to go ahead and trigger onwards, utilizing that signature spell to go ahead and get an extra shadow clone down in your own base side. And just having not only the hold power, but the assault power as well, leaving Hyun Sung nearly stunned. Hyun Sung, I believe in LeBlanc. I love LeBlanc just as much as the next player, but I do not know if you have anything in the bank. It's a Karthus and 1, and I don't think you have it at all. It hurts to see so much. But Hyun Sung, I think the options have run out.
Yeah, they might just try to take the gamble here, throw down one of the Rift Herald or Karthus and see what they can hit. Probably the Rift Herald, but I think they're looking through the discard, seeing what else they have available. But you can see 2 mirror images are gone, as well as, like you said, those watchers are out of here. So not a lot of units that can actually take over either of these battlefields.
Let's go ahead and just hold on here. We know what's in the hands, but the players don't always know. For Ghoster Driver, a really solid defensive line, but Hyun Sung, listen, you got to swing for the stars. As an assassin player, you have to know you got to take some chances, right? Especially if you're behind, you got to take some chances. You thought you had it, but the mid game has hit and end game is in sight. Baited hook trigger, the first of the series. Draw 5. What you got in the bank? Glask, Harness Dragon, Arun Rex, not much available, I think. Thaddeus, this feels like a done deal.
Yeah, I mean, if there was only one battlefield, if Ghoster Driver did not place tentacles on both battlefields, the Harness Dragon would at least save them another turn, right? They could kill one of those, they could kill one of the battlefields and just like hold on a little bit. Of course, Ghoster Driver the next turn can't just, go ahead and conquer, so it's not too much they can do, but they really needed something that could accelerate. Does seem like they're just thinking it through here, making sure they're not missing anything, and a GG comes across. Ghoster Driver taking it 2-0.
I mean, Ghoster Driver, phenomenal play with this said, playing both a fast, rapid pace in game number 1, game number 2 being a much more methodical pacing and playing from behind. And we also saw some of the weaknesses. One of the reasons why LeBlanc, I think, has recently and always kind of been touted as it could have been great, but just doesn't feel great. I mean, the baited hook, one play at the very end, which was like a Hail Mary.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you get that baited hook or draw kind of your cards in the right order, it's pretty tricky to work through things and make sure are able to play. But we do see a replay of this crazy Watcher Karox play from Ghoster Driver, able to make such a huge swing in that game 1.
Yeah. And Plus, are you back with us, my friend? My
I
main
am,
man
man.
out there.
What an
Yeah.
incredible display of Shen from the hands of Ghoster Driver. You can truly tell he is such an experienced player, because I don't think he made a single mistake. Was just flawless execution throughout those 2 games. And despite having a little bit of a rockier start, or rather LeBlanc having more of an ideal start, he still somehow put it together and came out ahead. I mean, to be honest, never in a million years would I have thought a Karox, or how do we say that card? Karox?
Thaddeus. I'll let you say yours and I'll say mine.
Karox.
We'll go with Karox. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but never in a million years would I thought to see a Karox with synergy with the Tornado Warrior to take a 1,000-tail Watcher. And it wasn't just for the turn, right? It's forever. It's a nice little change of heart for you old school Yu-Gi-Oh players. But yeah, that was awesome to see. And he's putting on quite a show to say, I am coming here for the best of Zed. I know there's a couple European players that also gunning for it. I think Ghoster Driver might be the player, because he's coming in with a build we have never seen, and I am super excited for him. That was awesome, Orbital.
Yeah, I will actually say it creates a secondary threat behind it. I never thought we would get to the point this quickly where an opponent can utilize your deck, well, not your deck right now, we got about halfway through it, your own discard, your own trash against you, right? This threat value that comes from having kind of this third pool to play with, that's what the Karox actually does for you. It creates this value of the high, like a lot of the high might legend values, such as we've seen sets before, we've seen others. It can be so dangerous.
Oh, and it looks like we got a nice little winners interview from none other than Ghoster Driver. Let's go ahead and listen into what he has to say.
But, you obviously had an incredible run in Bologna, getting 4th place, representing Victor Nation, taking that best home, of which people were kind of not really talking about, tokens. Now I kind of see the tokens coming back a little bit with Zed. Why did you pick Zed this weekend?
To be honest, I'm playing for best of.
Yeah.
I previously played Jinx, and I like the colors. I don't know. I got to Chaos, and Chaos is unfair. You have so many hiddens. I love to hide stuff. I love to play 10 one-offs and hide the stuff at the battlefield, and my opponent is like, is that a switcheroo? Is it an Edge of Night? Tide Turner? Pike? And they're like, with you as opponent, it can be everything. And they're like, fuck, what do I do?
Well, speaking of the switcheroo, right? There was quite literally that moment in that game where you using the Zed ability to draw that switcheroo and hide it down on that last chance of trying to survive, as he's throwing 2 points every single turn with the windswept hillock, but you get the switcheroo. His big play is mirror image one of your own things, dragon's form it, move it in for 9, but because it was the switcheroo, it was basically one of the perfect answers that you could have for that situation. And he was probably maybe playing around a unit like you're talking about. So going back, your Zed deck is already interesting though, okay? So, and the reason I say that is game 1, Karox, Tornado Warrior, using the Empower mechanic that's now come out with Vendetta alongside with Zed. Tell me, I would say most people would say this is kind of like a high roll strategy, right? But it seems like not only are you 3-0 now, but it is a strategy that I think a lot of people are not playing around and not knowing necessarily how to play around it specifically. How successful has it been for you using Karox and the Tornado Warriors? And because you're fully kind of committing to it with those slots in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, I have 3 Karox, 3 Tornado Warriors, and 2 Matriarchs as the only targets. And cheating out 6 energy and 2 chaos for the empower cost is massive. Someone at the pre-riff told me, Karox Tornado Warrior is gonna be a thing, and I was like, nah, never. And then I tried it out, and it's like, most of the time it's fun. You play against Ken, and you get the Baron, like, turn 3, and they're like, what do I do now?
Really taking advantage of these
Everything.
decks that are putting these cards into their trash, right? I mean, 100%. There's a Vex deck running around that is doing a similar strategy that I know that people are talking about. So it's incredible to see you using that sort of sub-theme in the deck itself. But at the end of the day, like you said, Chaos is very consistent, and Fury has very good aggressive potential. So very, very good games. But is there a deck that you're trying to avoid across this weekend?
So circling back to the Vex player, sorry. Yeah, I think it's Lila Iceman. He played it in Spire last weekend and got best of. We actually practiced together. And yeah, he was the one who showed me Jinx, his version, and I was like, man, this is better than I thought. Most of the time he lost in locals to me, so he showed me all his cards at the local. I picked up his deck and yeah, made a few changes, circled back a bit to his version in the end, and we, yeah, a bit of a middle ground. And yeah, I tried it for the next 2 tournaments and got the Jinx best of, and I was like, okay, let's stay with the colors, and now we practiced together, and we were both
so
like,
easy.
Tornado Warrior and Karox is pretty cool.
So easy.
Let's do something with it, and there are so many options using Tornado Warrior with Steel Paws,
Just knows
using
the
it with
game so
Matriarch,
well, right?
using
Like,
it
you
with
can tell
Karox.
just everything.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool.
It's good to see that kind of synergy with the people that you've been talking to and playtesting, not only for that best of and maybe a best of here as well, right? Using those similar strategies with a player who's already proven it with the Vex deck. So going back to the other one that I kind of asked, what are you trying to avoid? What do you think this deck's weakness is?
I mean, if I play against Azir, what am I going to revive? I can revive Azir, hopefully.
True, yeah.
Could be actually funny if I can send all the Shadow Clones in one battlefield and then go with Azir on the other one. Could be funny, but didn't face it so far.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's, yeah, decks with only tokens, but that's mostly Azir, so I'm also always scared of Azir. I mean, we have Rocklow in our locals and he shows every time. That deck is a menace.
Absolutely it is, and we're here in Spain, of course, and Squirtle is running around as well.
I faced him yesterday.
That's good. How did it go?
I won 2-0, but I played Irelia with Karox and Tornado.
Fair. The Karox Tornado Warrior is still showing up every single time. But Ghost Driver, congratulations for this round 3 win. You got 5 more rounds to go, and hopefully we see you in day 2 and maybe another top cut in your near future. We'll send it back.
Nice. It looks like he's no stranger to the Karox combo. You know, to add another thing that really impressed me of that deck was the synergy with Boots of Swiftness. We haven't seen it in a Zed deck, but of course it was the perfect execution to ready it, and then the Boots of Swiftness on top of that, just making everything just chef's kiss perfect. And we're getting right into it. None other than previous Best of Aurelia winner. I believe it was in Bologna. Top 8 as well. So we're getting really awesome matchups here in round number 3. A top 8 competitor, Naturel. And it looks like he's joined a team, MUC. Orbital and Thaddeus. If you guys are ready, I can send you guys over because it looks like they're in the midst of it.
Yeah, I'm excited. Thaddeus, we got another legend that everyone was so excited for. We got the Nasus Ascended. Let's go. You know what? I don't care about Rek'Sai. I've seen Rek'Sai too much. Nasus is hilarious to watch go down right now, and I'm so excited to see if it's actually going to work. Already won game number 1. I wonder what battlefields they were, but it is Candlelit Sanctum and Paper Tree with Spartan already being able to kind of push out a lot of these smaller units. So the ramp up of these units in the baseline is starting to hammer very, very heavily for the Rek'Sai player. They are in a sweet spot for this game too.
Yeah, and the Nasus is able to, get out these huge units. It looks like already a Sprite Mother, the Heron, the nefarious Heron in the back line there, and Rek'Sai is just going to try to push over some of these battlefields. I wonder what the hidden card is, maybe like a Zonia's or something, but that would be pretty surprising. Able to, but yeah, going to be able to push in into these battlefields and see what they can do. A bit odd to come in halfway through here. Ooh, and a couple of interesting options. Are they going to use this Falling Star, get rid of that Sprite Mother? Thinking about it.
It'd be a hefty investment, of course, I think. And for Spartan, I agree, though. Hitting that early, it's such a good call, Thaddeus. It's just recognizing that is necessary. But a Zonya's trigger actually being brought back just to save the Sprite Queen being the main staple, I think, in a Nasus deck.
Yep. And important here as well with the Heron. Oh, it is not out of battlefield, so we don't get that extra discount here for flipping that extra card. It's a little bit scary when you put a Zonias with a scuttle crab at the base, because if they move into the scuttle crab, they kill it, you're gonna have to flip your Zonias. You save your scuttle crab. Like that's a little bit of a sad way to go. Maybe able to actually activate on that death knell though, and react with your Zonias a little bit earlier. I think you can use that interaction to save your Zonias for a bigger unit. But our Rek'Sai player able to conquer that battlefield, and it is 6 points to 3. Currently for Rek'Sai into Nasus. But Nasus is able to accelerate the game pretty fast if needed.
Yeah, by the way, shout out to Spartan. We are starting to see more and more notepads for note taking come out to be far more accurate each time. You can see Natural obviously using like a very stable just notepad. I just want to give a big shout out. These notepads for note taking are starting to evolve. So Spartan running one that I believe tracks if you have a corresponding like identification for each one. You just tag it's like a D&D spell slots. Oh, this one's expended, this one's in the trash, and so on and so forth. Very if that's what it is, that's very, very interesting. Going back to the game, I just want to give a big shout out there. Going back to the game, 4 runes available for Spartan, 3 exhausted, a decent baseline built up, and 6 points. Feeling like a shoe-in for a game 3.
Yeah, it is pretty. They're a little bit sparse on runes, but I find that always happens in Rek'Sai, and so they are just building up their base like nothing. I'm switching out the tokens there just to keep them all matching, which is always fun. Rek'Sai is going to have such a big swing in trying to get to 8 points next turn. There's not a lot that Nasus can do, but we do often see the Watchers and Bellows combo, so we'll see if something like that can come out in order to clear out a bunch of these low might units, just to be able to protect these battlefields, especially with being able to put Heron onto a battlefield. You know, that Watcher and the Bellows ends up becoming a lot cheaper of a card, basically free, or free.
Pretty much free. Yeah. Listen. If there's a reduction, it's free. That's what we take. We take those all day long. The problem is free does come with the fact that there is not much else to work with here. And Natural just going, all right. It goes in, Astral Heron. Now, of course, the effect only triggers when, I think, at the beginning, you are able to have on the battlefield. It is a hold card by nature, unless my brain does deceive.
It is. So I play this in my Akali deck. It is on first card play. If Heron is at a battlefield when you play your first card, then your next card costs 2 energy and 2 power less. So they move it to a battlefield. They're going to be able to play a unit or any other card here, and then the next card you play is going to be discounted by 2 and 2. So.
I'm going to go yell at my local LGS. I'm going to go yell at my LGS. They made me so mad before. I may have said it myself. Watch it coming down, baby. Thaddeus letting me know, and that is a very nice pay cost, as you mentioned. This is only, I believe, first to be played.
Yes, yeah. So then I think we did see the Bellows in hand as well. So Nasus is able to ready up a couple of runes with their legend ability. And yeah, Bellows repeated likely coming out here. Almost everything here is 1 might, except for I think the 5 might unit there that is empowered. So Bellows Breath is going to be able to clear out so many units.
It feels so good with it too. Obviously, you can't take out some of the heavier units that are currently empowered or having small equipment on there. It is going to be a test. So for Natural, you are deciding how hard are we going to go in the paint? Where do we send a lot of those? Looks like the entire left side of Spartan's battle base board has been cleared out, left with just a unit. Plus a few gears, though. A lot of gears that can empower, pump you up, and slow down the pace. So nice clear by Natural. Very nice. And now hefty hold of 14 over there on the Candlelit Sanctum.
Yeah, another cool mechanic we might not see it here is if you are able to hide a card, you can flip a card on your opponent's turn and get that Heron discount. So you're able to play combat tricks with basically no runes up if you're able to swing. So I think Heron's a really interesting card, and I think showing a lot of power in Nasus, especially able to, at that 7 mana cost, making sure that their legend is able to activate. So very, very cool. Couple Under Titans in hand, which is not the place that you want to see them always, but maybe they got those those extra runes earlier, and we're able to draw them off of the signature spell for Rek'Sai. Just moving in here to the paper tree though.
Yep, just take it one step at a time. However, for Spartan, I think there is an assumption that if you're able to draw pretty well, you are going to hit the cards that you need. A long shot, but a potential to go ahead and win here on this turn. But 2 low-end draws are going to yield very, very little value for yourself. So it is just going to be a potential hold for the moment, and maybe assuming that there's no way for a Natural to actually make their way over to the opposite side battlefield, as the Rek'Sai itself coming out to play here. Backline being built up.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Building up their backline, conquering one just to kind of threaten the holds. The Nasus has to put something out at least and try to break through that. So seems like a pretty solid play. I think they're trying to probably decide if they do want to send any of this equipment either way, but not equipping. I'm a little bit surprised here. This is such a big turning point. They could just win the game, with a couple of extra might on that main battlefield. So we'll see if that ends up hurting them here as they leave that longsword just kind of on the table.
Imagine just laying your armory on the table and saying, "I'll use it eventually." That's
yeah,
all they decide to do.
Saving it for next game. That's
saving it for next game. Imagine a soldier. I'm going into this battle, but I'll save my weapon for the next one. It's no worries, as that will be an accelerated watcher being dropped hardcore and a push in to fight. It was slightly expected. We saw some of the cards going into hand, but for Spartan, it is a shattering as you recognize that some of the largest units, you gave time for Natural to pump out 3 7 might units.
Yep. Trying to figure out what exactly is in the hand of Natural. It looks like they do have a discipline, but I can't see the other one. So yeah, at least able to pump one of these things, maybe get an extra card draw. Not a lot of might on the side of Spartan. Going to be very, very difficult in order to push through both of these battlefields to win the game.
Yeah, and I think you're kind of recognizing that this is a hold game versus Spartan's aggressive game. Now, the Under Titans, remember, they're best utilized from the deck side, from actually drawing it in, but they can still be played raw. It's obviously not as efficient, but at this time, that might be what you need to do. The problem being is the investment is so high that you're not really going to have any other units to play at the same time, right? So it's like, what can I really do? And of the 4 cards, 3 out of the 4 are the exact same option. So you are stuck in this position where it's just like, I don't really have much to do. So it is going to be a drop of the Under Titan, a push with 2+ on the Rek'Sai, as well as I think that's the Emissary in there. I keep forgetting exactly the card title, but 2 mites goes to 4. Rek'Sai goes from, I believe, 3 to 5 with a little extra behind, and a lot of a lot of gears to be worked with to try and overcome.
Yeah, Noxian Emissary, you got it right on the dot there, Orbital. Yeah, looks like Under Titan be able to come in, giving +2 to a bunch of their units. So maybe they are able to punch through some of these units, equipping that longsword, not saving it for next game. They were just saving it for next turn, which is a little bit more reasonable here, not having to burn that red energy or power cost. And we'll see what they end up swinging in here with to overcome one of these units or one of these battlefields.
You can see the idea. I think Spartan was actually thinking a paper tree, take out the lower cost first, and then maybe be able to swing back with maybe some of the equipment. I don't know if that's what you're thinking here, because I do feel like you actually need both equipment pieces to be able to be utilized on that Rek'Sai later. So are you looking to try and push? That's start number 1 Longsword attached, everything evens out. Spartan is looking at a 7-7. Is there going to be an overcome? Yes, there is that discipline. As you mentioned earlier, I completely forgot. You did not, Thaddeus. And that is step 1, negated at the door. Spartan being forced to put in the Inferno to pump it up a little bit higher with an assault value extra. You're looking at a 3, just 1 over. Natural, did you draw? Did you have? No. The hands say no. And the win. Oh, but this is the side. Do you want to give the gear back? That's what I was asking there. Do you want to give the gear back to Spartan to use?
Yeah, I think you maybe
That was
just
so
don't even
close.
kill that unit. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Very, very close. And it looked like they did pick up, Natural picked up a Consult the Past and a Time Warp in their hand. I think it's their last 2 cards. So very interesting. If they're able to hold on one of these battlefields, they just win the game. So, you know, letting this go, killing off the bigger unit. But I think you're right. I'm surprised they killed off the gear, able to basically give them another +2 pump spell for one of their other units, the Rek'Sai, to come into the other battlefield.
All right, and with this being said, there is now a trigger consequence. So keep in mind, probably what they're discussing here, I'm not tuning into the volume just yet. The idea is, are you doing the Conquer trigger first for the card draw, or are you utilizing the Rek'Sai trigger first? And it is being shown that the Rek'Sai, or the Conquer trigger, will go off first, draw into hand. And did you draw? You drew! Oh, is that a hidden blade? He doesn't have the runes, though. Oh, that hurts. That was the card, I think. It would have evened the playing field. Oh,
So
Spartan, do you have
sad.
enough, my friend?
If he had if they didn't have 3 Under Titans in hand, maybe he could have drawn an extra power. But unlucky, is not able to get through. And yeah, this is going to be pretty difficult to get over.
I also love that Natural has a freaking fan of a hand right now, but has nothing that they can play. And they might, or that was the discard. Sorry, I was so excited. My brain, I'm short circuiting here. But this is going to be the attempt. Attachment and toss straight into the battlefield. Rek'Sai +1 on top. It is a 9-14. You're just trying to force out probably the Heron. Is it going to work though? Thaddeus, does Spartan have it?
Able to take out the Heron. Is there anything else? As we know, Natural does have the Time Warp. So if Spartan does need to take both of these battlefields in order to win the game, I think. Otherwise, Natural is going to get the point for holding and then the point for the Time Warp. So we'll see what happens here. Looks like they're passing. The hold point comes in.
Oh, you're right. This position of I will just win the game.
Do they have enough runes? I'm trying to count. It's a little bit tricky to see here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
They
7, 8.
don't have enough runes. It's 9. I think they're at 9 runes. Oh, that's so sad to see here.
This is game 2.
Natural. Yeah.
This is game 2, man.
We're gonna have a heart attack by game 3. I don't know. This is
I've already had a heart attack. This is close. I love this. And again, the fun of it all, as we are gonna see, a Force of the Charm, getting rid of that hidden, unless you trigger it. What is it? It is a hidden blade. Obviously, we knew that earlier. Trust me, I remember what goes on the table. This is not the reason why I'm only 33% win rate. I promise, I promise. But there's the card draw on the end. Now, keep in mind, both players are currently sat at 7, meaning it is either a double conquer or hold. And it's a big question on what you can apply. The idea is, though, neither player currently has a masterful battlefield, which is why we're seeing a little bit of a stack. Apprentice Mage coming down, empowerment of 2, but you can't do it right now, so the turn is back over to Spartan, who now has a singular battlefield to deal with, but only has a singular unit to really work with as well.
Yeah, and it is a pretty powerful, but I think they're going to be able to get over it pretty easily. And without that Heron anymore, we don't have the surprise energy swings. Just a couple cards in hand. Spartan has to be a little bit careful about things like basically just Defy, I think, but as long as they're not playing too many spells, which usually Rek'Sai isn't, they should be able to overcome this battlefield. But that doesn't win them the game. This is going to go on for a bit longer than I think we originally thought.
It's also just a product of Nasus, I feel like that's the worst thing to say, but I feel it's a product of Nasus, which I love. By the way, if for those that don't know, obviously Nasus is one of the few Legends that I feel really benefits from going longer games because you need those 7 runes up to really trigger a lot of the combat tricks and everything. Falling Star, though, it was revealed earlier, Spartan did draw it, has found the time to utilize a blow to the head. The question is do you want to apply one or both to the Thousand Tail Watcher? Because I believe one of the Falling Stars, you can do quite a bit of damage here.
Yeah, and then you can get a lot of damage on it and guarantee that it dies, basically. Is that what you want to do? Or do you want to kill one of their units? I think getting rid of one makes a little bit of sense there, just to make sure that, you know, they don't have anything to save or just keep that one unit and hold. So they're able to get rid of the unit and equip the Under Titan to come into combat here. 1 rune up for Natural versus 3 runes total for Spartan. Gets the conquer.
It is going to be a nice one, but it's just another card draw. We're in a position where it is definitely turning into a hold game here. This is going to be so much fun if we continue to see, but a nice couple draw of the units to play with 3 or reduce by the Rek'Sai. It is only going to be of 1, and now another heavier stack onto said base. It is going to be a Noxus Soulful to hold in the back line. Is there anything that you can play with 2? By the way, the largest D ramp I have seen so far here on the day, which I love, or at least on stream. Spartan being held onto for 3 runes total at the end of the turn.
Yeah, I was trying to figure. I forgot what that card was too. Has been sitting in Spartan's base for so long, but it's the Rage Amplifier for those of you like me who did not blow before. Yeah, from the new set. It is a 4 and 1 power. It gives your units +1 might, and it's empower for 6 and 1 red power. If they're empowered, they get +2 instead. So everything getting +1 might here. If some of the combats have looked a little bit strange, that's probably why.
More graybacks can be just as annoying, but turn over to Natural. Natural, who, remember, won game number 1 and tossing out a time warp just because they're trying to play. And unfortunately, I don't think they were able to draw anything that they necessarily had. That is a scoop. Game 2 going Spartan's way. And with 5.5 minutes left, Thaddeus, we got a game 3.
Oh my gosh, that was a long game. They're gonna have to speed through this next one. We'll see what happens here. Sometimes on stream they get a little bit extra time, but we'll see what happens as they decide some sideboards, switch some things in and out, and work through here.
By the way, big shout out to both players. At least from what we were watching, it didn't feel like they were slow playing by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
With the number of decisions that were being made, chaotic. Even they still played at a very even pace. Even when some of the decisions were quite tough, they were moving along. And I for one appreciate play where even if you have a lot of decisions, you try and make it timely. You know your deck, you know what you're trying to do at the end of the day, and trying to remember what the opponent has. I appreciate that they played at a pretty rapid pace. It's just both these decks do a lot at the end of the day.
Yeah, and Nasus wants to drag out the game as long as possible, able to, like you were saying, get those play those big units at the high rune count. So, you know, stalling is what they do, especially with that huge Watcher's Bellows play. Like the Rek'Sai player did seem like they had it in the bag a few turns earlier until the Watcher Bellows blew out their entire board, and then they kind of had to rebuild from scratch.
And I will say my head was a little bit off. This is saying Drake CLB. I'm pretty sure this is not the Nasus deck that we just saw. This is a different one that might be coming up a little bit later. So we'll leave that aside. So Drake CLB, you know, previous round, that was it. Talking maybe about the previous legends in there. But a little bit surprising either way. The Nasus will be coming in one last time. What are the battlefields though, Thaddeus? Are we expecting yet another slow play, or are we expecting pump ups? What do we want for the battlefields? I gotta see it. I'm excited.
Yeah, well, with such little time on the clock, it might just be difficult for the Nasus player to get ramped up. So they're going to want to play quick, play fast. And it looks like they have the cards to do it with, I think, 2 Raven Blooms in their hand. Well, they had the one on the field and the one in their hand. So going to be able to compete for some of these battlefields really early, which is really important when you're on such low on time.
Yeah, you say that, but then there's Forbidding Waste, right? Forbidding Waste, just like, no, you don't get to do that as easily. But it is a quick conquer, treasure hoard over to the other side. And as you said, we are going to try in speed through these rounds. Now, keep in mind, for both these players, once it ticks down 2-0, they are going to pump their way forward, treasure or gold handed into the hand, and quite a few extra to play for Natural. For Spartan, though, building out their empire, building out their base, which I did want to point out as well. I love how the battlefields are scooted closer towards Natural, assuming that Spartan is going to have like 17 units. Just like, we know you need your space to build up. I will give you that space.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the units coming out here, they are going to push into the Forbidding Waste. Nothing in the base for our Nasus player, so pretty free here to conquer. Plays out lots of different units as Rek'Sai does, flooding the board and going to be trying to push for those early points. But Ravenbloom will probably be able to hold here, keep them up to 2, and keep those point totals up. Going to be playing pretty quickly here on the Nasus side, I think.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a little bit fast paced. Already 3 units though to be able to play for. And remember, when it comes down to the point totals, you need those units down ASAP. At least I feel like right before you head into the OT, which obviously we assume we're going to hit OT. How many units can you slam down? That is a Watcher in hand, which is going to be very useful for a Natural if you're looking for a last minute push, maybe to get a draw or anything like that. But in this game 3, it is going to be a toss on up to another little okay, just bring them all out. It's a trio of a student. It's Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger out to play.
Yeah, exactly. The Harry Potter trio are here. All of our Ravenbloom students able to threaten those battlefields next turn, especially with a Watcher in hand. I think that's such a really, really important draw here. Just to be able to push through some of these battlefields if our Rek'Sai player wants to try to go for the win for a couple of cheeky little holds. So yeah, this is looking to be very interesting, and I think a really, really good hand for the Nasus player.
Let's see if Natural can do it. This is going to be a nice build-up, and this is the first time I think Spartan is also contested in more of the unit count overall, which is why Spartan is kind of counting, how do I want to allocate? Am I going to try and also get the birds out to play? Right now, quick recruit into Treasure Hoard, cover up on 1, trigger the Rek'Sai currently on the side. Let's see what we draw. Do we get anything good for themselves after the gold is dropped? You can see a couple of that note-taking on the side here. Draw 1, Falling Star. That can be big. Draw 2 is a Cole the Weak. And you are going to play that Falling Star. That's a great negation. So who do you choose? Do you choose Ron? Do you choose Harry? Or do you choose Hermione? There's quite a few. There's quite a few that you can take out to make your life a little bit easier.
Yep, it is always a little bit dangerous. If the opponent did have any pump spells, they might be able to save something here with Falling Star, but not able to. The Ravenbloom students do go down, and now there's just one little student on board against this horde of this army that Rek'Sai has assembled here. So
and that is
really, really scary. Oh, yeah, good point. It is time, yeah. So they're on turns. This is turn 0 on a Rek'Sai's turn, and then they're going to continue forward.
And remember, you have to, I believe, win by 2. You have to have 2 over your opponent. If you're within 1, it is considered a tie. Or is it 3? Is it 3 over your opponent or 2? 2.
Just 2, yeah.
Yeah. You can tell how many times I've been in an OT. 2 over your opponent. That is what you're guarding for. And honestly, Spartan has a beautiful board for it.
Yep. Yeah, this Ravenbloom student is not going to stick around for very long, but again, if we can see that Bellows Watcher combo come out here, but it doesn't look like they have the Bellows, just the Watcher, and time is running out for Nasus. Gonna have to send Ravenbloom student in somewhere. No runes up for the Rek'Sai player, so not a lot to be scared of, but you also just, you have so few units on the board now that throwing that Ravenbloom just for a point, it's really important, but it's going to be pretty scary to lose that unit so early on.
Well, you only got a few options, and I really do feel like Natural isn't playing obviously to win now. It's how do I ensure a draw? How can I time this out where I can go ahead and stay within 1? And it is going to start with a play into said battlefield. Treasure Hoard has been the battlefield fight of this game number 3, utilizing those gold gears as often as possible. Of course, in this position, is it going to be utilized as well, as the fight has leaned into Natural's way, but what are you going to play next?
Yeah, we will see here. I think they do have 7 runes up at least in order to play that Heron. Yep, they do end up playing it out. Still 1 rune left up. And because this was their first card play and the 7 might, they get some more runes. I'm surprised they didn't hide a card. The back off here, I think they're, yeah, you can see at the top the dice that is near the scoreboard is the turns. They're on turn 2. And so it is going to be pretty tricky for either player to, get ahead of those 2 points. So we'll see what the Rek'Sai does here, if they're going to move into that battlefield and try to conquer it, or just, maybe they just want the stalemate. Maybe they'll take the tie. They'll go into the other battlefield and they'll just have a standoff.
I think Spartan recognizes that there's a chance if you draw an Under Titan here, you have enough weight to kind of swing into the battlefield, and you can almost negate the discipline to come out as well. Keep in mind that's what you're assuming is one of the green tricks that can be up the side. As you mentioned, back off is big, but neither. It's all unit drops in there, so it's a might stack instead. Now, theoretically, this can still work, right? As we mentioned, just on board, you're looking at the Ravenbloom student, you're looking at the Heron. That is 9 total. If a discipline comes down like we saw earlier, it is going to pump up to 12, with the Ravenbloom getting an extra stat behind it. So, theoretically, you have a chance, especially if you have 1 in hand. I didn't really see what Spartan had in hand as well. But if they have they have a longsword that they can equip, and a little bit more to play with. So as long as Spartan calculated right, you can challenge pretty well.
Yeah, so we're going to see these units all come in here. If they're able to conquer, they'll go up to 5 points, be at that 2-point advantage. But we do know and remember that Natural has that Watcher in hand. So they are going to be able to come back, but we'll see if they're able to overcome that discipline. Will it be enough? I don't think it's pretty close, right? Yeah, the Inferno's nice.
Did I miscount? Is that 2 and 7? Did I miss a point somewhere?
9.
It's showing 10.
I think that they just didn't want to pass, and so they they throw that Inferno out. 7.
Okay.
This is 12 to, I think it's now 12 to 13. We've got like you said, the 3 on the Ravenbloom, or +3 on the Ravenbloom from the discipline, and the +1 on the trigger. So it's 5 total plus the 7 on the thing, and then the longsword does come out, like you're mentioning, from hand, and I think that just puts us 1 over. They're also doing the math here.
I'm. So it shows 13 down at the bottom. I'm trying to figure out where the extra 1 comes from. Did I miss something? So for Natural, I don't know. I'm gonna skip past that because right now we're even, and I'm actually kind of excited for this.
Yeah.
All right. Attachment in 13 is what we currently have on the screen. Spartan and Natural. This is going to be a chance. Do you decide? What do you have? 1 more combat trick in hand. The discussion heavy on that one.
Able to pump up with 1 more spell, but the Hidden Blade comes out. Oh, that is big. They are going to be able to take over this battlefield.
And it goes to 5. Oh my gosh. What a beautiful draw as well. Spartan has nearly disabled the entire hand of Natural. And take a look at this. Natural just going, I have to take out something. Granted, both battlefields are currently covered, so I don't know if there's anything else that you can do with this. The main hope is these 2 extra card draws have given you something to play to push back. You are looking at a 2-1 loss. Did you draw what you need to at least get 1 more conquer on the table?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty tricky here. They will need something accelerated, which they do have that Watcher. I think it's just going to be a draw here as they don't pick up anything else too much here. This is turn 3 of their turn 3s, of their 3-turn overtime. So not much that is left to do. It basically impossible for Natural to take the win here, they just need to not lose. Basically, it's on them to get at least one more point in order to prevent to keep the draw in hand.
Yep.
Watcher
As you said,
does
the Watcher
come out.
comes on down. Easy call for you. As easy as pie. Accelerated, dropping everyone down to nearly 1 on a piece. I like how the judge put it out there. Like, yeah, we need to see it when all these units are like 1 might tops. It is going to be a clear on the battlefield. Very nice coverage, and that puts us at a 4-5 at this point. Even if you push into a double conquer, it will be a 5-5 range. Discussion with the judge just to double check. Well played, really, by both of these players. Really, really well done, pushing their decks to the absolute limits.
Yep. Yeah, great plays here on both sides. I think that game 2 that we were able to come in and see was amazing. With so many different plays there, and the Rek'Sai player able to hold on and then eventually end up getting the draw there. So it can be. I find it's very tricky on the draw in order to get into those top 8 positions, right? You really, really need your wins in order to get into your top 64 at the end of the game. But, draws aren't too bad. At least both players walk away feeling okay. But I know in draws, I always end up just feeling like I could have won that, right? I don't know about you, Orbital.
I've never been in that situation. I'm always on the bottom tier of the leg, so I will take that for what it is. Plus, welcome back onto the desk and onto your own show, my man.
For sure. What an excellent game to kind of close out that round number 3. Or wait, yeah, round number 3. I'm getting all mixed up with a couple rounds we already had. But man, I really thought Nasus could pull it through. I thought the double Watcher plus Bellow Breath combo was enough. When I saw Rek'Sai's board completely get wiped out, I thought he had it. But Rek'Sai just unrelentingly pressure turn after turn, just barely inching a win, but that he did, bring it to an overtime situation, and a tie is better than the loss. But you guys been casting for quite a bit, so I'll let you guys take a nice little refresher break, as I believe round number 4 round number 4 is going to be starting momentarily. So Orbital and Thaddeus, I'll see you guys soon.
Yeah, we'll be back in a minute. Thanks, Plus. See ya.
All right, chat. You guys are stuck with me for a little bit. I am letting these guys take a little refresher break so they could come back re-energized for this next round. But honestly, guys, we've been getting pretty spoiled. It's been banger of games back to back. We've seen multiple previous top 8 competitors like Ghoster Driver, like Naturel on this previous one. Let's see, maybe they're preferencing the previous European regional champion, Mr. Squirtle, because they might be showing it on the feature match. I am excited, and I'll answer some questions in the chat. Someone said where the deck list, and thank you, Thaddeus. I saw him answer that. But yeah, guys, it's a closed deck list environment in Swiss, so they don't reveal the deck list. They give you a little bit of insight on the deck list from the previous round. It looks like round number 4. Are they actually showing a Squirtle, or are they kind of teasing it? We'll see, chat. We might get a nice little Squirtle game here in round 4. But yeah, and Constantino, good to see you. Yeah, these guys been killing it on the cast. And A1 saying, why is that a draw? So A1, according to their core rules, in overtime is 0, 1, 2, 3, right? At the end of the 3rd turn, you have to be ahead by 2 points. If you're not ahead by 2 points, that is a draw. So if Natural didn't have a Watcher in that situation, Rek'Sai would have won. But I thought Nasus could show us exactly why. A lot of people consider him one of the top dogs in the meta, but I think Rek'Sai might be one of their worst matchup. Honestly, we're talking about like the more aggressive deck versus a deck that likes to go a bit into the late game. Honestly, Nasus is a bit of a mid-range deck if you really think about it. But yeah, Rek'Sai with, what was the gear? I think it was Raging Amplifier, a +1 across the whole board. The Under Titan across the whole board. It's so powerful. We're definitely going to see a Rek'Sai probably in top 8. At the minimum, something like a top 16 finish. Star saying, when are we going to get the deck list? Star, the deck lists aren't get revealed until after this weekend. So after top 8, all the deck lists will be posted. I know we'll post them ourselves on Discord and on Twitter, but if you want a little bit, as soon as they're posted, I'm pretty sure Piltover Archive and Riftx, the website, should be publishing them. But if you guys are on our community, you guys will get those as well. But speaking of that, guys, I appreciate every single one of you guys for tuning into the co-stream. It's been a blast so far. I know I've been having a great time, and these games have been awesome. So hopefully they can keep things moving and grooving in that same direction, because I think we've almost seen every bit of Vendetta Legends. We saw an Ambessa, Nasus, Renekton, Akali, a Zed. We're missing 4, chat. What am I? Oh, we saw a Shen, so we're missing 3. We're missing Kennen, Mel, and chat. Which one am I missing? What's that third one? Let me look it up here. Oh, and we saw Jace. We were only missing 2, so if Riftbound Production is trying to cover all their bases and show us every little glimpse of the Vendetta meta, oh, we might be in for a oh man, they keep teasing us. This is what I get for not having the volume on the stream. You know what's confusing me, chat? They're giving us the deck previews with the Vendetta background. Usually this matchup here, Squirtle versus Renaxel, that was their final matchup in Lille, right? Or in Utrecht. Utrecht it was. They gave us the Vendetta deck list, which is confusing because in Utrecht, they didn't have the Vendetta background. So I'm like, wait a minute, are we going to have a run back of that matchup? But the fact that they're kind of previewing Squirtle over and over and over, I'm pretty dang sure we're going to get a Squirtle matchup. Hopefully he's undefeated. You know, speaking of that, I could probably tune in and see the bracket. If you guys want to pay attention on the bracket on your guys' side, exclamation point bracket, and you guys will pull up exactly what I'm seeing here. Okay, we'll make sure not to miss any of the bit of the action. So I'll put this on the side and let's see if I can refresh and see if round 4 pairings have started already. Can't wait for Alan's Mel. Yes, Doty, we need to see Alan's Mel for sure. I would imagine he's still probably in the neighborhood. Over your back. Okay, I'll bring you guys in. And then Thaddeus, let me know when you're back as well. So welcome back, Orbital. We're trying to tune in and see who is still undefeated. So let's hit a quick refresh as round 4 pairings are underway, it seems like.
Ooh, okay. I'm excited. I do appreciate that you have been baited multiple times by watching Squirtle, by the way. That is very,
if we don't get a Squirtle game, that's the biggest debate I've ever seen. Okay, but let me make it a little bit bigger for these guys here at home. So let me zoom in, maybe one more time. So chat, double Kha'Zix undefeated. So perhaps Kha'Zix needs his flowers a little bit sooner than later because he is doing awesome. Coco Sean, actually a competitor in one of our Runes and Rift events, or actually multiple Runes and Rift events. Diana, not too much represented. And speaking of the first ever, actually I think the second ever champion in our Runes and Rift events many months ago, Pew undefeated with Diana as well. A lot of familiar names, at least for my side of things. And Zari, previous Best of Kaiser winner, rocking the Rek'Sai this weekend. Super cool.
Ooh, okay. We got a decent swath, by the way. I'd been discussing it before as well. I do love that the best of has obviously kind of pushed people into worlds where they do want to try stuff out, and also that we're seeing kind of the mix. I wanted to point out as well that you mentioned, hey, you know, we haven't seen the Mel and the Kennen. I'm like, plus, I don't know why you're saying we're getting such a taste of all of Vendetta. You know Kennen's making it to like top 64 and like top cut. Yeah, we're not seeing that until day 2. I'm not gonna lie.
Or
like end
sure.
of day.
Yeah, they know. They say
away.
Kennen is the most represented deck in the room. We're going to see plenty in day number 2. So let's catch these guys a little bit later on. But other than that, I'm not seeing too many out of the ordinary. There's an undefeated Pike, which could be cool to spectate. Probably more of the discard package. An undefeated Iron, which is interesting to see as well. But hey, it's only round 4, so not too much to kind of take into account. But let's go back to the stream and make sure we're not missing anything, as it looks like we're getting a nice little interview with Alan and Score. I think this is the pre-recorded one we might have seen online. At least I think I saw it.
Yeah, it looks like they're having fun passing the mic back and forth, having a little bit of fun, just kind of chatting between the two. It's a good time.
For sure. And Thaddeus, you're back, but I think your camera is not. Did you close your camera?
I did. I put on my flipped my camera down. I can just appear out of nowhere like that. Thank you, Plus, for the heads up. Production quality is always amazing. I apologize. We're good now. We're good.
There we go. A nice little Baron Nashor statue behind these. I think this is the first time the outside of China regionals have kind of dabbled with that kind of, how would you say it? Not production quality, but like environmental props. Because at least the regional that I went to, we had like the big Rift statue, but no kind of like legend or champion or kind of characters from the Rift in there. So I like that they're doing that, because in China, they do it like every event. Have you guys seen pictures of that? They had like the Winter Rush Poro like display. It was crazy. They had like Poros.
wow.
Yeah.
It was cool. It was cool. So happy to see it over here in Barcelona.
I would love to go to Riot HQ one day and see the huge Annie and Tibber statue that they have there. That's always such the cool piece of their offices. If you've ever seen the
Well, that one's
videos
like
around.
legendary, isn't it?
Yeah,
Like that is
yeah.
the one that you got to kind of see at the end of the day.
Exactly. Yep.
Oh, and they were not debating us. It is time for not the one time, but for the 2-time regional champion, none other than Squirtle himself. We do know he's representing Azir one more time this weekend, but no idea who his opponent is. But I am excited. Like I said before, I think we're getting truly spoiled this regional, at least early on. Orbital and Thaddeus, if you guys are all refreshed, I'll go ahead and throw you guys to this feature table once more.
That's good.
Right.
Thanks, Plus.
Thaddeus. Excited, and we're diving on in. By the way, for those that don't know, Plus has also done an amazing job here. I don't know if we said it. Obviously, we're only on round, I think, 4. There are, I think, 9 rounds is what we're having here on the day. As we take this moment, I want to give a big shout out because Plus has been so awesome. He is running 8 rounds on the day. It is a near 9 to 10 hour day. He's also doing this for day 2 as well. The man puts in a lot of effort. So if you get the chance, if you have a subscription available, please go ahead and subscribe here on the Twitch side. If you're on YouTube, drop a follow. Go ahead and show a lot of love. I know we have chatters in there, but please, the man does this for the love of the game. I've never seen someone put on so many weekend tournaments and just go for it each time. So please go ahead, give a lot of love over to Plus. Thaddeus, looking at this, we're getting some fun. We're gonna get some fun with this Azir.
Yeah, I love there's just a couple of new additions, right? We've got the hand hammer and the cannon are the new Vendetta additions to this Azir deck, but otherwise fairly standard. I think also people have started to realize the power of back off. It's a card that has come up a lot more frequently in these different green decks, just because you're able to get those 1 extra point from holds, and also if you really need to, it can be that draw, just 1 extra draw if you need to dig for something. And then we see the Fiora deck as well. What do you think of this one, Orbital?
I love it because we also get to see a little bit more of Vendetta cards as well. So you obviously have the Vi and all that, but the Legion Marauder, Rampage, Kale, and Kennen, new additions in to this matchup, which, again, for Legion Marauder, I think one of the best, if not the best 2-drop in Vendetta, having such an easy empower cost, as well as having 2 and just getting the extra 3 on the table, plus an easy trigger for a lot of the empowerment statuses. And then Kale, a champion card that a lot of people have seen, and if it's Vendetta in a vacuum, powerful, triple empower up to, I believe, 9 might, plus deflect on the back end, can be a brutal unit on its own.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think Fiora has gotten actually a few interesting ways to make mid-range Fiora work a bit better. In Unleashed, Fiora was a little bit difficult to play in the mid-range. You were seeing a lot more baited hooked decks, or even Aurora Fioras as necessary. But I think with some of these new additions, like Kale as well, is very, very cool. And Kennen, you're able to get those Fiora procs a little bit more consistently, and also have some big units for the end game after ramping via Fiora's power. And I think we do see here Sandswept Tomb versus Hall of Legends. Orbital, if I could take a second, I want to talk about Sandswept Tomb for a second. Have you seen this?
Go for it.
Yeah, this battlefield's awesome, especially in orange decks. It does each spell that chooses 1 or more units here that are friendly to it costs 1 power less. And this is so important in these orange decks for things like Punch First, and especially in Fiora because of the riposte interaction. So riposte is able to counter that spell. That's the really big part of Fiora's kit. But riposte also targets one of your own units to give them more might based off the spell that you countered. So we are able to reduce a lot of that power cost that is necessary here, and I think that's really, really interesting of a battlefield.
I like how you put that, and just watching it come down as well for Animation Module, who I love that name, by the way. Animation Module. It's always fun seeing it happen. But a Fiora, it's always kind of scary because you know the might values can stack, and I feel like for an Azir, this is one of the it has the potential to be a very rough matchup. Now that's only later though, because the gear ramp that you have, most Fioras I don't think have natural gear hate built in, so you are more often than not going to be able to set up a lot of your gears, be able to powerfully build a lot of those Sand Soldiers, and with the Hall of Legend as well, you're very, very comfortable. You have a Defy in hand, plus a little bit of an On Guard and extra bonuses during the combats. This is going to be a little bit tricky for Animation Module to overtake, so it's just a Fiora on the table, plus a little bit of that Pit Rookie.
Yeah, Pit Rookie, Fiora for Animation Module, and from Squirtle's side, we have 3 whole Sand Soldiers on turn 2 due to the Hall of Legends battlefield, able to let you ready your Legend for an energy and reuse it, and then just a couple of equipment put out there onto the field. So 3 Sand Soldiers versus a couple here, and a Sabotage coming through and seeing only spells. So lots of options, and it's interesting that Squirtle chooses not to defy the Sabotage. Usually you might see that just to like get the trade here, but because I think there are so many options, and not de-ramping is important here early in the game, so it probably makes sense why they didn't do that.
I'd actually agree with that. It's an idea of, okay, well, there's also, because there are so many combat tricks, I already know that I can make some magic happen, and against a Fiora, I don't have to worry as much. Right, the Death Grip I think might be the best one to take away, but that back off, as you mentioned before, a beautiful stun mechanic that can save a low might value Sand Soldier. The On Guard and Defy are both being considered as well, and obviously, like you said, all these are good. The On Guard being seen as the more potential threat, considering a solo Sand Soldier with a gear attached can be brutal to deal with. So you have a Defy, you have a back off, and you have the Death Grip that Squirtle can utilize to overwhelm a Fiora if Animation Module gets a little bit too cheeky in the early game.
Yeah, and that getting rid of the On Guard, Squirtle did only have 1 rune up, and so, looking at those 1 rune abilities, they're able to very safely conquer this other battlefield with their now mighty Fiora, thanks to the Pit Rookie coming in to buff it.
I like it behind as we're chilling here. Thaddeus, it seems like Animation Module just kind of deciding what the last 3 are going to do.
Yeah. I wonder if this battlefield will ever come into play to, ready Fiora in order to play it again. But I don't think that that's usually too helpful here. Oh, they are able to ready their Fiora, and because it is mighty, they can gank over to the other battlefield. I think they're deciding if they want to do that or pull it back. End up deciding to pull it back, not wanting to go to lose that Fiora. It's such an important unit for the Fiora Legend, the Grand Duelist.
Having a bit of fun there, but for Squirtle, 2 Sand Soldiers up, 2 gear on the table as well. It'll be a little spot to hang on to as we get to see the quick swap through the hand. We already saw about 3 of the cards, but drawing in a Rise off the top, great mid-game to late-game potential. Imagine if that Sabotage had come through just a few turns later, would have snagged that Arise and just made it so painful to deal with, or force the Defy in that same sense, I don't know. But for Squirtle, not many gear options to be dropped down to create more on the table.
Yeah, that is difficult, especially when running so many back. Like, I think we saw a set of 3 back-offs in this Azir deck, and so drawing a lot of those spells and units early on is pretty tricky for the Azir to kind of get ramping. So they have to play with their chosen champion and just kind of let that, so that they have something to develop on the board. Lots to
There's push.
face down here with the Fiora as well in the base, so you don't want to overcommit. So throwing some Sand Soldiers is okay here, and leaving up 3 runes for potentially that back off, like we talked about before, that we can defend against one of these units. However, we do know that the Fiora does have deflect, so gonna be deramping anyways. It's a little bit tricky here for what Squirtle wants to do. We're just playing it a bit slow, just taking one battlefield at a time, trying to stay up on point tempo.
I got no problems with that as well. Very, very calm and comfortable. It's not that end of the world by any stretch. I feel like both players are kind of here saying, it's game 1. We're both experienced. We're 3-0. We know how to play our decks. Let's play smart. Don't rush it. Don't get crazy. Let's make our decisions well. That's kind of what I get that feeling from Squirtle, from Animation Module, both players. Recognizing that there's a lot that can be challenged and moved into for this mid game, right? This idea of the next few turns actually determine, or this next turn determines the next 3 to 4 turns as well, and that's kind of the fun of it as well. First mate being possibly moved.
Yeah, I think they have a Vi in hand, so they're thinking about maybe contesting that other battlefield, but starting off by just taking over 1 to work on, get those point totals, make sure there's nothing in hand that Squirtle has to just push them away. Gonna throw in the Fiora. It is 3 might to 5 here, and Fiora, again, does have that deflect while they are mighty, while they have at least 5 might, and so the back off that does come out here is going to have to pull that out, and the riposte going to come out to stop the back off and give some might to the Pit Rookie, which activates the Fiora Grand Duelist. Just the combos here popping off for Animation Module.
Yeah, I love it. Very, very well done on this kind of Cataclysm side of, hey, we're going to fight hard, and we're going to make sure that our might value stays the same. As you see, when I'm mighty, I have deflect, ganking, and shield, a nasty amount of power behind that card, but the riposte just means that I am so clean with it. And now the battlefield shifting over into Animation Module's side. 4 units in the backline with 1 on the battlefield means Squirtle has a very hefty base and battlefield to deal with. And with only 2 gears as well, you don't have many options. Normally you would have liked to have a hand hammer, having that extra piece to play with, but an Arise here wouldn't actually get as much value as you would like, and it's such a torturous investment. That is 6 plus a power. I mean, you might have a turn where you can kind of allow a slow development, but this hand does not, I feel great for Squirtle in the moment.
Yeah, they need more gear. This is very unfortunate for Squirtle to not see anything in hand, to not have these big turns. Luckily, they do know that the riposte is down, so it makes it a little bit easier to play some of these spells without having to be scared of that coming through. However, playing your big signature spell for Azir just with 2 equipment on the board makes it just a little bit too sad. 6 power for that is so much for just a couple of things. You might as well just play, guards repeated, or play out your guards to generate your Sand Soldiers instead.
I mean, you're thinking.
I would like to point out too that Sandswept the Tomb did come into play there, so the riposte last turn. I just want to call it out. Basically, they got to play that riposte for free. So they played the riposte for 2 power, but because it targeted the Pit Rookie on the Sandswept Tomb, it cost 1 less energy, and then because this Pit Rookie became mighty, they tapped their Fiora, they got an extra rune, so basically no de-ramping cost for Fiora, which I think is really, really important here, able to keep up, going to keep playing units to base. The one thing that Fiora has a problem with, though, is card draw. And so we'll see if any of these units do die, then it can be pretty tricky for Fiora to come back and continue to rebuild up their board.
Thaddeus, I respect the fact that you were so hyped about seeing Sandswept Tomb used, because you had a whole monologue at the beginning.
Yeah, I was ready for it.
You had a whole monologue. That's the only reason. You can say whatever you want, but that's the main reason you were excited to see the Pit Rookie on there. And
Yes,
I
yes.
respect it. I respect the hell out of that one.
It's fun to see new cards. What are some of the new cards that you're most enjoying in the set? Have you been playing anything particularly interesting orbital
I already said it, but if you want me to say it again, I'll say it. Hot potato. Let's go into why
Yes,
this
yes.
card is freaking hilarious. So, Glowstone is a 2 energy plus 2 to empower card that is brutal against swarm decks, is the best way I can put it. Now, is there a reason to play it? Absolutely not. There's a lot of cards currently that can pump up units to 5 and above, because what it does is it's basically a ticking time bomb. You put it into your hand, and if you do not give it away, if you have it in your side of the battlefield, once your turn ends, it will explode and deal 5 damage to all units. Now, if you do this well, you can do it against things like the Azir deck that runs, I would say, fairly neutral, low might value, like maybe about 3 to 4, depending on the gear that you attach. It's fairly low might value, so it can actually wipe. You're also looking at token decks. A lot of the recruit values, maybe sprite tokens, maybe some of the mech gears or anything like that. It can do a lot of work. The problem being, it's a full DRAM. The main value is you have to pay 2 power to toss it to your opponent. That is the whole thing.
Yep.
It is literally just a slow time diffuse runation is the best way I can put
That's
it.
a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it.
But it's so inefficient. It's so dumb that it shouldn't be run in any actual topical decks. You'll never see this above like a C tier deck, let's be honest.
Yeah. They'll be able to play around it, figure out what's going on. It does look like, I wanted to point out here on the stream that someone had mentioned that the time had paused. So we are waiting on some kind of judge's decision here, or possibly some technical difficulties. I was trying to listen in on the stream onto what was going on, but we'll just keep chatting here while we wait for the game to get back on track. So should be good. I don't know if you've heard too much about what's going on at Barcelona, but I know a couple people there, and they were saying that yesterday it was an absolute sauna in there. They apparently didn't have AC working in the building for the first day, so it was a tough one out there. I know some TCG events are known for sweaty people, stinky out there, but I could just not imagine 90 degrees Fahrenheit weather basically inside that building and everyone just kind of cooking inside of it. It would have been I'm glad I'm sitting at home casting. That's what I'll say about it.
That's so fair. Plus your thoughts on no AC.
No thank you.
No. All right. It looks like we are actually back in here. Plus, I don't know if you're on. Hello, welcome back, and then we'll see you in just a little bit, of course. Looking at this though. Okay. He wasn't on. I'm so sorry. I talked to the Phantom Plus in the background running the stream. Big shout out again, running the stream, doing everything for us. 4 points to 2 is where we stand. Animation module taking a little bit of time, getting ready to step on forward, and in this position, we were still talking about Squirtle down. At least in the current moment is the best way I can put it. And seeing if there is anything. Wait, did Squirtle actually pass turn as well? Is it back to Module who? Oh boy, that hurts. I think Squirtle had like a 0 turn move there.
Yeah, I don't know. Did they play a Rise? It's hard to see. They have 5 or 6. They have 5 runes tapped. They played a Rise. You can see it in the discard on the top of the screen.
Okay.
But all of them
the
did get
riposte
cleared
again.
out. Oh, there's a second riposte in the grave. Yeah, we
Right.
missed that. Oh my god, I was just saying,
no.
like, they used a riposte. We don't have to worry about that counter spell anymore. But having the second one, that is so sad. Oh my god.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense why we were looking at it. The board state looked completely clean. It looked like there was no movement in there. And the fact that that's what we see hurt so much for Squirtle. You are now kind of digging in there. Your big linchpin is neutralized, it feels like. And for Animation Module doing such a good job drawing double riposte, by the way, and just having that in the back file, holding it for these big turn moments, really shows their fundamental understanding of what an Azir deck wants to do. There's the final gear for Squirtle. The buildup is there, but now you've lost the main linchpin, which is the Arise.
Yeah, and playing that Arise already was a little bit painful, only having a couple of equipment out, so you weren't getting much value out of it anyways. So honestly, getting rid of the riposte now and maybe being able to have a second arise later, now that you have these 3 gears on the equipment available, might actually work out in your favor. So maybe it's okay. You know that the second one's gone, and I think our Fiora player also, like I was saying, they don't have a lot of card draw, and they only have 1 card in hand left. So moving into the battlefield here, the Azir player, it is 5 points for Fiora, 2 points for Azir. So Azir does need to start getting a few points here just to kind of keep the tempo game up, but going to be really, really difficult to move around. Luckily with that Azir chosen champion, they're able to pull their other token units along whenever they move it. So, you can get basically get pseudo ganking on some of these units and really overwhelm battlefields as necessary, and get those big point swings with these with this chosen champion.
Which is what's happening right now. The Azir is there being read in, and surprisingly enough, it looks like animation is kind of just reconfirming exactly what an Azir can do, and just double checking there. Currently, it is a 4-2 might stack. And Squirtle is actually stating, I do not want to force any units, or is waiting for confirmation of the move being available. And the reason there is, you saw it flick across the screen, that Rampage can be very, very destructive if used at the appropriate time. Now, granted, I don't think it can be used in reaction. I don't remember which action speed it is, but there is going to be the rest of the poll, as you mentioned. Tokens, recruits, all being utilized to try and overwhelm this battlefield.
Yeah, I am surprised they didn't leave at least one of those recruit tokens back at the other battlefield just to kind of, threaten it. But I guess it probably would have been run over anyway. So powering up this one battlefield, making it strong is pretty huge. So yeah, this is quite a bit of might. 9-2, not too much that the Fiora player is able to do, I think, even with that card in hand. So Azir is going to be able to take a battlefield, feel better that they're going up to 4 points, and then probably pause here and just develop in base.
It wouldn't be a bad thing to do. Just take a little eyes. Of course, for animation module, you are stuck on that 5-point threshold, which, as we mentioned, is always notoriously difficult to kind of overcome. If you're looking at a whole game, thankfully you do have enough units to kind of alleviate that, but it would take an extra turn to do so. So I'm curious exactly what you plan to do here. It is going to be a guards possibly hidden with the Defy on the Matrix as well. So Squirtle might have found a way to kind of dig themselves out of this hole. There are some tricks that they have available for themselves if they so wish, choosing to recycle a yellow instead of a green.
Yeah. And it could also be, Hidden Blade is also a danger that Fiora has to worry about here. I find in these cases, because Fiora has so many units that they in base, they can kind of send little test like scouts essentially to the battlefield and throw them away and be like, okay, are you gonna like Hidden Blade this one? Are you gonna Hidden Blade this one? And keep throwing those things away and trying to chip away at the battlefield and try to keep their Fiora chosen champion, Fiora victorious, safe for as long as they can.
See what they decide to do. Animation. Kind of flicking through the options here. You have a decent amount of might on your side. If I'm reading this correctly, it is 5, 8, 11, 12, 13 total. At least in those 4 units. You do have a quick Rampage, but again, you're assuming that Squirtle, most Azirs do run a Defy. And if that can be utilized, that can be a huge stomper as well. At the same time, an extra on guard. If you can bait it out would be good, but do you want to invest that much with the Vi in the table as well? So all these questions kind of coming to a head here in this moment, and that's where you start. Go ahead, send in 1. First, it's the first mate. 3 against 9.
Yep, we're going to take out that tank unit, the 1 Sand Soldier, and just slowly chip away at this battlefield, try to save up their units and, bait out that hidden card. They don't know what that is. They want to try to figure it out again. Is it back off? Is it your hidden blade? Is it something else? I think Kennen is also an option, right? You can hide your Kennen
Right.
in
I
order
forgot
to
about
be able
that.
to stun and hold off. So very, very powerful little one-off that can happen. I think guards as well, right? There's lots of options that could be here. I think we know it's guards. Yeah, okay, there we go.
Yeah.
It does eventually swing open. And guards, I think, is able to pull, get a Sand Soldier, and Weapon Master can pull that back so that the tank ends up coming through, which is huge. So this Pit Rookie cannot take out those small recruits and also cannot kill the tank 3 Might Sand Soldier without any kind of pump. So forcing the hand of the Fiora player with this guards play.
Mm-hmm. Animation module slowly running out of combat tricks as well, but keep in mind, for animation, you haven't dropped a single card yet. There it is, going to be on the end, a little bit of a fight with the 2 Might drop. And this is where Squirtle has a very tough decision. We remember that Defy in there, and you're assuming, you are questioning, this is where the fun, the mental game comes in. Do you defy this, or do you defy something else? Grim Resolve is a great way to overcome. It is a 3. It gives XP. No one cares about the XP. But a +3 on this turn is huge. It would overwhelm at least the Sand Soldier with 3, and then you'd be able to take out the 2 recruits, leaving the Azir alone. So Squirtle has a very tough decision.
Yep. As a Fiora player, I do know the pain of not having enough XP, specifically because we are running the Shepherd's Heirloom, which isn't on the board right now, but you need to pay XP in order to equip it. And so it does can happen if you kill that unit, you don't have XP, any extra XP generation. It can be really annoying to just have this kind of gear sitting there doing nothing. But yeah, I think this Defy decision, like you were saying, Orbital, is very important. Do we do it now? Do we do it later? Who do we want to save? I think animation module's trying to bait this out, as we did see that there was a color card in hand, but Defy does come out.
And the worst part here, I feel like for animation, you're actually like, dude, I knew it. I freaking knew that card was in hand, right? Like you were thinking in the back of the head, and that's the fun of this, by the way. I know we can see the hands, by the way. This is another thing. I will never call what line you should play. Number one, if I knew that, I'd be playing the freaking game at the tournament, right? Like, I would know that off the top of my head.
Yeah.
At the same time, it's so much fun. We know the line. We, as casters, know what they have in hand, but the players don't. And understanding that little tweak in the mental difference, understanding that that is the game that they have to play, it's so freaking fun to me. So for animation, you've drawn that away. Now the extra question comes into play. Is there another Defy?
Yeah, true. Yeah, is that other Defy there? We will see. And I think on your point, I think a lot of people see these players on stream. They're under a lot of pressure. You know, there's a camera on them. It's hard to do things while a camera is on you, and especially on stream on a big stage. It's, you know, for a lot of money potentially if you're going for those best of cards, and so your hands can get sweaty. You get a bit nervous here, so it's easy to make bad decisions or just mistakes. We do see the Vi come out here though, and it is on the attack, so it's going to try to stun this Azir.
I mean, I love it. This is a big one.
Yeah. Vi, fortunately, not defiable. Undefiable. Yes.
That's so mean. Why you gotta do this to me, man? As a fellow like green enjoyer at points, like that Defy is my bread and butter.
Right.
Oh, Lord.
They need a Defy it in Magic, right? Every card is a spell. They need a unit Defy. Would be absolutely wild, right?
Oh God.
I guess kind of Bryn here is a little bit like that, but not quite.
Yeah, Bryn is an action speed as much as I wish. It's not an ambush like I could imagine. Oh, they're absolutely gonna do that. Now you got me thinking that's gonna happen eventually, and someone's gonna be real mad about it.
Yeah, for sure. Always those hate cards. Ooh, Death Grip. Killing the Azir makes sense. It is stunned, and they're going to buff up one of their recruits here. They get to draw a card, which is also very important. And the animation module's thinking about it. Maybe going to let it resolve, maybe not. I don't think that they have a Defy and another post in hand, but you got to...
No, it's just a... Was it a punch first that they had, or what else did they have?
I think it was
Rampage.
the...
It was
Rampage. Yeah. I keep wanting to call it Challenge, but it's just Better Challenge. Yeah.
Oh, that's why. Yeah, so very nice Death Grip coming out from Squirtle, but I feel like this is giving a very nice call over, because even if you buff up, I'm trying to read something here, because I feel like Animation is definitely holding the Rampage for the Fiora, right? Go ahead, hold on the Fiora. You use that as kind of a frontal assault, and then you use the last card to move in. But the question is what do you actually take away here, or have you invested significantly enough where you just have to like hold it out and go all in? Because at this point, Animation recognizes you've deramped. This game one has gotten farther and way more off the rails than you fully assumed. And yeah, you go ahead, clear out the rest of it. You leave that 5 might unit on the table, and you just go, we got to do it, man.
Yeah, this is really difficult because, you know, we have to decide, are we going to push the Fiora and the first mate in into that battlefield just to be able to take it over, but then we lose our Fiora, which is devastating. Or do we have to do something with this Rampage to clear off, because there is such a big board and the threat of a Rise, another Rise possibly for next turn for Squirtle.
Yep. I will also say, huge shout out to Squirtle. This is the reason why Squirtle is our 2-time huge brains, has overcome a very difficult situation. That stack over there on the Hall of Legends, it was against the fact that Animation Module had started building up a very solid line. But the idea of bringing out double recruits into the Azir on what is seen as a weaker push in, we were worried. Were you going to be able to overcome? Were you going to be able to hold? And Squirtle's done it in very convincing fashion. You've annihilated most of the hand of Animation Module, who is going to be top decking for pretty much the rest of this game. You've done a fair job in evening the playing field.
Yep. Yeah, and Squirtle is currently 5 points to 4 for Animation Module. So going up to 6 points here and just kind of letting things play out is not the end of the world, right? We don't mind just going up to the 6 points to be ahead on tempo, because those even point numbers are so important. They are going to decide to Rampage here. Who are they going to target? I'm surprised they're not targeting the first mate in order to give the +2 buff and ramp. I guess it ends up being net 0, right? Because you ramp and then unramp from having to play Rampage, so maybe it doesn't matter here. But yeah, gets one more Sand Soldier off from the Azir, which is really critical, but going to be able to conquer up to 6 points here with the Fiora and leave the first mate. Are they going to leave it in base, or are they moving it up? Moving it up is so dangerous if they're able to push out any units, or if they have that Arise, they can just completely, Squirtle completely blow out Animation.
Yep, and I think you rightfully called it, Animation being a little bit more humble and a little bit more appropriately reserved here in this position. Said, okay, I have to play for safety. I'm not in full win territory yet. That is the big question. But both players very, very low on the hand count. What a draw of all the cards to overwhelm a BF, I believe, off the top deck. Huge. Attached and being able to full stack. This soldier went from 0 to hero in Zoro-like moves, 4 equipment pieces, taking out the Fiora. That was the card you had to do. And that sand-swept tomb is now a brutal, decisive, and Squirtle now matching and on pace to take game 1.
Yeah, this is just absolutely massive. Able to get rid of that Fiora, chosen champion, Fiora victorious. Yeah, that BF sword off the top is just such a huge thing. They're able to get another Sand Soldier too, trying to decide if they want to equip anything to this new Sand Soldier that they played, because stacking is very, very good. But, you know, maybe you want a little bit of split in case the Fiora goes for the other battlefield. We'll see what they end up doing here. Squirtle making a very, very tough decision on how they want to play this out. I don't know. Do we know their last card? I couldn't quite see it there.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's been in there for ages, though. Because we saw the top deck, right, of the BSO. We know that wasn't in there, or else Squirtle would have played it way earlier. That would have been their age. I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, I think they drew it off the Death Grip when they played it last turn, so I didn't quite see it. We'll see how this plays out. They're just trying to decide where these equipments go. I think Azir does require such a high level of knowledge, I think, of opponent and enemy might totals, right?
Yep.
Because you want to figure out what is a good might total for myself, against some things like Falling Star or those 3 damage pings that a lot of red decks have. You want to get up to that 4 or 5 might total on your Sand Soldiers in the back so they don't get blown out. Against things like Bellows, you want to get at least 3. But it does indeed see like it is a scoop for our Fiora player. Orbital, how'd you feel about that game?
I felt very winded, out of breath, sad for the Fiora, because that is a matchup where the gears count for everything, and for a majority share of the game, it felt like you got everything. But Squirtle, a masterclass in why they are not only a 2-time, but the master of Azir. I swear, phenomenal work to dig and scrap for that battlefield earlier.
Yeah, I find that Fiora is a very fair deck. And to say that is like, right, they have a lot of units, they play a lot of stuff, they kind of play proper, like, battles and whatnot. They have a little bit of interaction, they have a little bit of everything, but nothing feels, super OP. And so it can be difficult to, you have to really, really make absolutely correct decisions every part of the way, and without those extra bits of card draw, it can be really, really difficult to play against these opponents once your units start to perish. And I think seeing those riposts early, really, really good. Obviously, like we stopped the Arise and another, I think it was the back off, which really kept animation module in the game. But it means that they don't get those card draws into really important units that they need, like the Rengars and the Kales, in order to continue the beatdown. So it's difficult to see it's difficult for Fiora to kind of make do with what they draw, for sure.
Yeah, and so now my question comes to you, going into game number 2, is there any sort of gear removal, which I'm assuming is like a salvage on the yellow end? It has to be, right? Like, that has to be it. What are you sideboarding out then because of that necessary need to kill some of those gears?
Yeah, a great question. We know we're going first now as Fiora, so you don't want to side out your 2 drops. You want to keep the Legion Marauders and the Shepherd's Heirlooms to be able to get those turn 1 plays. And so I think we might get rid of maybe 1 riposte is sometimes what happens. Maybe a Kennen, because those aren't as important here, as well as salvage does give us card draw, and so Kinku Initiate can also be a card that we get rid of. But it's nice to have that, and since we know we're not going second, we don't need that 3-drop on a turn 1. So those would be the cards that I'm looking for when getting rid of some of these.
Okay, well, we'll see if it works out in their favor for Squirtle. I don't know if there's anything specific that you would sideboard out. What are we looking at for Squirtle's side? Because I can assume maybe some more pump-ups or maybe some extra to deny, but not drawing the hand hammers and maybe not even extra. Like, you might want a little extra in there. Maybe a bump on one of the on-guards to 3 instead.
Yeah, I think On Guard's a good one. We also have to think in Fiora, they have a lot of power costs, right? With the Punch First and the Riposte both costing 2 energy. And so having a not so fast instead of those Defies are pretty important here. Or even the new Crumbling Sands card, that when you've played a second spell on your turn, you're able to counter a spell regardless of the energy and power costs. So maybe one of those might be coming in order to counteract some of those bigger power cards.
Okay, I like it. Maybe we go a little bit higher cost. Maybe we make sure that we have those values in our bank. The other side, though, is we do get to decide which battlefields will be coming out here. Taking a look back in before, obviously the first ones that we had. I can pull that up because I am so smart. We had Sandswept Tomb, the one that you talked about in game number 1. Now we get to see it's Seed of Power and Sunken Temple. Still going to be on that Might train for animation module as per usual. Seed of Power, a standard second battlefield for any Azir.
Yeah, great second next battlefield at Sunken Temple, and then we also coming out for the Fiora, and then the Seed of Power for Azir, letting us draw some more cards. And I think that really, really will help both players here. The card draw coming out, as we saw, both players were basically top decking at the end there, hoping for the best. So yeah, we'll see if this ends up being a little bit more of an interaction type game where they have a bit more resources to work with.
Oh my God! Wait, did animation
Oh, he
dead
didn't
drop
two
turn
drop.
1?
Yeah, that's really sad in Fiora.
Oh.
Damn. It's not game ending. I think if you miss your first turn going first, not the end of the world. It's basically just like going second, but both players have one more rune and one more card. So you're not too sad. But if you miss that going if you miss that like 2 or 3 drop when you're going second, oh, then that's GG. It's so hard to come back.
Well, I also think like if on turn 2, if you're going second and you miss turn 1, you better have a strong 4. Like,
yeah,
you better have a strong 4. You gotta have something. And I think for Fiora, like you said, it is a great neutral. And obviously, we see the salvage almost immediately. But going back to it, I love the way that you called it. It's a very fair deck. It does everything, or at least almost everything, to a fair extent. It is not overwhelming. It's not underwhelming. It is there. So being able to kind of do that, and the idea of it can recover to an extent, as we do get to see the sabotage almost immediately. I wonder if this is going to draw a defy. No, there's not much in hand. We see the on guard, we see the discipline, as well as the death grip and the vi, standard stuff. But I do appreciate that you called it that, because you can recover. The Fiora coming out is always a mighty unit on its own, with the empowerment and everything of the sort. So I am excited to see what more can be done. But for Squirtle, being able to get 2 gears and 2 sand soldiers out pretty much for free is an amazing feeling.
Yeah. I'm not sure what you get rid of here. I think the death grip last game really sealed the deal.
I think PTSD says death grip as well.
Yeah. Even if it's not the best choice, logically, maybe the feelings are just, oh, I can't see that death grip come out again, because that really ruined that one battlefield the last game. Oh, I like this close up. Good camera work. It's nice.
Beautiful. I will say, on the same value though, for animation, you do have a lot of other options. The punch first is something that I think we talked about earlier, but was never drawn. So for animation to actually have that, I feel like, okay, it is going to be the death grip, so that's pretty funny. The idea that even all these cards all together, you will have an answer to overcome. Not just a 3 like we saw with the Grim Resolve or anything like that. You have a 5 might swing. It is destructive and annoying to deal with. Nice Rengar play as well, maybe not to the expert level that you wanted, but it is going to be a drop down. So a decent chunk of weight, 6 in the back line, 4 on the Fiora. The soldiers might not withstand the weight that is coming at them, but a double conquer to start things off on turn number 3 here for Azir.
Yeah,
turn 4. Nope.
It's always hard to
now
tell.
I'm rune counting, by the way. Now I'm rune counting to double check.
We don't have to worry about that. We need someone else to. Plus, you wanna do that for us in the background while you're watching.
No, Plus is doing enough. Plus has done enough for us. I feel so bad doing that.
Don't do that. I like the Rengar coming out. Oh, so sorry. Let's skip. We'll say that both Sand Soldiers are able to. Able to come to both of these battlefields, able to conquer, get Squirtle up to 2 points. I did like the Rengar play to base. I think sometimes people focus too hard on that going to a battlefield and using its ambush to be able to play to any kind of battlefield. Sometimes you save runes and throw it out there, but I think it's pretty important to just know that you can just play those units to base and just threaten for next time, rather than kind of throwing them away to possible, as we saw, disciplines in hand, etc., that are able to overcome that might imbalance.
Yeah, it is. The idea of recognize when you have to slow play, you don't always get max value out of every single card, but just slow down your pace and recognize that there are other issues that might come up to play. For Squirtle, you go ahead and see that the Brutalizer has been dropped down, but it wasn't attached, it wasn't fully played or anything like that. It is going to be just a raw kind of situation.
It didn't need that extra might. Yeah,
it's a little surprising. Granted, attaching a gear with the Weapon Master is one of the strengths there, but stunning against it. And for animation, it's now time to try and fight for yourself. Try and push forward and start conquering some battlefields for your own.
Yeah, and Squirtle is in a pretty dominating position here. They were able to get some card draw too off of the Seat of Power, I believe. So, but it's still 6 cards in hand, I think, there for animation module. So pretty even, and another Rengar and the salvage. So the one thing the salvage is, even though it does feel good to play against Azir, you want to kind of save it for those really important equipments, and also try to let your Azir de-ramp with them first. So killing this Brutalizer, it ends up just being kind of a 2-for-2, and then you get that extra like little bit of a draw, like it ends up being a 1-for-1, and you get a little bit of a draw. So it can set the Azir behind, but it's not super impactful. Fiora has come in here. We know the On Guard and we knew the Defy was in hand. I don't know if we knew the On Guard was there. So Fiora is going to have to spend some amount of runes to overcome this 5 might to 4 Grim Resolve now coming out.
And this is that one card that we kind of saw before be a hefty weight. And remember, once it transfers into that 5 might range and above, it is good. Great stun. We saw this earlier, I think, and so for animation, you kind of recognize it was going to happen. No big deal. And it is going to hold for a moment with the stun. There's not much else you can do in this position. So unless you want to try and jump the gun, you were thinking about it. Obviously, there wasn't much to be done though. So bounce back.
Yeah, difficult there. The Fiora is going to have to bounce back from the stun. I think Squirtle's been playing these backoffs from hand pretty consistently, and I really like. This is something that maybe I could take away. I don't play Azir very much, but I do play some green decks at the Kali, and so holding that back off for playing from hand, you get that extra card draw, which is very important. And also with Azir, you're pulling those units back pretty often back into base, and so you lose those hidden cards if your opponent doesn't attack in, and it also kind of hints to your opponent that you have something secret there and hidden. And so holding it in hand, even though it costs a bit more energy, you have to. It can be a surprise play when they have not hidden that back off. You don't expect it from hand.
Yeah, it's almost it's an incentive not, right? Whereas like something for a Kennen, it feels like you're incentivized to hide it. So I do like that you very much pointed that out. The value of a back off can be very, very enticing. At the current moment, though, we are seeing heavy convergence and heavy focus on that gear setup. And you're kind of expecting, I think, for Squirtle, you have a good idea of what this hidden card is. On the orange yellow side, there's only so many cards that can be hidden. Now, granted, if it's something like a hidden blade, that would be very destructive. But honestly, a hidden blade isn't going to be the worst in the world for a deck that pretty much spawns sand soldiers like counterfeit money. It's really not that big a deal.
Yeah, exactly.
Eyes in 5 to 6 and a hidden, but there's the Vi, great stun, and now even that, I don't know if that hidden would actually do enough at this point. Am I crazy?
Because they are defending, the tie means that so if they're able to hidden blade and kill the Vi, I think the Sand Soldier will just bounce off of the Rengar and
or the Kennen.
Hold.
Sorry.
Oh yeah.
Because it's another stun, right?
Right. Yeah. I don't think. It would still be a no result because the Vi and the Rengar could both live. Oh right. There's still the +2. Why is there the +2 there? I'm missing. Am I missing something? Oh, it's the Brutalizer. Oh,
yes,
right.
It was attached to this turn.
I missed the Brutalizer. That makes sense. Yes, the Kennen would not do it with the Vi there as well. So yeah.
So I wonder if you're deciding, you're gonna play the Kennen, so it is revealed obviously because that's your only unit that you can actually attack with. An idea might be played if you wish to punch first, or you have a few others in value.
Yeah, and they only go up with the Kennen. They'll only go up to, I believe, 9 might, which is pretty tricky to overcome the. Oh, sorry, they will have maybe. Oh no, they'll go up to 10. So it would be a trade.
I wonder if you're assuming maybe you can trial. I don't know. My brain is also being racked on what animation is trying to do here, because we know of those extra kind of denials. So it is going to be revealed. You do get to choose a stun target first, and we need to see which one. So it is going to be the Vi. It is now 5 to 2 in terms of actual swing power at the moment. That's what we're currently looking at.
So Kennen does get +2 when they when there
There
is
is
a
a stun
stunned
unit.
enemy unit. Yeah, yeah. So they
So
are
it's a
up to
2.
4. So it is 10 total might on both sides. But like you said, there's 6 might stunned on one side and 5 might stunned on the other. So it does look like I think it's going to would be a no results here unless or no, it would just be an awkward trade. Yeah, this is very very
Yeah.
very strange.
I think animation is actually digging a little bit because you're wondering if you actually forfeit this, you lose a lot of pacing. You're already down 2 points, so you're wondering how much to invest, and the investment, it has to be very, very high. You're going for the cheaper option here as well with the Grim Resolve. And this is what I was questioning. Do you actually go for the punch first, or do you go for the Grim Resolve? Went for the Grim Resolve instead, and Squirtle, do you have an answer here? Because this is a +5. It pushes it now to 1310 on the HP trade, and I say the HP trade because I think that's the important factor here. We have a lot of stunned units. Can you overcome? And for animation, this is to hold the battlefield and basically take point tempo back.
Yep. Remembering that legend trigger, getting the Grim Resolve, the Defy could have come out here, and I think that's what was very very scary for animation module.
Yeah.
If there was a Defy in hand, able to if they were able to get rid of that Grim Resolve, but luckily for them, there was no response. The Kennen seems to be just figuring this out here, trying to decide which units they get rid of. The Rengar ends up dying. The Kennen sticks around, and yeah, animation module able to hold on to that battlefield.
Yeah, and I think the decision was for Squirtle, I want to lead the lower might unit, obviously. That's going to basically go back down to 2 power at the end of this, or 2, I don't know why I said power. 2 might at the end of it. You're going to be okay, right? Like, or not. Right, there wasn't enough damage to clear, was there? It was only at 5.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was like, there was only 5. Yeah, so they did damage to the Rengar. They chose to do damage to the Rengar, and not the Kennen. But yeah, it only was 5 might, so it didn't kill the Rengar. A little bit of a misplay, I guess. I think Squirtle just miscalculated. Again, these players are under a lot of pressure, especially in these high situations.
Let's double check this, because I don't even think killing the Kennen would work, right? Because Kennen at that point was closer to 7.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
So there was no clear whatsoever. It just wasn't. It was a great play by animation.
Not available. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Neither could die.
Oh, wow. That was a far larger exchange than I gave it credit for, I think.
That
was a far larger exchange.
I'll be honest, I always assume that this Rengar has 5 might. I know it has 6 in my brain, but like it's hard to see that little 6 in the bottom, and I always see the 5 power cost, and so I always assume, I'm just like, oh, it's 5 power, but no, it's the big 6 might kitty, and the little rat are able to hold on to this battlefield, and now it's a huge amount of might for a Fiora player going back to their turn, and oh my god, Divine Judgment.
Explain to me what's going on here, because this is
huge card.
What is this?
Yeah. Divine Judgment is usually a sideboarded card for yellow decks. Costs 7 power and 2 energy. Each player chooses 2 units, 2 gears, 2 runes, and 2 cards in their hands, and recycle the rest. So the Azir was up on cards. They had gear in base, and they had units, and so the Fiora player able to put out some, it basically remove all of that card advantage as necessary with this Divine Judgment, leaving such a small board for Squirtle. Divine Judgment, such a fantastic sideboard card, especially into Azir, kind of similar to like how Downwall works or other things. So yeah.
Now I'm double checking though, because I think he's still deciding on what card to toss. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm surprised too. He has
3
cards in hand. Yeah, unless he drew for something here, but nope. Just deciding, yeah, what final card to get rid of. Looks like it's going to be the salvage, or is he just deciding between these two? Figure that out. It might be that you get to decide. Oh, so it is open information on what you discard. I wonder if they're waiting, deciding who discards first, something like that.
Would make sense. Oh, I never knew because on the printed card it just says you discard, right?
Yeah.
In other, I think if we're looking at like Card Sharp. Card Sharp is the gold one. In the blue deck, that one specifically says the opponent chooses to take a gold first versus you, and you can be based off of the opponent, right? So that's information as well. There is nothing. It's literally you just discard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's such a question at the end. Yo, Thaddeus, we have been given what a treat to get this answered.
Gotcha. You need to put down what someone in chat says that you need to put down what you're discarding, and then everything happens at the same time. So maybe they're just waiting on here. But yeah, we'll wait on a judge call. I'm listening a little bit to see what's going on here for the judges to wait. But
oh, that's super. That's still very interesting to think about, though, because of the idea that, hey, you have to kind of hide it and make sure it's a struggle, and also the units, right? Because the idea of if all of you had units is the same thing, how do you choose the units as you go back and forth, right? Because the units are on the table, obviously, the gears are on the table. So how do you? Because if you're doing the discard of the cards in hand, it's the same thing with the units. How do you decide which units to take away when that is information on the table as well? So I don't think animation ran into that issue. I think they only had 3 units on the table anyway, and they were just like, yeah, I'll toss one, it's no worries. But these are questions that I like asking.
yeah, for sure. And we're just seeing the decks come back up here while the players figure out what they want to do. But I think that Divine Judgment could really, really change the pace of the game. I think Squirtle was looking pretty far ahead with so much on board. They drew a lot better this game with so many more equipment. But yeah, that Divine Judgment and sideboard able to come in and know Not So Fast or any other counter spells able to stop that. Oh, not even Not So Fast, because I don't think it chooses a unit. So Not So Fast isn't able to actually dispel that. So difficult position for Squirtle to be in here, and they're just trying to finally figure some things out here.
Yeah, I appreciate that both these players, they're also playing, I think, very technical decks. As we mentioned for Squirtle, this is like the Azir Master. And for animation, it does come down to the fact that not only are you a fair deck, but you are trying to remove and make sure that you are very comfortable in that same form, and also making sure nothing gets lost in translation, making sure everyone is on the same page with regards to how the game is progressing along the way. So were you able to listen in? Were you able to kind of get a scope of what they're deciding on?
It is a little bit tricky because their casters are just kind of chatting as well. So we'll see what ends up coming along here. I don't think that they've passed along, but we'll see. Yeah, how are you? Were you surprised by the Divine Judgment? Have you seen this card? I honestly don't think I've ever seen it at locals played, but I don't play Azir very often, so I don't know if that's just a very specific set of cards here.
Yeah, I will be honest, I haven't seen it either. And so when you first see it, it does feel like it definitely feels very yellowish or yellow adjacent. I think it almost reminds me of like pure orange decks, because it feels like you're not really removing, right? In yellow, I am always reminded of pure negation, removal, destruction, right? We're talking about the Cold of the Week, where you just sack a unit. We're talking about Ruination. We're talking about a lot of these. This card feels much more just like evening the playing field. And so it's a very different one, but it does raise the question. It is very niche. As you mentioned, it's a very sideboard heavy mechanic, which does make sense. But do I like it in this position? It's not my favorite choice in orange yellow, but considering that orange yellow doesn't have as much gear removal, it's a great option in addition to things like a salvage to a lot of those other opportunities.
Yeah, makes sense. Orbital, do you mind just holding down the fort for like 30 seconds? I will be right back. I just got to take a quick emergency break. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and hold it down and just talk about. No. He said hold it down for me. I don't need Plus. I'm a big boy. I can take care of this myself. Plus, I might need you. No. Plus, I need you. Come back here. Because I love talking to you. Plus, please don't tell me I'm talking to the boy. I love Plus so much. Yeah. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, good game so far. I'm surprised that this judge call is taking a little bit longer than anticipated because it's just a simple discard of one of these players, but I guess they want to make sure the the sequencing order is completely fair and clean because I believe only Animation had 3 cards in hand. Squirtle has already gone down to 2 cards in hand. So if anyone in chat has any idea exactly the context of this extended judge call, let us know because honestly, it seems a little bit overdone. I feel like it shouldn't take this long. I would imagine there's going to be a bit of a time extension for this round.
I mean, the thing is, I am trying to listen in. I just don't have a great handle on what it is. So until it actually happens, I almost wonder if, again, information being granted, it is an idea in there. So you can see all the judges being talked about, but you know, we'll diverge from there for just a moment. I do want to get your thoughts, Plus, on what do you think of the matchup itself? Does it lean one way or the other? Because I will say Squirtle has always, in game number 1, felt very on the losing end until that mid game where they were able to overwhelm on the upper side battlefield, I believe on Hall of Legends. Do we see this as an Azir favored matchup? Which I'm assuming yes it is for a part.
I would imagine so on paper, especially at the hands of Squirtle. And you know, you're totally right. In that early game of the early stage of the game number 1, I'm like, are we gonna see for the first time in regional history a little kink in the plot armor of Squirtle? Because keep in mind, guys, he's not just a 2-time regional champion. He did both of those runs undefeated. He has yet to drop a single best of 3 match in both of those regional runs. So I'm like, wait a minute, are we going to see it for the first time ever? But we're still in the heat of this round number 4, so we don't get our answer just yet. I do want to point out this opponent is no slouch himself. Animation Module, I know we're having fun saying his name. He's actually a Best of Fiora winner from previous regionals as well. So playing this deck to perfection as well. And to the point you said, or to the question you asked, is this a favorable matchup? I think as we're seeing here, it's a whole lot more back and forth than we would imagine because Fiora has the tools. As we saw in game number 1, Riposte was a menace for a rise in Azir's game plan. And then, of course, the game plan for sideboarding like salvages, sabotage inclusions, those are easy takeaways of the gear. So I think this is actually a bit of a problematic matchup for Squirtle. And it looks like Thaddeus is back. So Thaddeus, I'll let you take it from here.
Yeah, thank you for covering for me, Plus and Orbital. I appreciate it. Just a quick little break there. But yeah, I think Divine Judgment is very, very cool. I think it's also very, very thematic that we finally have Kale, which is from League of Legends. I believe Divine Judgment is their ultimate. So putting that in the Fiora deck as well feels very thematic, having that alongside it. So it's always fun.
Yeah. I'm trying to listen. Thaddeus, you have me on a bad end of this because now I'm trying to listen in as well and figure out what's going on. Man, they are discussing this. I mean, this is crazy, by the way. It feels like they dropped the level 1 judges in, and the level 1 judges are like, guys, I need like a level 2 or a level. We need to get the bird to come in. Oh my God, what are they looking at here? Oh, the level 3 judge came out. The level 3 judge. Let's go. Oh, I love this.
Right.
Yeah, okay, so they are just reconfirming. It looks like they're just reconfirming at the end, so I appreciate that. Yeah, big shout out to Gretton, by the way, making sure everything's good and making sure everyone is, you know, kind of on this. So I definitely do think, which, by the way, I think it is an assumption when I'm looking at this. I'm fairly certain they're also making sure that, like, translation errors aren't occurring. Big shout out to Animation Module, because you can tell, like, there have been some moments where they're kind of, like, racking it through their brain and they're just double checking on everything on their own. So really, really big shout out to them for that.
Someone from chat is saying that it's a ruling on what they did. The opponents have to choose the other gear, so 4 gears stay on the board. Interesting. We'll see what ends up happening. It's a little bit. We'll see what they end up ruling here and how this ends up playing out. But yeah, Fiora was one of my decks that I played when I first started playing Riftbound. I started a little bit more in Spirit. Well, I played a bit in Origins, but playing in Spirit Forged, Fiora was my deck of choice. Able to easily kind of pick that up. I think it's a good deck for new players, especially. I find that when I'm teaching new people the game, it's a nice, easy way to just play out units, equip some stuff. You can play slow. It's a nice like teaching tool. You don't have you have like basic interactions where you're buffing your units. You don't have anything crazy like Diana temporal breaches on your Swains kind of thing to have to deal with. So it's a fairly straightforward deck, but of course that doesn't mean it's not difficult, especially at this high level of play.
Yeah. There's always something to kind of think about and always something to kind of reimagine. By the way, does he have 2 watches on? I just realized that. He's got 2 watch. The man is a menace, and I love it. I just realized that is 1 smartwatch and then a analog watch on the other side. Man is I love this dude.
Nice.
Either way, though, it is 100% fair. When you play at this high level, this is actually a very big discussion that I had with a couple of buddies of mine. The idea of how much weight is on your shoulders the higher level you go when it comes to competitive Riftbound. And the level of understanding that you have to have across all knowledge banks is incremental. And then a lot of the mistakes that occur, you can't really blame on anyone but yourself. The higher level you go, any mistakes that occur, it's on you, right? And
sure.
so I appreciate the fact that you mentioned the higher levels you go, the more intricate and the more dangerous some of these interactions become.
Exactly. Yeah. You're always trying to mind game your opponents. And I think also just Riftbound is definitely a game of in and out, right? You don't just build a board and attack at one point. You're kind of figuring out, do I go in now? Do I hold back? And I think those choices are so important and so impactful to your play that it's very, very interesting. I was often, I was lucky enough that being a Canadian boy, I was able to go to Vancouver and play there, and I got to play against one of the Challenger TCG folks in one of my matches, and they absolutely wrecked me. I got destroyed, but I learned so much from that game. Just the kind of the patience that they were able to do. It was a Diana mirror matchup, and so I was being a little bit too aggressive into some of my plays, and they were able to hold back, take those points as they needed to, and really showed me that pacing of the game and how you interact with your battlefields can make such a huge difference. Like I was like, oh yeah, I'm a pretty good player, I can do this. But when you play against top tier, high echelon players, it is just so different from playing from like your local Nexus Knights.
Yeah, I equated this before, and I really love this analogy, but I used to be a very big chess player for a while, and chess it's so much fun. Right, you just move pieces around a board, and on the surface it seems very simple, but those that have played at a high level recognize that every single move is more information on the table. It shows more of your hand, shows more of your thinking pattern, shows more of your strategy. And some people laugh. You watch people like Hikaru or Magnus Carlsen in those rounds. If you don't know who they are, by the way, go look them up. Fantastic chess players, obvious reasons, don't get me wrong. But you go watch how far they're reading into the future off of one move, because they're connecting 3 or 4 other sections in there as well. And that's exactly what happens in this, because you talked about the back and forth, which hopefully I didn't just cut out or anything like that. But the idea that, especially in Riftbound, where it's not just in and outs, but it's every interaction, you're allowed a reaction to that, right? So even outside of combat, there are interactions with each other, so every turn feels very dynamic. Keeping track of all of that can be very, very difficult.
Yeah, for sure. And I think equating it to chess makes a lot of sense. I've heard someone explain that Riftbound is very chess-like in the sense that you need to know your openings, right? You need to know what cards am I playing in those first 2 turns. That's very static. It's pretty similar on both sides. But then in the, and same with endgame, you need to know how to get those last 2 points. That's also fairly like static, but everything in between is so different and interesting. But we're back to the game. It does seem like there are 4 equipments on the board, which is I think what the judges were trying to figure out on how this divine judgment is able to resolve, unless Squirtle was able to play out a couple of these on their turn. I'm just trying to figure out what exactly, if we missed a turn here or not. But yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we got word plus. Did you say that on stream or no? Okay, so let's go ahead and reiterate. Go ahead, Thaddeus.
Yeah, so Divine Judgment, as it says, each player chooses 2 units, 2 gears, 2 runes, and 2 cards in their hands. Recycle the rest. Unfortunately, this doesn't specify friendly. You just choose 2. And so and because it says each play, like it's a must trigger, it just happens. Animation module needs to choose the 2 equipment on Squirtle's side, and therefore there are still 4 equipment left because there's 2 that Squirtle chose and also the 2 that animation module chose. So a very interesting. I have not seen this card enough to see that interaction, but apparently they've ruled it such that it doesn't say friendly, so you do have to choose gear, and therefore the Azir player is still quite ahead on board because of it.
You know what I would have done just to make it a longer interaction? I would have chosen the same gear that Squirtle chose. I would have been like, you choose double Dorans, I choose double Dorans. You only got 2 gear on the table, baby. Yeah. Someone else would yell at me for that one. I would absolutely try that though. Taking a look though, not only did that happen, but we also have to talk about one of the rougher positions that you end up in, because you also have to choose 2 runes. What that means is the person that played Divine Judgment not only is going to be 2 runes behind in tempo at the entire time, because your opponent goes next, right? Your opponent now has 4 to your 2. You are now behind in the current count. So it's very, very difficult in that bank. However, in the current space, you are okay. We do see a Shepherd's Staff into play if you so wish. Just one of those, I want to say, weirder gear interactions. I don't think that was a main board either. For animation to actually hold on to, as you are ahead in point count right now. But keep in mind, we're also at the point where time is starting to become a large factor. We're down to about 11.5 minutes, and we're only on game 2.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm going back to see when we actually, started the pause, because usually they pause time for judge rulings, and I think that ruling did take quite a long time, but it did seem like they paused it right around 13 minutes. So I think this is correct, that they do only have this 11 or 12 minutes left. So unfortunate there. And also some more clarifications from the chat, which I appreciate, on this Divine Judgment ruling. Was that the animation module had to choose first, and so they chose 2 gears, and then their opponent knew which 2 gears they chose, and so that's why these, you didn't get unlucky overlapping or something, which was another ruling they had to talk about. So just very, very strange all around. We see the Shepherd's Heirloom coming out for animation module on the Fiora side. Does have a few XP, so is able to re-equip this if necessary, back and forth. But going to be a pretty interesting play to see here. One thing to note, though, is that because they did have to go down to such few runes, it'll be a little bit before Squirtle is able to play an Arise if they drew one.
That's true. That's true. You aren't able to get that much out of it, as we're back into this position. The thinking man's game. The face cams are up. And you can see it, and by the way, big shout out to the players, but there is a point where you're like, dude, this is taking forever, and it's like ruined my concentration. Right?
Yeah.
And
sure.
so I love talking about the mental game, because when you're in a pause like that, it's the same thing with any competitive game. You lose that momentum and you use the flow that you were kind of in, right? You were kind of just off on there, and you can see just trying to get back into that mindset can be very, very difficult. It is hard to have to discuss one thing for so long and then go back to like, oh, what was I doing? I mean, if you test it out yourself, right? You're playing for 20 minutes straight, really, really deep in concentration, 7 cards deep, and then you have to stop for this one thing. There's a reason why the term icing a kicker is so prominent when it comes to things like football, even or American football. So sorry to all the European viewers. I don't want to get murdered on the side street. But American football, it is a term. So I wonder if that's also wearing on the players, because now we're in our second pause of this game.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, and especially when it's not ruled in your favor, it can be just so shaking. Like
Mhm.
yeah. So animation, I'm sure, is a little bit frustrated here, and probably a little bit like on the back foot now, knowing that this didn't end up going in there quite in their favor, and also you could tell that the AC maybe still is not working as they rub down their headphones and off their glasses. Both players sweating a little bit, not just from being on camera, but also from the heat in Barcelona in Spain. So an exciting RQ all the way around. Very, very fun. I also like this chatting about the new burn mechanic. Lots of new mechanics. Did you have a favorite new mechanic, Orbital, in the in Vendetta?
Oh, a new favorite mechanic. Okay.
We
I
got
might say
Empower,
something
we
a
got
little
Burn.
yeah,
Flow.
I will say I liked all three. The
Okay.
concept of all three was nice.
Mm-hmm.
In a competitive format currently, I liked Empower. I like the idea of giving units a much stronger setup, right?
Yeah.
I really, really like that. What I will say though is if we get more cards like Karox
Mm-hmm.
and burning an opponent's deck to nothing and forcing them to deck out and then earning a point that way would be the funniest thing in the world. And I pray to God we get to that point.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's it is very cool. Yeah, I think Empower as well. Yeah, that it's nice to, as we've seen with the Steel Claws, for example, having that one power card come out and then be able to empower it up to 7 might for 7 runes, kind of gives you different options on your turn, what to play, how to work around the deck, and how to. I think a lot of these mechanics in this set, both Flow and Empower, you kind of get an extra card draw almost, or like an extra thing to do without having to spend a card. Flow, right, you get to play your card out and then you can play it from trash. But then with Empower, you get to just make a unit more and more powerful. And it also kind of goes along with what I felt like they were trying to do with the XP mechanic, right? Where they had these units that got better over time, kind of like how League of Legends does this. You get more spells and more abilities as you level up and equip more gear. But the Empower mechanic, I think, does that a little bit more interestingly, where and more reliably than the XP game.
You know what? I would actually agree with that. XP, I will say, in a little bit side, the XP gains, like, I love XP as well, but there's so few limited ways to gain XP that it just didn't hit very well, right? And so I love the fact that you did mention the Empower feels like a better way to gauge those abilities and to get those abilities. And it's also different than Buff, right? Buff, the original mechanic where you could get a +1 as long as the buff stayed on one of those units and stuff like that. So I like this. So it is an idea as, wow. Okay, so I've seen a couple situations, Thaddeus. I've seen situations where it looks like we're diving back into the game. I've seen situations where there's like 5 judges on the stream, right? I've seen situations where they just have to get so many judges on the stage. I haven't seen one where both players had their headsets off. That was like in the middle. That shows how long they were communicating. And now the headsets are back on. We're diving right back into it. Time is still frozen at 11. So it looks like that's where they're playing it from.
Yeah, able to get a little bit more time on the clock, I think, here, especially for the players being able to jump in and out. So going to be a bit of a longer round here, especially this only being game number 2. We're going to be on the board for a little while. Fiora ganking over to the Sunken Temple. We're going to see animation module going up to 4 points to Squirtle's 3, but Squirtle does still have such a large base here, and with such few runes, actually deramping even farther by hiding a card. It's going to be difficult here.
Well, and also, but the other side is now you are threatening. So because of that D-ramp, so there's 2 things that happened. You D-ramped, but you also pushed up to 2. So you traded the D-ramp for the point score, and now you're up 2 points, which now puts Squirtle into a position where you do wish, as you drew the Arise, which is nice, but because of the D-ramp that you called out earlier, Thaddeus, that is now not an option. So Squirtle is now kind of squirming just a tiny bit where you're saying, I really needed that time. I needed those runes. That D-ramping earlier because of Divine Judgment did actually hurt me quite a bit. So we're watching now as more gear is laid down. You can kind of feel it coming, but for animation module, you're not doing a bad job in the current spectrum of this game. It's not bad, but it is very, very difficult. For the moment, though, you staved off an Arise.
Yeah, and we do see, though, the riposte in animation modules hand, and so going to be holding, I think it's going to be like a showdown here or a standoff. Who is going to play their riposte or Arise first? One will have to go off and then the other, or will they both just never play either of them in there? So we'll see how this plays out. And both players operating on such few runes, because I think, especially at this point in the game, you're used to being able to just kind of throw runes away on these higher, more different cards. But because we almost restarted, you have to have a different mindset going into these later gameplays. Do you really want to deramp even further and prevent you from getting to that key 6 mana for Arise, and push now, or do you want to hold on a little bit? Because Animation Module does have that point lead of 5-3. They are, I think the Squirtle here is going to try to push a little bit more aggressively, while Animation Module might be able to just play it a bit more slow.
Well, let's see if you can do so. Squirtle taking a lot of time deciding again, diving back into that mindset and getting back into kind of these movement texts, deciding exactly where you're going to go with your soldiers, or your one soldier, I might say. You only got one, and it's a little bit difficult. So swinging in with a 4 against a fully empowered setup, or not empowered, I should say, a little bit more geared up for their own. That Shepherd's heirloom giving them a 6 total, which makes it mighty, which does get deflect and all that fun stuff. With the hidden, Squirtle about to swing in with the soldier as well, readied still, but the fight is abound. Turning over the one card that we already knew had been laid down earlier. It is going to be a coverage of that hidden blade, but what do you decide to take away is that big question.
Yeah, and also giving the Azir a couple more draw is really important here. Defy does come out, though, stopping that hidden blade from going off.
Nice.
And I think the Fiora is, 7 might, because of that shield, I believe, on her. Might be able to take down the Sand Soldier. I think the Sand Soldier does have tank as well. Are they... So... not able to take down anything because of how much might the Sand Soldier had, and with that tank can't kill the Azir either. Huge play from our Azir player, looking really grim for Fiora.
Yeah, Squirtle really, really well on that defense there, and I think for Squirtle, you're also deciding, do I want to leave it here to actually protect my Azir now, or do I wish to draw it back? Nope, I'm going to save it. One soldier is better than 0. You do have the tank value again, and that does defend the Azir from actually being taken down. So a guard protecting their Emperor, like a good soldier should. I mean, that is at least in the Shurima realm what you wish. Another riposte in hand, but another Rengar in hand as well. That's the only unit that's on the table for Animation Module, with 5 runes up, though. Very limited on the options you can have, and Squirtle starting to rise to the occasion, might be tying you up in the point score.
Yeah, and at 5 points, I think you only really need to take one battlefield. So moving this Rengar in, playing out something like the first mate just to kind of pull back. But does that give the Azir player a little bit too much time to develop? We as casters know that they have the Arise in hand, but because of having to play that Defy, Squirtle's only going to go up to 5 runes next turn, won't be able to play that Arise. And I think Animation Module really has to consider that and know that they don't need to play they don't need to hold up runes for the riposte this turn as necessary. So yeah, equipping, just moving the Rengar in. Okay, not even equipping, not worrying about that yet. Pay 3.
That's scary, man. That's scary.
Yeah.
Okay.
First mate does
Makes
come
sense.
in. Yeah, not a lot of direct damage, I think, from Azir in general. I don't even know if there's any direct damage, basically. So not equipping gear yet, it makes sense. Oh, instead, choosing to ramp makes sense. This is good.
Very much attaching as well and keeping things moving. You know, Squirtle does have to invest a little bit more, and technically you do have an extra turn unless Squirtle decides to push on in for the 6 points. And if that's true, that'll be a whole different story. Another hidden blade being drawn, but this time on the opposite side table. Keep in mind, we did see a riposte coming out from Animation Module, so that might be something to play into. But reposting just that is always a feels bad moment. So not really going to happen either way. Squirtle going up to 6, forcing an exchange, an animation module, recognizing that this could be the end, especially with 5 minutes left here in this game too.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward for animation module too because this has taken so much time. If animation module does end up winning this, I'm not sure how they might just end up in a tie situation if they don't end up actually starting the next game. I'm not entirely sure how this works once we move forward. But regardless, an eye does come out, gonna equip a Sand Soldier, and because of that Azir, they can move their tokens around, but the Azir can't really go to too many other places here quite yet.
Squirtle, a face that shows a little bit more concentration, looking to try and close this one out, coming from behind and looking to destroy further. Quick attachments onto some of those units. Do you wish to empower further? Or are you looking at safeguarding your other battlefield? The idea has been made, full stack here on the Sunken Temple, saying, I know this is one battlefield that you really wish you could hold on to, but it might not work. Animation module, it is time to do or die. Can you double conquer at this time? Decent amount of runes, but only 2 cards, 3 cards now. You drew a salvage.
Huge. Is that enough runes? Because they want to try to win. If they can win this turn, obviously go for it. I think but 3 cards, 3 runes up, Squirtle is not able to play the Arise next turn. And so I think using this riposte, if they can, is really, really important. It's now just, do they play the Rengar and the riposte, the Rengar and the salvage? Do they just play the salvage kind of straight up and try to draw into something even more powerful? Because otherwise it's really hard for them to overcome both of these battlefields with what they have.
Well, for right now, they know they can at least do 1. However, 3 full runes up does scare you. We've seen this situation before where Squirtle has a couple of runes up, says, I can do something, and I will threaten you with the animation, starting to kind of throw out a little bit of bait. What can you get? That is a card. There's the On Guard that we kind of mentioned, pushing it up now. That is going to be a +3 on the back end. We are now at 6-5. Thanks to On Guards, when you defend solo, it is going to be an extra 1 on top. Unless I remember wrong, Thaddeus, please yell at me if that's true. But it is animation module to try and save their first mate.
Yep, no, you are correct. It is just a +2 swing for 1 right now, and they have to decide, is this worth reposting, right? Like, or do we send Rengar in and just over cap this? But we know that there is the Hidden Blade available there, and that's hopefully what the animation module can save the riposte for. Otherwise, it's going to be fairly dire. So we'll see what ends up happening. Because it is, I think it's 5-5 right now.
Yes.
Yeah. So
I misread On Guard, as I usually do.
No, you're good. 5-5, and so because if you are able to get rid of that Doran's shield with the salvage, I think that's a pretty interesting play here. Just because you end up getting rid of 1, you can draw a card. It's just, can you get enough might on the other battlefield to conquer it? Because I think in Riftbound especially, you really, really want to just get over might totals by as little as you possibly can, right? Getting over by 1, getting over by 2 is way better than, throwing a big punch first in there, jumping up by 5 might, and then, your opponent says, sure, whatever, you can do that if you want to. I'm just going to commit to the other battlefield instead, and you can throw away your big cards for nothing.
Well, that's what we're seeing here. So 5-5 is the call, and with 30 seconds left, we are looking like OT in game number 2. It is yet to be seen, by the way, Thaddeus. You pointed out a very good thing. If there was any time given back to the players for how long that pause went on for. But for the moment, it is going to be a throwdown of the Rengar straight to the seat of power. That is a heavy investment. It's no punch first, but it's a little bit better in there. 5-1 to impact to 6, almost daring Squirtle, saying, you got anything, man? And Squirtle saying, No.
Yeah, this is tough. They have the we do know that they have the uh hidden blade in hand, and so they can try to do something here, but it looks like are they just they're Sand Soldier. I think they got rid of the wrong unit. They kept the Sand Soldier and threw away the equipment. They needed to do that the opposite way around. But yeah, that's okay. Again, a lot of under a lot of pressure. Someone will catch it at some point probably here, and it probably also might not matter. I'm trying to figure out how much. So they do conquer here. They'll go to 7. First mate dies, and I don't know if they were only able to kill the first mate. The Rengar was at 6 might, so that is good. As an action, the hidden blade does come out, but I think riposte goes down. I'm trying to figure out what this order of events happened here.
That is going to be it. Full scoop.
Yeah, I'm not sure who. Okay, animation module seems like they took the win. I think so, right? Or were they not able to get over the might on the other side of that battlefield?
I'm not. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Rengar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, this seemed quite interesting because now I think we're in OT for game 3. But plus, talk to us a little bit, man.
Yeah, honestly, guys, a roller coaster of a round number 4.
Yeah.
It was eventful. It had some really interesting and well played plays, but man, a little bit of a sour taste, if I will say so myself, with all the little judge interventions, rightfully so. But a heck of a long round. But guys, what ended up happening there, he conquered 1, and then because the first mate died, he was able to equip with 1 XP that was remaining the Rain-Guard. Unless, oh no, I thought they were rewinding something. Guys, we've had
We
so
got
many
scared.
rewinds.
We got
I got a
real
little bit
scared there.
traumatized. But no,
Yeah.
the Sand Soldier was holding it down with just 6 might. So 6 to 6 on the Rain Guard. So the additional might from the equipment was just enough to conquer over. But wait a minute. He had a hidden blade. Did
Yeah,
he?
but the riposte was in hand, and so the riposte counters the hidden
True,
blade,
true.
gives +2, counters that often. So I think regardless, it was enough for the animation module to take it on that other side.
Exactly right. So when you win, when it's 1-1 and it's in overtime, you're actually not allowed to start game number 3 because there's no such thing as starting a game in overtime. So it's tied. Squirtle tied.
What do you mean plus?
Yeah,
We don't
it
get to
is
sit
what
here
it
for
is. I
another
don't
hour,
like the rules. For sure. But man, what a long game. Thaddeus and Orbital, thank you guys for holding it down as professionally as you guys always tend to do. So, man, you guys been casting for quite some time. But, the only, I don't know if it's a plus side or a downside. We're not definitely going to get a backup feature match. That was it for the full round 4 because the time is up and I would leave round 5 should be getting paired because I think Squirtle and Animation were the last 2 players remaining.
I will say a big shout out on the other table. I heard there was a Jin undefeated over there, which I think was on the backup table, so that might have been fun to watch if there were any Vendetta changes. But there is some silliness going on here at Barcelona.
Definitely. But yeah, I just double checked. Round 5 is pairing. So before they kind of creep up with us, you guys did awesome on the cast. I know I saw a couple comments saying how great time they were having, and these matches were awesome. Squirtle match. As I said, I won't even say it anymore. It was a good game regardless. But Thaddeus and Orbital, thank you guys so much for helping out and coming on through for the co-stream. I believe Orbital will be back tomorrow. Thaddeus, I think we'll see you in the future. But if you guys want to leave us with any little final remarks or let these guys know at home where they can find you online, I think now would be best so that I could go ahead and bring in our next set of casters.
Yeah. Thaddeus, you want to go first?
Sure. Yeah, I don't have too much to plug. I mostly just do casting and play some competitive Riftbound. You can find me, Thaddeus or Graham, in most of the Discords, either Runes and Rift or the main Discord. If you ever want to reach out and say hi, you are welcome to. You can also find me on YouTube at Thaddeus. I think but I appreciate Runes and Rift letting us cast these and bring in a whole variety of casters to build some rep. And I'll pass it back over to you, Orbital.
All right. Well, I've been here quite a few times here on Runes of Rip. I always want to say a big shout out to Plus for making this happen. He does it out of the love of his heart. I said it before. Giving a space for casters an opportunity to not only cast, but to view and watch and also learn from each other is a huge treat. And go ahead and follow me on X or Twitter at orbital_casting. I also have a Twitch channel, Orbital with a 0 instead because I'm terrible at localization, _casting. Not only that, I am here for the vibes. I'm not as smart, but I always bring the energy, as you heard from my numerous miscalculations of the rules. So hopefully everyone had a lot of fun. And again, keep watching. There's so many other amazing casters that'll be joined here on the co-stream to capture rounds 5 through 8.
Definitely, it should be a great time. But guys, I'll let you enjoy the rest of the day, whether you're taking a little bit of nap if you woke up super early like myself, or not, just do whatever you guys want to do. Thank you. And we'll be in touch as always, guys.
Yep. I'm running off to a summoner skirmish. Thank you so much, Plus.
Take care, guys. See you later.
Bye.
See you.
Bye.
All right, and yeah, Cameron, you can say that again. W casters in the chat. Thank you, Orbital. Thank you, Thaddeus, for taking down round 3 and round 4. Coming up is going to be Alguito and Night Fighter to take us going forward for round number 5 and number 6. Give me a little second, chat. Let me bring them in now. I'm going to give them a quick little tag. They might already be in here, but let me double check. I think Alguito just popped in here. Alguito, you're in chat, but let me see. Okay, Alguito, your camera's coming in. So give me 1 second, chat, and I'll bring in Alguito. So boom. All right, so caster number 1 joining in. Let me see. Alguito, mic check. Are you here, sir? You might be muted unless it's just me.
Try again. Are we in?
Perfect. Awesome. How are you feeling, Alguito?
Like you, I decided for whatever reason to get up super early today. So I've been up about the same amount of time you have today. So
wow,
I'm already tired.
Okay. Hopefully you got a little cup of coffee or something, because I've been sipping a little Celsius here and there. But I think we got. Did you?
I got an energy drink.
Nice.
And I've got a big flask of bar cola, just in case.
Perfect, guys. Alguito came prepared, and he is ready to throw down for these next couple rounds. I believe we are entering those undefeated, not uncharted territory, but the undefeated rounds where we're going to just get undefeated players back to back, at least ideally. And honestly, there's such a diverse meta right now in Vendetta, especially when we're talking about the best of legends being for contention. We don't know what to expect, but we've been seeing a whole lot of diversity already. Alguito, I know I ask you this all the time whenever you come in. What would be the ideal round 5 for you?
Well, we just saw it in round 4. As you can probably see from my background, I would have liked a Fiora.
Yeah, that could be fun, but we did just get one, so unlikely.
So we'll go with my second one, which is my tie, which is based upon Renata Glask. So if we can have one of those randomly coming in, I'll take that in.
Okay. I can see a little Renata game. I don't know if there's going to be a Renata that's undefeated if we have a little bit of time, because I'm pretty sure, as I said before, that Squirtle game was probably the last game there. Alguito, if you have the stream pulled up, give me a little bit of a heads up, because I have it full screen on the bracket. That way we can see it here in chat. So guys, let's take a gander. Who is our undefeated players? Let's scroll a little bit up. Lucian. Where in the world has the Lucian players been? Apparently there's one undefeated. LeBlanc, Kennen, Yeez, Diana. No surprises there. I'll read out the surprises. So Kazakh still doing good. Draven not too shabby.
I say early games. Draven I expect to be doing somewhat well. Kazakhs, as we've been seeing more of them lately, are doing really well. And then I feel like anything that's kind of more on the aggro side is kind of pushing itself these days. So not so bad. So A Jace is there. A new Jace has entered the building.
Yeah, but we could kind of be certain that that's gonna be like an Aurora Jace like we saw in that earlier
yeah.
round one. There's an undefeated Akali chat. I like what I'm seeing there. Akali not known for her continuous win streak as we're seeing a 4-0 player, so I wouldn't mind seeing an additional Akali player, but I am seeing a whole lot of Yees, a whole lot of Rangars, and a whole lot of Kennen, of course. There is one 4-0 Nasus, so that could be interesting to see. Actually, double, triple undefeated Nasus. So I think Nasus might be one of, like, you know, there's like that tier 1. Nasus to me is like tier 2, but the highest among the tier 2s. Maybe here to prove that he belongs to the best. Oh, do you know Sold Out, Alguito? He's pretty big on online.
Yeah, so that's pretty good. Obviously saw Houses earlier, just as Surgeon Shen. Unfortunately, the doctor is now out of the building.
Yeah, but I was just going to say Sold Out. He was the finalist from Regional Qualifier Sydney. If you guys remember, he was the Aurora player. So a little bit of the nemesis there. But in this time, he's coming in with Fiora. Is it going to be an Aurora Fiora? Probably.
Oh.
Probably. If I had to be a betting man, I would probably bet that he is running something like that. And I believe Night Fighter has joined in on the fun. Let me go ahead and bring him in here. And then we could discuss what we expect. Oh, and I thought we were missing a winner's interview, but we're missing just the caster's interview, which looks pre-recorded because Yamato wasn't wearing that today, was he?
No, he's much more suited and booted today.
All right, give me 1 second, chat. Night Fighter coming through as well. And I believe...
Gio on Twitch. Agito, for me, is named after the code name for the Final Fantasy game Type 0. So it's put into motion as opposed to Air Gear, which I believe is a rollerblading anime, which would also make sense to put into motion.
Nice. But hey, Night Fighter, welcome on in. How are we feeling? Is it
Hey,
nice
hey.
and early for you as well, or somewhere approaching that midday?
Yeah, it's nice and early, and I blame you for my ruined sleep schedule. I woke up at 4 and was like, I'll just check out what's on stream. It was a Vi for the first game, and I wasn't there.
It was a Vi. Honestly, you didn't miss too much. It was a Vi versus a Jace Aurora, but I know you probably can't miss a Vi game whatsoever, but sadly, she did go down at the hands of the... I guess some people would consider the arch nemesis of the meta right now, the Aurora deck, specifically Jace Aurora. And there was a couple still at the top table. So as I said before, I think we're going to see at minimum one squeeze into, I'm thinking top 8. At the minimum, probably something like a top 16 finish. It depends, right? Because I feel like it's consistent enough. But sometimes we watch it and it's like, man, where are the draws? Where are the playmaking potentials? But I don't know. I guess since we have a little bit of time here, what is the deck you think is going to make the most kind of give most people the surprises? Like, man, this deck is actually doing quite well this tournament.
I think people are always underestimating Nasus. I know LeBlanc did really well over the initial few weeks of Vendetta release, so it could be a LeBlanc finally making her debut as the tier 0 meta threat she was claimed to be. But beyond that, I think it's going to be kind of the standard. We're probably going to have an Irelia, we're going to have a Kennen. I wouldn't be surprised to see some blue-purple deck. I don't know if I'm going to see a Nasus, and then I'm assuming there's going to be at least one Azir in the top 8.
Yeah, might just very well be Squirtle. What about you, Agito? Anything that you think is going to kind of surprise us that we're going to look at top 8 and be like, wait, that made it into top 8? Or is everything going to be kind of what we've seen before, or maybe as expected?
Look at the list currently. What we have, Ken is the most brought legend today at nearly 300 people, which I think is like one of the biggest first places we've ever had. I think generally it's been around the 200 mark, so nearly... I think of the term for it now when you're 100 like CS in front of your opponent. But yeah, basically nearly 100 extra players compared to usual. Yee's coming in here to win it because they can't get a best of anymore in second place, and Irelia in third place because it is kind of her last sort of time to shine. She needs to do it. Rek'Sais have been consistently top 8 before in the past, and we do know there's quite a few of them that are good in Europe. So I can imagine maybe 1 or 2 in top 16, pushing into top 8 because I think it's... Are we having a top 16 or is it top 8 for this one? with
Top
the
8,
players that we have.
despite being the biggest Riftbound Regional in history at 2,224 total players, it's still only 8 of them making top 8, which is kind of ridiculous. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple X1s actually bubble out. If the last regional had a single X1 not make it, we're probably going to get a handful of X1s not make it this time around, but we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully they all make it like they're supposed to. Because I've been seeing a little bit of chatter online saying that at this scale of a tournament, it should probably be top 16. Do you agree with that statement, Night Fighter, or you think top 8 is still fine at this stage?
Look, if they did a top 16 on top of all the Swiss rounds, they're adding another round to an already 20+ hour event. That just feels too excessive at this point. If you're gonna go for like a top 16, a top 32, you gotta start cutting down on the Swiss rounds, and I don't know that that makes it any better.
You know, I saw a solution online is just get rid of the intentional draws, because 13 rounds in theory is sufficient enough. Like, you're able to get really down to the final 8 players. But the thing that kind of skews things around is that for the last 3 rounds, from round 10 all the way down to round 13, players just ID. Or it might be the last 2 rounds. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's like the last 3 rounds, the top tables just intentionally draw their way into top 8.
Normally what you're seeing, it's like last round of the day, depending on who the players are, they'll ID because it's like, hey, look, we're both like 11 and 0. Is there really a point of us like bubbling out here? We'll go for a draw, and then again when you get to the last round and round 13, it's like, hey, we'll just shake it off and we'll see you in top 8.
Yeah, exactly. That's what most players tend to do. But Sigert saying last round now, second last round might be too risky. No, Sigert, we see I'm for sure we see more than 1 round getting intentionally draw. I'm pretty sure it might be 3, but maybe it is just X1. We'll have to see. I'll have to look back at the old standings or something, but I'm pretty sure it's at minimum 2 IDs that they end up doing. But we'll see how this tournament ends up coming along too. Federal saying, is Colin the undefeated Akali? I don't think so, unless he changed his name, because I believe Colin Kaiser's name on there should be literally Colin K, or Challengers TCG Colin K.
Yeah.
So
he's playing today as himself.
He is undefeated on Akali. He might not be the only one, but I'm looking at the list right now. He is 4-0 on Akali, yeah.
Nice. Maybe we get to see him on stream. I am down for a feature match at Akali, especially an undefeated one, because he's probably been playtesting so much with his teammates, so I would be hyped to see something like that. Other than that, we might have seen pretty much every legend. I know we've talked about it quite some time. Allen and his Mel legend. We haven't heard anything. Night Fighter, can you check, or if you have it there with you, is he also undefeated? Because I would imagine 4 rounds in, he has to ideally be undefeated if he's looking for a top 8 this weekend.
He did mention yesterday that it was not as funny as he was hoping it to be. I think he struggled with it yesterday. I think he went 4-1.
Okay. Well, chat, we're able to get a little look at right now the overall standings. So all are undefeated players. There should be a good amount. Min wins. Okay, you guys are familiar with the Min and Coco streams lately. They've been killing it. So shout out to Min. Mastery saying, as Aguito said, come in here to win. Or if you don't have your regional championship qualification, Mastery is probably the best legend to do so. Anything else that stood out? Because it kind of flashed by. I didn't get to see anything else.
I mean, I saw LeBlanc in second place, which
Nice.
is really sick.
Yeah, super
That's what you
super
want, right? You want
cool. And man, because it is so hot, we don't get to see it. You know, everyone is in shorts. We got a tank top player, but Aguito and Night Fighter, it looks like round number 5 is here. Who do we get the pleasure of spectating for this feature match? I feel like I almost recognize the player on the left, but either way, if you guys are ready, I'll throw you guys over to the table.
Yeah,
Let's give
do
it a go. All right, guys. That Lucian in first is going down. I can't have Dave winning anymore. He told us for like 3 sets in a row, Lucian was the best deck. It's too late now, Dave. No winning best ofs.
I don't know this Dave, but it is gonna be hand
What?
rip
You don't know
pipe.
the creator of Riftbound?
Not by name, I'll put it that way.
Man behind the curtain. So, I'll love me a Pike. I'm a support player at heart. Occasionally getting to play early assassin supports is really fun. Unfortunately, in this game, the assassination is of the hand. So we're going to go with the kind of the old scene list here of as much destruction as possible. I do love a list, though. And I was trying to make the list melt work recently. It has some merits. It's just not the greatest. A Kennen, first Kennen of the day, going into that purple goodness. Everyone star crossing. Who needs units? According to Pike, no one.
And it is going to be the Tornado Warrior Matriarch variant. I've heard of this.
No.
I have not seen it myself.
No.
But I'm
This is
guessing
what
that
my
means we're
locals
going to get a
calls
lot
miracle
of fizz.
Jesus rat build. I hate it.
Have you seen Matriarch Kennen? Is it vastly different from the standard Miracle? Because there's no Baron, I don't think. I didn't see a
believe
Baron,
it
I didn't see a
won
Harrowing.
the German event last weekend.
Ah, well,
Was
that
like
would
the-
make
the
it good.
number
I have
one
not seen
seed.
that.
That was, yeah, it was. I think what I've heard, I've heard like 3 different things where it was the best deck there. It was first place. I've also heard that top table ID'd, and I also heard that top 2 tables ID'd. So they split it 4 ways. So it is where it is? Question mark. It's a very interesting version because essentially what you do is you empower the matron on your opponent's turn to play a fizz from trash to then star cross your opponent on their turn. So it's just kind of insanity is the best way to describe it. It is chaos. It's pure chaos.
Right. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. It's a lot like the Bryn here Temporal Breach or Thrill of the Hunt stuff that I've been seeing, where you try and just lock your opponent out of their turn.
Yeah, basically that, or are you seeing with people doing temporal preach onto a rockfall path and it's just gone forever? Opening hand looks pretty decent for the Pike here. We do have a sort of stacked deck, which is always a good starting card if you are going first.
Yeah, I think both
Fizz,
players
a
have a
list.
turn 1, so they're both in a decent spot.
Fizz in the opposite hand of the Kennen. Although, again, Kennen's kind of game plan is, can I cycle into the trash as quick as possible? Can I get a couple of units on the field? Can I somehow find my full stack of Nocturnes off of a stack deck or a Lightning Rush and become no more runes men for the turn?
So there's one Piercing Light in main board, and he's seeing it on the stack deck. Does that mean, yeah, he kind of has to take it because he has 3 of for the others? I'm wondering what the use case for the Piercing Light is here, because he's not gonna be able to hit some of these 3 might breakpoints the way he would like to.
I mean, he's running the list. That's kind of what the list was there. Unfortunately, he's put it to the bottom of the deck now. But that list is essentially to reduce the might by 2 of something to try and get yourself to doing some of that threshold damage. Obviously, you can get the Kennen down to 2 and then bounce off the Kennen for something in the back.
I see. Yeah, he still has 2 lists in hand, though, so he can definitely do that. I didn't see a pack, so it is going to have to be declared early. I think there's a problem with the hand based on the gestures on screen.
So he should have 5 cards in it.
Yeah, which he does have. I just think the opponent wasn't sure if he properly put the card in his hand from the stack deck. So we might have a very early judge call here, and based on the time being frozen, yeah.
According to Stream themselves, apparently it is there's damage to the sleeves, which could be possible. You've been playing for 4 rounds already. Card sleeves aren't indestructible. There could be a slight warping on them or a little shaking on them. Apparently today is the day where everyone's upset because it's apparently 4,000 degrees in the venue. So I think people probably are a little bit more aggressive about things than they normally would be.
No, that
I don't
makes
know if you're
sense.
much of a League enjoyer or not, but does this gentleman, the Don, remind you of a very handsome Solar Renekton?
No? I'm not sure who you're referring to. I don't know a lot of people, as you can tell. But yeah, it is looking like a sleeve swap.
The issue I have now, obviously, for the opponent, obviously you can give them their hand, but now you'll have to shuffle the deck, which means that you're now rearranging the bottom cards that were there from the I've been up for too many hours. Mulligan. So it's a case like, well, now you're restructuring the deck, which means that the 2 cards at the bottom are the 4 cards at the bottom are no longer there. So it's there we go. Someone knows who SRO is. Very good.
So they can pull the 4 cards from the bottom and separate them out before the shuffle and then recycle them as they were. But I'm more concerned that's going to be like a 5-minute break if they have to swap all of these sleeves out. And that's going to make this round go even longer.
We can just talk. We can just have fun. We've got 5 minutes to kill. We tell a joke or two. Why did his ear cross the lane?
I mean, to get to the other side, get the gum off his
to the turret, yeah.
Yeah, get the turret. Make his own.
Yeah.
There we go. We're back in the game. Looks like the sleeves were not damaged enough for him to have to re-sleeve everything, luckily. And he is just going to pass. No list going down.
That's kind of funny, right? It's like they are damaged a little bit, but not enough where we think it's marked. And that is the main thing when it comes to like this kind of thing. I've had my sleeves looked at before in the case, like you can see they're getting wear and tear. We wouldn't say this is marked cards or sleeves, but obviously, if you are going to continue to play during the day, can you grab another box of sleeves so that way we don't have to get a call later on? Which, you know, again, if you're playing a 16-round event, you probably should pack another box of sleeves or 2.
Really clean turn, being able to get down the Traveling Merchant and the Noxus Hopeful. But he is going to be behind on point tempo. And I didn't see the Bewitching Spirit or a pack in hand, so he's kind of missing the key components of his game plan already, which is going to give this Kennen a lot of time to get the Miracle setup going.
So just moving in.
42 fizzes in trash. Floating 1 for the seal.
Now he's playing the Rat Jesus build, which makes sense because he's obviously going to be pulling them back out in the opponent's turn later on. So that isn't awful. Overall, he has now pulled himself into another Lightning Rush, so this is going to be more of a, build that trash up as you want to see with Kennen. You want to just go as far as you can. The occasional flow here, there, and everywhere. But again, as much as the Pike themselves isn't in that position they want to be in, the Traveling Merchant will hopefully help with that by pushing them an extra card or 2 in the next few games.
Yeah, ride the wind, going for a quick double conquer. It makes sense because next turn his opponent's going to be able to double conquer pretty comfortably. So if he wants to keep the points up, he's going to have to ride the wind here. Throwing out the Tide Turner, he just drew off the stack deck, which is interesting. Or it wasn't a stack deck, it was a Lightning Rush, but it means he didn't like any of those cards, given he immediately recycled it into the trash. And then throwing down another Traveling Merchant.
Yeah, it's just that's a very unique trash if you ask me. Although, to be fair, again, we have the Jesus build. Units in the trash isn't so terrible. I don't think this is playing any of the Z cards, so we're not having to worry about assault on the Shadow Clones. A second Merchant has hit the field, which is going to be pretty good for, again, sculpting the hand later on. But as you should know by now, the second you get 10 cards in trash, those rosters become essentially free real estate.
So we could see something interesting here, where he Piercing Lights twice on his own Traveling Merchant to target both of his opponent's backline Traveling Merchants and clear his opponent's board, if he wanted to.
Which probably should. Just try and get it as smooth as possible, trying to get yourself as much advantage as possible. Kennen can get quite quick during the mid-game, which is why you kind of do need to remove as many of those problems as you can, but also trying to save yourself a few hassly bits with the 6 Might rosters coming in and those 4 Might Nocturnes who will cause you some nightmares if they get a chance to.
Not going to go for it, though. Pulling the Traveling Merchant back to hand. I was also thinking the double Traveling Merchant, that's going to be a lot of filtering for the Kennen, so the Kennen's going to be able to hit any cards they want off the top of their deck if he's unable to remove both of these Traveling Merchants. Looks like Gust Monk coming out, so he's going to be banishing something from the Kennen's trash, probably that Lightning Rush, stop it from getting replayed. That's really nice. I love Gust Monk. After seeing how much flow is being used with things like Up from the Deep and Dredge Up, I feel like Gustmonk is just a really good inclusion as a 3 of in any Chaos deck, just to screw over your opponent really comfortably.
Oh, exactly. You just want to make sure that their tempo is always behind, and you're always essentially just 1 foot above them as you can. But you've seen players play before. They don't really want to play fast. They just want to play consistently as they can.
That is true. My concern here is if he plays too slow, too consistent, and just trying to play out the tempo, the Kennon's eventually going to miracle, and he's going to lose to 3 Razas every single turn. But maybe he's praying for hand rip. It's like, even if he hand rips, though, it's going in the trash, and Kennon's not concerned about cards being in his trash.
No. Because Kennon, well, the only thing a Kennon's ever concerned about, I've found, is if they put both of their shovels in the trash, and then it's game plan over.
Yeah. Although I think, unless I was crazy, I think I only saw 1 shovel in the deck list, so that doesn't seem to be his main way of playing from trash. It seems to be the Matriarchs.
Which again is a fantastic card, which we'll see today, hopefully, come into action shortly, as he did open his hand with the Matriarch. I do believe there's one in hand still. He's got the Gustmonk. Everything's just going to the trash. Very good.
Hide the Tornado Warrior, and then just throw out a Raza for 1 and a power. Just a quick 6 might onto the battlefield. Really nice.
It's going to be very awkward for these to go over. Again, the list is there to try and help reduce those very big cards. Roster's down. I'm happy. This seems to be kind of like where this version of Kennon wants to be. Quite strong in the battlefield, following turn, take over the next battlefield, and just have to deal with the consequences of your own actions, which, in this case, isn't listing enough. Oh.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about. The Kennon has no cards in hand, so doesn't care about the hand rip. Double Raza at base and a Matriarch with a Tornado Warrior hidden. I think
that was another Rasa, right? Yep, there you go.
Pike can come back from that.
I mean, this is perfect,
it's
right?
It's such a strong board.
You can't rip your opponent if they have no cards in hand. Well, you can, but you're not doing anything, which means that game plan 1 is out the window for the Pike. Game plan 2 is try and kill as many units as possible with the lists, but they're still in the hand and they're not putting them on the field yet to deal with the consequences of your own actions here. And essentially a third thing is, even if they could attempt to try and fight back with the lists and the removal that we have, that's 2 Rossers. They're just too big.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Where's the third one?
I was just wondering if this Matriarch can be star-crossed. I don't think so. I'm assuming once the... Oh no, it could be. When the Empower trigger goes on the chain, if you star-cross the Matriarch before it becomes empowered from the resolution of the ability, it would stop the unit from being played from trash. So a star-crossed in hand could be helpful.
I mean, that might be the only thing really here to sort of slow down this version of the play. Again, though, we are watching, I can see, is like get the fizzes out of the trash. Fizz can then maybe do another Lightning Rush, can do another stack deck. Starcross, if it's got its own, so it can then retort with the same thing. I'm not too sure if it can Starcross on the trigger of the empowerment, because I think it's just, once you get flipped over, it's like an instant, you're just empowered. Which is what I think it was doing so well in Germany last week.
The Tornado Warrior?
Yeah, because it's just like when you flip me over. Sorry. I will get the wording correctly here, because obviously so many things issue with a card in the last round. He who should not be named.
It's still an ability, so it should still open a chain.
Hidden. When you play me from face down, you may empower something here, disempower it at the end of turn.
Right, it should still go on the chain, and the Matriarch's ability...
Yeah, I think the chain there is the Tornado Warrior being flipped rather than the empowerment, because it's just, he's giving something empowerment, you're not empowering something else.
I mean, it still would target the Matriarch.
Yes, but I'll just say it's the other way around, so it's not the you're empowering the Matriarch, I think it's the possession of giving something empowerment. Chain's still open though, yes, I agree.
Yeah, No, I was thinking about the Matriarch specifically empowering itself, but yeah, with the Tornado Warrior, it would be slightly different. Oh, very nice. Playing out the Tide Turner to just reaction speed swap the Matriarch back to fizzle out the Void Seeker.
I mean, look, there's more ways to skin a cat, right? And if it wasn't Fizz, Tide Turner's pretty cool, right? More build
Yeah,
water.
I had not
More
thought
fish.
about reaction speed Tide Turner. That is very nice. List does come down to remove the Raza, but at this point, I'm concerned the damage has been done. Because, yeah, the Pike's cleared the Traveling Merchants, and he's cleared a Raza, but he's fully tapped out, and this Kennen is not feeling concerned with their current board state.
Yeah, and as well with the Tornado Warriors effect as well, it is end of turn. So that means that you can continue to keep empowering the Matron as well. So it's not as though it's a one and done thing. You do get at least 2 use out of this. At least you can hide it again.
Yeah, and presumably you would want to run like a Starcross to get that Tornado Warrior back in hand. I don't know if that is something they have the room for, but Starcross never feels bad in a deck, so I'm assuming that will be something he has either in main or sideboard.
So to me, it would feel like a fairly good tool to use here, as obviously Fizz are loving being Starcrossed by you, the owner of a Starcrossed, and obviously in this case, Tornado Warrior going back to hand, hiding it again with the use of the seal, just keeps you having that recursion engine over and over again, just churning it out. 2 seals are better than 1. Can we get a third?
Plays out the Fizz, and then yeah, Shadows of the Past allows him to pull some units back to hand. And those Raza, or at least the one that was killed, is coming back, and I'm assuming that Fizz will come back? Or the Matriarch, that also works. I didn't even know he had a Matriarch in trash. So yeah, pulling back the Matriarch, pulling back the Raza. Raza will almost certainly be on the board this turn, and the Matriarch will just be chilling at base. I'm assuming, well, he's already at 4, so he doesn't need to double conquer this turn. He can just pull back and let the Pike try and handle these battlefields. Pike doesn't have a lot of backline removal, especially without the Piercing Light to target a battlefield and then the backline. And I don't think we've seen a Falling Star yet, but a Falling Star is not going to be enough to clear this board either.
I mean, this is like the other issue with Kennen, right? Like, you get to the point where all the removal, specifically in red, you know, you can target multiple things. It's not doing enough damage to kill multiple things. You know, you're having to double target the Rosses with a Fallen Star to kill it. You're having to do everything you can with the Piercing Light to get rid of 1 or 2 units. When in hopeful reality, you should be doing all 4 units if you had a chance to with the Piercing Light. The Matron that we saw in the trash was there from the opening. It was one of the cards that they trashed from the first Traveling Merchant. So he's been sculpting this perfect trash since turn 1, really.
Yeah, makes sense. Because, yeah, he had the Fizzes in trash, and then putting a Matriarch in there with the Shadows of the Past lets him definitely get a pretty significant miracle turn with these Matriarchs.
And,
Is going to the trash for the Pike. I mean, does the Pike have a better option than just play out Ferris and wait? Because his Conquer will put him up to 5 as well, which is off point tempo, not the best. The Gust Monk can banish something from the trash, but I don't know that there's a card that will specifically need to be banished. The Lightning Rush is a good one to banish to get another stack deck out, but I don't know that that's gonna be enough at this point, given the Kennen's already on the board. He doesn't need more cards or more filtering. He's on the board, and he can win with just what he has.
Having a Matron of your own is pretty good. I think more purple decks are probably looking at this a way of grabbing things from trash as well, especially in a deck that's not really built around it, so it makes more sense. It's funny to see them use the effect of the Tornado Monk to... Sorry. Not Tornado Monk. Wind Monk? Words.
Gust Monk?
Gust Monk, that's the one.
The 2 energy? Yeah.
So it's good that they obviously used it for the free, just so they could get rid of another of the flow cards. Just out of the trash, like you said. Really good to get rid of the lightning rushes because they can be very useful even in the trash. But obviously not giving the +2 to anything because he wasn't intentionally walking onto the battlefield in this case, just building up their own back wall, just so hopefully in the near future they can kind of dominate a battlefield, I think. But right now, it's not looking too peachy.
Yeah, I am looking at that Fizz. He can pull back a Piercing Light. He just kind of needs another list, and we already know he has one in trash, so his chances of drawing his third is going to be hard. But without another list, he's going to struggle to clear these Razas, or even just clear something like this Fizz, because the list is already targeting a Raza, and so he doesn't have a way to Pack of Wonders the list and adjust what's being targeted by it or named by it to make something like a Piercing Light more effective. If he drew Falling Star, he might be in a decent spot. You Falling Star, play the Fizz out, play another Falling Star. You lose so much power, but it would potentially clear a lot of this back line. But looks like it's just a scoop, not enough to clear the board
just shake
in
hands.
that Pike's hand.
Just shake hands. Because right now it's just I would say it was a disaster for the Pike, but there was definitely a point in the game where it went, that Pike's game plan isn't going to work, and he's too far behind for game plan 2 to work. So, yeah, when you see like 6 units coming out a turn, you just know it's like, yeah, I'm too slow for this now. I don't think we're going to do it, especially when they were already pushing on 6 points. Ride the Wind, hell of a card, and it kind of shows you here what can happen if, with a little bit of patience, a Wife Beater, and a purple deck.
Yeah, I think this is why the Miracle Cannon is doing so well. It really counters all of the control styles that Riftbound currently has. It deals with hand rip extraordinarily well. It deals with pure damage extraordinarily well. The only thing that it struggles against is a big unit like an Irelia. But even then, it can try and just whittle you down over time. And that means that it doesn't have a lot of bad matchups.
It's in not supposed to way of saying it is kind of like the best deck in the format. It's definitely the most played deck in the format right now.
Yeah.
Yellow has a lot of great cards, although for the most part, Kennons aren't really playing yellow cards. Purple has had an extremely long run of fantastic cards. So when you just cherry pick the best ones from every set and you just go, this is what I want, it will craft my hand perfection. And then here you go, you can look at this again here. Ride the Winds, stack decks. Traveling Merchant will help sculpt your deck and your trash. 3 Nocturnes, I'm going to find them. 3 Rusters, he's going to beat you down. Tide Turn, as we saw back then, was helpful pulling in and out the Matron when she needed help from not being destroyed on the battlefield. 3 Seals, obviously keeping things going. Salvage, one off, but again, occasionally your opponent might be playing Aurora, so you want to try and get them off of that. Maybe a mirror match to get rid of their last rights. The 1 Switcheroo, which I suppose might come up in a mirror match or a match where it's, again, like a very big body deck. You just have to try and inch it out with something else. The Fizzes, which are always really good for getting things out of the trash. 3 Starcross, Abandon, really good versus Flow. The Tornado Warrior, or as now I've called him, Wind Warrior. Obviously empowering the Matron. And just overall, when you have just good cards in a certain colour, you can't just become a monocolour deck.
Yeah, I am surprised to see the lack of Up From the Deep for both players, because I was seeing a lot of Up From the Deep during the first couple weeks of Vendetta, and then it seems in the last week specifically, it has plummeted in popularity, which is very strange. I would not think that a card would go from pretty popular to pretty unpopular 1 week before a regional qualifier, but I can also see that it being so popular made it very easy to then counter that specific concept. And with Rek'Sai doing really well, having a lot of small units was becoming a very strong deck list. And so a lot of people started running things like Anglerfish. I don't remember if that's its name, but the one that bounces all low energy or low might units to hand. So I can see why you might stray away from it, but it does feel like in Kennen specifically, it's really good with the flow, letting these tentacles be empowered by the legend up to 3 might on the attack, so they can actually clear a battlefield pretty comfortably. At least for going second.
Yeah, that's a great thing. I mean, to be fair, Yellow has a good way of dealing with this as well. They have the Forge, where you kill this gear and you can put 4 cards back to the deck. Really good versus flow cards. So that's why Rex, I think, became one of these decks that was just very instantly good into Kennen, just because it already had that matchup sort of like, hey, we already used this card that's really good into this deck. Let's abuse it. But as you just say, Rek'Sai is also a very fast deck. He wants to get in and out. He doesn't really care if you kill its recruits, doesn't care if you kill its birds, he doesn't care if you kill its units that then become more units, because overall you're kind of just giving it the best shot. But again, overall, as you've seen, Kennen is, I think, kind of the funnest deck to play. There's, I suppose, now 3 different ways to play this deck. Before we had the Miracle version, we had the kind of mid-range control version, and now we have the other kind of Miracle version that Tornado Jesus has given us so much love.
I've also seen the baited hook token version. It's not seemingly as popular, but I have seen, so I guess there's in fact even a 4th way to play Kennen at the moment.
So yeah, I think baited hook did have a little spot at some point in the game, but I think after a couple of weeks, I think a lot of people it just doesn't feel fast enough, or it just wasn't giving you the results you needed constantly enough, which I think is the main thing from most games, right?
Yeah, baited hook is a bit of a gamble, and if you're not playing LeBlanc, where you're really just playing baited hook to kill your own units, that gamble can feel really bad if you're not careful. And then this is also something I've seen from the Kennens. The turn 1 playing out the Kennen champion unit is very powerful. It lets you have a 4 might unit on turn 2, and it beats out even something like a Diana, which is really nice. It lets you play out any spell from your trash with flow if you burned one, or in this case, he might just conquer and then play out the lightning rush for another single energy with flow rather than having to pay the 2 and a power.
And that's just more great sort of value you can get out of this deck. But as you did mention earlier, LeBlanc, it seems very similar to LeBlanc, but obviously your turn 1 play going seconds seems more impactful than your turn 2. Than LeBlanc's turn 1 going second play was. As you mentioned, Diana, 99% of the time you'll always play Diana first if you're second. But with Kennen, he's just, I wouldn't say he's better than Diana, but I'd say he's an improvement upon Diana. Because with Diana, obviously you get the bonuses when you play, when you move around. But obviously Kennen, you get the bonuses when you win things.
The only issue that the Kennen has is the initial power cost, but the 4 might being a really nice breakpoint almost makes it better than a 3 energy for 3 might.
So the amount of times that I will see people on going second first turn, they'll flip a power float in, they'll bring out the Seal of Discord, and then go into their Kennen. So they never really lost much of a value on that first turn because they kind of got it back with the Seal. But overall, Kennen just feels very energetic, let's just say.
Now, interestingly, the last rights put in the trash, that, at least in the main board, was his only last rights. So the thing he pulled off Lightning Rush was better than a last rights. It might have been this Raza he played out. It could have been the Seal. Either way, though, you're looking at a Raza played for, I believe, free with just the 1 power and 2 seals on the board. And I'm concerned this Pike might be going too slow again, which is just really unfortunate that this Pike doesn't have a way of playing quickly in this particular matchup.
No, I think Pike has the issue that he's a rigid, I do this on turn 1, I have to do this turn 2, I have to do this turn 3, I'm doing this on turn 4 and 5. Whereas Kennen goes, I'm going to roll a dice, I'm going to do whatever the dice says.
Yeah, that's when you have a lot of free stack decks, that's kind of how it ends up playing. You have to play around whatever you hit on the stack deck.
It's I suppose it's more fun that you just have to play a slot machine, right? So we were just going to go gambling. This time we got 3 Nocturnes. The next game we saw 0 Nocturnes in 9 stack decks. So it can always be fun, and sometimes not so much. Oh, everyone's favorite cards come down. Everyone, first Bewitching Spirit. How many can we go? Rosso's in
Trashing
the
another
trash.
Raza. That's interesting because he has more than 10 cards in trash, right? Based on the Raza coming out for no energy on the last turn. So he didn't need to trash this Raza because it was effectively free with the seal on board. Oh, a second
Still
last
free.
right. So he had one in the sideboard.
Yeah, so most lists I've seen run 2 throughout the deck. So sometimes it's main board, sometimes, like you said, one in main, one inside, and you just try and figure out what your matchup is because you need the extra space to move things around. Hello.
Yeah, and then recycling the last rights in a Nocturne so you can hit them on a stack deck later. And then presumably he conquers... I don't even know if you need Conquer the Minefield, but you definitely can. This Raza is then an 8 might unit, and he's going to be playing another Raza to base. And we're kind of in the same situation as Game 1, where I just feel like the Pike's game plan is too slow at this stage to be able to take on Razas dropping on the board every turn.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation compared to last time, obviously they did kind of get to game plan A, which was we want to try and start ripping things from your hand. Kennen, unlike a lot of other decks, doesn't necessarily want you to take the cards out of their hand, but doesn't really get affected by it as any other deck does. Because now we've got essentially the setup. We've got the big bad Rosser here with a shield, with the shovel, essentially digging these people out of the grave. So, yeah, let me just put more stuff in the grave so I can do crazy things. Are we testing how the wording of the battlefield is?
I think it's the timing of the battlefield, whether or not the Raza gets the discount from the burned cards when it's played. I believe it does, but I also don't know that it matters in this particular instance. I imagine it's just a clarification in general, given we saw he already had 10 cards in trash, unless he specifically had 9 at the start of turn after like flowing a lightning rush. I think he just had 10 anyway.
Yeah. So obviously we've seen the following turn he had enough to get Rosser out for just the power. So he should still be in the same remark as we have since then. Trashed the Rosser. Obviously Rosser doesn't count itself when it's coming out of the trash, so you have to recount again. So maybe the burn did come into play. Maybe he wasn't 9 like you said, or maybe he was 8.
Oh, he did recycle too. So he might be down below the 10 mark now after recycling.
No, he seems to be okay with that. So maybe that's right. Maybe it was a case of actually he was now at 8 and he actually had to get the 2 more in the trash to get the 1 power Roster coming out.
Yeah, that seems to be
Gus not going to do much.
Chat's agreement. No, Gus is not going to be particularly helpful. The list, I mean, it's going to be nice, but I don't know that the list is going to be enough at this stage without a Pack of Wonders to bounce it back.
It seems very much like a Santa Claus kind of song, right? It's like checking the list twice. Ross is still on here. I can't get rid of him.
Yeah, because even if he gives -4 to the Raza, he would have to trade both of his units in currently. He could play down a list and then try to like Falling Star a Raza, but with the shovel on board, that's a very temporary solution to a very big problem.
That will help.
That will help. A Brittle Steel, we already know one of the shovels is at the bottom of the deck. Yeah, the Kennen will eventually get back there, but it's going to take him a hot minute. So if these Razas get removed, they are now actually removed off the board for a period.
So there is a Matron in hand. I think the Tornado Warrior is also in hand. So, I mean, we could see them starting to bring things back to life from the following turn. So it's not gone forever, just not currently here. And generally speaking, even if you are playing one on the sideboard, it is the one on the sideboard. You don't normally see people play 3 shovels, especially at the price of them these days. So, yeah, I can see it kind of being an interesting take right now.
Well, actually, if the Pike wanted to, he can rip 1 card from the Kennen's hand. I would assume the Abandon will end up being ripped, but it could rip one of the Matriarch or Tornado Warrior and potentially slow this Kennen's game plan down at that point. I think the issue is if this Pike doesn't get rid of the Matriarch and Tornado Warrior, then you play Matriarch to the battlefield, you hide the Tornado Warrior, pull back the Raza, and things get very hairy very quickly.
You're playing. So. Okay, yeah. I was just trying to figure out what the plan was. I suppose it was to try and trade, right?
He had
Take
the
4
list in
damage.
hand, so it's probably deal 4 and
Maybe.
then list.
The list, yeah. These are 1 cost. No, yeah, that would have been a pretty decent play. Like you said, I thought maybe they might have done the Ripper's Bay thing, put it back to hand, get a gold, and then do it again, try and rip another card out the hand of the Don. 2 Falling Star? Falling Star it is.
Falling Star. Okay. Shoots the one in the back line. So I guess, yeah, trying to keep his Bewitching... Well, he's trying to keep his Bewitching Spirit alive, I'm assuming. Because without a shovel on board, if he can remove the Raza and the cards from hand, he is in a spot to win. It's just going to be a lot to get from point A to point B of remove the Raza and all the cards in hand before this cannon can miracle something else out with lightning rushes and stack decks and all that. Interestingly, both matriarchs are in trash, so if this matriarch gets removed from the cannon's hand, that's all 3 matriarchs gone, which could be a bit of a problem. I don't know when specifically he must have burned the matriarchs, because I don't think he's discarded this game yet, so that is unfortunate for the cannon to have all of your matriarchs in trash.
The only thing I remember disregarding was the last rites, I believe, at the very start of the game. But yeah, like you said, like must have burnt them, or they must have come out at some point with the lightning rushes. Fizz coming down though. What we're going to see in the trash here? Do we get ourselves something cool, something fun? I mean, yeah, lightning rush is pretty good fun, I guess. Lightning rush it is then.
Yeah, gets the lightning rush without having to pay the 2 and a power. It is a bit of a weaker use of the Fizz to effectively replay a stacked deck, but sometimes that's all you have the ability to do.
Sometimes
it's all you need to do, right? For the matriarch if he needs it. Oh, there's a Tide Turner in that lightning rush. He can Tide Turner the Raza back and take out this bird if he wanted to, but he's just gonna go matriarch and then presumably hide the Tornado Warrior.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy. This is kind of what I thought he was going to do originally anyway, so he's basically just done an extra search and done the same play, which is, in my opinion, perfectly fine. This is kind of where you want to be. Get your roster back out there so that way you can either go left or right. You are the big guy on campus after all. And right here, he knows, he's like, what are you trying to do? So I got a hand.
Yeah.
So I'm not too sure what's going on here. Did he knock his deck because it's kind of gone a bit sideways, or?
Yeah, looks like it. And I think they're now just asking the judge to do about that.
So yeah, I presume that's the issue because it just seems to be a bit of a weird one otherwise. But as you said, currently the Pike is a point ahead, but on the following turn, the Cannon currently should be going to 5, just because they should probably still hold the minefield, then walk into Ripper's Bay and cause chaos and havoc, which is what we love to see. We do know they still have access to the Void Seeker in hand, so obviously dealing full damage to a unit of battlefield. They have the list in hand, so Pike has some reactions here to do. If they can obviously flip over the Tornado Warrior after the action of the Void Seeker, we could then see maybe, if there is, another Tide Turner in the trash, maybe something we saw earlier on, like we did earlier in the last game, where did he kind of pull it out to safety?
Yeah, we can see that. I was also thinking if there is a Fizz, we could see an Abandon being pulled from trash with the reaction speed of the Matriarch to counter whatever spell is played, which puts Pike in an awkward position where even if he played something like a Falling Star, there's a good chance that it can get abandoned. depending on what's in the cannon's trash, you may still have to take that play. But ultimately, this matriarch has to be removed from the battlefield this turn, or things just continue to spiral out of control for the Pike. And with only a traveling merchant at base, that's gonna be a hard ask.
Yeah, so I am wondering if the Pike has basically avoided cannons up till now, despite it being essentially 17% of the decks today, as it does seem to be having some issues. Again, this isn't the usual build where it's all miracles, so maybe you can kind of get away with your opponent only having 9 to 12 units in the deck, and you can kind of work your way through them, whereas this one is more, I don't need a hand, the trash is my hand, as we've seen many times currently during this last 2 games. And it's basically being out-tempoed by the cannon's own burning and turning. So, things can be interesting sometimes.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, I quite like Pike. I like that it's got like an interesting playstyle. Unfortunately, it was taken over by Ezreal's way of playing the deck slightly better, because Blue has a lot more ways to deal with minus might, drawing power, and essentially more affection. But Pike's still trying out here, still trying to be an assassin. One day Bone Skewer will be good, I promise everyone.
I like Pike. I don't like the control versions of Pike. It just feels too inconsistent and a little bit jank to actually end up working.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have all of the utility that the Mind deck had, something like an Ezreal. And it just feels just inconsistent. Far too inconsistent to be good. Matriarch comes down. I'm assuming we're pulling back a Fizz, because he is immediately empowering. And then the question is, what spell is he pulling back? I mean, he has the Falling Star, so he can Falling Star, Fizz, and then one on the Matriarch. Yeah, that works.
Mm-hmm.
And, oh, that's actually really good, because that stops the Matriarch from being able to be saved by a Tide Turner play, because now the list comes down, and the list doesn't have to target specifically a battlefield. And so even if the Matriarch gets pulled back, it's still going to die. And it's not a spell, so it can't be abandoned. I assume the Tornado Warrior gets flipped just so the Matriarch plays something out. But in this particular instance, this is a really good way of clearing this Matriarch without having to kind of gamble what you're gonna be playing from the trash as the Kennen player.
I like this play, like, for both players, because at the end of the day, I knew you're going to have to do something with the Matron on this turn anyway, because that's what you want to do. But like you said, dealing the damage to the Matron, then doing the list to try and deal the damage. But they're going to save it by sacrificing it back to hand. It was going to lose the empowerment at the end of the turn anyway, so overall, this works out better, I feel like, for the Don, as it did for FaZe.
Yeah. No, being able to play back out the Fizz, meaning that half the Falling Star was negated, and then being able to Star-Cross the Matron back into hand, that's devastating for the Pike, because his entire turn was kind of wasted. He got the list down, he got a Matriarch down, but he didn't actually remove any value from the Kennen. The Kennen still has the Matriarch he can play out, he still has the Fizz on board, and that's really rough.
Interesting hand.
Ooh, Nocturne hit
Nocturne
off the
for
stack
3.
deck.
Fizz is good.
You pull the Fizz, not the salvage. He has a salvage and trash if he really wants it, but I don't think you care about salvaging a list at this point.
I think currently he is half a turn behind. Like, he's the one who's following the points, not currently the one in the lead. On this turn, he should be going to 5, so he should be the one that is now in the lead. So I kind of agree there. The list isn't really as scary, especially because you don't have the packs to bring back to hand. Salvage, though, wouldn't be awful, because obviously getting rid of the lists has been more of a slower game for the Don. It wasn't like we saw last one, where by turn 6 he had so many units on the field. But again, that Nocturne's pretty nice. Matron can come down back on the field this turn. We're in the back. It's fine too. It's cool. It's all cool.
Yeah, he doesn't need to risk it on a battlefield because he doesn't have the Tornado Warrior to hide. So you can just play the base and raw and power it.
I mean, do you want to do something like the
Maybe just Kennen.
Ken? Okay, Ken's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I'm down
it's
for that.
just a high value unit to put back on the board. Starcross gets burned, a Tornado Warrior gets burned. You're probably not happy to see the Tornado Warrior get burned because he was running 2 in the main board, so presumably that is both of his Tornado Warriors gone.
Yeah, it's a little bit important. Yeah, you kind of do want it back. I was wondering actually if they're going to put down the Vex to try and slow down their opponent, because trying to inch those last couple of points with the accelerated pike, it does happen. It does come up. It was a big thing for Rengars for a short while ago last set. And I can see it happening with the pike itself. But again, I don't think you're too scared if your opponent goes, all right, I'll go to 6 this turn, and you go, well, I'm going to go 7. So do your worst.
Well, the Matriarch can't put down the Vex. It requires it to be 3 energy and 1 power as its maximum cost. So the Vex being 4 energy isn't playable.
Good. No more Vex. Beautiful. You're quite right there.
Yeah.
Good. Don't cheat. Don't be me. Do better. Yes, I suppose it would have been a case of the Kennen is pretty good. Oh, another Fizz. No, I think the issue here was he didn't really get enough use out of the Traveling Merchant early on. And it was essentially used, I think, once, then was sacked off by a violent Kennen. Ooh, hand fan.
I mean, it makes sense if there's no AC in the room. You can see the sweat on these players. It's I'm glad I'm not there. Let's put it that way.
So what I have heard is there is AC at the event. It's just not all over the event. So apparently there's like AC pockets. So I think what I've heard people are playing is they'll play games quickly and then go hide in the corner.
Yikes.
So
okay,
to be fair,
bounces the Matriarch to hand.
Good.
And then he
More
can
empowerment.
replay it here if he wants, but he doesn't have a unit in trash to play with it. So it feels a bit scuffed to put it down, especially because he is now trying to set up for the final turn.
I suppose maybe this would be a case of you try and just do a little bit more ripping on the following turn. After you get this back to hand, you do it again, right? So you just try and rotate the bewitching as much as you can.
Yeah. Oh, and interestingly, because the Matriarch was hard empowered for the Kennen, he doesn't have the ability to play out this Fizz until he can Starcross the Matriarch back to hand to de-empower it.
Which he does have a Fizz in hand, if there's a Starcross in the trash, which I believe there should be.
Yeah.
As I think he's used one and then used the other one with the Fizz. So we should be able to do it again, bring it back to hand, empower again, get some stuff out. Or, I think it would be good. So he's thinking about it, yeah. He's like, do I do the thing?
He
The
can
answer is yes, do
also
the thing.
flow the Starcrossed. He doesn't have to play Starcrossed off of strictly the Fizz. I just don't know he has another spell in trash he's super interested in playing off Fizz. He could conquer with the Kennen and then go for a Ride the Wind if there is one in the trash. Though I don't know that I saw one.
So Kennen should be empowered, so going in for 6 into the 3 isn't too bad.
The Pike's also
Are they
tapped
running
out.
Cleaves and Pike? Oh, there you go, that's first of all. So do they actually run any sort of like might gain that could work like the against the odds, but obviously wouldn't work this time. I think that's also fine as well. So they're Ride the Wind, as you said. Stack the deck. Let's go fishing.
Yep, we're going fishing. Lightning Rush and Fizz are burned. And oh, there's 2 Ride the Winds and a Morbid Return. He's going for the oh no, it's not Morbid Return now. It's Shadows of the Past, something like that. The new return monsters from your grave to your hand. Yeah, Shadows
It's a little
of the
bit more
Past.
expensive, but he gets 2 cards. That's pretty good for me. I think it's pretty good to get things back in.
Yeah, and
Bane
he can
is
pull back
oddly
Double
weird
Raza.
about the AC. Yeah, so I think a lot of people don't realise like EU hasn't really been warm until the last like 5 or so years. So all the ancient architecture that we have in Europe is also sweating. So fun, lots of fun. But right now, as you were saying, do you just like load on a battlefield and go, I'm at 7, you're at 6. You've got to clear both battlefields, and one of these has like 20 might on it.
Yeah, he has to. He has to defend. The Pike is not showing a super aggressive stance here, but you can't under commit and just lose the game for it. So he is gonna have to fully stack.
Yeah, well, this is Starcrosser you saw before. Get rid of that matron.
Could. I don't know that that's his choice. Okay, that is what he's going for.
Sorry.
I was thinking it might not be enough to Starcross specifically one card.
Oh, so sorry, I meant to say hit the opponent's matron, not his own matron. Just that way, obviously, it was because it wasn't empowered yet. But you don't want to see that fizz coming flying back at you. Bringing 2 units back out the trash. Do we have 2 rosters in the trash? I know there's 1. There is 2. All right, so
yeah,
I think we just build a board, right?
Yep, and then you can just play him down. You don't care about deramping at this stage. I mean, Kennon's very rarely care about deramping anyway when you have Razas to play out, but he can just drop 3 Razas on that minefield. You can move your Nocturne up, but you could also just leave Nocturne and the Matriarch back at base to threaten the Ripper's Bay and force his opponent to go into it.
How about no? How about we just put everything on there and go like, you gotta have it, and by it I mean flip the table.
Yeah, I mean the Pike can have it. He doesn't necessarily have it in hand at the moment, but a Pike could, in theory, break this board with cards.
lots of cards.
It's gonna be hard though. It's gonna be hard.
Infinite runes. Right now, I think we're looking at least 26 plus might. So there's 26 there. Is it 3 on the matron? So that's
40. It's 40 might flat.
There you go. So do you have it, sir? His face says I don't have it, and I'm gonna give it a try though.
I mean, a Downwell perhaps would be really good here.
That's what we need, right? Going all in on Downwell.
Downwell into like Pike Accelerate. Okay, I mean Fallen Star, remove a Raza, play out a Fizz, do it again. He can definitely clear a lot of might, but I don't think he's gonna be able to clear all the might with what he has in hand here.
No, I think it's just a little bit too far gone. They did their best. No one's gonna argue that one. The Kennen, not as fast as you normally see. Hey, it's a accelerated Pike. Yeah, they did the best they could. Game 1, I think it was more of like this isn't what I'm used to when it comes to Kennen builds. This is going to put me off tilter a little bit. I'm going to try going for 7, but again, just nothing you can do about it. And to be fair, not many decks can look at that and go like, I got this. It's got to be a blue deck, right? It's got to have watchers in it.
Well, there is another deck that I'm
we don't talk about the other deck,
which could break that.
No, we don't talk about that deck because everyone's upset by that deck. I'm thinking about an Aurora deck by some chance.
Oh, no, I was talking about Vi, because Vi can break that very comfortably. Oh, but
one of the first round did.
That was a different deck we were talking about, yeah.
To be fair, I actually quite liked watching the first game this morning because it was essentially a rematch from Arcane, and the outcome was still the same.
Oof. Sad, but true. No, I'm just a little disappointed about the Vi game this morning because they really put Vi in the very first round just to get her beaten up by an Aurora. That's so sad. Because now we don't get to see another Vi this week.
It was sad. It really was. We were rooting for her, but not able to get the job done. But man, what an eventful game. But Kennen just doing what he tends to do. These miracle packages are unmatched, right? Nocturne, Razas, shovels, Kennen flow ability, right? Just so many actions per turn. I know chat was saying 10-minute turns. It definitely feels that way. It's not any rules against it. We've seen it in the past. As long as you're doing an action per, 10 seconds or so, it's not really considered slow playing no matter how long you're taking your turn. But hey, GG, I will give credit to the Kennen player. a little bit of spice, right? He had the Wind Warrior, or you guys got me saying Wind Warrior, the Tornado Warrior with the Tail Monarch or Matriarch. That's a little bit of spice. You know, we don't see that too often with Kennen, so at least he's being a little bit different among the sea of repetitive Kennens we'll see out there. And last little thing for chat, that's Cole saying any rules against wearing a shirt that there is no AC in the venue. If you miss our discussion, they're out in Barcelona, Spain with over 3,000 plus players in one venue, and there's no AC. It's literally 85 Fahrenheit. Do the conversion for you EU players out there for Celsius. It is hot. Players are sweating, which is why our casters are wearing little to no clothes as well. So you can't blame them. I would probably be wearing something like a tank as well. But I'll get the Night Fighter. How'd you guys find this game? Are you guys Kennen fans or Kennen haters? Or somewhere in the middle?
At least for me, I fall in the category of I like the concept. I don't like how strong it is, how prevalent it is. Anytime a deck is the most played and also the best performing deck, in my brain, that's just a fundamental flaw with the balance of the deck. But I like the idea of the Miracle. I think it's really fun to play out your Razas for free. I just don't like any deck that is clearly the best deck in meta,
right,
based on its results.
For sure. Do you feel a little bit of the same way, Aguito?
The only thing I don't like about Kennen is it could have been anyone else who was the first purple-yellow deck.
That too.
I think
True.
it's fine.
True.
I think it's fine. I don't think there's any issues with it. It's just so many people are going like, well, these would be really cool as a yellow-purple deck. This would be really cool as a yellow-purple deck. Thematically, this is really good as a yellow-purple deck. And they went, what about Kennen? Like,
right.
Perfect. It's like, no
And
one thought it was perfect.
Real quick, hold your thought. Let's go ahead and tune in on this winners interview as we try to take a look at all these interviews they have for us.
Despite how popular it is and how many people are here playing it, why does it speak to you? Obviously, a lot of people speak about the consistency, but there are quite a few different versions running out there. You know, I know some people talk about, you know, purple Kennen versus yellow Kennen. Other people talk about, like, well, do you do the Tornado Warrior empowerment stuff, which I'm a big fan of the Matriarch. But tell me how you came into this event and choosing the specific tools that you chose to bring to this weekend.
Yeah, sure. So this is my second big tournament. I played in Bologna first. And what really caught me by surprise in Bologna is that how many different decks you're going to actually end up playing in the Swiss. So my mentality in the past was, let's just build the deck to beat the mirror. I used to play Draven.
Yeah.
So it was like, let's just beat the mirror. I had no forerunners in the main. And then I realized, actually, I'm not playing into that many Draven. So my idea was, let's try to build a deck that is proactive and that can play every game against every deck. So the Matriarch is like, I want to have additional ways to pressure and recur stuff against every matchup. So after testing it a while, I tested all the builds, like with the Gust main deck, with all the removals. I was like, I just want more proactive stuff. I'm just gonna run more units, and then after the sideboard games, if I feel like, I can side that out and set in just more answers that are specific to the matchup I'm playing. So yeah.
No, that sounds perfect. And honestly, I think that might be one of the best recipes for success this weekend, because it's the first Vendetta Regional Qualifier. So being able to prepare yourself not only for the other Kennens in the room, but more random decks that you might go against, I think that sounds like a perfect answer on what to do. So confidence level, probably feeling pretty high. Especially, like you said, on stream. What are you afraid of going into this weekend? I always ask this question to people, but it's less like, Kennen is the deck, right? Like people are playing this one. It's the highest representation in the room. It's brand new, new domain pairing. Is it instead of a deck that you're afraid of, a player that you don't want to go against?
Actually, you know, I'm afraid of the games I don't get to make choices. Ooh. That's what I mean. So, for example, sometimes in the mirror match, if they open too strong, like so many Nocturnes and stuff, I feel like I cannot put too many choices in the game. So that's what I'm most afraid of. The games I don't get to choose. Like, I'm fine if I do mistakes and I lose, but I don't get to a match. So the thing I'm most afraid of, mirror match for sure.
That makes a lot of sense. So, and based off of the other answer, prepping for everything else in the room or other random decks, it makes sense. But you're 5-0. Should feel good about yourself. Congratulations once again, the Don. But we're going to send it back. We've got more Riftbound to play.
That's right. A couple more Riftbound to play. That is 5 rounds in the books, approximately 3 rounds remaining. I think in real time it is already overtime, so I'm not too sure if we're going to get a backup feature match. Real quick, Aguito, did you want to finish your thought? I don't know where we left off.
Ninja's silly. No, I think I finished my thought.
Okay.
I will say
okay.
though, if you don't know who Joe is, he's normally a Lorcana caster,
Yeah.
but he's also, I believe it was the best of Timo from Bologna.
That was him. So yeah, Spessy, as some people might know him. Yeah, Joe Curley is what he's called here, and I think it was what he's been ever since he kind of moved over. Or no, he didn't move over, but he's been here and there with Riftbound, right? So yeah, big fan of Joe Curley, and awesome to see him getting picked up by Riftbound for the official commentary team. But last little note on Kennen, one little thing I'll end off, a little rant on Kennen. It does take a very strong and experienced pilot to really find success with Kennen. So as easy as sometimes players make it look, guys, if you pick up the deck and try to do what you see on screen, it is quite difficult. So I at least have to show him a lot of respect, because as we said, to find those victory lines, to find to be undefeated on Kennen is quite some feat, because some people could take the easier route, mash your Yi, you know, pretty consistent. You don't have to think as much as you would for a Kennen deck for 8 rounds in an entire day, 12, 13-hour days. So credit to him doing so well. And there is a little bit of a backup feature match. Night Fighter and Aguito, do you guys want to take a little bit of a break, or are you guys down for this backup match?
I'm down for the match.
Okay, we'll do a little refresher break after this backup match. It looks like it is the classic of all classic, Diana versus Aurelia, but 2 undefeated players at that, so trying to push forward in this tournament.
I'm just concerned. I don't think he paid a deflect for that stupefy, unless he stupefied his own Diana.
Right, done, to be fair, because he didn't go down. So yeah, we kind of brought it into reality. I blame on chat as well, because they mentioned the Aurelia. But yes, here we go. A Diana from Jorge, as well as Dios playing into the Aurelia, which you know how I feel about Aurelia. Signature spell's way too strong.
Yep.
But it's a good deck. It's a very good deck. It's very competitive. It's very strong at what it wants to do. It's one of the very few decks that gets to get away with being so suspiciously good. Diana, on the other hand, though, I'd say as much as I don't like this style of Diana, it is also a very good deck, as we have seen one of our many European champions playing it, Mr. Alan ZQ, who might be on Mel this week. I'm not too sure. I think he did change his mind yesterday, but he's still on Mel. Very good.
Yeah.
Another blue-purple deck. Mel's also a very interesting case. Hopefully he's not playing some kind of horrible hand-rip version, but time will tell. Unlike this on death triggers, look at the hand. So how do you feel about Aurelia versus Diana? Is this a matchup that you can say is more swayed towards one or the other?
I would typically say that it's favored towards the Aurelia, because the Fi is vicious against Diana, stopping those moonfalls. But I'm looking at Vex Cheerless, and I'm thinking, well, I would hate to be this Aurelia right now. Just being able to effectively stop the Aurelia from being able to play her cards during combat is kind of a disaster. And with a Moonfall in hand, there's a pretty good chance that this Aurelia dies on this turn.
I do believe that's 2 Moonfalls to hand as well, just one's upside down.
Awful. Yes, I believe there were.
Do you agree? I'd say it would be more Aurelia favoured than it is the Diana favoured, just because, like you said, Defy is a really good card. Every time you essentially look at Aurelia, she gets an extra might. It's very awkward to try and pin down a Aurelia. I like that they took the Vex out of the battlefield, I think, to try and persuade them to start moving things around. But, as a rule, besides Ride the Wind and the Watchers, which you don't really see Watchers too often in the Diana builds these days, or I think ever really, I don't think you have to worry too much about acceleration.
So I'm thinking this Vex Cheerless could double Moonfall and completely clear the board. And if that goes through, that's gonna be awful. That might be the game on this turn from that.
So I just like the fact that they've using the effects of Vex to reduce the spell costs. Obviously, you start the fight, you don't have to kill anything, you can start doing your own triggers here, action speed, get a Moonfall in. As you say, if they want to, drag the other Vex in, get them down, and then what's that going to be? -4 might for... Well, sorry, would it be -3? No, 4 might for the... for Seymour, he's gone. Aurelia would be at minus...
Aurelia would be at
1.
0.
It's already -0, right? So Aurelia would be...
Well, it's -2, and the Aurelia would get another -2.
Yeah, that's still something to target with, right? And then Vex would come in and she'd be 0 as well. So, yeah, this 5 might unit walking around just taking everyone down. Perfection. Maybe Downer is better than Aurelia. Who knows?
So the Vex, if it's pulled in, is going to be at 2 because it only gets hit by the 1 Moonfall. But the Aurelia will be at 0 because it gets hit by both.
Get them. We'll get them in. I thought that was changed. I thought you said when anything was moved into a battlefield, it was just a lingering battlefield effect.
Maybe I was not aware of that. If that has changed, that vastly buffs Diana.
See, it does.
Oh, wow, that's insanely strong if it is the
Maybe
case.
it doesn't. But maybe I lied. I think I was told once upon a time that the reason that Diana was so strong is because whenever she moonfalls, she uses everything like the splash minus. And I think you might have got clarified at some point.
No, I always just...
Yeah.
So the thing that makes Moonfall strong is that it combines 2 cards from 2 different domains into a single card. It combines Charm and Against the Odds, which is
I was going to say,
very strong.
it's definitely colours that aren't in the colour combo that you're currently in as well, which is the funny thing. Where it's reverse against the odds, right? So it's you get minus and dragged across in a colour domain that says normally advantage to hand and give you minus anyway. So super strong, super fire, and a charm.
Well, so it's against the odds in that it swings the battlefield by 2 might for each unit.
Drops everything down.
I guess it is slightly different because in this case the Scuttle Crab is going deeper in the negatives rather than giving plus might, but it is effectively the same might swing for the same cost. If you look at something like Perfect Execution, there are cards that are a mirror of Perfect Execution, but it costs more to play Perfect Execution. Moonfall just costs the same amount.
We could see another Mbessa game today. I love Mbessa. I think Perfect Execution is a great card. Unlike in the real game of League of Legends where you can kind of walk away from it, you ain't really missing it if you're not firing it. And boy, you're playing normally not a green deck.
And yeah, looking at this hand for the Diana, I don't think this Irelia has an out now. That is so potent to play into.
It's a great hand. You've got a way to get out with Flash. You've got Stupefy if you need a little bit more cards or an easy way to fight people. You've got a hard bargain just to try and go, if you want to do it, you've got to pay all your ruins. Well, guess what? You can't. You've got the acceptable losses to get rid of Boots or an Hourglass or a Guardian Angel. So that hand is magnifique.
It's a great hand, and with the Irelia not having a unit on board, I don't think the Irelia has a way to clear the Diana's board, even without any of the cards in hand.
So I'm trying to think what you could do. No, I think you're short cards. Because normally you see maybe like a Stellar Corn would come in, and then you could target it with something, activate the Legend effect to make it ready, walk it in, try and take over the Abandoned Halls, ride the wind over to the Vex, and then go from there. But I think it might be 1 or 2 runes short to really sort of do a justified version of that. Is this a common?
Yeah.
Hey!
There she is.
Uh-oh. Now here comes trouble. We do have an on guard, though, so we can use that to target stuff if we really wanted to start flying around the room.
Yeah, I was thinking, so the big concern is he could play a Boots of Swiftness, but the Boots of Swiftness can get hit by acceptable losses. So it's gonna be hard for him to get this Akali to both battlefields this turn. Which feels pretty important. Oh, nice.
Shroud time.
Twilight Shroud will stop the Akali from being targeted in the combat, so she just can't be targeted, period, for this turn.
What do you mean it's a Forerunner? Poor Rune Runner. I miss Rune Runner. He wasn't fair, but he was our camel. So having a 7 Might Akali during the turn cannot be targeted by spells or abilities is pretty devilish, if you ask me. And if we have a Ride the Wind in the hand, I mean, that can get hard bargain still. So it's not all or nothing currently, but it's definitely an interesting one. Although we do see 2 in guards and a Defiant Dance in hand. I couldn't see the 4th card, so overall, this Akali wants war.
This Akali wants war, and she's definitely going to get it. I didn't see a Boots of Swiftness in hand, but if she has one, then she can very comfortably double conquer.
I do think the last card, though, is a Ride the Wind. Safe play, very good.
Yeah, and that makes this difficult, because if he now walks the Akali up, he knows there's a hard bargain in hand, and he knows he doesn't have the energy to stop the hard bargain repeated. So now he can't really play the Ride the Wind on this turn.
I mean,
it can get hard bargain, though.
It looks like he's going to allow it, so I'm very concerned, because that's just one turn away from winning now.
Yeah, that's... There wasn't a 3rd Moonfall in hand. And he can't target this Akali, so the Akali's just chilling in the back line.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like what the game plan was of letting that go through, because they couldn't pay the cost of it if you made them pay it. So that seems to be a bit of a blunder on their part. They'd have been tapped out if they did try and, well, they couldn't even pay it at all. They're 2 up. I don't know. I'm trying to think like what would the play be, because obviously right now they've got 3 up. We know they've got 2 in guards and the Defiant Dance in hand. But like you said, they can't be targeted, so not you can drag them onto the field either way. So
yeah, there was a way the Irelia plays around that, but the Irelia did not play around it. Because if the Irelia had paid the 1 to ready the Irelia Legend and then target from the Ride the Wind ready the Akali, she can guaranteed pull it back to safety. But just letting it go through feels like it's probably gonna cause this Diana to lose this game if the Irelia is just able to easily double conquer this turn.
Now, bear in mind, he has just drawn into my favourite Kha'Zix, the purple Kha'Zix, that can ambush and will ambush.
Yes. The +6 is very nice into Irelia.
So, because you then essentially trade with the... Sorry, the Kha'Zix would then trade with the Akali if it goes into the Abandoned Hall. And then if you have any cheap spells that you can play, you would then just be pumping up the Ravenbloom Student. So currently, it seems scary, right? But obviously we know what the hands are. A little different here. There's Defiant Dances, 2 in guards. I think it's also a Discipline hand. That's a very good fighting hand from the Aurelia. So it's not all for nothing. But again, it is trying to fight and then move over again.
Yeah, I'm looking at the rune count for the Diana. I don't know that she has enough runes because the Smokescreen can get defied. The Kha'Zix, a Defiant Dancer, and Unguard will put the... Or I guess it would have to be... No, either one would work. Yeah, either one would put the Akali over the Diana's battlefield. And the Irelia is not spending a lot of runes to do that, so she can ready the Akali on the battlefield with the Irelia Legend from the target, pull back, do it again because you can ready the Irelia when you conquer, and then you can run in on this Vex, and if he spends all of his cards to defend this Ravenbloom, he could very easily lose the Vex as well.
Smokescreen. Okay, give it -4, and we can hard bargain if you want to.
If he hard bargains, he loses access to the Kha'Zix if he does a repeated hard bargain, and a normal hard bargain wasn't going to be
No,
enough.
I thought you might go for 4, just try and remove as many cards as you can, because then it's going to be harder to move the Akali into the other battlefield. That's what I was thinking. And guard those to go up another 2. So we're now at 9 into... Well, not enough to be fair. 7. Because more losses.
Yep, give the +2 to the Ravenbloom, so now it's 10-10. And you can pretty comfortably force another card out from the Irelia. I mean, I guess the Irelia does have the potential to just wait on the battlefield and not try to double conquer, but I would really, really, really like to see this Irelia ready the Akali right now to double conquer this turn.
Don't trust your hand. Nope. Okay then. So after combat, you can just do Defiant Dance, right? If honestly,
Well,
if they've got
he can ready
boots
once, but he
switch.
doesn't have ganking.
No, I'm just thinking if they have a boots switch in hand, they can obviously ready with the boots attaching to the Akali, and then the Akali can just move over and start kicking people. I mean, a tie turner works too.
That will also work, yeah. No, I hadn't seen
So-
the Tide Tuner. I had also not
it was a
seen
drop
Boots of
top, yeah.
Swiftness, so that works.
Yeah, so no, I didn't see a boots. I was wondering maybe they drew it and we didn't see it in hand. I think the tie turner may have been the draw for the turn. So that could have been literally the difference between just the combat hand and the we go for a swing. But that was pretty cool. I'll be honest, I'm not a massive fan of Aurelia. She's not my kind of gal. But or is Diana. So overall, it was whoever wins was the winner. I'm more of a Vi kind of
I
gal.
like the Irelia concept. I'm a bit burnt from Spirit Forge, where she was everywhere following the
Yeah.
Draven bans, but if Irelia was not the most popular deck from Spirit Forge and I had crippling PTSD about it, I would probably play Irelia because I do love the Protect the Queen style of gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, she was everywhere and still remains everywhere. I believe right now the 4th represented deck. I'll pull up the distribution here shortly. But yeah, Aurelia getting the upper hand against Diana. Who would have thought giving Aurelia a little similar unit like a camel would be pretty effective? That Kali Silent doing so much work in that end game. Diana probably had some kind of interaction. I can't remember the exact cam, but not being able to get targeted making so much of a difference. But Night Fighter and Agito, you guys have been casting for some time. If you guys want to take a short little refresher break and then come back refreshed for this round number 6, I think now would be perfect to do so.
All right.
Okay, I'll hide your cameras for
I'm gonna
now.
enjoy this interview.
You want to listen?
I'm gonna enjoy the interview. Let's
Okay,
get this
okay.
done.
Yep, I'll hide your camera for now. Let me know in the Discord when you guys are back.
She's one of the decks to beat. So tell me, how confident are you in this deck right now?
I feel pretty confident with the deck because I play her since set 2. So I got a lot of XP on the deck. I know every matchup kind of well.
Yeah.
So I know what I got to do, what I got to side. So I think it's why I'm in a good spot right now.
What do you think are some of the best cards that have made it better this format, or some of the matchups you think it can win? Obviously the Akali is one, because it actually feels very safe to play now, aside from things like Call the Weak, right?
Yeah. Obviously Akali is a really good card. So the advantage of playing Akali is that when we pose her on the tables, we are literally sure that we have a body next turn. She's immune to Charm, Rampage, stuff like this, Moonfall. So it's really safety.
Yeah, and safety is something I think that deck has always wanted to have, because it's typically played less units than most decks, just moving your one unit around the board, scoring 2 points a turn as much as you can. But what about its weaknesses? What do you think is the biggest weakness of the deck, and like what other things do you want to avoid? Because she's still not the most represented deck in the room, but she's still very strong.
I think the weakness of the deck is when we have to stay on the battlefield. If we can't go back to base, that's where Irelia is really weak, to stay with less mana or something like this. This is a weakness, I think.
Well, Skoldy, you're one of the many Irelias in the room, but you're one of the ones that's 5-0 right now. One more win locks you in for tomorrow in day 2. And so I gotta ask, what are you playing for? Are you trying to win the whole thing? A best of? Maybe a regional championship invite? What are you looking for this weekend?
First place.
First place.
Nice.
And that is just what I think you might be
Okay.
on your way to get. Congratulations
Thank you.
once again, but we're going to go ahead
As the
and send it
attitude
back.
it takes sometimes. You gotta be good, you gotta be lucky, but you have to have the full attitude as well. So it looks like we finally have a break, which is interesting enough. This whole regional long, we're over the halfway point. We haven't seen a single timer. It's been back to back to back Riftbound action. So a nice little 2-minute break, not too bad. But Alguito said he's ready to come back on. So welcome on in, Alguito, again. Real quick, I was letting people know earlier, but if you guys are just tuning in, for some reason, usually I don't know what kind of tech issues I'm having today, but below me, I usually have the chat, especially from YouTube side. But forgive me for all you guys on YouTube, the chat's not popping up. Only the Twitch chat is popping up for right now. But yeah, if you guys are wondering what that one text is, there usually a little bit more going on. But either way, I'll say it for myself. Thank you guys for those subs out on YouTube, and thank you for the follows on Twitch. You guys are the best. And Alguito, I don't know if you saw, I was specifically big thank you to those subs on YouTube. We finally hit a crazy goal of 20,000 subscribers on the Runes and Rift channel. So yeah, thank you so very much for everyone that helped us achieve that goal, which is pretty crazy. I could have never imagined when we started up Runes and Rift that we'll be reaching these kind of numbers in terms of subscriptions. So it's super cool. I'm super proud of it. So thank you guys to make that actually a reality. But let's see what we got ourselves. Actually, I told you guys I was going to bring you guys the distribution. Let me do that now.
Well, Mr. Plus is doing that. Not Mr. Plus, Mr. Plus. Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Being at 20k threshold on Runes Rift kind of does push us into like the top 10 channels for Riftbound, at least in the English market. So thank you very much. It just makes us, stand out a little bit. Not too much though, which is kind of where you want to be. You don't want to be too much in the forefront. We get in trouble for that.
Right.
But no, Aurelia's number 3. So yeah, I think we discussed this at the end of set 3 where I did say I think Aurelia's going to be coming back with a fashion because people are going to want to get those metal cards where they can. As you've seen, the Ori metal cards, and that's just the plated ones, the regular ones, are going for like 15k right now. I think Aurelia and Diana's are going for like 5 over in the US. So people are kind of hoping for... It's Jibs!
Ooh, wait, we got our match already? Oh, let's get a nice little interview with Jibs.
Interview.
If you guys remember, he was the best of winning Jin.
Trying to ramp up to 12 runes and start taking over the game and controlling it. To do that, we've got some key cards. The signature spell Curtain Call is the main one. This can be utilized in different ways, but it's a fantastic card. We then, in the mid game, want to start clearing out your singularity. Is really important, clearing out backfield. And then you can start taking over battlefields with Sprite Burst. So it's quite aggressive as well. But if it's effectively a control deck, super smooth, I really love it, and that's it.
Perfect. Nicely done. I'm impressed. So my understanding of your deck based off that 30 seconds is you play only spells,
like a content
you
creator
remove
yesterday,
everything
so he's
from the
going to do
board.
like a bit of spotlight
Maybe
stuff
you have your
this
chosen
weekend with
champion
Rift
as
Labs.
well. Is that pretty much
I think
correct?
some of
It's still got some 2-drops.
my slime
Noxus
crew are
hopefuls,
also
you still have units
on that
forerunners
sort
as
of
well, just strong,
placement today, and then I think it was
mid-range
also
units you can play
a
later
few
on,
like
but
the
effectively
world famous Ivan players also out there currently as one of like the content creator pros. So you'll probably see a few there interviews over the next few days. So it's nice to see that Jibs is kind of getting some love. As you said, he was like the best of Jin last set. Question mark.
Yeah, definitely deserves it. And I actually got the chance of meeting Jibs. I believe it was in the Houston regional. I don't think it was in Atlanta when I went. Yeah, I think it was in the first ever regional. He was out there. Or was it Atlanta now? I can't even remember. One of those regionals, I got the fortunate opportunity to get to talk to him a little bit. He's on Rift Labs. You guys, he's involved with Rift Labs, which was pretty much what inspired, or I'll personally say really inspired Runes of Rift, because they were the first to start throwing online events, and I was really fond of what they were doing. I'm like, man, I kind of want to host some online events too. So that's kind of what inspired us to kind of get things together and say, you know what, let's try to do things on a weekly basis as well. So big ol' shout out and big ol' love to Rift Labs out there. But it looks like round number 6 is right around the corner. I said it earlier, or maybe I said it in my head. Alan ZQ is XO, completely undefeated on Mel. Can we get a 2-time regional champion for the second time this weekend on the stream? Guys, hands up, pray for us. I think it's due time. It's due time to get a nice little Alan ZQ game. if we don't, Agito, what are we feeling? I know actually before we kind of seen Rek'Sai, we've seen a little bit of LeBlanc, and I feel like we might get our answer pretty soon. Looking at these, the only decks we haven't seen are maybe a Draven, right?
So I don't really fancy a Master Yi. I can't remember if we had one earlier today or not.
Not yet.
I don't really fancy the one because he's kind of everywhere, and I think we all know what Master Yi does: get to a battlefield and stay there. Draven, I think, being that he can't play the cool Draven, he has to play the old Draven, does make him more of a aggressive, very early game, and then late game just hold everything down with the chosen champion. I wouldn't say no to maybe some of the lesser represented decks, because obviously it's day one. You kind of want to see your more for fun stuff. So let's just scroll through and see what we've got here. So we have, I'd love a Renata, but she's definitely been burnt out by now.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think they're going to be sticking along the same lines of just undefeated players. I mean, it's been so since round number 3. So we're looking at a XO50 player. So I'll get there. If you keep track on the stream for me, let me know when they're setting up the players. I'll see if I can get full screen and see what legends are undefeated, because previously we had Lucian go 4-0. Let's hit a quick refresh. For anyone just tuning in, you guys can tune in or reach this bracket with ! bracket on the chats. So I'm seeing a whole lot of Kennen. The one LeBlanc player remaining. Actually, there's 2 LeBlanc, and you know, we're kind of speaking it into existence. Number 9 seed, Sentinel Allen ZQ. Let's bring him onto the feature match. Let's hit a quick next page though. Let's see what we got. Kha'Zix could be fun. We saw a little bit of Kha'Zix, but I'm always down for a Kha'Zix game. Draven, there is an undefeated Draven, so Volkata, we could see him as well. Man, Agito, there's so many Exos Kennens.
When you're playing 20% of the format, right, you're going to get a few people pushing through.
Oh, ooh la la. I like what I'm seeing. Challenger TCG's Colin Kaiser still completely undefeated on Akali. So, hey, if I'm running the production team over there, I'm trying to bring Colin Kaiser to the feature table or Alan ZQ. You can't go wrong with either of those players. So either Akali or Mel, but let's take a look one more time, as I don't believe they got the matches yet. Okay, not yet.
So just while you're doing that, we currently have the most played units currently in this tournament today, with a 29% Fizz, a 28% Vex Apathetic, 26% everyone's favourite Seymour, Titan at 26, Rengar Trophy at 22, which just shows you how many orange decks are currently out there today, Thresh Foreign at 22, which shows you how many red decks are out there today, Ravenbloom Prefect at 21, blue decks, Nox Hopeful, red decks, Traveling Merchant, red decks all at 21%, and then finally at 20% of today's features, it is a Thousand Tail Watchers, which again just shows you there's a lot of blue decks out there today.
Yeah, especially the Nasus of the world, which I believe was the 4th or 5th most represented, and it looks like Night Fighter's back, so let's go ahead and welcome him back in. Night Fighter, hope you're feeling good, because round number 6 should be starting rather soon. We're trying to look at the undefeated players currently, so let me take a look. And let me know if anything stands out from your guys' side too.
As you're saying, if we can see maybe an Akali, because we haven't seen an Akali game as far as I'm aware. Akali in games, but not necessarily Akali itself. Con would be great. We haven't seen a Mel game yet, so if we get a chance to see Mr. Allen, it would also be great, because again, you get to see a big name on a deck that's not really massively represented. We've already seen Kennen. We've seen a kind of Diana like you just saw there. We've seen the Irelia kind of. Nobody wants to see Lux. We know how that game plays now. We've seen it too many times.
I was just about to say, she is undefeated, but we'll probably leave her outside the feature table for now. Other than that, there is an XO Victor, which is surprising to see. This guy's just saying, I want to guarantee my top 64 position to get my invite, my championship invite, or maybe he's saying Victor has what it takes to take it all the way, because it's good. The color pairing is really, really good right now, but there is no best of legend incentive for the Victor. So brave man, or I mean confident I should say, because XO definitely proven that Victor is not to be underestimated. And there's actually 2 undefeated Victors, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see something like that on the feature table. But let's head back to the stream, as I think they should be getting things started sooner rather than later. And yeah, we're kind of getting back to the caster match. And Re-Res saying Colin beat Diwali. Is that true? Because if that's true, Colin is running hot. An Akali taking down Diana what do you usually know about that matchup, Night Fighter? Have you seen it in the past?
Akali versus Diana?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've seen that in testing, because Akali has not been as popular as I would have expected from her. I imagine that ultimately comes down to the Akali Silent versus the Moonfall, because if the Akali can't be targeted and isn't able to be forced to play the Diana's game, I can see it being really hard for the Diana. But generally, I would think that Diana does pretty well into Akali, because Akali has a lot of trouble with defending already. So I would be really curious to see that game. Unfortunately, it wasn't streamed, I don't think, so...
Yeah, not that specific game, but hopefully we get a Colin Kaiser game soon, because he is doing so well, and he is definitely one of the runner-ups, or not runner-up, one of the forerunners, I should say, for the best of metal Akali, which I think is the prize this weekend, even more so than some of the set 2 legends. Like Aurelia's going to go for a pretty penny, LeBlanc is going to go for something, but for some reason, if you guys been keeping tabs on the signature over numbers that are still maintaining pretty much their pre-release rates, or not rates, but prices, it's Akali. I don't know how in the world she's still in there, like 2,500, 3,000 USD. Like, you would think these prices would drop. She's literally the only one. So if things kind of trend the same direction, I think Akali might just be the most valuable best of legend, which is probably why Colin Kaiser is gunning for it, which makes sense to me if you're a pro player.
There is
I know Aurelia's still worth quite a bit of money, and I know that. So Aurelia, Diana, and Akali are all worth some money. Obviously, this is, in brackets, Akali's first real chance of being a large amount of medals. Because obviously we had a couple of the showdowns currently. We had one in Germany last week. The week before we had the one in Ottawa.
Yep.
Then we got Milwaukee today with Rage Nerd Gaming. Unfortunately, I don't think we're casting them because, despite what you might think, Plus loves his sleep.
I think they might be on as we speak, right? Chat, let me know. I'm pretty sure there's just so much Riftbound action going on this weekend. And yeah, Hero, our resident Akali player. I say resident because he is one of our, has casted with us in the past. So Hero saying Akali feels rather favored since Diana's breakpoints tend to fall under Falling Star, which makes sense to me. So I actually heard that from Rek'Sai players before, where they actually forego playing Triferian War Camp because it makes their Falling Stars worse, because a Diana in War Camp is a 4-mite, so they can't Falling Star it. So I've heard something similar before. As we're getting into the most played battlefields, anything surprising here? I'm a little surprised that Seed of Power is actually the most played.
I would agree. Starspring, I expect it to be like top 5, so that seems to make sense. Abandon Hall with green and blue mostly being your spell decks, it makes sense. Purple obviously kind of getting it, but it's generally more of a removal sense, so not necessarily always up there. Minefield, again, Kennen's just so popular, so that makes sense for Minefield. Forbidden Wastes, I think, is like the Pike and Ezreal one, and I don't think there was many of those going around, so who else is playing Forbidden Wastes? Maybe the Mels, maybe the Akalis, they have an easier time walking in and out.
We see it in a bit of the aggro builds that have, like, what we like to say, disposable units, right? They don't mind leaving a unit on that battlefield, it going away, because you're just trying to conquer it from your opponent. So we've seen a little bit of aggro builds. Thinking about it now for that Seed of Power, you're kind of getting the best of both worlds. You get some card advantage engine in terms of draw, and then it really favors a lot of aggressive decks, which a lot of people could probably say we're in a bit of a more aggressive meta with the Rek'Sais of the Rengars. But look at here, round number 6 is on the screen. I don't recognize any of these players, so it won't be Alan ZQ, it won't be Colin K. But who do we have? Hopefully not an Aurelia player for Aguito's sake. But we'll find out shortly. Let's go ahead and tune in. Round number 6, Barcelona. Here we go.
No Lux, no Aurelia. I'll be happy with anything else.
Well, the current table 1 is a Vex versus Draven. I would not be surprised if that is our matchup.
That'd be fun. So, Yeah, I mean, if it is a Vex versus Draven, you got sort of the holding power of Vex, slowing you down with the stuns as you can kind of like move around, which will slow Draven's aggressiveness down as much as possible. Obviously, Draven does occasionally accelerate things with the Dariuses and the ability to ride the wind, so it's not all for nothing. But Vex Apathetic, very good card.
Yes, Vex Apathetic, very good card. I'm trying to think if there is a particular favor in the matchup. The Ferris Forerunners can be star-crossed, which is going to be unfortunate for the Draven, but I guess it will depend on if the Vex is playing Hyper Hold with Sonas, or she's playing a hidden deck focus with something like the Ember Monk, I believe is the 4 might unit that gets +2 when a hidden card is revealed. If it's a hidden battle, I think the Draven will do alright. If it is a spell-slinging, star-crossing Vex, I think the Draven could end up struggling just from not being able to fight enough.
So you called it is the Vex versus the Draven. I would say Draven generally has I'd say like maybe a 60-40 matchup, I think, just because Draven can be so aggressive that sometimes, even with the early Stellarcorns getting you, trying to get you some card draw here can be great. The opening hand for the Vex player does not look specifically good, though, but we can definitely try.
Does not.
We got someone play.
Okay,
it's not the one you want to see, mind you. A body's a body, right?
So that Sanction, is that the card that empowers or disempowers something? Because if so, that is a crazy Vex card to be running in main board.
I'm not sure what they're playing themselves. Maybe they have some kind of empowerment they want to kind of get on board early, or maybe they're just so often seeing the new Kennen build. Maybe they're just trying to get things off as it is a reaction speed spell. Obviously, if you, as people have been saying, you can react to things within chains to try and like remove it where you can. Hopeful comes down super early after the stack deck. Perfect play for the Draven. Good luck, Vex. And another Tide Turner. Woo!
So it could be a Matriarch build from the Vex, as she does have access to that. But
yeah,
beyond
that,
right? I'm not sure what she would be going for with the empowers.
Sure, think. What would be good in green? I mean, you've got the Steel Claws in green, right? You know, it says 1 cost unit is 0, but when empowered is 7, so that'd be pretty scary for opponent for the cost of 3 and a power to just have a 7-mark unit on the field.
Or, hear me out, Karox.
I mean, I wouldn't say no. We've seen it before, haven't we? So there's definitely a chance.
Could be a Karox, it could be a Nasus. There could be some fun spice in this deck, because I'm not seeing anything else that is in green and purple that you're really looking to empower. And also that you're looking to empower enough that he would keep a Sanction in his opening hand when he could have mulliganed it.
Yeah, I think they were just hoping to keep the 1, and then obviously drew into the second one, so it did kind of sanction them into the booty. I suppose when they're playing, well, I don't know. Does Draven really play anything with much empowerment? I mean, from what I've been seeing, I wouldn't say yes, they do. For the most part, they don't feel like they're playing much empowerment. The new cards I've seen added, as you can see here, is the new Gust Monk and the from the depths. Everyone likes Tentacles, right? We all like our super good turn to go in second play, getting 2 units on the field and just try and get some points where you can. A Kaiser accelerated would be pretty good here. Try and double score on this turn. Get the acceleration out where you can before the Vex becomes a problem.
Yeah, the problem with double scoring here is the Tide Turner goes up to 4 on Conquer, or like on the defense, with the fortified position. So he would need to send in the Noxus Hopeful with either a Gust Monk buff or the Battle Axe, or Draven's Axe, to be able to conquer it.
Yeah. Just so greedy these days that when I see a Draven, it just makes you feel very needy for speed. Some extra points where you can. Yeah, I think just getting something out was the plan here. Obviously, following up turn, we have seen the Blood Rush in the hand, so getting the extra assault when walking in is going to be pretty good. Starcrossed in hand, though, won't feel great. And we do have a main deck disarming rake. I suppose they've been seeing a lot of probably Kennons. Maybe they've been seeing too many Auroras in the game lately. Maybe we've seen too many Aurelias, because a lot of these decks are getting a lot of representation right now. Maybe the build of a Kali that just runs a small amount of equipments might be upsetting you. I mean, it upsets me too, but I'm but an old man.
Yeah, the disarming rake main board. I was thinking it could be Matriarch, and then you reaction speed the disarming rake on your opponent's turn, which would be really fun with the sanction.
Look, you stop having good ideas. That would be quite fun. I don't think it'd be great for your opponent when they just go like, "Is that reaction speed gear removal?" It's like, it is.
Yep.
Don't
Finally,
you love it?
the reaction speed gear removal we've all been crying for.
Only those of you not playing Aurora. Everyone playing Aurora is like, please no, just more time. We rotate out end of next year. Just give us one more year, yeah.
There's the Ferris. So the Vex having a Starcross in hand is very nice for them. Just pulling back. Interesting.
Yeah, I suppose maybe it's the case that they want to try and sculpt their hand a bit more, because obviously it's their one to walk in, discard a card, draw a card, try and just get the hand working a bit more. I don't feel like they're in any specific rush to do much here. The Vex is at 6 or 4. The Titan is at 2 or 4. So 8 might at the battlefield isn't anything to scoff at. We can essentially walk 2 units in next turn and attempt to take out the...
Did you see that bottom card? Did you see that bottom card? It's
Don't
a Karox!
Don't look at it! I mean,
I'm so excited.
2, 4... No! We got 2, 4, 6, 7... No. On the side of the Vex, so we can't do the full play this turn. Next turn, though, we'll be perfectly fine. We'll be able to do some shenanigans if we get a chance to. Unfortunately, Seymour won't be much help on the following turn, as he's a 0 might unit. If you give him the buff, he would still just be a 2 might unit, so it's still 8 at maximum when defending. Overall, we got... Damn it! Drew into a second one.
So the Scuttle is only 0, but I believe that's Switcheroo hidden at the battlefield, so it is going to be helpful to defend. You can also Switcheroo in reaction to the fortified position targeting your unit to swap the mites before the shield 2 is applied, at which point the Scuttle Crab can be like an 8 mite defender.
How big's the crab? He is. What? You heard me. He's a big crab. Moving out to the Titan with the Titan effect to score. Yeah, I think that's what you have to do, especially if you are a whole deck. Getting those extra points in when you can is very important. And the Vex is 5-0. They've played some good matches today. Vex has obviously been around for a little while now, so people are trying to get their timing with them where they can.
Yeah, and it lets him hold up this Starcross to bounce the Tide Turner. He won't be able to do it in reaction to the Draven moving, so the Draven will get a combat win, but if he can bounce something like this Ferris Forerunner back into hand, it'll be pretty annoying for the Draven. Not necessarily a disaster or a problem in the long run, but it'll be very annoying to have to get this Ferris back out onto the board.
I suppose right now the question is, how aggressive do you want to be, right? So if you're the Draven, do you just try and put one unit into the Zorn Warrens, attempt to go to combat, get Starcrossed? I mean, we see a beautiful Kha'Zix in the hand right there, ready to sort of just jump on anyone. So that would be a fairly decent trade, right? You walk in with the Hopeful, throw down the Kha'Zix just so you got 2 bodies in case something happens. They attempt to Starcross, you're still going to win the combat there and go into the Conquering.
I think you have to play aggressive this turn. If you wait and just stall out, eventually the Vex wins on hold. So you do have to play aggressive, and the Vex has largely tapped out. If you are the Draven player and you're really locked in, you probably just say, okay, he has a Starcross, let's play with the idea that he has it, and try and win this turn anyway.
2 draws is nice.
Yeah, 2 draws. The Tide Turner goes down without playing out the Starcrossed, so...
Ooh.
It does still mean that this Ferris can die, but a Falling Star is fantastic. I mean, that clears most of the Vex's battlefield before you even have to go in to contest it.
But this is the thing now, right? Do you play smart? Do you remove the 2 smaller bodies from the field so you have to deal with the Vex? Do you go super aggressive, walk in there, put on a spinning axis and just lose it all? You know, do you think the Draven's going to tempo fight, or do you think Draven's just going to sort of balls to the wall? Second spinning axis hit the field now, so that's pretty good.
I mean, I'm hoping the Draven plays this smart. He could very realistically double axe the Ferris, walk in, and get hit by a switcheroo or a Starcross. But I think if he plays this turn relatively smart, he can clear both battlefields and kind of leave this Vex with nothing to try and actually end out the game with.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. That's...
So 1 each, yeah? Okay.
Okay.
So I understand here that obviously the situation is you have to be at least a little bit aggressive, and that's fine, because you got to try and, like, you know, pull the punches a little bit. In this situation, as you said, though, if this was a switcheroo, they should have, in response to the trigger, hit the switcheroo and then go back. Although I don't know if they get the plus from the assault, because the assault would go on afterwards, if I'm correct.
For the switcheroo, it would be the assault if they played it afterwards. If they played it in reaction, then they wouldn't get the +2.
So here we go. So it's 8-0. Do you have a bag, sir? I do not have a bag, sir.
No, he does just trade out the Ferris. I would have preferred to see the Tide Turner bounce the hand, because now the Ferris just plays out the 2 mechs, and if you're the Ferris Forerunner player, so in this case the Draven, you're not super concerned with that. Like, it does suck, but it was going to happen to one of your units, and the unit that replaces itself is not the worst one.
As much as I agree with the thought pattern that obviously try and get rid of the big unit that's not going to make more units easily, right now, though, it's a case of the opponent has 6 up, a unit that can walk in, what's in their hand and what can deal with me. Because right now, the only thing it can kill with the Falling Star is either doubling onto the Vex or a single hit onto the Tide Turner. So, you know, it's not super sort of simple. They've essentially simplified their own board. Rebuke is pretty good right now. Get rid of the Seymour, get rid of the old Scuttle Crab. Falling Star would be pretty good. He knows he has to essentially try and get this battlefield so that way he can slow down for the turn.
Yeah, I mean, if the Rebuke comes out, the Vex can trade with the Nox Hopeful, and if a Spinning Axe comes down, he does have the ability to take this battlefield, but that's not taking into account the 3 runes that the Vex player has up.
Yeah. Because right now it's a case of there's 5 up, 6 up still. Do you just go double spinning axes and go, they've got no more combat tricks, I'm going all in? The answer is
like
I'm going for at least 1. Because now you can Starcross something, right? So in reaction, when he comes down, you can Starcross. They can obviously equip them to the mechs if they wanted to, as you need to kind of keep them safe for the following turn. Because currently it is 7 into more than 7 Resonant did. It's a 16, so yes, so 9 to. Oh, right, he also got the Blood Rush from the following turn, following play. So yeah, it is 9 into 16, so it's still not winning out on the battlefield, but you are doing a lot here, to be fair. Rebuke, I believe, is action speed, so it's not going to be in response to the Starcross, so that goes. And with the 2 units currently on this battlefield, you will be holding for another turn. So it's not so bad. You haven't lost out. There is a switcheroo, though, in hand, if you really want to go switcheroo from hand and try and take it out. But that's not going to help, obviously, anymore with no units available. Next turn, we have mechs.
Yeah.
Beautiful mechs.
Well, so that's why I was saying he should have Starcrossed the Ferris. At the end of the day, the Vex player did Starcross a unit and did switcheroo a unit. So just switcherooing the Ferris rather than waiting for the Nox Soapful felt far too eager and is potentially going to backfire in the long run when he had a far safer set of plays he could have made.
Well, I'm just trying to think, what would the play be now? He's got the discipline hand still. He can play the Tide Turner to drag out the Vex and then move the Vex into the other battlefield with access to the discipline. Obviously, we know in hand is currently a... Brain, you're better than this. Switcheroo, so obviously that's a bit of a concern.
The Karox, he might be playing out the idea of playing out the Karox and then pulling the Ferris Forerunner to his side of the battlefield, which might be why he wanted to kill the Ferris.
That would be fun. I 100% agree. But not on this turn as well. Currently a Ruin Shores.
Yeah, not on this turn.
We do have Ride the Wind though, so we could also ride the wind across if we wanted to. Taking out the Heister. Part of me thinks that maybe the Scuttle Crab should fall to a terrible fate, so you can see what's in the hand, just so that way you know what to play around. But again, it's not really happening that way currently. You are 5-3, so you're a full turn ahead.
That. I almost think he has to just pull back and put down a Karox, because after the last turn, I don't think there's a way you defend this turn as well.
No.
So it just doesn't make sense to leave stuff on battlefields. And getting this Karox out, so next turn you can do the Sanction, just seems like the correct...
Can I read this very spooky looking card? You can't. Don't look at my cards. They're mine.
I've never seen someone play this.
What is this? It's like, none of your business. Stop looking at my cards.
So for the chat, given I'm assuming nobody else has seen this actually being played, it is 6 energy for 5 might. It's no initial power cost. But then for, I believe, another 6 energy and 2 purple power, you can empower Karox. When it becomes empowered, you choose an opponent, and they burn 3 cards. Then you can choose a unit from their trash and play it, ignoring its cost in the entirety, so you don't have to pay the power either. So you can burn an Elder Dragon into your opponent's trash and then play it to your board for free, which is really fun. Everybody thought it was going to be too slow to be usable, but maybe this Vex found the secret sauce to make it good.
I mean, to be fair, with the Tornado Warrior and the Sanction, both cards have been fantastic, right? So the Empowerment just coming on even just for that one turn, and even with the Tornado Warrior, it's even better, right? Because just flicking it in and out gives you multiple interactions, especially if your opponent's got like some really cool, like the Tail Watcher, which we did see earlier in the day, so it's not the first time today we've seen the Karox, but as you said, it did seem like a card that's like, it's way too slow, it's way too expensive, and it's only expensive if you don't get to abuse the power of it.
Although we haven't seen a Tornado Warrior from the Vex yet, I don't think.
I think with the spell card we have, I think it's basically the same thing, right? It's just turn it on during your turn, or your opponent's turn, ends at the following turn. So basically the same play, just obviously not as repeatable with Starcross and such. But yeah, I think I think it's become a card that people weren't really thinking about and has now just started to edge its way into the game a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it's so fun. I'm so happy that this Vex is both playing Karox, but also doing really well with it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're 5-0, so they've obviously had a very good run so far. Draven, who was known to be shockingly aggressive during the whole of Season 2 until he got its hits, and then at the end of Season 3 was still essentially throwing axes at people, is being slowed down by a deck that a lot of people say is fun but not great.
I am wondering if the Draven just drops the Falling Star on the Karox. I don't know if this Draven is scared enough of it because it's so unique. Yeah, I guess he is scared enough of it. So it is going to be a Falling Star straight onto the Karox.
Draven, we got some bad news for you. Wait till next turn.
Yeah, quick discipline. Buffs the Karox to 7, putting it outside Falling Star range. And without any other backline damage in the Draven's hand, that Karox is staying alive And I'm assuming we're going to get a Ferris Forerunner hitting the board on the next turn for this Vex player.
I mean, you got to get something good, right? And a 6 might unit coming down is pretty good, in my opinion. What's currently is 5 up on the back of Draven. There's nothing you really have to play this turn to do anything, essentially. Hiding the switcheroo could be interesting. Which looks like we're going to do.
Spinning Axe have temporary. So it kind of does. The Spinning Axe has temporary if it is not equipped to a unit. So if your unit dies on your opponent's turn, then the Spinning Axe disappears at the start of your turn. But as long as it's equipped, it doesn't have the temporary text anymore. And we'll just add on to that. Stay there.
Yeah, so just add on to that, it's essentially Draven's queue in League, where you have to catch your axes, and if you let it drop, it disappears. So you actually, it was like basically the first version of empowerment. So when it's no longer empowered, obviously you're just spinning non-spinning axes, and then obviously when they are empowered, they spin. Catch your axes.
And there's the Tornado Warrior we mentioned. So he is playing both Sanction and Tornado Warrior.
I guess the play would be to use the spell this turn, get onto a battlefield, hide the warrior, empower again, and then just churn, baby, churn.
So it is. The problem there is that the Draven only has one good unit in trash. He's got an Overzealous Fan, a Gus Monk, and a Ferris Forerunner, so he doesn't actually have 2 units to play out this turn and the next, but he can definitely set up for it. And the Draven will be forced to burn 3, so you might get a Ferris Forerunner off of the burn.
That's it. You know, you can burn the 3 that you said, see if anything else comes down that's pretty good. A Darius would be really good as well. Obviously, it'd be the second card that turns, so it can come in accelerated as well. I think just having access to being able to get things out of the trash for free is just good. I like
Second
boots
Kerox
with the
does
fur.
get discarded.
Yeah, I was concerned because it seems like now that you're holding more runes, you're not really burning through them as much. Maybe you have it as a secondary sacrifice, but I guess we're just going to go Sanction, kind of do some plays, get us a big Ferris Forerunner.
Yeah, when the Draven had the Nox Hopeful Starcrossed, it gained a temporary, or the temporary text reappeared on the Spinning Axe, and then the Draven was able to re-equip it that same turn to keep it alive.
To the same Hopeful as well.
Yeah, to the same Hopeful play to the battlefield again. Alright, Charm, move in a mech. That makes sense, because now he can gust the mech on fortified position, and he doesn't have to interact with whatever that hitting card is.
Do it, young man. You know you want to. Show him the power of one ruin.
Does mean that the Draven can throw out a Spinning Axe to keep the mech alive.
Which is bad for the actual the Draven, right? Because you start trading things.
Well, it means that the mech is going to be at 6 might and still have the hitting card, which then makes it uncomfortable for the
This be the play, right? So you gust. Draven goes, either I will ambush with Kha'Zix, or I will throw out Spinning Axes. You can then play Disarming Rake to drop the Spinning Axes. Then you can walk in with another 3 might unit, maybe. I think that's the issue. I think it's trying to get the trade going properly. Ooh. I don't like this.
Yeah. It's definitely scary. I was thinking the Sanction is reaction speed, so it could actually be played in response to the Rebuke, I think. If the Rebuke comes out. But yeah, with the fortified position putting the mech at 5, and then the Spinning Axe comes out to give a +3, the mech can't be gusted, and it just punches over the top of this Kerox on this turn.
A bargain.
He doesn't have a hard bargain in hand for the Vex. I don't know why the shield is on the Karox, because the Karox is not the defender.
He is now, baby.
I guess, yeah.
So yeah,
yeah.
Karox definitely isn't the defender, as it's his turn and he's attacking into the battlefield. So I don't know what's happened here. This is just gone. That's my battlefield, and they've tricked the judges somehow. But yeah, Spinning Axis comes in.
Yeah, and then okay, so this Karox is gonna be dead, unfortunately. So the switcheroo is being played in reaction to the fortified position. So the switcheroo will occur before the defense from shield is applied, and then the gust comes out in reaction to the switcheroo, and then the battle axe, spinning axe, drops down in response to the gust. And I'm pretty sure that just means that the Karox will die.
Would you? I'm trying to think. Would it work? Karox is now 3 might into 5, 8. You could empower it to bring out the Forerunner into the same battlefield, right? So you take the battlefield, but you would just lose the Karox.
Well, I don't think the Karox can play the Forerunner as ambush.
They just
It's
play
just played normally, so it'd be base or Vex's battlefield.
Wording. When I become empowered, choose an opponent. They burn free. Then you may do this. Choose a unit in their trash and play it, ignoring the cost.
Yeah,
Just
so he
play
can't
it.
play it to a battlefield that he's attacking.
The worlds aren't fun anymore.
Yeah. Without control of the battlefield, you can't play it there.
Maybe
So
people
he
are
can
right.
put the Forerunner on the Vex, though, and that does shore up the Vex for the next turn, but it's still gonna be pretty hard to defend even just the Vex. I could see Ride the Wind coming out in an attempt to either keep this Karox alive or move the Vex in and force a trade.
Ooh. I don't think it'd help, but it'd be very interesting if we did burn free and then we get a Rengar come into the trash. That's got ambush.
Yes, the Rengar pouncing would be able to drop onto the battlefield.
I'm just trying to make this card better. Well, sorry, everyone. Nope. Ooh. You know what would be cool? A Tide Turner so you can save your ass.
Yeah, I mean, the Tide Turner would save him. I think if you're trying to save the Karox, though, you just play out the Ferris and Ride the Wind.
Yeah.
I
So
don't
I think we are.
think you want to do the Tide Turner.
No, I do agree. You want the bigger unit to come in and try and take that battlefield the best you can. And then probably. How much. No, you've only got the 2 up, so you can't even disarm rate to get rid of the spinning axes, but that one will go temporary and fall off this turn. It's just dealing with the one in the back, I suppose.
He could Gust Monk. Gust Monk would give Assault 2 to the Karox and let him punch over the top currently.
That would be pretty good.
We do know that in the Draven's hand there is a Rebuke, which would make that a problem, but the Vex doesn't know that right now.
What you don't know doesn't hurt me, right?
Exactly. So yeah, it is going to be Ferris. Siding if he wants to play it at base or on the battlefield. I guess if he puts it to base, he can then pull the Vex back with a Ride the Wind, but he does decide he's just going to shore up that defense. I really want to see the Karox Ride the Wind over to these on Warrens and then hide the Gust or the Tornado Warrior, because the Vex is still ahead on points. Like he's attacking, he's playing the aggression, but he is still ahead on points. He doesn't have to win this combat here to be able to win the game.
Yeah, he's still going to be at 6 to their 5. They'll hold to 6. You're still half a turn ahead. They then have to try and deal with you on that battlefield. So it's not as though it's an easy one, and especially now that you've got a 8 might. When it obviously saves itself. Sorry, a 7 might, a 6 might, go backwards everyone, and a 4 might. So it's not the easiest to climb over. Obviously, having the 2 rebukes in hand are kind of evil.
Yeah, the Draven was waiting for the Vex to say he was good, so he can now rebuke the Karox. And the Draven will win a combat for the showdown resolving, so he will also get a card draw.
Yeah. Unfortunately here, they are all tapped out on the Vex's side. So that face of, oh darn, what do I do, is you have to agree to it, unfortunately.
Yeah. And interestingly, if you rebuke the Ferris Forerunner here, I imagine it returns to trash because it can't enter the Vex's hand.
Would it get
and I
banished?
don't think it would go into
I think it's banished
Draven's hand.
because
Banish could work.
I think because it's the weird thing with like Fizz and stuff and how temporal works. It's if you remove a card from the field that doesn't belong to you as the original owner, it gets banished. So I think it would work the same way, but again, wording and different cards have different effects. So it might be a case of because it's rebuked to hand, it just goes back to Draven's hand because he owns the card. It is what it is.
I don't know. It would be something that I'm sure a Renata Glask player could tell you, but I have not played Renata Glask enough to know that specific interaction.
A hostile takeover, a temporal breached, that guy's gone. Don't look at him, he's gone. Forever banished. Oh. But 6-6 right now.
He was empowered. He doesn't have the ability to. The rebuke is action speed, and the Karox was empowered at reaction speed. So the Draven probably didn't even think that there was a possibility of Karox being empowered in that combat, and you can't do it at reaction speed, unfortunately.
I mean, to be fair, do you really think of this combo right now as like a common thing, especially in a 5-0 deck?
No.
So you'd be like, this guy's obviously just playing a very smart Vex version. And then you just see the Grim Reaper coming out, getting empowered. It's like, I was expecting this.
Now, unfortunately, the Vex is tapped out. 7 into, I mean, it is 12, but the boots go down. The axe goes on the Kaisa. But yeah, you can even just rebuke the Ferris, and the Kaisa can now walk in pretty comfortably.
I will say, and this is something that's going to keep me probably to the end of time, is if you have no runes up, and you can't do anything with the card on the field, just get rebuked. Because you've got no reactions.
Okay, it is added back to the Draven's hand, so he is able to steal that Ferris back from the Karox.
So we are going to 7. So it is anyone's game now. Unfortunately, Seymour doesn't really have a dream at this point. He is only a 0 might crab with a pair of boots knocking next to him.
Yeah.
Hope and a dream right now, guys. It's currently looking like Draven might have this. But again, I did say that Draven was going to edge this out, as Draven can be more aggressive when he needs to. Rebuke is still a hell of a card. Starcross is still a hell of a card. And boy, I bet Draven's 6 until.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what the Vex could draw to win this, and I just don't see an answer, unfortunately. There's not really a way to get this Scuttle Crab up above either of these battlefields. The Draven has like a Ferris Forerunner, but without another Ride the Wind, you're not going to be able to bring that onto a battlefield, even if you could somehow get Karox down. So I think, unfortunately, this is going to be game 1 going to the Draven. Or I guess, unfortunately for the Vex, but
yes,
good for the Draven.
Sure, I think like, what could you play? What was? I mean, let's do a Hail Mary. You got to do it right.
Yeah.
All right, we've got 3 left up. A new hand of 4. There's a cat.
Unfortunately, is a cat.
I don't think we're ready for it.
No, and he doesn't have enough to play out the Kha'Zix, and he would have to try and double conquer anyway. So.
There you go. Game 1 over to the Draven.
Yeah, that Karox attack in was really unfortunate. I assume the Vex just wasn't thinking about the potential of switcheroo on the fortified position, which is crazy given that's exactly what he did on the turn before, but the Karox swing in was what caused the Vex to eventually lose her footing, rather than playing a slightly slower game.
I mean, I will now correct myself. As we see, there is only 1 Starcrossed and 2 Rebukes, so we are playing 3 overall. Again, Rebuke's still a great card, cannot be defied, which I think is the main reason that Draven still plays them, and the 1 Starcross there just to, try and have a action speed sort of fight back when they can.
Yeah, the ability to dodge the Defy is really important. It does kind of struggle into Mel, but honestly, I don't think having your Rebuke stolen by Rebuttal is the end of the world for Draven. Oh, okay, we get to finally see the full Vex list. So it is 2 sanctions, so he did draw both of those. Double Karox he pulled. I'm not seeing a Tailed Monarch, and it is 3 Steel Paws, so presumably you do the Tornado Warrior flip, buff the Steel Paws up to 7 on the defense. Lots of switcheroos for both Scuttle Crab and Steel Paws. Yeah, I mean, I like the deck list. Absolutely. So, what do you side in as the Vex then? Because the deck list looked pretty good, but you're trying to deal with the Draven. I'm assuming more stuns could be coming in. Maybe even a Shadow, potentially. Okay, that makes more sense. I thought I was disconnected. I was like, did I disconnect?
Yeah, maybe
No.
had a little bit of an emergency, had to go, but I'll get to be right back shortly. In terms of sideboard, you said what can Vex side in for the Draven matchup?
Yeah, to try and stop the Draven matchup. I guess a not so fast. If she had a not so fast, that would have been perfect. Who won game 1? It was the Draven that was able to win game 1.
Right, which a lot of people in chat are agreeing. Vex might have had it all but locked in, but I feel like the Boots of Swiftness play was a little bit confusing. But at the end of the day, Draven had one too many rebukes. But I like what you're saying. Not so fast is the ideal sideboard tech to make sure those rebukes don't get off as easily as they did before. And I think Alguito is joining us now, so I'll take a little bit of a back seat. And Alguito, are you here?
I have returned.
Welcome back.
So
why he didn't gust that robot? I mean, it kind of played out the same way that he could have thought it would of the spinning axe to override the gust. So it kind of didn't matter in that regard. Like, the answer was in hand. He should have just avoided the gust entirely if that was his thought process.
To be fair, sometimes the simplest play is the best play.
Yeah.
And sometimes
no, I would have
will be
liked
what
to
kills
see
you.
the gust, but I think just moving the Karox in before you gust was the problem in that specific instance. Yeah. Ravenbloom Prefect, so trying to get rid of those axes before they even come into play. And then I believe that is a Decree of Focus? Is what it's called?
Yes, that's the one that deals with red units, right?
Yeah,
it gives
if you're
you
in
+4
combat
for
with
red
a red
units.
unit, or if you are being targeted by a red spell, give +4 this turn at reaction speed for 1 energy and no power. So strong if you are up against a red deck. So I've seen it a lot more in the sideboards than I had expected when I first saw the decrees as a concept.
I mean, I don't know about yourself. A lot of people were like, decrees just feel really bad. They don't seem to be doing much. And then day 2, everyone's like, decrees. They're so good. They're so broken.
Well, yeah, some of them definitely are. For instance, I have not really seen the red decree being played. It just doesn't really have the use cases you need. It does do 4 damage, which is nice, and it can't be countered, which is nice. But the green decks are pretty good at just buffing up their units out of your damage range anyway. The yellow decree was really good to handle Kennen, because as we mentioned previously, the Kennens are exclusively playing out chaos units at the moment.
And they're everywhere.
And they're everywhere. I haven't really seen much of the Decree of Insight or the Decree of, I'm assuming, Strength, but I don't know what the orange one's called. Though
Strength I've seen
I wouldn't be
occasionally.
surprised if they're used.
Yeah, Strength is essentially just an additional sabotage into blue decks, which can be quite good for the body decks. Obviously, they want to be big and mighty, and Watcher's a hell of a card.
Yes. Yeah, being able to hit the Watchers in a blue deck is very nice for the Decree.
But do we start putting down that prefect right now, just before they start getting their spinning X out when they want to start going to battle?
I think so. So the Mauser has tank, but I don't know that you actually want to reinforce the Mauser with a Ravenbloom Prefect, as that does open the window to a falling star potentially killing both.
When I said play the prefect, I didn't mean to battlefield. I just meant on the board. Oh no.
Well, but then the mutated Mauser is at risk of the Kai'Sa just walking in.
Well, there's
So
another unit
it's
there,
a bit
right?
of
I
an
think there's
awkward situation.
Disciplines and Defies, so it wasn't all for nothing. But no, I know what you're saying. It's just she's such a specific unit that you don't really want to see her get exploded on the turn you play her.
That said, looking at this Draven's hand, he might be completely unable to punish this Ravenbloom being put on the battlefield.
Ooh,
so
double Kai'Sa though.
It's gonna be a hold battle for both of them.
Unfortunately, though, for the Vex, who is a whole deck, they are a point ahead. Makes it a little bit more awkward for the Draven, but again, green-purple isn't known for exploding things very hard, and especially not outside of Nasus with his bonk stick. So it's not like you're going to be moving this simply off the battlefield anytime soon. Cats, you say? Extra cats? I love cats.
Yeah, double cat, double discipline. I believe that was a Starcrossed, a Fizz, a Tornado Warrior, and a Decree. So pretty stacked hand, but not really anything to play on this specific turn. He might just throw down a cat and then empower it, but that isn't fully tapped out, so it's kind of scuffed.
So I was going to say, maybe you do put a cat out there for one, hide the Tornado Warrior, and then when they go, is it going to be a switcheroo? You kind of just walk in there with one, try and go 1-for-1 with the cat, and then they flip over the mouse, the big cat instead. Could be everything.
Yeah, that would be really nice. I'm just trying to think what he needs to be able to hold up. He's probably going to try and hold up Starcrossed and a Decree or double discipline. So it is probably going to be the hidden Tornado Warrior here, yeah.
Bring her out. I'm happy if you bring her out. Keep her safe.
Yeah. I guess the Ravenbloom Prefect actually gives 2 targets for this Draven to try and clear, because he wants to kill the Vex and he wants to kill the Ravenbloom. And they have to get through the mutated Mauser anyway. So it's maybe almost more like a bait where he's saying, hey, come for the Ravenbloom Prefect, and I'm going to be able to stall you out before you're able to clear it.
I mean, with Dravens, you're kind of expecting the Starcrossed, not Starcrossed, you're kind of expecting the Falling Stars. You know, can I just remove 2 units on the battlefield? You know, maybe I do want to do the Mouser and the Prefect so that when I want to walk in, I can just target what I want to target. Which could be a very big cat in this case.
Yeah. No, that is true. The Steel Pulse having Deflect makes something like a Falling Star really awkward. Tide Turner's flipped, pulls up the Kai'Sa. Does that help you, though? I guess he can pull everything back. And then I guess it's just double up from the deep to play out a bunch of tentacles, and he's just going to have to try and break the board on the next turn.
That would have to be. Tentacles holding those spinning axes would be fun. Yeah, it seems to be a bit of an odd one. I guess you could star-crossed something if you really needed to, but yeah, right now it seems to be okay. Maybe they're trying to lure you to go into the opposite battlefield.
It would also let the Draven conquer on the next turn. That could also be why he's pulling back the treasure.
We do have the big boy
board.
now.
Big boys hit the field. He is 6. I mean, that's not enough to clear the battlefield, but that's gonna be a difficult unit for the Vex to handle. Unfortunately, there is a Starcross in hand, so the Draven can very comfortably just be bounced back to hand if it does try to actually interact with the board. And with the current Vex hand, I would not be sweating. This Vex hand looks fantastic.
Very safe. It's very good for the Vex. I'm never a fan of seeing Draven come down too early. I feel like 5 points is kind of the threshold when you have your big stick come down, and that way it's hard for your opponent to deal with you unless they specifically have like a Starcrossed or Rebuke, just so that way they don't have to deal with you. Otherwise, it just doesn't feel very fun this early on in the game for yourself.
So the Vex has 11 runes up because he's fully removed his rune pile. So you can play the Steel Paws, and that then threatens the Treasure Hoard. And I'm imagining he just holds up everything else. I don't think he needs to overcommit because he's currently in an advantaged position to hold that battlefield with all of those spells in hand.
I mean, look at it currently. You've got the access to the switcheroo if you have to, so they can switcheroo and you can switcheroo on the. That's fine. Goes back to your focus. You can switcheroo back in kind. You've got all the disciplines. Got the Starcrossed. So overall, you've got a fantastic hand with 10 runes up.
Yeah, so you could leave a tentacle on the Treasure Hoard to hold, but the Kaisa gets the draw without getting a combat win, and the total points will not change if you hold versus conquer on a turn. So the Draven definitely just wants to get that Kaisa conquer for the card draw, because the Draven's hand is kind of bricked. He's got a switcheroo, a flash, and that was it going into this turn.
And overall, yeah, nothing was really changed. Obviously, in this case, it's more the case Draven's now just trying to get more hand advantage, just trying to get a few cards out, just try and dig deeper as much as they can. On the side of Akken, they are essentially, like we've already spoke about, you can walk the cat in next turn, you can power it if you want to, you can switcheroo it if you need to, you can essentially just go all out if you have to.
Yeah, I mean, he can go up to 6 on the next turn, and the Draven, I'm not...
That one card. Sorry, Stack Deck.
enemy trash but don't give assault, then it wouldn't be very good. Spend 1 energy, assault 2, so it's almost a cleave on a unit, and you can remove your opponent's trash as well.
It's a great card. It's just the fact that they had the one trash was just like, oh, this doesn't feel so good anymore. So we have 8 might into 7 currently, I believe.
Yeah, the Steel Paw not being empowered does make it just a 7 might currently. Obviously, there's a lot of interaction up. I think this is a bluff by the Draven, because we know the Draven doesn't really have anything in hand. He has a Flash and a Noxus Hopeful, I believe.
And a switcheroo.
Right, and a switcheroo.
So I don't know if he's waiting for it to get flipped, maybe. And then we'll try and switcheroo with the cat.
He could switcheroo with... Yeah, I imagine the mutated Mauser, because if you're the Vex, you're thinking, well, if I can buff this mutated Mauser up over whatever the Draven has, then I don't need to worry about losing any of my units.
Yeah.
And so the Draven's then hoping he can switcheroo the Tentacle and a mutated Mauser, Unfortunately, the Vex also has a switcheroo in hand, so as long as the Vex doesn't overcommit, he's completely fine here.
Yeah, so the counter's also in the opponent's hand, so it's not as though it's an all or nothing. We are looking like we're going for the switcheroo right now. We are switcheroo into the tentacle, into the cat.
Yep.
And I think, as you just said, no, sir, is going to be answer that question.
I mean, you could also, like, Starcross Steel Paws in the tentacle, which would avoid the switcheroo applying at all. And that would potentially leave, like, the Mauser and stuff on the board with a switcheroo in hand for when this Draven Showboat walks in, I think is the Draven's name.
It is. Mr. Big Daddy. So that's 1 to 6. So flash. Okay.
Pull
Do you
back
just
the double
Starcross it then?
Kaisa.
Say you Starcross the other tentacle, right, with the regular cat, right? And it's just like, bye everyone.
He could do a Starcross. He can also reaction speed Decree of Focus to give the +4 to the mutated Mauser if he wanted.
I feel that'd be next battle's play. Just try and keep 4 available for when they do walk in with everything else next to the next battle.
Well, so the problem here at the moment is that the Draven is still currently going to be able to take this fight. And even if he trades and, say, buffs up the Steel Paws with the Tornado Warrior, the Vex Apathetic still dies.
I'm just trying to think, what is the game plan here? Because you're pumping and pumping, but, like, what are you trying to do?
He also can't play the Decree of Focus now because there is no red unit at the battle for this specific combat.
But you can save for the Draven.
Discipline. Well, the Draven's not at the battlefield at the moment, so he can't use the Decree of Focus to buff up the mutated Mauser.
The idea here is you're just trying to take as much as you can, right? So you want to go, I'm going to beat up the 2 cats. Then the following turn you go, okay, I'm going to walk the Draven in and try and take the Vex out.
Right, and I'm saying as the Vex player, he needs more than what he has in hand at the moment to keep the mutated Mauser alive, to then try and defend the other units at this battlefield, which is the concern.
So it's 3 into 6. I mean, that's not a terrible trade.
No, it's not terrible.
Draven is essentially out of cards, mind you, so it is much better for Vex than it is for Draven.
Yes. It is pretty good for the Vex players still. Because, yeah, we can see the Nox Hopeful come out, and then the Draven is completely out of cards, but it does mean on this turn now, the Draven has the potential to walk into that battlefield, and the Vex doesn't have a mutated Mauser to defend some of these more important units.
Do we just see more, get the crab down, get another draw?
Well, he has up all 12 runes, so he definitely has a lot of options in that regard. He's gotta empower one of these cats, though, because at the moment he has 2 Zero Might cats and no way to empower them other than just hard casting the empower. And I think he has enough might on the board beyond these cats when they're empowered to actually survive what the Draven is now threatening with his base.
I was going to say, I think the Vex is thinking, I'll play the boots, I'll give it to the Vex. The Vex is now a 6 might unit. Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, at the moment, this Draven is holding up 26 might in the backline, based on my quick maths. And the Vex player does not have 26 might on the battlefield or in hand currently. Which I almost think you then have to pull back as the Vex player. Just from what is shown on the battlefield, I don't think this Vex can realistically leave a lot of stuff at the battlefields and lose them. Even if that then means she could try and get up to 8. If she loses all of her units, she's just going to lose the game at that point. She has no other units in hand beyond this Fizz.
Will we hide the switcheroo again this time? Just in case the Draven walks in, changes the Draven with the cat. So you're doing the best version of your might gain. You do have access to Starcross still, so you can always just keep 3 runes up for that. Define hand, I think it's a discipline hand still. We've got the additional +4 when fighting a red unit or a spell.
If he wants to hold this star-tipped peak, then yeah, he has to. But Starcross on the Draven will delay a lot of that might, because that's 8 might remove, so it's 19 might to the still
6.
7 might of, or 9 might of the Vex, so it's still definitely not gonna be easy for this Vex to hold this star-tipped peak.
Right. What do we draw as the question? That's kind of the difference maker now. So going. Flash, a Draven, and a Starcross. Not a terrible hand here. Not going to really help too much, though. But again, it does really depend on what they're going to do on the opposite play.
Yeah, it's actually going to be far worse for the Vex than it seems, because the Starcrossed means all of these buff spells in the Vex hand is effectively a moot point if that Defy is not held up as well. And yeah, Steel Paws goes down without any contest, so I don't know that this Draven is going to be able to clear the board, but he definitely has the ability to just might-wise.
So do you play the tree now, give yourself +4, get a 10 over 8?
Yeah, it's the cheapest way to get that bonus might. And with the Defy still being held up, the Vex is able to defy this Starcross, which is really, really important for right now.
Because the answer here really is, do you Starcross or do you pull yourself back safely?
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, James got enough runes. Do both, I suppose. If the one fails, do the other one.
So the problem with pulling back is the Vex is on 6, and so if the Vex takes that treasure hoard on the next turn and holds, the Vex does win. Going for it, though, pulling back if he can.
Don't do it. Defy.
Yeah.
Don't defy.
I imagine it could be him attempting to bait out the Defy.
Good.
Back to Kaisa. Yeah, now you Defy, and you take the hold. And with that, I mean, he can put the Draven Showboat onto the treasure hoard, but that does then lose to, like, Switcheroo plus Discipline. I think if the Draven full stacks, he's able to defend the battlefield. But if the Draven full stacks and defends the battlefield, he doesn't have a way to get over to the star-tipped, and does eventually just lose to the Vex holding repeatedly.
I suppose the answer is, can you deal with the units your opponent's going to play this turn with what's in the base, which in Draven isn't impossible, because obviously they do have access to the Fallen Stars, they have access to the Blood Rushes, so the assaults are pretty good. We do have Gust in hand, though, so we can get rid of one of those painful units on the opposite side.
Well, that gets rid of the Overzealous Fan. And if the Draven's out of cards, then it's game over. Vex wins, guaranteed. Oh, and he's tapped out. So yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Vex wins.
Straight into
Go to game 3.
We've a minute on the timer.
If Flash gets defied, Crumbling Sands doesn't see a spell being played by the opponent to counter. That is a judge question. I believe the answer is that you can Crumbling Sands if the spell gets defied, but I would not be confident in playing that. But I believe that is the correct ruling. Yeah. Finalized onto the chain. Doesn't need to resolve for the Crumbling Sands, so it is still possible.
Right, guys, are you ready for 3 turns of Vex versus the Draven?
Yeah? I mean, the Vex is going second, so I imagine this is definitely going to end up being Draven favored if this is going into time.
I mean, whoever's going first, right? Just get a unit down, get on the battlefield.
Yeah, and because the Vex won game 2, it should be the Draven going first. The biggest threat would be the Draven missing his turn 1 play.
That's it, right? You just got to hope that you get yourself a Trophy Merchant if you're playing them, the Treasure Hunter if you're playing them, the Overzealous Fan, we know you're playing those. So you just got to go.
Yeah, we saw Gus Monk, Overzealous Fan, and Tide Turners, right?
Yeah, so... well, we missed it, so...
Well, the Mulligan, we still have a chance.
Gotta hope, right? Oh, no.
Okay, there we go. Turn 1 play.
So we are on time, I believe. So, yeah. Two Vexes as well. Jesus. Well, you've got a turn 1 play at least. And if you get to the battlefield, you have a turn 2 play.
Double Starcross for the Vex, though. That's pretty scary. I think the Draven is able to win, though. He can put down the Tide Turner and then score, put down, stacked deck, Noxus Hopeful on the next turn. I'm assuming this is the... It could be ruling as a tie. It could also be the judge explaining how the overtime rules work. I know I've seen that a few times in regionals. But this could just be a tie because they did kind of start the game on 0 seconds left.
Normally the rule is you have to do it before sideboarding, right? So if neither of them sideboard and say we're just going to go straight into game 3, technically you are starting the game before 0 time, but it might be a case of you've instantly started and it's instantly turn 0, so it is a bit of an awkward one.
I guess we will see. I imagine they wouldn't let the players go all the way through mulliganing if they were just going to rule it as a tie. Yeah, they could be calling time and explaining it. 2-0 would be a win at the end of 3 turns.
Yeah.
But it's unlikely anyone's scoring to 3 by the end of their turn 2. It is possible, though. It absolutely is possible.
So the only way they're going to win... Sorry, the only way they're going to get 2 points, really, is if they go first turn, Tide Turner, they move into the battlefield on the follow-up play, and then on turn 0... No, you can't. I don't think you can. Ride the win, maybe? To get 2 points?
I mean, that was my thought, yeah, but maybe not for this deck list.
No.
They're playing it out, though, so I'm guessing, yeah, they were put into overtime, and then we had the little dice to show whose turn it is, and it looks like, yeah, it was the Draven that started on the start of overtime, so he had turn 0.
It's
going in with a Tide Turner, get a point. If this Draven could accelerate in that Kaisa, that would have been so clutch. But I believe it's just going to play out the Vex and say, hey, we're going to a draw.
Yep. Unfortunately, you had to have a basically hand of do you have it of Ride the Wind, which is in the opponent's hand, funnily enough. But obviously no good now as Vex is on the battlefield. Melster going in. No cards up for the Draven, so they can't even just it away. So, unfortunately, 1 apiece. And here's a draw.
Yep. Alrighty. Not too bad as a 5-0 player to then get 1 draw over the course of the tournament, but would have been nice to see the full game 3. We didn't really get to see the Karox play. I am a little disappointed by the lack of Karox shenanigans coming out of that Vex.
Draw. So, yeah, we've had 2, in theory, slower games today, so it's been a bit of a less of a fun one. I know you guys enjoyed the others because you got 2 games per round, but unfortunately you come to this one, you're only getting essentially 1 game per round. I know we got a little bit of extra on the last one, but no more fun. Highlights it is.
Yep.
Did you have fun?
I did, but I like Riftbound, so any game is fun except for Lux Mirrors.
Right.
No one's winning a Lux.
I mean, to be fair, that was a cool cook. That was a good cook by the Vex player. The only caveat being is like he might have not had as much reps as he needed to for a regional level competition because, man, he had some fantastic synergy going on in that deck. The Sanctions, the first time we realistically ever seen Sanctions in action, reaction speed empower K-Rox, a reaction speed empower the Kitty Cat. So it's basically a +7 for 3 might on a showdown, which is impressive. So I see the vision. He just executed his turns a tad bit too slow. Game number 1 took an impressive like 33 minutes, I believe. So if anyone's to blame for this draw, no pointing fingers, but we're pointing fingers at the Vex player. He was kind of taking the majority of the time, but hey, it is what it is. As Night Fighter said, you are undefeated, so going still undefeated, but at an X1-1 now, or X middle 1 for the tie is not all that bad. So GG these guys. But Alguito and Night Fighter, you guys been casting for a while. 2 long ones, as you said, Alguito, because usually we get a backup match. Overtime has already started, so I don't think we're getting a backup match for this round 6.
I think that's it today.
Probably.
Sorry, guys. I know you like the 3 hours of fun here, but this time it's only going to be 2.5 hours of fun. I'm sorry.
Right. No, I mean, it should be about this. The reason we get backup matches is because the other matches go like 2-0. These went all the way down to the wire, all the way down to the final overtime 3 turns, right? So I think it's about the same amount of like action, the same amount of Riftbound gameplay we get to see. It's just 1 game versus the 2 games. But I thought you guys did awesome. And I know you guys been up for quite some time. If I've been up for about 9 hours, you guys said you've been up similar to that. So I know you guys are itching to get a good little rest here. And there is a backup. But guys, feel free. I was already kind of segueing this out. Unless you want to cast as a Kali versus Lilia to close things out. But it shouldn't be too much longer, as I believe... Oh no, it is just game 2. Interesting. You guys, I could take it from here if you guys are feeling a little bit fatigued. Not that you are, of course, but let me know.
You booked me for 3 hours. I'm here for 3 hours.
Okay. Night Fighter, you feeling the same way?
Yeah, I am so excited to see an Akali because
All right,
I have not
guys.
seen one this weekend.
I'll throw you guys over. Here we go. Akali versus Lily. Akali up 1 game, but Alguito and Night Fighter, let's close out this concluding moments of round 6.
So I'm happy that it's 2 aggro-ish decks. No 25-minute thinking of do we play Gust or not. Now we just ram cards into cards. How are you feeling about this one?
I agree. I love Lilia specifically because of how aggressive she can be. I'm also looking at that triple Mask of Foresight. That is a crazy set of draws for this early into the game. Adaptron's kind of annoying, but manageable. Falling Star. I mean, that is kind of the fear when this Astral Heron is on the board. Free Falling Stars. But that might be fine because this Lilia does create the sprites, and without a way to stop the sprites, Akali
I know I said go fast, but
can
Jesus,
still
slow down.
lose the Heron. These players are going lightning fast. Adaptron goes in, gets the Conquer, takes out the Mask of Foresight. And I believe that was Akali to pull the the Celicorn Herder back for the extra card draw.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want to see with this. You're super aggressive. You get in. You get all the advantage of card draw. If you play Jins, you get all the advantage of power and energy. In this case, you sucker punch somebody with a robot, and you got to destroy something in return. So good.
Oh, I think the Lilia's just completely out of cards, though. In which case, my opinion has completely flipped, and the Lilia is not in a good position.
We do have a cool card in the hand, though. We do have the Watcher in hand, so maybe the follow-up play into the Heron. So 6 into 5 currently into... and they play their own, probably, here, yeah. Go again.
Yeah, there's both Defy and Discipline in hand, so the Sprite does die here, unfortunately.
Goes for a draw,
Unless that Discipline goes
and then
through...
Discipline on top of it.
Okay, yeah, and then Defy. I mean, that's a heck of a top deck.
So, look, it happens sometimes, and sometimes you have a small squid-like sprite come in and just beat up a machine. It happens occasionally in the real world. I mean, yeah, Lily is now, I think they're already at 5 points, right, so they should be at 6.
Yeah, they'll go up to 6, but they do just get double conquered on this turn.
So go to 5 into 6, which I think you should be. They do have a Watcher in hand, though, so they can deal with things depending on what they draw. Maybe they get a Bellows, maybe they do kind of just run it through in a second. They're empowering their Akali, which really good. Makes it so much easier.
Yeah, lots of draw from the Stellacorn Herder. I mean, honestly, looking at the stack of cards that the Akali has, he might have enough cards at this point, but he can just walk the Heron into that Sprite, and unless it's specifically a Discipline in hand, the Sprite will just die for no loss for the Akali player, and it's gonna be hard. The Watcher will let him potentially take one of these battlefields, but I don't think that there's any way that the Lilia is going to be able to fully win on the next turn unless they draw something extremely good off the top of the deck. Like,
so in hand, they have the Watcher, which means that you can take something off, right? The issue you're going to have, though, is they now have the Zhonyas. So unless you've got some form of removal and extra cards, I don't think we're going to be getting rid of that Heron anytime soon.
There is the Sprite Burst, though I don't think he quite has enough to play out Sprite Burst and Watcher. He can potentially clear... No, I don't think he can clear both. He can clear one of these battlefields with the Sprite Burst to get 2 sprites on the field, a third one from the Akali, or the Lilia Legend to get a 3rd sprite. But even if each sprite goes in at 5, the breakpoints on the Heron and the Watcher just makes that a little bit awkward.
So if the Zhonya's Hourglass didn't come down that turn, I think the case would have been drop the Watcher, run it into the battlefield, kill the Heron, Heron goes down, you go to 7, and then it's on your opponent then to try and fight you back. Now, as you just said, that's a big hand there. There's probably going to be some more disciplines or and guards, or maybe some... I can't remember what the red one's called from McCulley now, where you get the Assault 3 or 2. So it wouldn't be an even trade overall. We do see the against the odds in the hand, though, so that'll still give you +2.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, the Akali didn't even need to hard cast the Zhonyas here. He could have hit the Zhonyas at the Astral Heron battlefield and then reveal the Zhonyas, because there isn't a way to stop the Zhonyas from fully resolving. And that then gives him the discount on the next card he plays.
Are we just going to try and clear the battlefield? Yep, I mean, that works, right? They've got everything in hand they can play out currently, because... Excuse me, sir? Sir!
There we go.
You can't do that, sir. I'm sorry. You've got no runes up. To be fair, I've done it before on stream. I don't recommend doing it. People call you horrible names for a while. Yeah, I think that was the issue there, right? Because the Zhonyas came down early, it did kind of catch you out of tempo on a turn. They will probably have to do the same thing again, where they will play the Watcher this time, hold. Well, they can't hold. They go to 7 again, get a draw. But I don't think there's any way to clear the battlefields, unfortunately.
No, even with a sprite on top of a Watcher. I guess if he drew specifically Sprite Burst on top of Watcher, he can do it, but... Because he'll go up to 12 runes, and he has the Watcher, but the Watcher takes 8 to put out, and even then, that's not gonna be good enough to clear both battlefields.
Is that Sprite Mother?
I didn't see.
Going 12.
Sprite Mother... I mean, Sprite Mother plus Watcher does let him put a Sprite and the Watcher on the board, but that's still probably not good enough to clear... Oh, Charm... Oh, it's just not quite enough, though. Is it? No, because he doesn't have the runes to play out the Sprite.
So what you need? You need the charms, right? And then you need to have access to, like, a Bella's Breath just to try and clear everything.
Yeah.
Because you don't care then if you've got no runes up, because your opponent's got no cards.
And this is where the Heron becomes a complete nightmare to deal with. They can play out something like an Against the Odds, get the +2, and then, I mean, that's a free longsword if they want. I didn't see any high power cards in hand beyond the Falling Star, but he's able to just really comfortably play out something else to keep this Heron alive.
So 3 into... So 9. There you go. So yeah, currently that was 9 to 9. So there we go. No.
Yeah.
Fortunately, not sometimes you don't have it, but again, when your opponent's drawing 12 cards on their turn and you're drawing 1, you do kind of lose the hand advantage eventually.
Yeah. The Stellarcorn Herder, it's... I know why people want it banned, because Stellarcorn Herder is such a strong engine in green decks if it gets on the board, but it makes the decks feel very inconsistent if you're relying on the Stellarcorn Herder for draw, and that's what I've heard is the problem with Akali. If you get the Stellarcorn Herder, you're fantastic. If you don't, it's really hard, because Akali doesn't have other card draw innately in the deck list. It's got the disciplines to replace a card, but you're not really getting card advantage beyond having that Stellarcorn on board.
That's true. I mean, to be fair, if you are running what you normally see, like 6 cards that give you draw power, over the course of a normal game, that's pretty good. But obviously, with Kennen getting access to 12 a game now, it does seem a little bit far-fetched that we think Stellarcorn could be the issue. But again, it's a body. It can move around. It can be quite aggressive early on, especially if you give it boots in Irelia or in Akali. You can also just empower it through your spells, give it the longsword. So, yeah, it's it can be a bit rough.
Yeah. No, I agree. I don't think Stellarcorn's a strict problem, but it does make the comp decks feel very swing-focused, where you either are really far ahead or you're struggling to get the card draw you need.
Completely agree. I mean, it is just such a strong catalyst for those card advantage tools, or is the card advantage tool, I should say, for Aurelius, for Akali's. As we saw, Harukaze had, I believe, a book in hand by the end of that game. So well done. It looks to me that maybe Akali was a little underestimated going into Barcelona, because everyone's like, Akali's good, but she's not necessarily like high tier. And all right, let's listen in from one of the undefeated Akalis out this weekend. Let's see what Harukaze has to say.
We had one on stream earlier, Akali. Didn't go so well, but you're now 6-0. How does that feel?
Kind of surreal, really. Like, I did not expect myself to do so well. I really felt great about my deck, but again, like, I've been testing with a lot of people, and it's just been tough. But to see myself really show a lot of the results that I put in is just gratifying. Yeah.
Still a long tournament ahead of you, right? Especially, now that you're going to be playing day 2, 5 more rounds day 2, 2 more rounds today still, and, still got to do well.
Yep.
I want to ask you, because you've pivoted to this legend. Obviously, you have a top 8. We saw each other in Atlanta.
Right,
But it's been a while. It's new meta, new format. Why the pivot? Because I don't know if you're aware of this, Harukaze. Irelia is still pretty good right now.
Very good. She's probably stronger than she's ever been, to be honest.
Yeah. I would agree with that, because I think, her finally getting a win in Sydney was something that I didn't think was going to happen because I think everyone was playing her, but she's like wasn't getting results past top cuts, like including yourself, right? You know, and then boom, Vendetta comes out, and Akali's, speaking of, being added to the deck is such a great like security blanket for that deck of playing a unit and being safe. Why did you pivot now to Akali?
You know, when I saw that she's first being released, I knew immediately I wanted to play. She's one of my mains in League of Legends, and just to see like my other mains being added, I just had to go for it. And her being the first opposite colors, green red.
Yeah.
I really wanted to try that out. As I kept on playing her, I realized she just had a lot of the benefits of what Irelia did, but also the things that I felt like was missing in Irelia, like a lot of the base clear, because the only ways you have it is like charms and like Starcross with Irelia.
Yeah.
So this just like gets a nice little mixture of a lot of movement and a lot of damaging, which is just amazing.
Falling Star is one heck of a card. I
So
mean,
strong.
it's
It won me so many games.
Well, that's awesome to hear, man, and I'm glad you're having success with it again, because you know there's other Akalis in the room, of course. You're fighting for a best of, probably one of the most contention best ofs on just like character appeal, right? So I wish you luck in that kind of capacity. I want to then pick your brain because you're my Akali expert for the weekend right now at this point. Weaknesses of the deck. What do you think the deck struggles with? What are you trying to avoid this weekend? Because I think a lot of people, again, haven't really been having a ton of success on the deck, or they just don't know where to put the deck right now. So what are you trying to not run into, and do you think you can make a long streak if you avoid those decks?
So I think number one, it's definitely Jace Aurora, or any form of Aurora. You know, green-red does not have easy ways to clear them out. It's not like yellow where you can hit and blade call to weak them. It's not like purple where you just bounce them. You're really just going with damaging spells. That's about, and like with what's on the table. So that's like a big thing. And maybe like Irelia too, or like Swarm decks, right? Because if they can easily clear out your units, there's not much you can do there at that point.
No, absolutely. That makes a ton of sense. Well, Harukaze, 6-0, day 2. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
I'm excited to see some more Akali gameplay tomorrow with you still representing the deck regardless. But you got a couple more rounds to play, so we're going to send it back.
Nice. We'll see if Harukaze can continue on and be one of the undefeated Akali players going into day 2. I mean, he's almost all but certain locked into day 2 since you only have to be X2. I mean, I guess you are 100% locked into day 2 since you could lose the next 2 rounds, but he's fighting for a whole lot more. You know, once you are one of these top players that have made it into the top 8 before, you know you have what it takes because you already done it. You already proven to yourself, and you just want to get there over and over as often as you can. Maybe this is his run. And like chat said, everyone thinks a legend is not as strong as maybe they are, but it just takes the player to actually go out there and prove it to be so. So maybe this is Akali's weekend. I'll be happy to see it. I'm definitely happy to see it. We'll see a whole lot more Akalis going forward if that does happen. But Gito and Night Fighter, you guys been real troopers. 2 awesome rounds. Round 5 and round 6 is now in the books for here in Barcelona. How'd you guys enjoy those 2 rounds?
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the Vex deck list. I think that's really fun. I do wish they were a little more comfortable and could play a bit faster. But otherwise, I really enjoyed the 2 rounds. I always enjoy some good Riftbound.
I had a great time. It's always good to have Riftbound, like you said. It's nice to see things that are a bit more competitive. Tomorrow, obviously, will be a little bit different, where it will be the competitive event. And it's just nice to see that Europe is holding the biggest event. And we did it first, everyone. It's fine. Over here in UK,
Yeah.
don't worry. So yeah, it's always good just to get more things. It is the first big, massive regional for this set. So this is when Legends do start poking through the woodwork, and we just get to see, what people are comfortable with, what's good, what's fun.
You're totally right. Record-breaking attendance out in Barcelona. And yeah, EU had it first, did it first. They tend to be kind of like the ones who pave the way, and then kind of the competitive season shapes out afterwards. But now we are down to just the final 2 rounds on day 2, or final 2 rounds for day 1, heading into day 2 tomorrow. So we'll get kind of a nice little picture who will be those undefeated players. But as we're saying, there's still just 2 more rounds to get through. For now, Alguito and Night Fighter, we'll do our little closeout because Alguito, I heard you have some big news, some pretty cool stuff going out over in your area, isn't there?
So, this is where I was meant to be led into some kind of, guys, please, if you could buy tickets to this event, please make it really cool for the UK. I don't have to. It's sold out in 3 minutes. So, yeah, there we go. I'm casting for the event in the UK in September. If you are able to come down, even for just spectating, to do side events, please come and say hello. It'd be great to meet everyone that tunes in weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, or only for regionals. You guys are fantastic. And if it wasn't for you guys, I don't know if we'd be doing this, to be fair, or if Plus would have me back on again. What I will say, though, before I disappear is, how early did they make these play charts? Because one of these battlefields is banned.
Really? Wait, some of the graphics on screen?
Yeah, the Akali one, I think, had Aspirant's Climb as its field to go into, but obviously it's been banned since this was probably made.
Probably a little bit of an oversight, but as Alguito was saying, the first UK showdown, the official Riftbound showdown, will be what day again? Is it September 19th?
September 26th. It is a Saturday. As far as I'm aware, there is side events. They're doing 2v2s, they're doing on-demands, and they're doing like casuals from 1 p.m. onwards. I believe doors open at 8:30 to start at 9. It's the Riftbound event. We're probably going to start at 10. But again, come down, have fun. Shake some hands, kiss some babies, you know, the usual stuff. Politics, it's all good.
For sure, for sure. So something you definitely don't want to miss out. And I believe Alguito will be casting that event as well. So something to look forward to. But where can they find you online, just in case they're looking out for you?
If you're looking for me, you'll find me as Agito Swiftly is Riftbound. Recently just did a empowered Fiora build, which is why I'm repping her in the background today. Overall, find me on X. You'll find me in the same name, Agito Swiftly. I say terrible things and do terrible things to people where I can, but not this weekend. This weekend's all about the people who are playing.
Definitely, and now throw it over to Night Fighter. Any closer remarks, where can these guys find you online?
Well, I do have a Twitter, I do have a Twitch, I don't use either of them, so probably the best place to find me is going to be right here on Runes and Rift. I know I'm casting tomorrow, but beyond that, I'll probably be back for whatever weeklies there are.
Yeah, always a good time for those weeklies. And yeah, Night Fighter and Alguito will both be back here tomorrow. I believe Alguito will be starting off day number 1, which Alguito, I'm excited for because those are undefeated players. But the round 7 is about to start. So let's go ahead and bring our next set of casters. NA45 and W King will be blessing us here rather shortly. But thank you so much, Night Fighter. Thank you, Alguito. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye.
Wow.
All right, chat, give me 1 second. I'll throw it over to the feature match as I go ahead and set up these casters on the back end. And I hope we get some undefeated players. I'll throw it over here as I get the next casters in. Hopefully they pop in here sooner rather than later. I'll tag them as we speak. Ooh, undefeated Victor. This could be cool. And W King and NA, if you guys are in the voice chat, they can hear you. I'll start setting up the cameras in the meantime, but round 7 is here. You guys can say hello, and hopefully you guys are doing good as we're about to conclude the last 2 rounds of Barcelona.
Of course,
Hello,
Plus.
everybody.
It's been fun watching so far, and I'm suited up as you requested, so...
Ooh, I can't wait for the chat to see it.
There were suits on the memo? Uh-oh. Not me.
Well,
okay, give me 5.
Oh, of course. It's a funky suit, so you gotta have a funky suit.
Okay.
Nice, but welcome
anyways.
on in, guys. It looks like a little bit of a... Actually, what was the first legend? Oh, okay, yeah, it was Victor versus Azir, so token heavier decks. But of course, Victor has been playing a little bit differently recently, a little bit more Sprite Fountain, Xin Zhao's, things of that nature. Still more aggressive leaning, but I don't recall seeing this exact matchup. Actually, who am I kidding? This was the last European finals, right? Renaxel on Victor and then Squirtle on Azir. So a little bit of a rematch.
Yeah, no, that was an exciting matchup, especially because I think there was either someone online afterwards found lethal for the Victor in the second game, so there was a chance if he did the right combination to get it. So this could be a pretty cool matchup.
Yeah, for sure. We got 2 aggro kings facing off against each other, though Victor does have the option to play more of a control a control deck, though it does seem to be, yeah, like you did say, the way they go recently is more aggressive, which I think is fair, especially when you're playing into these decks like Kennen that are just going to get more value than you for the entire game. Like, how do you outvalue Fizz every single turn, and then Shovel, and then Rasas, and yeah, it's just very hard.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, these decks here are about playing, like, they're happy for their units to die, right? A lot of them want to play around expendable kind of things. Maybe the Victor a bit more, because they'll be running cards like Call the Weak and such to make use of this, whereas I don't see that coming out from Azir. And it's always fun to see, like, matchups where both sides share at least one color, and then they match up differently with Calm on one side and mine on the other. So let's see how this one goes out.
Sure. But it does look like Victor is on the board first, moving into that Vile Maw's lair. Interesting battlefield choice. I feel like that battlefield doesn't really hurt many decks right now, right? Because you have Kennen that's got all the Ride the Wind shenanigans, Aurelia as well. And then you have the, like, Yi just wants to sit on a battlefield. So I'm kind of curious what matchup he has this deck in for particular.
Might have just been something older that they like, and it still forces you into a spot where you can never end up in that battlefield. You always got to go in there first, and then ideally Ride the Wind, gank out. You're not necessarily going to want to gank in there, because then you can't retreat to base. So it just limits mobility to a little bit. If it's enough, I mean, in this matchup in particular, it's something that should ideally work, right? Because any Sand Soldier that commits to there, especially ones equipped with, let's say, the Eye of the Herald, when they move, they can create these tokens. You're going to go in there, you're not going to be creating any more. So in that kind of situation, it does some kind of force, but I'm not seeing it as, like, the spiciest tech right now.
Sure. And you don't always need spicy stuff, right? Like, there is something to be said about just having something that's consistent and you're comfortable with. That's something that's really understated. You don't hear many people talk about this. Like, it's always, what's the new secret tech? What's the best deck? How do I beat X deck? Well, I think the real secret sauce is just get really, really good at one thing. Like, look what Colin did with Set, right? Like, he made Set look like a top tier deck just by having so much experience playing it and being able to sit down and say, hey, I'm going to skill check every one of my opponents. And he did. So comfort is not something you can overvalue, I think.
Okay. Getting a bit of an attempt of an attack here from Chucho. How do you pronounce this? Chuchoi? Chuchi? Chuchoi? I feel like I'm gonna try and say what Azir's name is and get it wrong. Chuchoi? We'll figure that out eventually. They're going in for some kind of aggression here. And forced to even use the Death Grip just to get a Conquer. That already shows, like, a bit of desperation, because killing a unit in base just to try and get a Conquer, if Victor is able to recontrol this battlefield afterwards, that could be a huge setup for them.
Could be also trying to cycle. It's like the hand isn't the most live. Double B. Actually, the hand isn't that bad. There's double BF and a Rise and a Soul Sword, I want to say.
Yes.
I didn't quite see, but I caught some green.
But playing out the Soul Sword here feels a bit awkward, because you can't... I mean, you've already created, it seems, made a gear. So they have that for next turn, but the Sand Soldier right now is, if I'm not missing any tricks, need defending for 4, and with the Sprite Fountain, getting to the Sprite, this is not going to be the hardest feat for Chacho Campador to get over on the Victor. And aggro deck versus aggro deck, I mean, I feel like Victor is the type of aggro deck where we're scoring points fast, and Azir is the one where I'm going to consistently create units that inevitably get stronger and stronger due to the amount of equipment I can put on them. So they have different styles, and holding in Vile Maw's right layer is something that I'm sure Victor here is very happy to do. The Karen Dredger there, he's going to be sitting in that battlefield the entire game, and Call the Weak coming out. This is a problem for Azir.
Yeah, and the Call card is pretty powerful. I'm a big fan of it right now. And it is one of the cool things that the Kennen deck can do as well, though it seems to be that the meta has shifted away from that a bit. You don't really see the Call the Weak spam with fizzes and tokens. At least the control builds that I've seen have just not done so well, in favor of the Essentially, you're playing the Miracle deck from set 2, except now with Kennen. That's what it really feels like, with just dropping a bunch of Rasas and Nocturnes and the Shovel and Ride the Winds. It just feels like set 2 all over again, to be honest.
It's I would say it's like a little bit less. At least the spells resolve faster. Cold Shot Repeated always took so much time because you're flicking through 4, you're making multiple decisions. At least with Lightning Rush, it's a bit slower, but yes, it is very much, hey, I'm gonna quickly dump a lot more cards in my trash, and the flow mechanic just makes it feel so much better.
Yeah, I do think one of the nice things with Kennen right now compared to the old Miracle decks is that players have gotten so much better now that people are playing faster, even though I don't think that people have gotten like an insane amount better. People at least know the cards now and do play a lot faster. So the games are going, even though the deck is seeing a ton of cards and does do a lot of actions, the games don't go quite as long, which is good.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot better than before, because like you said, like those Miracle decks, whew,
they
games would go forever. Yeah.
And it was just a game 1. Here though, I don't know about you, NA, but if I'm Victor here, I'm in a very happy spot. Looking in this turn, they can easily conquer to 6 points here. And Azir, they only have a 1 unit in base. Like, this is not a great spot to be in, especially if this unit doesn't survive the next turn. There is an Arise in hand, so we do see that for some kind of extra unit creation acceleration ready, but if there's anything Victor can do to set up, he's in a fantastic spot to win this game 1.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy if I'm Victor here. You've prevented Azir from building the really wide board. And the wide boards are some of the scariest with Azir, because even though it's not like he's a stratagem deck or something, when you have a lot of when you have this really wide board, it enables essentially cascading of the gear in the later turns, where you can just go unit, throw on 2 gear, get guaranteed conquer, throw on 2 gear, you just keep going, and eventually your opponent runs out of ways to stop you. But Victor being so far ahead here, like you don't even care what Azir's doing, to be honest, because you're at 6 points and Azir scored 1, which is kind of crazy to me. Generally, I feel like I'm looking at the board and I'm seeing Azir on 6 points, threatening game with a rise, but
yeah,
it's looking like Victor might clean up this first game in less than 10 minutes.
And a lot of that came from that card we're seeing at the very top right, that Death Grip. They were forced to use that to just conquer for that first point, killing their unit in base, limiting their ability to do anything the next turn. So then they were forced to develop 1 unit. Call the Weak came out, kill that unit, and every time this has happened, we've seen Victor just gain 2 points, 2 points, 2 points, putting them to 6 here. Now you're at this point where, crap, I need to get in these battlefields. I need to then hold these battlefields, and if Victor wants, they can just relax and they can just establish and develop, because there's at least like 3 more turns in this game before there's any kind of pressure from Azir. So here, all the pressure is on Azir to do something, and let's see what they got.
Yeah, and Azir definitely does not like to be on the defense, just like Victor doesn't really like to be on the defense either. And Azir here is going to have to say, hey, you are not conquering one of these, and it's going to be really hard to stop him from conquering it. From conquering at least one of them. And the Victor can just win on the next turn. Is only going to go up to, I want to say 7 runes. It's a little bit hard to see from the overlapping.
Yeah.
Is that, are they at 5 or 6 runes? It looks like 5, right?
Yeah, it looks like they'll go to 7, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so not threatening like a Watcher or anything, which should make the game very easy. So it will have to be played out a little bit more of an honest way. But even so, if Victor wanted to, you could just take a turn to develop and then go for a giant push, because Azir, like you said, is very far away from a win here.
Because even this right now, like Azir, they're forced to play this big spell. They're forced to play the Arise right now, leaving only 1 rune open for defense. And you said it perfectly. They don't want to defend, let alone defend with only 1 open. We know the cards in hand. We know they don't even have anything to play for this one, or unless there might have been an on guard, now that I really think about it. But it's just limiting their options so insanely that once that 1 rune is blown later, that is a free turn for Victor here to get in. And I think the biggest point right now is how Azir sets up these Sand Soldiers. They have 3 they can play. No, 4 that they have 1 more equipped. Where these units go is going to change the game.
Okay, interesting. And it looks like they are going to throw on the gear with the Weapon Master. I believe this is the gear that is this the one that's +2 if you have a one other unit there? Yes.
Yeah,
okay,
it's like Brutalizer, but when you're combined with the unit, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so that does make sense. You do set up a little bit of a bigger hold here, and you do have the, like you said, the extra buff. Not too bad. I mean, these might values are big enough that it's not going to be super easy for Victor to get over. It's not like it's just game on board. Is going to have to actually commit cards from the hand.
I see a golden tank tag. I wonder if that belongs to Campador. He just has this. Have you seen the picture I saw somewhere online where there's a Shen player that has like a plastic tank, and that's what he puts on cards whenever he uses a Shen legend to give them tank? I love that. The little token
funny.
creativity in this game is great.
It is nice, and I think one of the best things Riot has done is really enable the creative side. I have a lot of friends who are artists, and I am a little bit in that space, though I am more like an engineer, but I do some art. I do card altars, and it's on my Twitter, and it's really cool because Riot just lets you play with these. It's the only game I've played where you are allowed to play with just straight up altars or whatever you want for your token, like you said, something funny or silly like a literal tank for a marker.
Okay, what is gonna happen here? What do you think we're gonna see here, Nate? Is it gonna be a development turn? Is it gonna be attack? What do we have? Those are some those are some creative cards. Dragon Form Flow. You could use this twice now and make 2 of these recruits really big.
Does that get over? So you do have to keep in mind the Hidden Blade, and you can tell from Azir. So Azir's hiddens are generally like guards.
Yes.
Hidden Blade, or maybe a one of back off. I guess I haven't seen it, but technically you could play like Resonating Strike now as well. I don't know if what Victor has access to will beat the board and play around all of that.
Because Vilemore is like, you can't necessarily only play for one battlefield here, because all those tokens trapped in Vilemores, one accelerated Azir from the champion will bring them over too. So it's, in other legends, you could just be like, hey, I'll commit to the other battlefield. Whatever they've committed to Vilemores, I can leave there trapped. But in this situation, just because of that extra mobility that the Azir brings, you're going to have to look for 2. And this is one of those really rough turns, because you want to double conquer here. You want to win the game on this turn. And the option is, I could just play a unit and just pass and just wait it out. But that doesn't feel good. And especially if you try to go for the double conquer and you don't manage it, you'll be fighting yourself even more, being like, why did I not just develop? But no, Dragon Form comes out. Looks like we're going on the attack.
Okay. Yeah, I don't hate this. I mean, the 5 might token is pretty powerful, and you can, like you said, make 2 if you do choose to do so, which is a potential 10 might push. That being said, it is pretty awkward attacking in here if you can't double conquer, because whatever you send onto the battlefield is just going to die. You can clean up the board a little bit, though I would be a little bit wary if I am Victor of a second Arise.
Yeah.
Because playing one out, we do know that Chui didn't have any other options, but if you do see a play like that, you do have to be like, think about it and go, hey, do they just have like a second one? Because that was thrown out pretty lackadaisically. Right? And does trade in. This is pretty cool here. This will get rid of that extra buff because it does need 2 units. Now you can get a pretty clean conquer here.
I wonder if actually the plan here.
He has on guard. You're right. Forgot.
Yeah. The plan could be, if they go for this conquer here on their own, to just leave that unit and threaten the hold instead. to then force more of Azir's acceleration. I mean, I like, even as you're in this desperate state where you are 1 point to 6, they did leave one soldier in base just to be like, sure, right? You can never be too safe. And now the On Guard coming through will make this guy just big enough to look like it will go for a trade on this recruit, which is okay, I think, all things considered.
Yeah,
But
it is.
It's definitely messes with their plan.
It is a little interesting because all it does is commit one recruit. It doesn't I guess maybe the idea is this means that you don't lose to shove a Dragon Form and Victor onto the other battlefield for 9 over, but he has a Hidden Blade, right? So
yeah,
we know that that would not work. I guess, yeah, if you're Victor, do you even shove up here? I don't really feel like it changes that. You might just want to save your bodies. Ooh, I see a Zin in hand, actually. Okay.
Yeah.
There are options.
If you go in, so the thing is, if you go in that battlefield, it's not like you're forcing your opponent to go in, because they're going to go in regardless, right? You know, on this Azir, you need to get the points. That Sand Soldier in base will go on the attack. And if you don't see the line now to double conquer, you can just take your time and be like, hey, okay, I've used 2 pretty small units, right? I've been 2 very expendable units have now been committed to kill your beefed up Sand Soldiers. It works out nicely, but the issue is, this is what Azir is so strong in. His units are expendable too. They're just little tokens. It's the gear that makes them strong. So for every unit you kill, you can just re-equip those gear and make those units strong again. So killing these units isn't as effective as when you're killing other opponents' normal deck units, because the gear isn't going to the trash, so what makes the unit strong is always remaining on the board.
Yeah, for sure. Really don't know how much I like pushing up here with this token. So now is he just going to develop a Zin now?
Yeah.
Okay, so plays out the Zin. This does feasibly, you could push in here, but again, that Hidden Blade, or I want to say even a Guards is enough to swing it for Azir, but okay.
You will get a recruit back, at least. It's something, right? Due to the Victor in base, like, you don't lose out on insane value, and I'm sure you would have liked it. And you remove the tank.
I think you just trade. Yeah, you just trade. Yeah. Which is just like, that's like not, I don't know, you still didn't get rid of the Hidden Blade. I guess Victor has a couple tokens here, but it just feels hard to conquer again on the next turn still.
The limit that Azir has is how many tokens they can create. Right? They can definitely create 1. They need another Arise to be able to create that army of tokens, so they may just be forced to equip a lot of these gear onto the same one, and one of these Sand Soldiers has to go in Vilemo's lair, so with the gear you have in hand, you can play that. You can't reconquer the whole of Legends here to allow you to create extra ones. And that Discipline draw could be the insane situational top deck right here, because they're going to have 3 runes open. They will be able to play it. Is it going to be enough to kind of help them defend this next battlefield?
Okay, attaches the BF sword there. Okay. So I guess that does make sense. It doesn't need, the gear is going to need to be on the battlefield this turn. The question here is if he does want to go ahead and play out the Azir champion. And it looks like the answer is going to be no, as we've committed enough runes that if you did play it out, can't play your Discipline. But, I mean, maybe you could say that the Discipline isn't, like, real as a combat trick, though it would be nice to see another card.
We saw the Strength of On Guard the turn before. That +2 is something that can make or break it. And now, I wonder what we're going to be seeing here, because in theory, maybe you can correct me on it, if Azir wants to equip these Dorans and these shields, they're going to have to use these runes and recycle them. They've tapped their runes incorrectly. Some people tend to play like that and not allow people to like untap, retap runes. You follow what I'm getting at?
Yeah, only has standing green runes, right? So you'd have to put back one of your standing greens, which is pretty unfortunate, as that would matter if you did want to equip both of your gear here. So that is a good call out. Oh, okay, never mind. He used weapon. Okay, no, he has just enough.
But that's like, yeah, exactly. In this situation, it was probably thought ahead. But those things are little things that, strictly speaking, it's very players tend to not really think ahead on like which runes am I tapping, which power am I gonna need, and that could have gone bad. But no, they're able to play again. I love this, play a unit in base. They're not playing to win. They know they need to have that attack, and they are having full faith that this discipline in hand is all I need to hold at least one.
All right, so that is a 5-6 Might Sand Soldier on Valma, I think. Was that VBF and oh, they're both at 6. Oh, okay. Yeah. So then this, okay, so you go like Dragon Form token. No, okay. You could go Bellows, Ping 1, Dragon Form a token that guarantees a trade if and then you
helps a lot here.
Oh, there's a Vine hand. Well, that makes this a lot easier. Okay.
Because I think you have enough to be able to repeat to flow the Dragon Form and still have enough for Vi afterwards, so
yeah. I think Vi is wow, okay.
Okay. Hesitation.
It always is crazy to me that kind of stuff is allowed. Because in like Yu-Gi-Oh, like if I make a play and then I go, oh, actually, that would not be allowed in Yu-Gi-Oh. All right, so here comes Vi, gets the stun off. So threatening to kill here. It's going to be 9 into 6. So the discipline does not save unless he top decks like a death. Okay, yep.
Yeah. Just let it die.
All right. Can we get over the other one with the... Oh, wait. Okay, never mind. He doesn't have enough. I was going to say what could be an option was like trying to kill it, but is that a hidden blade?
That does look like it's a hidden blade. So if you can just snap that guy and blow him up, this is where you have to discipline and hope for the Defy top deck, right? There's no other way to get around this.
Okay, he's going for it. Can we get it? Can we get it? He should just reveal the top card. Okay, that's not a Defy.
GG's.
Wow. That would have been crazy if he was able to get that, but no, instead Victor is able to close it out, but it looked a little bit suspicious right near the ending. Like, he came out to such a strong start, and then the Arise came down, and it seemed pretty hard for Victor to be able to close out and find those last 2 points, to be honest. So
yeah, it's like some of these games you can have the setup, and then if you don't, it's like when you're at these 6-0, 6-1 points and you don't get the win, it can feel so hard because you just had to make the right play then, and eventually later when we get these better players, like it takes a lot of discipline to just not try to win on that turn. You've been constantly conquering 2 points, but if you could just hold back and trust that, hey, I can just out-develop, I have time, if you have the cards to do that. In this situation, I do feel like it was the right play to do, because it worked out, it was, but there's a world where we see Victor overcommit to try and win there, and through that commit, just lose out on everything and just completely kill their own board state.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if there was a world where the Azir, instead of playing out the token to base, you just play Azir to the battlefield with a hidden blade. And then say, okay, I have 2 units here, so a simple piece of removal isn't going to work.
Yeah.
I have, maybe it's like the threat of holding up for a Defy, like you're trying to make your opponent respect that you have like a Defy or a discipline, like, I guess there are a couple things that could have been going on there, but I mean, the Vi, I think it was the Vi off the top. I didn't see it in his hand on the previous turn. The Vi looked, made it a lot easier.
5 extra damage, 5 extra might, a stunned unit, so you can conquer, and then even if that conquer doesn't go through, they have to then attack into 9 might, which is rough in any kind of regard. So Vi is just such a great card in those situations, because even worst case, if you're playing it on a defense, like I've seen it win games when they play it on defense just to be a 5 might body just to help hold a battlefield. So it's flexible, and it's usually obvious if you're leaving 5 open or in some situations, but you can always, in this end we see it here, catch your opponent off guard.
So it's so funny. I love this this view here where we just get to see their whole side deck. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I think I didn't quite catch what he took out, but it does look like he has Watchers in there, because he didn't screenshot the deck at the beginning, but there are Watchers in there, there are Decrees in there. I mean, it seems like a pretty straightforward Victor deck list, to be honest.
Yeah, Victor, I mean, there is some opportunities for creativity, but the usual Victor decks are fairly same. You can opt into like a control more removal focus Victors. I've seen people like throw in cards like Lacerate and such, and Blood Money, and just everything to try and just remove units as much as possible. But a good balance between the control and the units that you have there, like the Xin Zhao, having that extra kind of aggression does seem to be the sweet spot for that deck right now.
And it is going to be Victor going first, I quite imagine, for game 2, opting to play the Trifarian War Camp, a battlefield that I imagine Victor is not too unhappy with, and Victor also playing the Seat of Power, which Azir is probably pretty happy with as well. So both players getting battlefields that they cannot complain about.
Yep, no, in this situation where you have like decks that have the same kind of game plan, their battlefields, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Victor in game 3. They're gonna run the Trifarian if they manage to lose this and something around that. And I want to see how Chuchoy here, they change up their plan, because what limited them mostly last game was just they only were able to play out 1 unit at a time. They couldn't get out their kind of big amount of tokens of their little sand soldiers. And against Victors, they're happy. As a Victor, you know, you're more than happy to only see your opponent play out 1-2 units, because you can clear the battlefield, combine that with the Call of the Week. That's what I think we're going to have to try and see the change up here. See if they can get more of these sand soldiers out. And more importantly, once you have a sand soldier out, do what you can to keep it alive.
Yeah, for sure. And I particularly liked the call from the Victor, because again, even though Kennen has maybe cut down on the calls, but Victor says no, tokens getting called are very good. And I didn't expect it to be as high impact into Azir, because generally Azir is a little bit of a wider board, but was able to hit him early before he built a wider board, and it really did limit the options. And we had a battlefield switch. Okay, so it looks like Azir is going to be on Grove. Okay.
I'm not going to believe it till I see it. I don't know. Azir with Grove over Trifarian? Like, once I see this, okay, no, I believe it now. Interesting.
Yeah,
not something you'll really see there, would it?
Yeah, I mean, both legends opting to go ahead and play battlefields that are going to let them see more cards, as neither of them have draw built into the leaders. Does make sense. And Victor is a deck that can pretty comfortably, and you even see the Sprite Fountain in the hand. You can pretty comfortably set up a double conquer Seat of Power if right on the second turn. And yeah, it looks like is setting up for this, assuming that he can get Victor off of one of the get Azir off of one of the battlefields. Victor's got little baby recruits, but Azir's got beefy sand soldiers who are holding swords and stuff.
One thing I believe I saw in the hand of the Victor here must be a cyborg. I think I saw a pickpocket there, which is a very niche card that's probably directed towards cannons and such to get rid of the seals. But in this Azir matchup, especially against those gears that fall into the category, those weapons, if you can destroy that, you can really catch your opponent off guard, because these things like Doran's Shield, like the Soul Sword that only cost 1, if you can get rid of those at any moment and then obviously generate gold through that, it's like it's gear removal, and gear removal is always great versus Azir.
Ooh, and there's an Arise in hand, so Azir drawing the Arise in the opener a couple games in a row, it definitely feels good, because your deck when you see Arise and your deck when you don't see Arise are just entirely different.
I like it. I really enjoy it when a legend comes out and their signature spell is actually good for the deck. It's so often you see like these signature spells where legends will use one of or a few of them or just none of them. Like I feel like a well-designed signature spell is where in a deck uses 3 of them. And as you're okay, they might not run 3, they might run 2 just because of how expensive the spell is, and you're not necessarily always gonna be able to play it out. But even in that situation, it's just so on brand for Azir. It just makes such an awesome experience. When you're playing as Azir and you just play that spell, slam out this army of tokens, you really do feel like the Emperor of the Sands when you do that.
I really like this Victor unit art. I think is that the arcane one? I don't know. It looks really cool though.
Yeah, it's the overnumbered legend.
No, not the legend, the champion unit.
Oh, the champion. Yeah, no, that's from the arcane bundle. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, pretty cool. Okay, so here comes the pit pocket. Just like you said, this card is insane value. You get to kill something, and you get a gold off of it, and it's stat efficient, and it costs no power. Yeah, that card is very, very powerful.
Yep.
Comes Sprite Fountain.
This is a great setup right here. Even with the hidden card, like, oh, you can see Juju there shaking their head when they see the setup. I mean, that pickpocket is such a it's just a side. It's got sideboard written all over it because it's nothing you'll ever really run in main. And when you see it in moments like this, it's just perfectly used. Killing a gear, lowering the might of the Sand Soldier, putting it down to 2, making the breakpoint so easy that you can just attack with a 2-map just like this and pass. Brilliant. What do you want to do? You want to kill my unit with your Hidden Blade? Or it's not a Hidden Blade. But even in this situation, it still just runs extra flexibility. And they can use a Weapon Master to re-equip here. It's a Brutalizer, brings that one up to 5, but there's no tank. You can still take down that other Sand Soldier.
I mean, that's a pretty high value guards here. This does prevent Victor from conquering. Yeah, you do get to totally stop Victor from conquering, which does mean that Azir is going to get the battlefield draw and almost certainly going to get the Seat of Power draw as well. So that is potentially a draw 2 for the Azir, which feels pretty good here.
It's entirely dependent on the cards in hand here, because
as long as there's a gear, right?
Yeah, they will be able to draw an extra card, so they're making the Grove getting some value. But even if it is a gear, they're forced to invest the power to equip it, because you won't be able to use your Weapon Master to equip it onto the Sand Soldier once the gear is played. So we'll force them to dip into their resources, and now that Victor has 2 gold established, they're a bit more comfortable in spending their power. Let's see how we make this decision. We got a lot of good gears there. Doran Shield, the tank value is so good on that sometimes, because putting a bunch of those equipped, putting all your equipment on one Sand Soldier and then moving it around with the Azir allows you to keep the Azir alive, because with tank, can't hit him.
Okay, actually, I'm looking at the gear that Tweetwee has access to, and it actually isn't really efficient to take out this Sprite, because you'd have to equip 2, which would cost 2 power, which is a lot. So in this case, you can't even go Seat of Power. Wait, no, you can't. Okay, so yeah, he couldn't go it here efficiently though, right? Because you would you'd have to go pretty far down in runes, and you want to make sure you have enough for the Arise on the upcoming turns. Though I will say only at 2 points, so pretty far away from having to go Arise push to 8. Have to see. It does hold 2. Did he hold 2? Okay, yeah, okay. So it says I'm going to go ahead and play these Dorn Shields on my next turn then. Fair enough.
You want to save some gears in hand as Azir to make the most use of that legend. But the treating here does now we're in this whole discrepancy of even versus odd point tempo.
Yep.
Where do you stand on that, NA? What are you like? Are you like, I got to double conquer every turn, I'm an even tempo only player, or are you someone that's like, nope, I can go to odd, I can chill with that?
Well, I play control decks. I play Ezreal, so I'm chilling at 0 points most of the game.
You're happy to get points.
but if I was playing, it's very matchup dependent and board state dependent. But if you're playing a deck like Azir, you're definitely happy to be on even points. Like you did say in the previous game, there were scenarios where, like, you just load up a battlefield, and then on the next turn, it's very hard for Victor to clear that battlefield. And then on the next turn, you just play Azir and then move everything over, right? So being on even points does mean that you are able to do set up these easy double conquers, especially with, like, again, the Arise, the Azirs, and Azir prefers to be conquering. I think Victor's a little bit more flexible, but also would probably prefer to be on the even points. Though it does go the odd points on this turn, the double conquer, and gets the draw off the seed, I believe.
Setup is nice though. Free might on each battlefield really forces Azir to play a recruit with a gear and something else on top of it. And then after all that hassle, they're going to get recruits back for each of these units that will die because they've played the Victor to base now. That Pickpocket being a unit and that Sprite not being a recruit. Easy pickings to get little extra bits right there. So that alone is setting themselves up for a good play to try and get to 5. And it's forcing GG in an awkward spot here to force themselves to get to 6. No, 4.
Oh, wow. Surprise playing the shield here over... Oh, okay. So he is going to go for an attack before it does opt to play out, because I imagine it'll be play out BF, attach BF to base. But, yep, so this should be a pretty clean conquer. Oh, okay. So it says I'm going to play around maybe a Hidden Blade, play around... Actually, this does not play around Hidden Blade, but... I mean, plenty of runes up, plenty of cards in hand, right? So you are threatening like a Defy. Oh, yeah. Nope, I will throw this. Oh, here's the salvage. Okay, okay.
Nice.
Yeah,
salvage.
not too shabby. Too shabby at all.
No, because that equipment they killed was the design for Shen, the +2 with another unit. That's given extra flexibility, but now... because of the salvage, not only has the Victor gotten a card draw and didn't lose any power because they used the gold, but they also managed to trade with at least one of the Sand Soldiers. They're getting a recruit back through from the Sprite, or they should at least, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he did.
And
he did.
So you're getting so much value back. Yes, your opponent's getting a point, but you've already forced them to just lose out. They haven't committed any cards, but they've lost out of development. So that right there is a very, very happy spot to be in.
Yeah, and he has done a good job of keeping Azir's board pretty thin of gear. There are only 2 gear on the board right now, and Azir can go up to 4 to set up for a 4-unit Arise on the next turn, but kind of using a lot of your resources if you do want to do so. Just your hand goes down very small. That being said, you might have to do it because, yeah, the Arise is not looking very impactful right here unless more gear is played out. It is a little bit unfortunate for Victor that he wasn't able to hit the BF that's going to get played on this turn, but, I mean, like you said, that was a pretty high value salvage, enabling a trade and getting rid of the hammer. Swinging in for 4 here.
4, I think, yeah. Asking them to pay the power properly. It's like,
Yes.
I like how players, it's a nice visual to flip the card upside down, but in turns like these where you can imagine your opponent playing a lot of power, you do want them to recycle those in the correct order, because you never know how
Yes.
it might change the outcome, and it could be, especially in Azir, where they may be limited to what gears they can play, developing on their colors of their runes, so that is a slight impact. So just for you those out there, it does make sense to recycle the runes, drop the dice there to show. I think they've actually even officially changed it so that on high level you do have to do that. You're not able to just flip your rune, just to kind of make it as visually clear as possible.
Oh, okay. Opts to play out Azir to base, so not going to play out any more gear this turn. Instead, setting up the Azir, which, I mean, I don't hate. It does give you more units to work with on the next turn.
Yeah.
Right, so Victor is fairly ramped up here. We have on 8 runes, this is potentially threatening like Watcher Bellows, but I don't think he has a Watcher.
He's drawn a lot of cards this game, so I feel like
Yeah.
that combination's very much due. Hidden Blade is there if they're really feeling desperate. Let's see how they plan to get over this. I like how Azir's always left just one open. Force your opponent to consider all those options.
Yep. I mean, Watcher Bellows would be very, very high impact here because that clears the entire board if he did have it. Ooh, I mean, playing. I guess the problem with playing Ashe at this point is you do need to clear both the battlefields. But it would be pretty nice to be able to hit that Arise out of hand. So it says, yes, I am going to get rid of that Arise.
And add the information now knowing that, okay, no hidden cards, can't actually play anything this turn, so the might he's seeing on the battlefields is what it is. But yeah, like you mentioned, they do have to conquer a battlefield because if you hold, that card gets returned back. So, yep, can't let them, it would be a very low value Ashe if you don't conquer both here, and that Arise just gets returned back to the hand right away. So I can definitely imagine some priority there.
I mean, I hope players have gotten better about it because there were definitely times on stream before we had where multiple cards would get banished off of Ashes and then they would just sit banished the entire game as both players forget to add them back. Though, if I remember correctly, that was in like a Jin game or something where Jin banishes his own cards so things can get lost in the piles.
Especially now with flow cards, they're strictly speaking banished, right? So you might need to keep in mind which ones are banished for what reasons. But this now is a good spot to be in, all things considered. We got a 2 might on one battlefield. The Eclipse is on the table here. You have enough open to play it. And wow, they trade out their Victor. Nothing you'll see very often there. Just to happy to let that guy die.
Yeah, I'm kind of seems a bit crazy to me that this was the game plan playing Ashe. What am I missing? Huh. Okay, so it does get the conquer at least. So it says you will not draw off of the Grove. You will not get your unit back.
And they're just gonna use the Greyback there to kill and develop instead. Okay.
Huh.
So
okay.
they had this is gonna be interesting because they had the Eclipse in hand. They had a way to keep their Victor alive through lowering them off, but I don't necessarily hate this because you've developed 4 and 5 might in your base. You know that the Arise is no longer there, and Victor is in this another different spot where, if I'm not mistaken, they only have gear. Okay, they have gear and 1 hidden blade. There is a world where you can draw into too much gear as Azir because you ideally only really want to play 1 this turn, and they might be forced to just play 2 to just spend their runes to get that value out.
Yeah, though you could go play the Eye this turn. Play the Eye, attach it to your Sand Soldier, get the move, and then you just get the disposable unit that you could use a hidden blade on or something to just see more cards. Though he is going to get a draw here off of Seat.
Yeah,
so might find something because, like you said, his hand is all gear, which feels good when you have a Rise, but there's no Rise anymore.
Ooh, he drew to the Ashe.
Ashe of his own.
Can't play it out this turn, but it's going to be something that might be nice for next turn if you can save up for enough to be able to play that out and have some way to conquer, because then you can use that information. But I imagine we will be seeing a blade being hidden. I feel like Hidden Blade is just a branded card. Playing it from hand just feels wrong with its name. It's hidden. It's a hidden blade. What are you doing playing this from hand?
It is pretty funny, and it makes it a little bit confusing sometimes to talk about with people. Oh, he played a Hidden Blade. Whoa, so he hit it? No, he just played it.
But no, not hiding it just yet. Equipping that sword, and there's no one to give tank to on this battlefield to keep it alive. I can imagine they're gonna want to tap the legend here to create at least 1 token. There we go. We'll see it being made. The limiting factor is the difference. One thing to highlight here too is both legends here are creating tokens with their legends, but Azir is forced to play it to base. Victor can play it anywhere. So you
It's
do
true.
have a little bit of limitation here with the Azir, because I'm sure they would love to be able to play this token with tank to a battlefield right now, but no. They're forced to play the base. It's good in this situation because you want to have a unit ready for the attack. But the limiting factor, NA, I think with those 2 runes open, we might see a non-hidden blade from hand coming out of the turn.
Non-hidden hidden blade. I think he's giving himself the option. There is a world where Victor does not directly have the answer in hand. And if he doesn't have the answer, then going ahead and hiding the blade preemptively does feel a little bit bad, because Azir is pretty big, right? He's not super easy to deal with the current board, because you do need to, again, clear both. Otherwise, the Arise just comes back to hand and the game's over. So he has to clear the battlefields and then still set up enough that you're not just losing to a double conquer. And admittedly, Azir only has 1 unit developed, so it does seem pretty unlikely unless he is drawn into an Arise after played cards that he will have one. And here it is. Oh wow!
Both.
Is he both?
Yeah. Telling you, show me what you got.
Ooh, called it.
Hidden blade.
You called it. Okay.
And actually, it chooses to go for the opposing unit. I feel like you would love to get your own card draws, but no, killing your opponent here does mean that, if nothing else happens, sure, you win this fight, but there's not that much might between this, and I do believe that Victor here, we do have the cards in hand to match this battlefield. Stupefy is there, Eclipse was there. Yeah.
Actually, you can just Eclipse, right?
Eclipse -4 or 3? Yeah, it's 4, yeah.
Yeah. I will say you do have to. Oh, I don't. I don't like Stupefy here, because what I would probably go for is go Stupefy Bellows on the other unit. I really thank you. He thought about it for a second. He's like, oh, this doesn't actually.
One in the battlefield. Do you mean the one in base would be best? No. Because the one in base is only would go down to 2, and then you could board wipe them with Bellows on both.
You are correct. Maybe
they have 2 Bellows. They have 2. We can just overcommit.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually, because you could go repeated Bellows and kill everything. So yeah, I think I agree with you there. I would like to see it hit the base, because that leaves Azir with no units, and then Ash will hold to. Ash holds to 5. Well, Ash scores to 5. You play guy in base. Next turn, Ash goes to 6. Azir creates 1 unit. Can go 1 unit a turn.
Yep.
And then you are, Azir can't win because he only has 1 unit, and then you just win on the next turn. So yeah, I think that was. Oh, what in the?
We're trading. Okay. The lion wasn't swing there, NA. He's just let his unit die, and he's forced to repeat Bellows' breath here just to clear the board. We're saying, hey, if my units are dying, so are yours.
He's not. He's not. Decree, right? He has decree, so he doesn't have to repeat. That is. I wonder if there was something.
No, he had to repeat because the Stupefy was only lowering the.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah. That wasn't a marked damage. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess the idea there is, you can't board. Okay, this does make more sense, because you can't board clear unless you double Bellows, and then you just go down to no. Do that, so that does make more sense. See, it's so nice when we can talk about these things, and then I don't just say a stupid thing and then regret it 5 seconds later. All right.
And it always helps when we're from the comfort of our home seats. We're not on these feature match tables where the pressure, the lights, the cameras, it's all there. We can see the optimal lines. So take our amazing views with a little grain of our wannabe superiority.
Well, and then you have the poor casters on the official stream, where if you say anything wrong, you have people clipping and saying, "Look at how dumb these guys are."
Part of the fun of it.
Yep. All right. So here comes a Sand Soul. Oh, okay. Where are we gonna put it? on the BF? Nope.
This is going to be interesting.
Wait on that one. Sure. Does have 2 units now. So we are threatening game on the next turn.
All without the need of a rise.
I do like the heads-up play there, putting the BF sword on the Ash. It does make it a little bit harder to get over with like a Bellows Eclipse or something.
Yeah. Okay, what do we have here? I think this is looking like a game 3 situation right now because wait. Yeah, this is okay, there we go.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I like this is a respect for the timer of the game, right? You see there's 9 minutes left. If you don't see yourself winning this game, let's go to the next one, right? I want to go to the next game. Give me that opportunity to play out that one because you've got to get that win now. And if you waste 2, 3, 4 minutes here playing out this game where you really think, okay, there's just no way I can win, don't waste the time. Go to the next game. Give yourself another chance to win back because at this situation, a draw will be okay, but a win is just so much more important.
Yeah, you definitely want the dub because if you do set yourself up in a situation where you can just go for draws in the last couple rounds to guarantee the top cut, that feels a lot more secure than saying, hey, I got to win my last 3 rounds. I can't drop a single one. If I do, well, I'm on the bubble. And these top cuts have been so competitive. Like it's been, we've had some where players miss out on like very good records just because there's so many people.
There was like an 11-1-1 or 10-1-1 player once that didn't get into top cut. So like a draw is not safe. You can afford 1 loss at this point.
Yeah.
Because this is also this is one of the bigger events that they've had. I mean, I'm sure everyone's here heard about just how packed this hole is. Like, this is a lot of people playing. Every single win is just incredibly important. And then going into day 2, it's even more so. You do not want to draw here. You want to go for the win. And game 3, NA, that's going to show who gets it.
Right. So Victor on the Forbidding Waste into the Drefarian War Camp. And wow, I do like Forbidding Waste for Victor. It does feel really good. Especially when, though I will say, this version of Azir does play the hammer, so it does like to hold with 2. So maybe not quite as good as it could be until like a Yi.
Yeah.
So still gonna be.
I will say, and I had a quick look over the stream. I'm loving the suit, man. I'm loving it.
Oh, thank you. It's I got it.
I gotta ask where you got it from. Yeah.
I got it for my cousin's wedding. I was like, hey, can I wear a ridiculous looking suit for your wedding? He was like, you know what? Sure, it'll be funny. I don't know if he asked his wife, but I got the approval from him. So I went to his wedding in a neon colored, it's like a multicolored suit, sherbet colored suit. We'll go with that.
I'm glad to see it's getting more use out of just that wedding then.
It's just sitting in my closet since then. It turns out that not many people want you to go to events in a ridiculous suit. So
amazing.
Right. So I see a Defy in hand. Okay. So Defy, Hidden Blade, and a couple of Doran shields. Seems like a decent opener.
I think Defy. Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised he keeps the Hidden Blade. It feels like has not been super good into the Victor so far. Unless he drew into it, maybe.
It's the situations where they've had to use it have been rough, but like it's a card you want to have. This Defy, I feel like, is going to be the make or break because game 1, we could really say they lost game 1 because of not having Defy. Now we're in game 2. They did nothing. We had game 2, didn't ever need it, and they won. Game 3 now they have the Defy. Will they be able to use it in a situation? Cannon, though, that's a cool tech.
Yes, I like this Cannon card a lot, and I actually considered. Hear me out. I was like, what if I play Leona at my next event? Because this card is custom Leona support. But then I thought about it. I was like,
and this. So when you're defending, you're gonna want to leave 2 open anyways when you're running green, because you're gonna want to play cards like Discipline. But Kennen, hidden card, when you reveal him, you may pay 2 to stun an opponent, and then he gets +2 because of the stun unit. So not only can you just completely catch your opponent off guard through a stun and a different hidden card, you're usually able to use it to just have it on an extra defensive move. So I think this Kennen can bring some insane value here if they can get onto a battlefield, because we do see Victor here double conquer right away and making good use of that Sprite Fountain to get that tempo.
Yeah, I really like this. Oh, wow. I'm surprised he plays it there on the battlefield, but fair enough. Oh, okay. He's like, oh, okay, maybe not. I always find this so funny. But okay, so it looks like does opt to sit over with 1 up and still have a Stupefy in hand. That would be something that opponent would need to be aware of. Ooh, Death Grip. It is so powerful.
It's a very make or break card. If you use it in the right moment, it can win you a game. Game 1, it almost felt like something that just cost him the game. It didn't lose him the game, but because you had to use it in the moment, but it just set him so far back that it felt punishing in that sense.
Yeah.
As they play the soldier, and they're deciding if they want to use the Weapon Master. It looks like they will equip, giving that guy up to 3. Which battlefield they commit? They are going to go into the Forbidding Waste there. Making that soldier... Oh, wait. I was about to say, very weak on the defense, but hear me out. Kennen hidden in this battlefield right now. That's a great setup.
Oh, okay. I see one going away.
Yes!
Hey, okay. And you know, this is something that this is the first big event with these cards legal. So this might be something that Victor just doesn't even think about.
It's a card that just does not see much play. And especially when it's a hidden card, there's such like a standard meta of hidden cards in Azir, with that being the guards, with that being the hidden blade. So you only really factor in 2 of them. Guards would still be fine in here anyways, because you create a soldier. And I would not be surprised if they're going to do the math here to think about, okay, how much might do I need to send into this battlefield to overcome a guards, to go into this, just for them to get stunned out of it, and then not be able to get it. So that's just such a really, really smooth little setup to have. The pressure is going to be put on there, and it will
Sends
still...
the Sprite over there, too. Kind of... So that makes me think that he's a little bit trepidatious about moving over onto those Forbidding Waste. Otherwise, the 3 might does feel a lot more secure when you're going 3 into 1, as opposed to like 1 into 1. But here's 3 coming down, plays the Pip Pocket, and there we go again. I mean, this card is so high value. Idorn Shield. Opsa killed the one off the base as well, which does mean that the Treferian Warcamp is a little bit safer on the next turn.
Yep. I wonder if they're going to make any kind of play to try and get into this battlefield, or if they can just look to develop here.
Right. And Victor, is he going to start building up the Warcamp? Because that is something you could do when you do have the point lead. Says nope. But yeah, this is something you can do with Victor when you do have this point lead, is just start creating a million little tokens on the Warcamp, and it feels pretty bad to deal with. I will say, I wouldn't want to do it against Azir, because Azir can match you in unit count with a rise in the...
And his tokens are bigger than your tokens, so
this is true.
when they do it, to go in.
Yeah,
that's bad. But no, I'm overhyping that. I'm so excited for this Kennen to be revealed at some point. I hope it's going to be revealed in a good defensive situation. I want to see, like, I don't know, unless they've prepared for this and thought about this. I know if I'm in the shoes of Victor, I am not expecting that to be a hidden Kennen. I'm expecting everything else except that. And it's just going to be so much fun when we get there. And I think that's something that we need to play towards if we're the Azir here, to just always just leave that one unit there, leave that tank guy, he's chilling, he's okay, he's happy there, and we can develop a little bit and try and catch up later, because one mental point I've always been told to when you're playing against Victor is to be okay to go behind in points and try to develop up stronger units with the mentality of just my units are just more valuable than theirs. So every unit I play is just more value. It's just better. So I can go behind in points because I will be able to come back later.
One of my favorite things with this pickpocket unit is when I'm playing Ezreal, and you can just keep bouncing it with Pack and then using it over and over again. It feels, oh, it's so good. I actually do like Ezreal's matchup right now into Kennen. It's not like an auto win or anything, but it definitely does not feel bad. And it looks like we might get to see the Kennen here, as he is thinking about if he wants to swing into that hidden, which, and it could be a hidden blade. He does need to keep that in mind.
I don't think he has enough open to use the stun of Kennen.
Yeah, he has one, right? Isn't it just
I think
one?
Kennen needs 2.
Oh, is it 2?
So we see the Kennen come out, which will deny the Forbidding Waste -2, but it doesn't do what you need to do that. The stun would be so valuable right now, and the Eclipse even coming out.
It is too. He's like, do I defy this? Okay. There is the defy. It looks like this is then just going to trade away, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kennen's
Kennen
still
now
around.
is just defending for 0 because of the Forbidding Waste. He's definitely alone, and Kennen, that's the biggest restriction of this card. You need to leave 2 open. It's not a hidden card that's just good on its own, right? Most hidden cards you can play, they just bring value no matter what. Kennen, if you don't leave 2 open, you really limit yourself.
Mm-hmm. And we have hit time and rounds, so we are going to be on turns here. Victor commanding point lead is up 2, so it would... Victor would not be able to score... He can't score another point the entire game. Otherwise, at worst, he gets a draw. If he scores another point, then at the worst he can do is draw.
How do you set up here? Because when I'm not someone that likes to play in time. I'm always someone that would prefer to just play a game through. But when you're in this situation now, your game plan changes. It's no longer, especially now when you're 3 points behind. It's no longer can I win? It's how do I draw? And to get to the draw, you have to then essentially play the same way to win because you need these points more importantly. So the entire just way to play the game changes entirely here.
Oh, so Victor's on 5 points. That means Victor cannot lose, right?
Oh, okay, that helps. That helps. That helps a lot.
That definitely does feel secure if you are the one who cannot lose, but you still do want to win, right? And it is very doable. As probably pretty safely just hit that decree, I imagine. Yeah, I would hit.
I mean, yeah, Decree is the only card they can really use as an aggressor on the next turn. These other units will just kind of give information. You can't use them. And when now, I think Victor was turn 0, so we got turn 1 and 2. Victor needs to go to 7 and then just try to stop Gigi from getting anything more. So Gigi here is also in a spot where you could see this, if this game had extra turns, you would be like, hey, maybe this person could win. Maybe they could have won it out here. And that's sometimes a bit of a shame, but part of the skill of this game is playing around the clock. You got to play around the timer. You can't take too long. And that's a lot of things we're seeing with Kennen now. A good Kennen player knows how to play fast because the terror that was Miracle Ezreal taking hundreds of actions every turn dragged these games out so long, and it was the veterans, the better players were able to just play this deck fast and the timer wasn't an issue. So playing for time is also just really part of the skill when it comes to this game.
For sure, if you play fast enough, you won't find yourself in these spots. And you do need to make sure that you do hold your opponents accountable for their own pace of play as well.
Yes.
Make sure that they are playing at a reasonable pace, but I do think both of these players have been playing at a pretty reasonable rate. There have been a few slow turns, but you're allowed to have some timer. It was a lot of thought, right? I don't think there's anything really wrong with that. Okay, so he still does have the Azir champion unit. So even if you just go send Pickpocket onto Waste and say, I go to 6. Okay, so he is still going to do it. And here's the Death Grip. Okay. Oh, Okay, so this will go up to a lot.
A lot, yeah.
Not a very useful metric, but a lot.
No. I remember when I spoke to Houses once. Houses are big. His notes always just had sometimes number too big when he was talking about how big and how strong a unit we get. So a lot.
Oh
I think,
my gosh. He draws an Arise. That is probably the best card to draw for the next turn, assuming that Chacho doesn't just play his Asha. Oh, and he plays that. Bye-bye,
oh, the sadness in the face of Chi right there as they saw that's not going there.
Yeah. I don't think it's really gonna matter here as so they do just extend the hands and say, all right, we get a draw. Unfortunate for Victor, is not able to find that last point for the win, but does get a draw. So both players, neither of them are stuck with their one loss of the tournament. They still have one left.
Yeah.
And I mean, we are almost done with day one.
Exactly that. But I would still always, I'd rather take a loss. Oh, sorry, I'd rather take a draw than a loss, you know. No, I'm not taking a loss.
I'd rather you lose than you draw with me.
I mean, you should have. I had a very awkward mini skirmish before this with 5 players, so there was a lot of very just weird setups for there. But no, sometimes you could have different things, and yeah, we'll have to see how this goes. But at the end of the day, they take the draw, and we'll see how they perform later as we get to our last round. Welcome back, Plus. How's it going?
Yeah, pretty good matchup. You know, I'm a little bit surprised that this game ended up going the distance to ending up in a draw, because we were almost talking about record-breaking game 1 with Victor ended up getting 6 points as early as just the 8-minute mark. We're like, oh, a 10-minute game, but then going all the way to overtime, but still fantastic stuff. 2 little more aggressive decks, but I kind of like what Victor brought to this event, to this regional. He had a mix of what we've seen before with the like low to the ground units. He brought back Pickpocket, which kind of fell out of favor once the Miracle decks got banned, but now they're back, right? The resurgence of Miracle means the resurgence of Pickpocket, so you're able to go ahead and benefit from that, but it also does pretty good work against Azir, it seems like. So yeah, and a little bit of combat tricks of that. We don't see Eclipse all the time in Victor, so I like a little spice that he threw in there. I can see why he's undefeated, because he would definitely catch me off guard. So catching a lot of people at this event off guard. But GG, as you said, W, rather a tie than a loss. But nice little game to end off round number 6. I don't know if we're going to get a backup feature match as all the time was used up. But maybe a quick little 10-minute game. We'll see.
We are in between rounds. Well, I guess we're in overtime. It would be a little bit funny if they had a backup feature match.
That'll be a quick one. Like, they'll throw us into game 2 because they try to measure. It's all pre-recorded, the backup matches, so they try to do their best to kind of measure it. But, you know, with this time, we can kind of look at the bracket. I know Chascott and Spoil does. Squirtle finally took his first ever loss in 2 entire regionals. He never lost a best of 3. Well, hey, a little bit of kink in the plot armor it is this weekend, and he finally gets the loss, but it was to no one, you know, it was to an actual really good opponent. It was to Factor, or what's his official name? Kachow. I think his previous team was like Kachow Factor. His name is Factor, but what I'm getting at is he was also a previous regional champion, so it was Mastery versus Azir, and it looks like Mastery got the better of this Azir player. But W and NA, it looks like they are going to give us a little bit of a backup match if you guys are down to cast. Let me know if we want a little bit of a refresher break before this next round. But I don't think this backup match is going to take too long, so maybe we could do the refresher break afterwards.
Yeah, I know who wins this one. My friend is John, and he's in the he posted his results in the Discord, so I will try not to spoil.
No spoilers, no spoilers. Okay, I'll throw you guys over.
All right. Yeah, so Jun is, in my opinion, the best Kha'Zix player.
Okay.
He has gotten 2 best of Kha'Zix, and looking to take his third away. Third away here, and he's up against, oh my gosh, he's up against Ezreal. This is the worst Kha'Zix matchup, by the way.
But
Ezreal is the worst matchup.
do they have all the practice they could ever need because they've been practicing against you? Do they know this matchup?
In my time practicing with Jun, he has not beat my Ezreal, so
Okay.
Unfortunate. It is a very bad matchup, but he has found, and this Vendetta did help. Vendetta did help with the decree to rip blue cards. Pretty good. It helps a little bit. Unfortunately, Kha'Zix is very vulnerable to the spirit loops, as does not like to lose your entire hand, and you can find yourself just with no plays pretty easily.
Well, no spoilers. I'm gonna have to watch this one very intently to see how it happens.
Yeah, I'm not gonna give spoilers. We're just gonna call things as we see it. All right, and this is gonna be game 3 here. Ezreal does have the Gust, really good against Kha'Zix. It does stop these early points. And it looks like John is saying, nope, I will get this early point. Plays out the Ka.
I like the use of this battlefield Sandswept too. It's something that has been creeping up in popularity towards this regional. At the start, it was overlooked a lot, but decks like Ka, a lot of orange decks can use this because it decreases the power cost of a spell choosing a unit there. So suddenly, Punch First is 1 in a power. That is already insane when it changes. But then other spells like Kha'Zix's signature spell, right? You're going to choose your unit. If you choose your unit there, you get the power discounted. Ride the Wind on Cannon, they like this as well. Starcross, like a lot of these colors here make good use of that. And it can really, really add up and just become absolutely great in these situations. So let's see how much value they get from it, as we are seeing Ezreal doing Ezreal things right here, and they are clearing out the board.
Yep, this is what Ezreal does. Ezreal says you get no units, and you will have no hand at some point either. Definitely a good opener for the Ezreal.
Okay. How do you? So as the experienced player in this particular matchup, what are you looking for on both sides here? What's Kha'Zix's kind of win condition? Is he one to use Ride the Winds if they have it to just conquer both, or are they just trying to get out units? Because Ezreal just has so many tricks to remove these units. I see Vex in hand for Kha'Zix. Do you want to play that one out?
You go fast. You can use the Void Assaults to just clear away the units. Something that I've found, at least before this set, that could put you in a rough spot is if Ka is able to pick away the Bewitching Spirits with the Enchanting Fae or the Void Assaults, because Ezreal, at least previous set, I've seen a few different variants, but doesn't really play any unit trash recovery. You play Fizz, obviously, to get spells out, but if you can cut off the Bewitchings and stuff, or you do see enough cards, you can put Ezreal in a situation where they can't go for the hand rips, and you can just close out those early points. You can also just go really, really fast, and sometimes Ezreal will not find the removal in time. And also, sticking Vex is not too bad either, because Vex does have Deflect, and she's that annoying 4-mite, which Ezreal can have a little bit tough of a time efficiently getting over, because it'll. And here's the first Bewitching. All right, what do we discard?
The only necessary, I think the one thing that's made this Ezreal deck a little bit weaker, I mean, maybe this is just only for units that already use Flow, is you can just discard a Flow card, and then you don't necessarily lose anything, and some situations you may want a card in the trash anyways. I mean, if we're talking about the Kennen matchup in this sense, it's annoying, but Kennen wants cards in trash, so that does slightly enable them. But now I want to see the use of these cards that you mentioned that can target these units in base, because if you can take down this Bewitching Spirit, you're going to be in a happy spot.
Right, it looks like another stack deck. Can we find those Void Assaults? I think I see a Starcross, something else, and I missed what the third card was, so I saw 1 out of 3. Not a good look.
Oh, don't want to Starcross that Spirit. He's going to play it again.
There's a Sabotage, a Void Assault. Didn't quite see the other ones. Is that a Rampage? Okay. Oh, this hand is really good for Ezreal. Oh my.
the value at least is that you have a Vex, and the Deflect will at least try and dig into Magenta Bay's resources a bit. Now, what's the okay? You have 5 open. You have 5 left. You did mention the Void Assault is there. There is a world where you can just commit a lot of resources to look to double conquer here. You won't necessarily be able to completely clear the base, but there is a world you could try and kill the Witching Spirit using that Void Assault to try and just force some kind of combat. But what do you choose here with the Sabotage? Or what? Okay, you're the Ezreal here. What do you want to lose the least?
It might be the Pack of Wonders here. Because this is the card that enables a lot, and there is a Fizz in hand already.
Yeah.
So if you get rid of the pack, it means that they do have to play with their hand rather than... But the problem is there's a Starcross already in rotation, so the pack is like maybe a little bit too slow to hit, and it might just need to be like hit the... See, I don't even know how I'd hit. Ezra's hand is so good here. Is that a list as well? I think that's a list.
Yeah, there is a list, so they can just reduce it as well.
Okay, so he's sorting them into, you can have this one. Oh, it might be the, oh, okay, no, yeah. So he is thinking if it is the pack or the gun. I mean, the gun's very good. I love this card. And okay, so it looks like he's going to say you can have the pack, but you will not get your gun. No flourish for you.
Yeah, that card, I mean, it was overlooked a bit towards the start, but eventually people saw its strength of just having that little bit of damage there. As we will see the Rampage being used, the extra power not costing anything because of the Sandswept Tomb. And they look like they're targeting who they're deciding. I like how Magenta's like, with this one? Which one? Which one do you want to take?
I feel like I would hit the Bewitching because I don't think I saw anything. See, I'm already forgetting the hand, but I don't think I saw anything in the... I guess if you don't go for Ezreal, this does enable... No, because he has List. He can pretty much always clear the Vex with combat if he wants to on the next turn. I think I would hit the Bewitching to get it out of rotation.
And if they want to use the Void Assault as well this turn, they can, are they going to try? They're going to, oh, they wanted to undo it there. What's
Wait,
happening?
why are they rewinding? Oh, did he ask? Okay, okay.
Fair enough.
Interesting.
Got a different battle plan ready for us. Shout out opponents. It's always interesting. There's a lot of talk going on about how much you'll let to rewind because there was no information given there, and he has seen the opportunity of just using this combination here to kill it instead. They will have to pay one of the power there just to as a cost of conquering.
Yeah.
But I think in this situation here, it doesn't come down to judges' discretion on if they'll allow the rewind or not, because Magenta Bay can say no, but if the judge is like, nothing new's been happening, they can't necessarily allow it there.
Yeah, this feels really bad because now you do have to recycle the power as well, as you know that Majin has a stupefying hand. Oh no, he has the Ka. Okay, so you don't have to recycle the power. Right? Oh, okay, he did anyway. Did he? No. No, he didn't. Okay, nice. So that does get a full clear. That being said, Ezra's hand is not shabby at all, and draws a flourish off the top after bottom decking one. Is pretty funny.
I'm trying to think of the sequencing there. Did it matter? They could have done. They basically did the same 2 cards in any order.
No, you had to do it in that order because the Rampage doesn't cost. So what he was doing is, if you pay the Void Assault on the first battlefield on the Sandswept, then you don't have to pay the power. And then you move over to the Sigil, and then you don't have to pay the extra cost on Rampage because you're buffing the Vex. So you pay 1 power for the Sigil this way, and if he did it the other way, then he... Actually, I think you're right. It doesn't.
No, it's the damage. It would have been the damage check. Now, when you were saying it out loud, the Rampage is like challenged. The damage that would have been lingering from the previous would have meant that they died, so they had to play.
Yes, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Shout out John for seeing that line, man. I would have missed it.
John is the Kazakh's goat. This guy knows his Ka. Ooh, this card is really, really powerful in the deck. One of the best cards, best of the new cards. Allows you to keep generating units, and with the Kazakh's legend, you can keep him safe pretty effectively. Unfortunately, Ezreal does play Bellows, which is pretty good into this. You just get to pick away all of the tokens in one go, but it is 5 might, so it is generally out of the easy, like, flourish, stupefy threshold. Oh, okay. Switching it up. Sure. Okay, fair enough.
I think John enjoys showing his opponent what cards they have in hand. I'm not gonna play it. I'm not gonna play it actually. I'm gonna play this instead.
I don't care what you know. It doesn't hurt. Though I will say we do know that Majin has a list in hand, so playing Zed to base is pretty much just throwing it away. As long as Majin has any way to deal base damage, which is like a Bellows or another Flourish. And Jun does know one is on the bottom, but it's not difficult to find another, seeing as he's drawn multiple cards here, right? And you just be passing your turn if that happens. So instead, establishing 2 units does mean, especially one with Deflect, does mean that if he does want to deal with them, it's going to cost a lot more.
I did, however, get that singularity from the stack deck, so expensive, 3 power, but hey, we've killed more units, and I think importantly for Legendary, they've left a unit on the board, and we may see an Ezreal score their first point in this game.
It depends. If Jun doesn't do anything, you could go score. It's not... You don't always want to score because you want to make sure that your Fizz is staying alive, so you can just keep reusing it with Pack, right?
Yeah.
Though I will say, if he does move it onto Sandswip, that does make stuff like a Starcross effectively only energy, right? It's just going to be 3 energy if you do target the Fizz, which is going to feel pretty good. Comes down the Zed. Okay.
Cycling 2, kind of. Okay.
Is it a Void Assault?
For 2, I wouldn't expect it to be. We're playing our own Fizz, and we've prepaid the power. Okay, here we go.
Yes. Not too bad, and does get
getting a
the...
point.
And now you can still use the Kazakhs to pull him back. Yep. Oh no, it says I'm gonna buff him. Fair enough.
But you have the shadow in base, so you always have that as a action speed.
Unfortunately, the action speed isn't real, right? Because you're playing against Ezreal, not going to be removing stuff through combat.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious that he did leave it there, because Ezreal does like things on battlefields that are a lot more accessible through wages or like Fizz copy wages, and he has list in hand again that you know. So any kind of removal.
But being at 6 is a good number because you're forcing at least like a combination of 3 cards. Like, yeah, okay, double wages of pain is an option or something else, but you really do.
He has list, remember? So you can just go list, reduce, bounce.
The list is okay,
yeah.
This is great.
List
this is so
good. I love this card. I can't believe I wasn't playing it for like all of set. Not all of set 3. The first half of set 3, I wasn't playing list in my deck, and I just added it about halfway through set 3, and it is night and day. Because once you get the lists and the packs in rotation, it's just like bonkers. Yeah, see, now you just get to clear everything. Oh my gosh, it's so good.
List -2 there as well. And another list.
Oh
Okay,
my
yeah.
gosh.
Look at Jun reaching for the minus token just to like have his hopes and dreams destroyed.
Yeah, this matchup is not fun for Kazakhs, and with the double lists in rotation, any removal will kill anything Jun plays, because the Kazakhs deck doesn't really tend to play a lot of really tall units. You will cap out at like 5 might off of the Zed, to be honest.
Were those the
man.
last two cards in Jun's hand? Just double FAFO? Okay.
Does he? Is he is he totally out of cards? I did not see. It'd be unfortunate.
I don't see him like holding or placing anything, so yeah, and Fizz to replay the Bellows will just instantly clear
Yep.
that out. This is looking really, really rough for the side of Jun.
All right, and I get to see my favorite deck win on stream. I cannot complain about this one.
But is this the point where, as the Ezreal, you're like, okay, cool, I can start playing units, I can start actually interacting to win the game?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the game's over at this point. It is kind of a formality. And at 6-0, both players, you can make the reasonable assumption that both players do know what they're doing.
Yeah.
That being said, you are on stream, and there is time left in the round, so there's not really a reason to say, like, there's not really a reason to scoop other than
this.
Oh no, John had cards in hand. Yeah.
Yeah, he just drew that. He drew that in
Oh,
pass.
okay.
Just the turn before,
I
yeah.
see. Oh,
And it's gone. And it's gone. And there's the Pack of Wonders. And it's going to remove whatever card I draw if I can't play it. Okay.
Yep. This is pretty rough.
Can see why. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure about you, but I do hear people have started to, you know, Aurora, the infamous hated deck, has gotten some peace now because of people seeing this deck instead. This could be the new Pain deck, because yep, Bellows Breath is just going to remove it. And okay, what can you get from as Judd right now? There is nothing you can draw to really
There's
get you
nothing.
back into this game.
Especially now that there's a Vex on the battlefield, right? You have to be at
Right.
6 or 7 points. And then there's a chance that you can draw, like, I don't know, draw a couple combination of cards. But because Spirit is on the field specifically, there's just nothing, because you have to have a combination of cards, and you're never
Yeah.
getting a combination of when.
He's got 3 Pack of Wonders. Okay, we drew into the stack deck. All right, we gotta. Yeah, I see the up from the deep and just play it and flow it. Let's get some tentacles out and see what it can bring us.
Ooh. Yeah, unfortunately, there is Bellows in the discard, and we have a Fizz and Pack. So.
Yeah, but no, you know what? Shout out Jun for playing. You know what? Okay, NA, let me hear. What was Jun saying in the Discord? I feel like he was saying something targeted towards you after this, as the Ezreal player that he knows. Was he saying, "What is this deck?"
Nah. He just said that. He just said that he got destroyed by Ezreal, unfortunately, and it is kind of expected if you do play against a competent Ezreal. Like this, I believe he said this is the worst match. I believe. Not a fun one, unfortunately. But every deck is gonna have a bad match. So unless you're playing like what? Does Kennen have a bad matchup?
Oh, you know what? Honestly, I've been playing. Originally I said Kennen was a bait deck and it would be horrible, and then I played it once and I had a lot of fun with the deck. So I'm experimenting with it now. I'm trying to see if I enjoy it. And I did lose today to a Kaisa, but I want to say that's to a fault of my own. I don't want to say Kaisa beats Kennen. I do know the person in particular very much knew that this was going to be a small player skirmish with Kennen, so he built a Kaisa deck just to deal with that. But I do think I don't have to say that, but I made a mistake. I made wrong decisions that ended up losing me the game. So hard to say what beats it, but a good sideboard is going to be a great tech regardless.
Yeah, for
I'm
sure.
actually surprised Kaiser took you down, because I figured Kaiser, with the breakpoints from Kennen, having a bit of a rougher time. Like Nocturne is at 4, Ross is at 6, so you have to devote the full falling start to it. But I mean, I guess
they had
Bellows
falling
is
stars,
always
they had
affected.
singularities, they had rocket barrages. Like they had like all these cards to deal with these breakpoints. It was like a personal fight.
All right, but it looks like we're gonna do our winners interview with Majin Bay. If you guys aren't familiar with him, he was a big Legends of Runeterra streamer, and I still think he's a streamer in general. I just don't know what he's. I mean, we know what he's playing nowadays. It looks like Riftbound, so let's listen in.
Deck about a month ago when I decided to try out Riftbound, and the reason why I'm on Ezreal is I had some friends, some viewers who were like, you would like Ezreal. I know you like to have more cards in hand than your opponent all the time, so I was like, awesome, bet. I'll order the cards. I'll go to Barcelona. This is going to be awesome. No one told me it was a really, really hard deck. So
it's incredibly hard.
It's so hard.
But the biggest advantage of Ezreal, from what I understand, is in the other Blurple, I'm going to use the word, the other Blurple matchups, you typically have a good advantage over them because you will be the one with the most resources left over. Like you said, cards in hand, board state, reactionary abilities.
It's very similar. It's very similar game plans running into each other, but you get the advantage of them leaving things on board is good for you and bad for them because I get to draw extra cards. But when I leave things on board, it doesn't matter. They shoot it and we're in card even. If I play something like a Spirit, they have to discard and then they shoot my Spirit. They're now down 1 card. So it really does give you the advantage in the blue-purple mirrors.
So then I guess, does that kind of encompass your feeling across, like, I'm going to leave Teemo out of the conversation. Ezreal, Mel, Diana are all legends that people are talking about right now, whether it's players of, prolific identities playing them right now this weekend or having success at other regional qualifiers in the past. Ezreal is typically not the one that's set as number 1 in that sort of hierarchy. So why this one over the other ones? Like you said, cards in hand. Is it just because of the draw?
I mean, I told you, people told me I would like Ezreal. I had 3 weeks to prepare for the event. I'd never played Riftbound before, and I was like, well, I can't switch off. I don't have time. I don't even own any other cards. So I would love to be like, Ezreal's such a sick meta pick. I knew it was going to be this, this, and this, and Ezreal's so good into that. But the reality is I only own Ezreal cards. I only had 3 weeks, so it was all Ezreal from the beginning.
You said 3 weeks, can't turn off, go, go, go.
Go, go, go.
You're not turned off so far for this regional, 7-0, man. You got 1 more round to go. Congratulations so far. I'm going to let you go ahead and enjoy your last round, so we're going to send it back.
Nice. An incredible start to day 1 into the regional as a whole. 7-0, you can never go wrong with that. And 1 more game away from the what seems like almost impossible at times, going undefeated in a 12 to 13 hour event. Last little note on Majin Bay, quick little thing. He's been grinding our ranked ladder this season. He's actually ranked number 5, so 3 weeks to prepare. Wow. He kind of just did it on our Discord chat, believe it or not. He's been playing every single day, all day long, because to get up in those higher, like 1 through 5 ranks, you're literally grinding all day long, and that's what he's done. So I guess a little bit effective to get himself undefeated so far. So best of luck to Majin Bay. But W and NA, I know that was a little bit of a longer round, so I'll let you guys take a little bit of a breather, and then we'll go ahead and close out the very final round of Barcelona, day number 1. I'm excited. Hope you guys are too.
Should be good.
Okay, see you guys soon. All right, chat, we'll go ahead and let these guys take a little bit of a break, as we said before, and they might be prefacing just like they did with Squirtle. They were showing us all these Squirtle clips before we got a game from Alan ZQ. Or let me backtrack a little bit. It's been almost 11 hours now, or over 11 hours now. Yeah, we're 100%, or maybe I'll say it more humbly, I think we're like 99% going to get an Alan ZQ Mel game for the final game of day number 1, which is going to be an exciting one. What would be an ideal opponent for Mel, chat? Let me know. What would Alan ZQ's opponent look like? I'm kind of leaning towards a Rengar, but I don't know how that matchup favors Mel or not. I mean, kind of have some kind of control-y options. Of course, it's blue-purple that we're talking about, right? But something's telling me Rengar just might be a little bit too quick, but that could be a fun matchup. In the meantime, we could take a look at all the undefeated players. Let me know, or I guess I'll have to keep a tab on myself, when the casters are coming back on the screen, because that kind of is indication that we're getting our round number 7 somewhat soon. And Key, Ivern, did you try to say Ivern? I don't know what you try to spell out, but that's not a Riftbound legend. Ooh, Colin still completely undefeated on the day. So I believe he's 7-0, because I see 6-0 here, but I saw he won his last round. So a Akali complete undefeated 7-0. Very impressive stuff from a multi-top 8 competitor like Challenger TCG. How many rounds are they streaming today? So one more round. We've been streaming, or they've been, same difference, for about 11 and a half hours. So we're 7 rounds deep, which means one more round to go. But of course, guys, we do it one more time all over again for day 2, which is going to be first 5 rounds of Swiss and then cut to top 8. So 8 rounds one day, 8 rounds the next day. And then if you're back, just let me know on the Discord. I can pull you back anytime. And let me tag you, let you know in chat here. All right, looks like these guys are looking to join us in, but yeah, so pumped for Alan ZQ, absolutely. And W, I don't know if you saw, and I don't know if NA said as well. Let me make sure before I pull them up. Let me take a look. Okay, I think NA is down to join us as well.
Yeah.
Awesome, awesome.
We're here.
All right, but if you guys didn't hear, I think we're getting an Alan ZQ game. They were giving a whole little bit of the lore context from the player, which they did that for Squirtle before we had him on a round. So something's telling me, I'm feeling pretty confident we will, which is going to be a cool Mel game. We haven't seen a Mel at all. Are you guys Mel fans? Are you, NA? Since you're a blue-purple fan and Ezreal, how do you feel about Mel?
I think the only reason, okay, this is going to sound really negative, but the only reason the player is if you like her signature, because she has one of the best signatures in the game. That being said, she, outside the signature, does tend to work a little bit worse than Diana or Ezreal, as Diana is the better tempo deck, and Ezreal is the better control deck. So maybe she falls a little bit in the middle. Unfortunately, to get full power out of her legend, you do have to play some cards that maybe aren't the greatest so that you can consistently get it off. But
yeah, the empower mechanic felt a bit forced with her, right? Like they just wanted to have extra empowered legends, so they're like, let's make a blue-purple one, and it's cool, but it's like you said, you have to use empowered cards, and it just kind of limits what you can put in your deck because of that.
Definitely. We'll see. I mean, maybe he's brought something a little bit different than we're not. I mean, it's Alan ZQ who we're talking about, right? If there's anyone that's going to not necessarily break the meta with Mel, but something close to it, is going to be 2-time regional champion and former Legends of Runeterra world champion, Alan ZQ. So hopefully they're not just teasing us here with a little bit of the context videos they're doing. But I see chat wondering who are the remaining undefeated players. I know Zaf in chat saying Squirtle finally tasted what defeat tasted like. And as we talked about, I can't believe Squirtle finally lost. Let's fork it over to the Heat. The Heat got the better of him, even though he was in his home court. Potentially a little bit too much pressure when you have that. You know, people were talking about the 3P. You have to do it in your home court advantage of Spain. W, do you feel like that's too much pressure, or was he just a little bit unfortunate this time around?
I mean, nah, the pressure, he did swap decks, if I'm not mistaken, right? So trying out something different can do that. Still. And it was still on Azir. Okay, that's where he said he was going to stop playing Azir. No, okay. Azir just is getting less and less support, and that can just be a limiting factor. And also, people are getting more and more ready to play into it, so that can be a factor of it too. So, okay, Riftbound, it's a card game. There's a lot of draw involved, so you can almost say it's inevitable that someone will eventually lose in their deck. So going undefeated for 2 regionals is an insane feature. Going for 3, if he managed to do that, then that is hands off. Just an insane play.
Yeah, then he's just stacking the deck at this point. All jokes aside, incredible run what he's done. Literally generational. Not a lot of people will ever match that in the history of Riftbound, but you know, there will come some time where someone will kind of, we'll see if someone could ever match that. But it looks like the cats are zone, which means we are pretty much moments away, the very last round of the day. Hopefully, as I keep bringing back to, hopefully it is Alan ZQ. But I was going to say one last thing. Did Colin K, it was one of you guys put it in chat. And let's see if it kind of jogs my memory. Did Colin K appear? Oh, Coco, guys, another challenger TCG, Coco Lopez. You guys know him. He's a big streamer with mean wins these days. He's also undefeated on Kennen. He was the finalist who played against Prismaticism in Atlanta, which came down to that very last play where he should have fallen star, but rather pushed in and gave an opening for a reaction rain guard. If you remember, that was like the play of the regional. Coco Lopez undefeated. Are you guys, do you guys keep up with Coco at all?
Yeah, no, I mean, they're a player you gotta follow up with because they're usually ones just developing new lists and they get top 8s and stuff for a reason. So if you're not following this player, if you're not looking at their strats, then I feel like
Right. Especially you picking up Kennen recently, not a bad player to follow. And you know, NA saying that is such an awesome comment. That is totally what you are right now. You are a Crystal Rose NA45. That is so good, Saint. He's definitely taking that. Colin Coco or 7-0, absolutely. They're both killing. I think they're the sole undefeated players for Challenger TCG so far. Man, what a game would it be if we get Alan ZQ versus one of them? But I don't know. I think Alan has one loss, so it probably has to be undefeated versus undefeated. What would be ideal? I was telling chat this, but what would be an ideal opponent for Alan in terms of matchup?
Ideal is in favor towards Mel, or?
I mean, we kind of could maybe guess a little bit. Let's say ideal in terms of like hype factor for the stream.
I mean, something crazy. People want to see all the random. Give them like an Ivern or something.
Okay,
something totally off the wall. Because then you get Alan and you get a crazy fun deck. So that would be my hope.
Bessa could be interesting.
Ooh.
You know, it's maybe you don't see too much. And is it like new
cool,
Empower versus like Control Empower versus unit sending in Empower? You have the two different sides of it.
Okay. And Zorga saying he can face Zeden. Zeden, did you mean to type Zen? Or not Zen, Zed?
Which is
but
Ziden?
6-1.
There's a Challenger TCG Ziden.
Oh, Ziden. Okay,
okay.
That's who you're referencing. Okay, Mel versus Kennen is probably pretty likely with Kennen being so prevalent. And Tassanosa saying, what happened did Alan lose to? So he actually lost. Dubby, believe it or not, you're familiar with this player, with JTCG, the German player that usually goes to Games Islands.
Wow. Yeah, Jay, no. A buddy of mine. I was actually stalking through. He was 6-0 and did just have his first loss. So he's gone to 6-1 now and is playing the Irelia. Last time I remember speaking to him, he was playing Diana, and he's finally had enough of that deck and was like, nope, going back to the Irelia. This deck never should have left it. Been happy with it, and had a really good run in it. Inspire didn't get top 8, but I believe they just bubbled out of it at the showdown there, and looks like they're having a great time today. One loss, but day 2 is basically secured.
Yeah, pretty much 100% secure. It just kind of matters how you end up doing tomorrow, because you get X1, but you got to go undefeated from here on out. So best wishes to Jay. Mikey saying Timo undefeated the dream. Mikey, I don't think we have an undefeated Timo. These casters kind of baited me into coming back to the stream, but maybe we could take a little bit of a look. WNNA, let me know when the game is getting started. I'll go ahead and hit a refresh because maybe round 8 is starting to get paired. No, it's not. An hour or almost an hour, 53-minute overtime. That is crazy. I think that's the longest so far today.
One thing interesting, or maybe not interesting, but scary, there is one player currently 7-0 on Lux. So we have a monstrous Lux player. Even without the best of, some players are like, you know what? I need my regional championship ticket, so I'm just going to play Lux to get it. That could be interesting if we, depending on day 2 and such, how far they go.
Yeah, totally. Not only your regional championship ticket, but your regional championship practice, because that's going to be actually, you're able to get the for the first time ever in history, over number set 1 legends, and Lux being, commissioned out to one of, I don't know the artists that did it, but they did an amazing job. If you guys seen it, all the over number proving ground cards, they look so good. I think the wait was worthwhile on those cards because we all knew they was eventually coming because those were the only legends that didn't have over number. But I was impressed. Were you guys fans of those over number for proving grounds?
I think they did a good job with them, yeah.
Yeah, the Yi is so good. Like, if it wasn't just going to be a overnumbered metal card for until what? Are we getting that like set 7 or something as like a normal card? Long after.
Right, probably going to be like a Nexus Knight card if you ask me. Probably.
But,
or maybe not. Who knows?
Pretty cool. It is quite cool. I would definitely use that if it was viable for us peasants.
Right. NW, I see what you mean. Jason, the Lux Lady Luminosity player, was 6-0, but if they won their recent round, they are 7-0. I'm hyped to see something. I say different, but you know we don't want that on the feature match, so we'll let that hang out at the top tables by itself. Real quick, another finalist from Utrecht. I think it was Utrecht. It had to be, right? Because that was the most recent European one. It was the Victor player, Renaxel. So playing Rainguard this weekend and still undefeated. Does anyone know if he won his last matchup? I guess I could look at the tables.
They are 6-0-1 from the best of tracker. There's currently one Rengar who's 7-0-0, so it looks like they might have drawn into that game.
Oh, I gotcha. A lot of draws, at least definitely more draws than I remember from previous regionals. Do you think it's more so because we're in a new set, slightly new cards, newer lines that people are taking a bit more time? Or what do you guys think is the draws about? Or is this normal and I'm just going crazy?
Kennen. It's Kennen.
Okay.
There are a lot of Kennens, and it's a complex deck, and it takes a long time. And I think the best players are going to be quick about it for the most part. But it's a deck that creates complicated game states, and you're gonna go long games unless you play unless you're very on top of things. It is not too surprising to me. It's pretty much Miracle all over again, right? So.
Makes sense. I'm pretty sure most of these ties have been with at least one of these Kennens on one side of the table. Taking a look real quick at the deck distribution for day number 1, I think Riftbound Production did an amazing job today. They pretty much gave us the full breadth of every legend, at least on this first page. We saw a Kennen. Oh, I maybe spoke too soon, but honestly, I'm not too upset about it. There hasn't been a single Master Yi on stream. Is round 8 overdue for a Master Yi to be on stream, or can we leave him for a day 2 appearance?
I could see it coming now. I mean, there's one game I could see right now. I mean, I don't think we'll see it because it's in the X1 bracket. I would love to see Jibs, who is playing Jin again and is currently 6-1. So that could be like they are on track to have a. Yeah, like Jin being that successful is something that's just fun as heck.
Jibs versus Alan ZQ, anyone? Because I think they're both X1, right? Let me see if I can find Alan in here.
That would be quite a crazy matchup if the case. I mean, I've played the Ezreal versus Jin, and I will say that did not feel very good for Ezreal. So Jin does have some good matchups there, and against the blue-purple, he has some good tools. So.
Yeah, I just looked before round 6, which I believe he ended up winning his round 6. He was 5-1, so 6-1, similar score as Jin. Getting represented from Jibs, as you just brought to our attention, W. So that would be a fun one. You never know, but there's just so many players. W, what site are you using to track the best of? Maybe I could pull that up because it looks like we have some time still remaining as the round pairings aren't even up yet.
Let me get that for you. I'll drop it in the casters chat.
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
All right, let's pull this up. And let's see what kind of data we see here. I kind of remember this website, or is this a different website, W?
This is just what I saw in one of the Discords I'm in. So on the Barcelona page, you can see exactly the.
If I click view standings, because were you looking at it shows like the best ofs, right?
Yeah, this is the best ofs to see who's on track to get that. That was what I was using.
Okay, apparently 3 best ofs have been 100% confirmed, locked in. Timo with an impressive 2 wins, 3 losses record locked in the... Actually, wait a second. What am I talking about? These are Set 1 legends. There's no best of. The site debated me.
They are the best of, but they are the best pricing.
No medal to show for it, I guess.
Yeah, they're just not getting anything for him, but that is too funny. Timo 2-3. It's It's like the whole Rumble fiasco. That was.
Yeah,
I
and
still
then
can't believe that
misfortune at
happened.
1 win, 4 losses. But I think if memory serves me right, that was the only misfortune player, or maybe like one of 2 misfortune players. Ooh, Zin Zari, #1 Rek'Sai player for the moment. That was the best of Kaiser winner. What was the regional? It was in Hartford. Hartford best of Kaiser winner. And recently the showdown that went down in Canada. He was a top 8 performer with Rek'Sai himself in that showdown as well. So let's take a look down the table. Prismaticism not doing as hot as a lot of people would hope for, or would kind of think about when we think about Prismaticism. Panda Coda, why have we heard this name before? Is it just me? I feel like I might have seen him online.
I know Hexen, the tag, is a French team that they are very good. These players are they have been traveling to showdowns around Europe. I played against one of them at Utrecht and they demolished me. This team is incredibly well practiced. I think it's not very known, but very underrated. So seeing that is probably why. I mean, these guys are in it not only for their best ofs, but they are in it to really get these top 8s. They haven't managed it yet. I feel like I haven't seen them, so maybe I'm overselling them as a good team.
No, they're good. Gonkra is on their team, and I think she recently got 2nd place at the other showdown in Germany. What was the Germany city called? We'll go Germany showdown.
Yeah, they had a pretty good success. I think 2 of them got top 4 in Speyer.
Oh, and look at this, NA. It looks like your friend John still fighting for the best of Kazakhs. There's actually 5, 6, 1. So it all comes down to basically this last game, but most likely day 2 situation. So we'll keep an eye on John going forward, because that would be his 2nd Kazakhs, maybe?
Third.
Ooh.
Wow.
That's impressive. He deserves it for being like a Kazakhs main. As you kind of said earlier, you should get rewarded, and you tend to actually get rewarded by kind of sticking to what you do best. And it looks like Kazakhs is what he does best. And WNNA, the casters are still just talking, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they are still. They're actually interviewing. No, they're speaking to each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure. Making sure we're not missing anything. Going down the line, and we'll go through quickly because we can't see all these legends, but Colin K is currently #1 with the tiebreakers, but there's 2 undefeated Akalis, which is impressive. Is that something you guys expected coming into Barcelona, Akali doing so well? Or do you think these guys are kind of surprising people? Because I didn't think Akali personally would do as good as an undefeated streak right now.
I mean, I don't think it's a incredible legend, and in fact it feels like the legend is a blank a lot of games, but it is a unique color combination, and it's a color combination that can do work. Like, you do have access to like the falling stars in combination with Defy. I mean, that right there is is a pretty good combo, even if the legend itself is not super incredible. And you do have access to, again, stuff like the green Akali as well, which the green Akali from Champion Zone can be pretty good in some matchups. So,
Astral Heron, free folding star. Don't forget that.
Yeah, super good. Even defensive options with the Zonya's Hourglass on defense, they're giving you that energy resources when you're kind of tapped out. So you're definitely catching a lot of people off guard. It almost solidifies to me that Astral Heron might just be the way to go, because I've heard it from both sides. Like, you don't play the bird and Akali, but I think you do play the bird and Akali, and Colin K might be proving it. As I saw the Challenger stream yesterday, he was running Astral Heron, so I think he would be testing the list he's actually bringing to Barcelona. So we haven't seen him though, so not 100% certain, but I'm pretty sure he is running something like that. All right, guys, to close out, Alan ZQ still looking good on Mel. Shen, I believe, was the Vex player, was just doing a whole lot of spice. Other than that, Ghoster Driver on Zed looking pretty good. Jibs, as you said, W, Jibs is looking like the #1 Jin. And then it looks like just lower played legends.
Well, I might want to shout out Muck HLX Martin from the Team Munich over there on the currently top of the Sivir list. So good on them. They are tied with a lot of. I mean, look at those. There's a lot of 5-2s tied there. So pretty crazy, all things considered.
Where do you know
yeah,
him
even
from?
though From my previous locals in Germany.
Nice. There we
nice.
go.
Yeah.
Cool.
Super, super cool. All right, guys. I didn't realize how many legends we now have, right? How many total legends is it, right? We started with 16.
Wow.
We added 12. Chat, you guys do the math and let me know, but we have such a good amount of legends. Of course, it did get set 1 did technically kind of get rotated out in terms of the awards as we were talking about. But let's go back to the stream. And okay, they are just interviewing themselves. Something went down. Who has a little bit of the inside scoop? We haven't seen it all day long. This amount of overtime. Is there? Oh, no. Pairings are out. Perfect. Let's kind of get a glimpse at that.
All right. Yeah, get a peek. What could we be seeing? Are there any immediate matches that you're like, this has to be the
Ezreal,
future?
table 1. Colin K versus undefeated Ezreal. Not too bad.
Coco Lopez versus LeBlanc.
That wouldn't be too bad. Let's see who Allen is playing, because they were showing us a lot of Allen ZQ clips. But I think he's going to be a little bit down the line. Ooh, Factor versus the Mange. If you guys are familiar with the Mange, he's a big, a very experienced judge, but also a really competitive player. Previous weekly champion in our events as well. Harukaze versus Diana. I'm really familiar with both of these names. But let's find out before they kind of show us on stream.
Table 30.
Ooh, Prismaticism versus Jun. That's an exciting one for you, NA.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's Rengar versus Kha'Zix too.
Dude, that could be hype. But we did see Jun already. Oh, Draven versus Allen ZQ. That's a cool one. Oh, I think chat was leaning towards Nasus. We haven't seen Nasus too much today. But, I'm kind of drawing my eyes to Lucian. We quite literally haven't seen a Lucian since Spirit Forge. At least it feels that way. And he is at table 26. I wonder what he's bringing. You think he's doing the little combo where you conquer and score 2 points each turn?
Could be.
Could be, right?
You could. And when you are playing a lower powered legend, a lot of times you have to do unfair things to get those wins. Would not be super surprised, though. Is a little bit inconsistent, but when it goes off, it's so powerful. And got a scene transition.
I would say on table 22, we see Malediction versus Cafe Keith. I'm not sure who that Cafe Keith is, but Malediction did win that Games Island skirmish, the very first one back in what was that? February, April, or something around that time. So they're playing Master Yi. It's 6-1, so I'm not sure if we'll see that game on stream, but could be interesting to see a previous on-stream Runes of Rift.
Yeah, could be cool. I mean, I'm down for honestly all these games. I'm just hoping it's a good little back and forth, because after this long day, it would only feel right to end off in an awesome final. Maybe I won't speak too highly of it. Let's knock on wood. I say like I want a game 3 and we get like a quick 2-0. So maybe let's not raise our expectations too crazy, but I am looking forward to this final round. No Allen CQ to be found, but let's see what we have. W and NA. Let's go ahead and go over to the feature table. It almost feels like the guy on the left with the hat is a bit of a familiar face, but either way, let's see what legends they're bringing.
Absolutely, and I saw Battlefield, but what are they giving us?
I just got really excited because I saw another name in the 6-1 bracket. A friend that I made at Utrecht in the Saturday side event. Bossman Johnny, currently 6-1 on the blank. I would love to see. That guy was so fun. He was the finalist I played in the Saturday side event. So don't think we'll see them, but maybe tomorrow. We'll have to.
I mean, there's always the backup feature, right?
Yeah.
There's always the backup feature. Could be good and stuff.
Who do we have here? I want to know. This game. That's.
I want to see these legends. Yeah. They are baiting us. They will not show it. What are we gonna get?
You need to listen to the main broadcast to see what the casters are talking about there. They might tease us, but you know
that's how you get the information.
Someone get the zoom and inspect, or maybe someone in chat might be able to jump in and tell us what to expect here.
I think it's kind of interesting that they've been dodging the E's, but the E is one of the most represented legends. It's the second most represented, right? So to have 0 on stream so far seems kind of crazy to me. Wonder if it's intentional or it's just, well, we haven't gotten a good matchup. It isn't the most interesting Legend to watch, admittedly, so maybe that's part of the reason.
No discussion on the table here, too.
Yeah, I do hope we do get that Ezreal matchup, but... Oh, wait, no, it was Colin versus Ezreal. Okay, never. Definitely not that. There's no Colin at this table.
Yep.
And it looks like the players are getting ready here. They got the headsets on. What are we going to get? We finally get to see who we're... Okay. And it looks like it's going to be LeBlanc, LND Robomaster.
Okay.
It's like a pretty normal LeBlanc list. Really see anything too spicy here. I guess there is the one of Dragon form and the gray back. I do like the gray back. Cool card.
Interesting that Dragon form was kept after the very recent change to how it works with LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Up until like 2 days before the regional, you could, if you use your legend to clone a unit, it would keep the might. Now it doesn't, if I'm not mistaken. But it's still, if you're running hooks, which this deck is, it still allows you to search for a bigger unit through that. So not the worst use, but interesting nonetheless.
Yeah. It's like a good discard off of the LeBlanc legend as well, right? Which deck doesn't really have any other good discards. Everything else is you're just discarding a card. So it is kind of nice to get a little bit of value out of the flow.
Mm-hmm. And I should have checked now. This is actually what looks to be a 6-1 matchup right here. So both players have had one loss. Yep, both are 6-1. So it does make this game somewhat important because we spoke about before how just getting your one loss is basically your one forgiveness point, right? You cannot get 2 losses if you want to get top 8. So this is a really important for both these players. Just continue that push to the top part.
Yeah, very high stakes game for both players. Neither of them can afford to lose here, or their tournament journey will be cut short. I do like the Azir in the list. That is cool now that we do have that working properly. Gives your deck a little bit of the needed mobility.
You want to tell the quick history on that real quick?
Cards not working like they say. Oh, okay, it's Mel. Okay, it's Mel. No, it's just classic card text not doing what you think it does until Riot fixes it, which thankfully they have fixed it. So yes, now Azir can move those reflection tokens. But we have a Mel here and choosing to have the Defiant Soul in the champion zone. And yeah, I mean, looks pretty cool. It looks like more of a control variant, as I don't see any Whys, don't see any Ride the Winds. A lot of removal.
Yeah, and the turn 1 going first plays really is between Ravenbloom, Student, Merchant, and then some draws. So they're not looking to get that like 8 split guaranteed turn 1 play. They're happy to not play a unit. So we'll have to see how this goes. I have not seen much Mel NA, so this is going to be an interesting learning for me, just to see how these players develop it. I understand the cards. There are some cool combos, which I'm sure we'll see, where you can play certain cards for free in this deck. So let's see if that's something that we see, and more importantly, if it catches the LeBlanc off guard.
Right, and hopping right in, we have Treasure Hoard and Threshold of the Grey, and oh my, LeBlanc won the die roll. Also important for LeBlanc. LeBlanc going first, very scary. LeBlanc going second, it's still a strong deck, not nearly as scary. How about
Yeah, this is, you know what, we're seeing in these colors a lot of like the best turn 1 and turn 2 plays, right? Turn 1, going first, you play a 2-drop. Going second, you gotta play 2 units from the deep. So you have that there. Interesting, the Treasure Hoard being the battlefield of choice from Robomaster here. I like it because at least you're getting gold value and you're kind of just doubling the amount of value you can get out of this Watchful Sentry. So it gives you a bit of resources to keep yourselves alive, and we will see the first of many triggers. I want to know if... Actually, no, I don't pay attention. I don't think Enricle's had any gusts in the main board, so we won't exactly see that interaction, which is something that used to be so popular against LeBlanc.
Yes, it is one of the best feeling things to do against the LeBlanc deck is go ahead and gust the reflection token on the legend ability. It does just make them discard a card and they get a 0 might token out of it. Not the best trade for them. Looks like I think I saw a hook in hand already, so could go off quickly if they did choose to do so. That being said, they don't really have a lot of might on the board, so you're not really hooking into anything super useful yet. Ooh, okay, that's a lot of value there. Do get the play out that meld, discard a spell, and it was a flow spell discarded. So you do still have the ability to play that out later, and does get to banish the sentries. So no draw there.
Yeah, and then instantly using the legend to give -2, basically making that a -1 unit, and that's a really more than easy enough double conquer. And showing the power that purple has. Usually the blue one's a bit more popular, just because of it replaces itself, or if you play from the champion zone, you're drawing one. But this situation against LeBlanc, turn 2, being able to just banish a small unit, why the heck not? Go for it, double conquer, set up your points, and LeBlanc is gonna be able to take over one of these battlefields. It's not gonna be hard for this champion unit to get in there. But it does set up a bit of like just awkward pacing in a sense that, okay, my opponent's gonna likely hold to 3.
Yeah, of course. I actually do like the Treasure Hoard a fair bit, as this version of LeBlanc does pay a fair bit of power, and you can offset that with the ramp from the